In the chilly interrogation room at the Injiang City Police Department, faint light from an old ceiling lamp cast down, covering everything in a layer of time's dust. The air was heavy, carrying an indescribable creeping sensation, as if darkness was lurking in the hidden corners. The man sitting there, Showa, was huddled on the rigid chair, his hands tightly clutching his pale face. Sweat broke out, streaming down his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites glinting with blood vessels, as if he were haunted by a nameless terror. Suddenly, the door swung open and a policewoman stepped in holding a thick file. It was Tatin, a first-class police officer of the Injanji Police Department. Her sharp, cold gaze swept over Shoja as her steady voice rang out, "Mr. Shoja." Her image was reflected in his blood-streaked eyes. Overcome with panic, Shoja covered his face with both hands and screamed in a trembling voice, "Quick, close the door. Close it now." Titan slightly raised an eyebrow, quickly reassuring him in a calm voice. "All right, I'll close it. But first, please don't get so agitated." She closed the door, walked to the interrogation table, and sat down opposite Showa. With a look of patience mixed with a hint of sternness, she asked, "Now, can you tell me what on earth happened?" Shoja gasped for air, heavy wheezes escaping his chest. He looked up, his voice filled with despair. "I've already told you. You people wouldn't believe me." Anyway, hearing his answer, Tat couldn't hold back her anger. She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Stop trying to evade criminal responsibility by playing games with ghosts and demons." As she spoke, she threw a phone down in front of him. The screen lit up, clearly showing the image of a woman tightly holding a little girl lying motionless on the cold ground. Beside them was a torn drawing of a family of 3 holding hands. Next to that was a broken belt and a shattered wine bottle. The scene of a domestic violence incident. The phone hitting the table blended with Tutin's sharp knife-like shout. "Think about what you've done to your family." Suddenly, Shoja froze, his gaze fixed on an invisible point in the air. Then, as if startled by something terrifying, his entire body began to tremble violently. He pointed behind the tin, his voice stuttering in panic. "Be behind you." His genuinely terrified expression made Din jump in spite of herself. Her hand gripping her gun, she spun around in the direction he pointed, her eyes scanning the empty room. There was nothing but shadows. Shoja trembled even more violently, his voice screaming as if tearing through the space. "How can there be nothing?" Hearing Shojia's scream, Titan immediately spun back, only to find him already hiding under the table, his hands clutching his head. His whole body shaking like a leaf in a cold wind. He wailed, his voice cracking with terror. "No!" Titan clenched her fist, feeling like she was being toyed with. She approached, her voice sharp and cold. "Mr. Shoja, I advise you to stop playing tricks." But in Shoya's warped perception, the ground began to crack. Each fissure revealing crimson figures shimmering with a demonic light. The entire room seemed to be engulfed by countless pairs of hellish eyes fixed on him, refusing to let go. As Titan stepped closer, Shoya's panic intensified, his eyes overflowing with terror. Her voice calling Mr. Shoja rang out, but in his eyes, her face distorted as if pieced together from those crimson figures, leaning down under the table and staring intensely at him. In that moment, Shojo was petrified. His sanity shattered, he shot up, pushing the table away with all his might. Screaming wildly, "Stay away from me!" After screaming, "Get away!" Shoja completely lost control. As if controlled by an invisible force, he shoved his hand into his mouth, his teeth clamping down hard on his fist. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, and his hallucination to Tin's panicked voice echoed. "Stop! What are you doing? Someone get in here now!" The scene shifts to an apartment complex outside where a billboard with images of seductive women hangs. A curious voice asks, "So, what happened next?" Inside a room filled with Anna merchandise, 3 computer screens brightly lit, a group of youths were excitedly discussing the incident that was causing a stir online. This was the activity room of the Paranormal Club at Jiang College. Habamban, hugging a pillow tightly, his whole body trembling, narrated the story with such realism that tears streamed down his face. His voice was chilling as he slowly recounted. He committed suicide. They say he almost ripped his own tongue out. Lai Trung-hong, sitting beside him, was terrified by Habam's story. His face drained of all color. Habamban trembled as if his soul had flown to the ninth heaven. Trying to continue his ghost story, his voice cracking. I feel like I'm being too much of a sissy today. Lai Trung-hong, his face pale, glanced at his friend with anxious blinking eyes. He retorted in his shaky voice. What do you mean, a ghost story? This came straight from the police apartment and is all over the internet. Not one to back down, Habamban's eyes glenned mischievously. He cupped his hand over his mouth and whispered to Lai Trung-hong in a haunting tone. And from what I know, the origin of this case is an image on the internet. Everyone who has seen it has died. Hearing this, Lai Trung-hong froze, stammering in fear. An image? What image? Habamban showed no mercy, the corner of his lips curling into a slightly smile. He swiped on his phone, his voice calm but challenging. Calm down. I'll find it for you guys to see. Hearing that, Lung Hung suddenly paused. As if a dark premonition had just pierced through the fog in his mind. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, snatched the phone from Habam's hand, and yelled, Are you crazy? If what you just said is true, then how can we look at that picture? Just then, another voice came from the corner of the room. Are you two talking about this? Habamban and Lung Hong, who were in the middle of a heated argument, immediately stopped. They both turned their heads in unison, only to be confronted with a terrifying sight, the rumored image of the crimson person right before their eyes. Before they could mentally prepare themselves, they both panicked, screaming loudly, their hearts feeling like they were about to leap out of their chest. The person who had just shown them the picture was Nguyen Chanu. He calmly reassured his dear friends who were scared out of their wits. Don't worry, it's nothing. Lung Hung and Habamban, who had just been arguing fiercely, were now clinging to each other, their faces pale and trembling. Lung Hong stammered. Are you so sure? Nguyen Shandanda shrugged, his voice casual but firm. If just looking at this picture could kill you, it would have been the end of the world a long time ago. As for the people who died, I'm afraid they had their own demons. With that, Nguyen Shana stood up, his voice nonchalant. All right, you guys have fun. I have something to do, so I'm leaving. Habamban and Lung Hong, still in shock, quickly tried to stop him, whining in unison. Chanu, you're such a buzzkill. What time is it? Why are you acting like an old man? You need to be more energetic. Why are you going home so early? Aren't you going to class? Nguyen Chan had just shrugged and waved dismissively. No time. A moment later, the scene shifts to the outside of an old apartment complex. This is where Nguyen Chan lives. He silently inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, cold house devoid of any human warmth. Stepping inside, Nguyen Shan closed the door, his eyes contemplative as he whispered to himself, I am Nguyen Shanu. Originally just an ordinary college student living an ordinary life. Memories suddenly flooded back. He remembered the moment in the university's old library when a strange book emitting a crimson or caught his eye a month ago. As if mesmerized by demonic whispers, he slowly pulled the book from the shelf. Without a second thought, Nguyen Shandanda opened it, completely unaware of the lurking danger. To him, it was just an ordinary book. But in reality, the demonic energy emanating from it grew stronger, spreading and enveloping him. A mysterious mechanism seemed to activate, pulling both Nguyen and the eerie demonic aura into an invisible vortex. He continued to narrate in a low voice. Out of curiosity, I opened a notebook called The Record of Urban Legends. As the demonic aura gradually dissipated, everything returned to silence. But Nguyen Shan's life had changed forever. He muttered with a distant look in his eyes. After that, I came to this world. Becoming a student at Jiangtan University. Under a gray sky, rain poured down, mingling with the tears streaming down Nu Yanshan's cheeks. He knelt before the grave of the body's original owner, the body he now occupied. The memories of this person flooded back, sharp as a knife's edge. The original owner's parents had died in a tragic plane crash, leaving behind a huge inheritance and a hefty insurance payout. He whispered softly, his voice tinged with sadness. This allows me to sleep soundly, temporarily free from worrying about how to get by. The memory faded, and Nu Yan's gaze fell on the mysterious book beside him. Its pages flipped automatically, as if controlled by an invisible force. He muttered, his eyes cold and sharp. But I owe my life to this notebook. Suddenly, a line of crimson text appeared on the white page, like fresh blood spreading. Entering countdown, 30 days. Nu Yanshan paused, his hand touching the necklace around his neck, an object that seemed to carry a demonic summons. Before him, the eerie aura gradually condensed, forming the shape of the familiar notebook. He grasped it tightly, his fingers trembling slightly as he opened it. On the page, a status screen appeared clearly. Urban legend points 328. Good and evil points. 200 spiritual power 0 plus lifespan 92 days. Note 1, an urban legend you write will become reality. Note 2, the influence of the urban legends you write will benefit you, earning you a certain number of legend points. Note 3, the people who die because of the urban legends you write will benefit you, earning you a certain number of good and evil points. Nu Yanshan frowned, explaining in a low voice, according to the notebook's rules. I must create urban legends and harvest good and evil points to extend my lifespan. He flipped to the next page, his eyes scanning the lines. During his observation period, he had realized a terrifying truth. Any urban legend recorded in this notebook would inevitably become real. The inspiration for his first story came from the tragedy of the mother and daughter next door, who suffered from domestic abuse. Page after page, he had uncovered a chilling reality. Before him appeared the title of the legend he had created, Urban Legend, The Gaze Through the Crack. On March 4, 2020, a picture spread through every corner of social media in Jiangdan. The image was unsettlingly bizarre, dominated by a giant blood-red eyeball. Nan Chano, with calculated caution, had chosen Jiangtan as the setting for his legend. According to the killing rule written in the notebook, anyone who viewed this picture, if they were a domestic abuser, would be pursued by a mysterious eye from every seaback, crevice, keyhole, or even a fissure in the wall that eye would stare, embedding itself in the victim's mind, twisting their spirit. Gradually, the person would break down, lose their sanity, and ultimately meet their end by their own hand. The story on the page continued. On June 7, 2020, Showa, reeking of alcohol after a party, staggered home. Just because the bathwater wasn't hot enough, he took off his belt and unleashed his fury on his wife and child. But from the darkness, a crimson eye appeared, watching his every cruel act. It seeped into Shojia's mind, present in every corner of his vision. From the crack in the door to the shattered glass, the notebook also held a terrifying secret. Anyone who had seen that picture was relentlessly haunted by that eye. Shoja, his mind tormented to the extreme, gradually lost control. Finally, in a fit of madness, he took his own life. At that moment, the notebook vibrated slightly. A line of text appeared. Good and evil points +2. Legend points +370. Every story, every wrongdoer punished was recorded on the pages of the record of urban legends. One person, one page, each page earning to good and evil points depending on the story's impact. The number of legend points ranged from 300 to 400. After reading the final lines, Nu Yanshan closed the notebook. His gaze heavy, muttering, "This story didn't earn many points. It took a month to increase my lifespan from 30 days to 92. I need a new, better story to punish another villain." Anxiety welled up, making him rub his forehead, his voice filled with unease. Otherwise, once the number of days returns to 0, he paused. The image of the book draining his life force to nourish the demonic energy flashed in his mind. He stammered, then forced out the words, his voice trembling, "I'm afraid I'll really die." The scene shifts to Jiangtan University. As the afternoon class just ended, students filed out, leaving a few scattered figures lingering to chat. A kind-hearted female classmate gently shook Nu Yenchan's shoulder, who was slumped over his desk. Fast asleep, she whispered. "Chan-tu, class is over. Wake up." A few desks away, another female student packing her books turned and giggled. "He sleeps so soundly. He's been asleep all day." Another friend enthusiastically chimed in. "Let's go. Let's go to the club." Nu Yenshan slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and let out a long yawn that echoed in the corner of the room. The sky outside the window was already tame with the colors of sunset, a pale orange light stretching across the school grounds. As he stepped out of the classroom, he muttered hoarsely, "My throat hurts so much." In his heart, he couldn't help but complain. "I'm so sleepy. I was up until 3 or 4 in the morning looking for inspiration for a new story." Walking down the school hallway, Nanshan rubbed his forehead, his mind feeling heavy. He mumbled in frustration, "It seems trying to find inspiration for my urban legends through the Paranormal Club is a bad idea. Basically, it's just a club where they do nothing all day but watch stuff and play games." Reaching the school campus, he held his phone, his mind still a tangled mess. Not knowing what to do, he thought to himself, maybe I should just send them a message saying, "I'm not going today." No sooner said than done, Nu Yen Shanu immediately typed a message in the Paranormal Club's group chat. Aster's crying emoji. "Aster's, sorry guys, I was up late last night. I'm heading home to catch up on sleep." As soon as the message sent, his phone buzzed incessantly with a flood of replies. Lai Trung Hong jumped in, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to be supervising the club's activities?" Haben Bang quickly chimed in, asking suspiciously, "Hold on. You're not secretly grinding some gotcha game? Planning to blow everyone away, are you?" A barrage of stickers expressing their displeasure flooded the screen. Nu Yenshan read them and burst out laughing, shaking his head and thinking to himself, "Are you kidding? This is a matter of life and death for me." While engrossed in his phone, a strange sound startled him. From a nearby alley, a group of thugs had gathered. Vonkin Nan, the leader, grabbed Tanu by the collar, repeatedly punching him in the face. As he hit him, he roared, "You little brat. Go to hell, you little punk. I only took 50 from you, and you dared to snitch to the teacher. You got a death wish." Tanta-san, his face bruised and swollen, tears mixing with snot, raised his hands to shield himself, pleading in a trembling voice, "Brother Nan, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me." Just then, Nanshana walked over, his eyes sharp and cold, his deep voice ringing out with a sense of justice. 5 against 1. Have you no shame? His words sharp as a blade made Vonkin Nan startle and whip around. He threw Tanu-san to the ground, gripped the bat tightly, and aggressively advanced towards Nguyen Shanu, roaring, "Who the hell are you, kid? Looking to die?" But one of the gang members suddenly froze, recognizing him. He stammered, his voice trembling. And Nguyen Shan too, hearing his name, Nguyen frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. "What? You know me?" The guy quickly leaned in and whispered to Voinknan, his voice full of anxiety, "Brother Nan, let's go. This guy is a psycho." Voinknan still not getting it brushed him off. "There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him alone?" The other guy quickly pulled him back, his voice lower, hissing through his teeth. "Last semester 5 of us cornered him. He sent 3 of us to the hospital. And 1 is still on medical leave." Hearing this, Voinkin Nan's face stiffened, a look of apprehension in his eyes. The whole gang of thugs suddenly turned pale, their previous aggression gone. Nguyen Shandanda stood there, his cold gaze fixed on them. After a moment of silence, Voink Nan threw the bat on the ground and said loudly, "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." He pulled his gang along and hastily turned to leave. Tanchuan, trembling, adjusted his broken glasses, looked up at Nguyen Chanu, and stammered. "Thank you." As Nguyen Shan's figure disappeared, Tantia Sun was still standing there bowing deeply and shouting, "Thank you, classmate Nguyen Shan too." But in reality, the one who benefited was Nguyen Shan himself. Deep down, he thought, "I should be the one thanking you, my inspiration." When he got home, he immediately sat down at his desk. Opened his computer and his fingers flew across the keyboard, starting to develop the new theme for his urban legend. Nguyen Shan's fingers flew across the keyboard, his eyes focused on the screen. Just a moment later, a post was published on the Jiangtan University website. The article was carefully presented, complete with data, sharp analysis charts, and a tight argument under the bold headline, "School Violence, a Malignant Tumor of Society. Say No to School Bullies." The article cited a recent report from the Jiangtan Teaching Evaluation Office. The report indicated that even the most prestigious schools could not escape the scourge of bullying. Most students surveyed admitted that the anti-bullying measures they were taught were ineffective. The report, which surveyed 3,850 for students of 46 elementary and middle schools early last year, found that 46% of elementary students and 73% of middle school students had been bullied at school. According to data from the city's Youth Growth Research Center, over 80% of middle school students have experienced school violence. Incomplete statistics to date have recorded over 1,000 cases of school violence publicly reported by the press this year. Another figure from the Youth Research Center last year showed that 58.9% of students surveyed were occasionally or frequently bullied by their classmates. Nguyen Shan pondered, his gaze fixed on the article. He muttered with a troubled voice, "It seems that in any world there's no place without bullying." His hand unconsciously reached for the stone on his necklace. The memory of the moment Tanta's son was being abused appeared vividly. His pained eyes and bruised face were etched into his mind. He thought to himself with a cold voice, bullies' favorite targets are usually those who can't fight back and have no one to back them up. The notebook materialized before him. As if summoned by his will, Nguyen Shan flipped to the next blank page and put his pen down, his hand trembling slightly. He began to write, each stroke sharp and deliberate. Only when the victims of abuse are given a weapon to fight back and the seeds of violence buried deep within this peaceful reality be eradicated at their root. As he wrote, the demonic aura from the notebook intensified like a magical breath enveloping him. The space around him seemed to tremble, the notebook shimmering with a crimson light as if coming alive with Nguyen chanted his words in the endless darkness. Nguyen Shan's legend points suddenly dropped by 30,000. A mysterious message appeared on the notebook, flickering with a demonic red light. Every time the clock strikes 12 at night, on a website called Letters from Hell, enter the name of the person you resent. When you do, spider leaves will appear and you will see a girl from the underworld. The image of a girl gradually materialized, slowly turning her head. Her dark beauty with eyes as sharp as a blade made the space feel frozen. She was human eye, a phantom from the netherworld. On the screen, a video depicted a cruel scene. A female student was hit with a powerful slap accompanied by a piercing shout. "I told you not to come to school and you still dared to show up." The bully girl, Cockle, was being mercilessly beaten by a blonde student named Fat Chuck Hugh, who was pulling her hair. That Hugh sneered, her voice full of contempt. "So ugly and still going out to pollute everyone's eyes. If I were you, I would have died long ago." The surrounding female students just coldly filmed with their phones, showing no intention of intervening. One even chimed in mockingly, "Yeah, and you even put on makeup. Don't you look disgusting?" In the video, Kakla A was sobbing, but the crowd remained unmoved. That chick Hugh gripped her hair tightly, laughing arrogantly. "Oh my god, hurry up and film this disgusting face. If I ran into her on the street, I'd think I'd seen a ghost. Look at her birthmark." Amidst the cruel jeers, That Hugh continued to yell, "Are you angry? You want to fight back?" But by now, Cockle could take no more. A fire of hatred lit up in her eyes. With a trembling hand, she pulled a blood-red spider lily from her school bag. In a shaky but determined voice, she looked straight at That Hugh, that chick who you forced me to do this. Kakla repeated over and over, her voice like a curse. Go to hell. Go to hell. That chick who remained arrogant, pulling her hair tightly and sneering. What the hell is this? Then as her eyes fell on the spider lily, she burst out laughing, her voice full of ridicule. I'm dying. Are you planning to kill me with this flower? You're such a retard. But that Hugh had no idea that while she was busy mocking her, Coley had already plucked the last petal from the spider lily. Suddenly, that Hugh's body convulsed violently as if being strangled by an invisible force. Coley, still clutching the spider lily stem, stared in shock at the scene before her. Those filming with their phones were also frozen in place. One stammered, "To Hugh, you in the recorded video." That chick Hugh's skin shriveled, her eye sockets becoming deep black pits like an abyss. The friends around her panicked, screaming in terror, "There's a ghost." They fled in disarray, leaving Thatch Heck Hugh screaming as if she had gone mad. In just a short minutes, she fell face down on the ground, motionless before the horrified eyes of everyone present. The video stopped there with a total duration of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The scene shifts to a room in the principal's office at Jiangtan University. A voice spoke in a low tone. Is the person in the video you? Kaka clutched her school bag, her entire body trembling, and answered in fear. Why, yes, it's me. The person who showed her the video continued speaking, their gaze sharp. As of 8:00 a.m. this morning, there have been over 100 unusual deaths throughout the city. This person was tried to an assistant from the special division. She swiped through her phone screen, her voice cold. They were all like that Q. The examinations show they were all brain dead, with no signs of being murdered. Try to look directly at the panicked Cockle in question and you are the only suspect. Suddenly another woman in the room spoke, her sharp voice getting straight to the point. Have you ever been in contact with the girl from the underworld? Recount the details of that event. Trita stood behind the woman and introduced her. This is Chief Thenkai of the Special Division right now. She is the only one who can save you. I hope you won't lie and try your luck. Kakla took a deep breath, regained her composure, and nodded. Yes. She began to speak, her voice trembling, but clear. A few days ago, in the middle of the night, a strange post appeared on the school forum. It couldn't be deleted or edited. As soon as it was posted, it was pinned to the top. The content was an urban legend about the girl from the underworld. She paused, her eyes misty as if reliving the memory. The post read as follows. The girl from the underworld truly exists. Only at midnight can you visit letters from hell. If you write the name of the person you resentfully hate, the girl from the underworld will appear and drag them into the depths of hell. At first, everyone thought it was just a new game or a promotional stunt for a comic. No one believed it. On the school forum, the post about the girl from the underworld quickly went viral, attracting a massive amount of traffic and interaction. Lively comments flooded the page. The account melanating masses wrote the girl from the underworld. What new marketing gimmick is this? The account Brace Pigs Trotters chimed in. Is this a new promotion for some comic company? Why at this hour? The account Gossip King excitedly commented, I just tried it. The Letters from Hell website actually exists, but it seems you can't get in right now. The account Rich Annie who doesn't want to try any more comments. Of course, you can't access it. You have to wait until midnight anyway. The account Kill is to Die added with excitement. I'm going to try it tonight. A colleague has been pissing me off lately. Perfect time to get him. Exactly at 12:00 a.m. in Jiang City, Kakla sat in front of her computer screen. Her eyes tired but determined. She waited until the stroke of midnight and clicked on the link in the post. A website appeared. It screamed black with a line of glowing red text. I have come to relieve your resentment.
Below was a white box to enter a name.
With her hands covered in wounds, Kakla tremblingly typed the 3 words the check Hugh. A glint of hatred flashed in her eyes as her finger touched the enter key without hesitation. She continued her story, her voice shaky but fierce.
I know I shouldn't believe in these things.
I also knew that if this legend was real, it could kill someone.
But when I was being bullied,
I tried to report it to my teacher. My teacher just said, "There's no smoke without fire."
Why don't they pick on someone else, but they pick on you? You should reflect on yourself.
Kolei paused, her eyes clouded with pain.
My family wasn't a source of comfort either. My mom slapped me hard when she heard what I said. She yelled, "What? You want to transfer schools? Do you know how hard I worked for you to get into this school?"
She clenched her fist. Her voice choked with emotion at school. I was constantly bullied by that Che-Hugh and her friends. They always said, "You ugly thing. Get lost." All of this ignited a hatred in my heart, making me willing to do anything.
I've had enough of this life.
If the girl from the underworld can help me, she can have my worthless life.
Without a moment's hesitation, Kak pressed the enter key.
A cold notification appeared on screen sent.
Kolei anxiously counted each passing second. 1 second to seconds. 3 seconds.
Everything remained silent as if nothing had happened. Tears streamed down her cheeks and she buried her face in her hands, muttering in despair to think I actually placed my hope in some urban legend.
I'm truly insane.
Her tears fell ceaselessly. Her heart filled with self-reproach. But suddenly her head spun and a wave of dizziness washed over her. In the blink of an eye, she was pulled into a surreal space where blood-red spider leaves flowed like a vast sea of blood. A cold voice echoed.
You were looking for me. Kaka-A was stunned. She stopped crying and looked up.
Before her, Yumi appeared, her eyes sharp and cold, her beauty as dark as a phantom. She was terrified, her voice trembling.
Why? Why you are the girl from the underworld? Yumi holding a spider lily.
Replied softly, I am. They were under the canopy of a giant fiery red spider lily tree. Kakla-A sat down on the ground, her heart pounding. Yumi approached, her voice gentle but cold.
Don't be afraid. I have come to end your nightmares for you.
Slowly, Yumi drew closer, handing the spider lily to Kakla, and instructed, Here. Take it. Plucking all the petals means you and I have officially made a pact.
Kakla tremblingly took the flower, her hands ice cold. Yum. Minnie continued in a low voice. In an instant, the people you hate will be dragged down to hell. Kaka-A listened intently, her gaze fixed on the crimson flower.
But why? Minnie added in a stern voice, however, after your vengeance is complete, your soul will also fall into hell.
Koakla's eyes widened in horror as she exclaimed, What?
Yumi looked directly at her, her gaze unwavering, cursing.
Others will increase your own karma.
After you die, your soul will not be able to ascend to heaven.
It can only remain in hell. Wandering in torment, those words echoed in Kakla-A's head like a sharp warning.
Yini concluded, whether you pluck the petals or not is your decision. The memory ended, returning to the present.
Kakla tremblingly wiped her tears.
Heard choke voice continuing when I came to my senses.
I was back in my room.
Everyone in the room fell silent, their eyes fixed on Cole. Suddenly, the principal's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen something horrifying.
On Cole's chest, a hidden curse manifested, smoldering like a demonic flame.
Then Kai with her sharp eyes recognized it immediately.
Curse. So this is the price for taking a life.
She approached the girl, her voice calm, but filled with pressure.
In the last 2 days, have you been in contact with anyone else? Did they seem strange?
Kaka shook her head, her voice weak.
No.
Having gotten a clue, then Kai pondered, putting on a pair of gloves and speculating to herself. It seems this curse is not contagious. It only affects the person who made the pack. A faint light suddenly flashed from her arm. Then Kai thought to herself. Tried a spiritual power level is too low. She can't see this curse clearly. I'll have to handle this myself. Seeing Tankai's expression, try to frown slightly, full of questions. What did Chief then Kai discover? Did she intend to use the hand of artifice? She knew well that this technique could take anything, whether it be an object or a concept, but the price was not small. Then Kai gathered her strength, and her body emitted a strange, powerful, and cold green aura. She channeled that spiritual energy into Kaklei. Not forgetting to instruct, don't move. I'm helping you break the curse. Tritu stood by observing nervously, thinking to herself, the price of the hand of artifice is that each time it's used, it takes something back from the user's body, not clothes or objects, but organs like the liver, spleen, or heart. As then Kai focused her spiritual energy to suppress the curse. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, a sign of exhaustion. Kaklei, with a battle raging between the spiritual energies inside her, gritted her teeth in excruciating pain, reaching her limit. She couldn't hold back and screamed like a mad woman. A terrifying surge of power erupted from Cole's body, blowing everything around away. It all happened fast. The room was plunged into chaos. Then Kai couldn't react in time. The terrifying force from clay threw her outwards, smashing her into the glass door. The sound of shattering glass was deafening. Her body was blown into the hallway. Trita panicked and screamed, "Chief Tang Kai." At the same time, Nyan Shan seemed to sense the unusual energy and paused. His gaze grew sharp as if it could pierce through walls, observing everything within his sight. Though the hallway was deserted, he could clearly hear every whisper from afar. One voice said, "It seems the principal's office window is broken." Another person added, "Did you hear that evil girl that Che Hugh is dead?" Someone saw her classmate, Coley, being called to the principal's office. A different voice interjected doubtfully. "If I remember correctly, didn't that Che Hugh bully cock every day? Could the girl from the underworld on the forum be real?" Nguyen Shan closed his eyes, focusing his mind and listening intently. In his head, the name Cole appeared clearly. She was the first one to make contact with the girl from the underworld. The notebook in front of him vibrated slightly. A page automatically flipped open, revealing new content. Student Kok Jiangthang University, in a fit of anger, logged into the Letters from Hell website and wrote the name of her classmate, that Hugh. After that, she met the girl from the underworld. That chick Hugh died suddenly. Nguyen Shan pondered, flipping to the next page. Only one line repeated in blood red. That hick Hugh has been taken to hell. He thought to himself with a troubled voice. But in the few days, Kaklei was struggling with whether to pluck the petals. The number of people contacting the girl from the underworld increased sharply. He muttered, "In reality, this isn't exactly what I wanted. To avoid harming the innocent, I set up a psychological barrier so only those with enough resentment could write in the letter from hell." But in just a few short days, nearly 100 students in Jiang City still died. HMPH, this is too much. The notebook vibrated, displaying a notification. Good and evil points +1. Legend points +150. Nguyen Shan frowned, making a mental comparison. Shojia's domestic abuse case still earned more points than Kolei's school bullying case. The girl from the underworld. Legend, despite spreading far wider than the gaze through the crack, earned fewer points, he muttered thoughtfully. It could be said that according to the notebook, domestic violence is more deserving of punishment, which is why it received so many good and evil and legend points. He leaned down, his eyes fixed on the notebook, flipping through the pages, his heart heavy with what was to come. The notebook vibrated lightly, displaying a new notification. Legend points 23,000. Good and evil points 300. Spiritual power 0+. Lifespan 99 days. Nguyen Shan to smirk slightly, thinking with satisfaction.
However, at this rate, I don't need to worry about my lifespan for a while.
His hand touched the line for spiritual power 0 plus a thoughtful glint in his eyes.
He muttered. Last night, I tested out a few of those mysterious spiritual power points. He tried to feel for it.
But his body felt no different, he told himself.
Doesn't seem to be any different. Let's try adding a bit more.
His finger repeatedly tapped on the spiritual power line. Suddenly, a notification appeared.
Spiritual power +1, good and evil -1.
This line repeated several times, and Nguyen realized he had increased his spiritual power to 9 points. But at that moment, his body seemed to hit its limit. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to collapse unconscious. The scene changes from a window. Yen Shan can be seen leaping from the highest step. His movements as fast as lightning. He rode the wind, his feet not touching the ground, gliding lightly like a phantom.
He whispered in amazement.
But today, after waking up, I discovered that my abilities to hear, see, and feel have increased dramatically.
My body is also much stronger. A moment later,
he landed on the last step, his hand touching his pendant, his eyes shining with satisfaction. He thought to himself, it seems that as long as I keep writing, I might become a person with an infinite lifespan. From a distance, he saw then Kai instructing Cole. Her voice was serious but gentle. The power of this curse is very strong, and it has bond with your soul. Fortunately, for now, it won't affect others.
Next, people from the police department will come to take you away.
Nguyen Shant used his keen hearing to clearly capture every word.
Kakle in a trembling and anxious voice asked what will happen to me?
Then Kai calmly reassured her isolation and observation, but I will write in the report that you acted in self-defense. Hearing this, Trya looked at Tang Kai, her eyes filled with admiration, and exclaimed Chief. Then Kai Kakle, with tears streaming down her face, choked with emotion.
Thank you.
Then Kai turned and gestured to try to UAM.
Let's go.
But suddenly she froze, feeling a sharp cold gaze watching her from somewhere. She whipped around, staring intently at Kaka.
The girl looked back confused. Not understanding why then Kai was looking at her like that.
Tryuan was also puzzled and asked in a low voice, Chief Then Kai, what's wrong? Then Kai's intuition was as sharp as a blade. She thought to herself, I feel like someone is spying on us. By now, Nguyen Shan had quickly hidden behind a wall. Shocked at being discovered, he worriedly muttered, that person can see the curse. Seeing Then Kai's figure approaching, he thought in alarm.
Could it be that she also has supernatural abilities?
Tryuan called after her, Chief Then Kai. But Then Kai was lost and thought about the mysterious gaze, muttering, they're gone. Nguyen Shandanda grew even more uneasy, his hand touching his pendant, his mind a tangled mess.
Who is she?
A police officer. From their conversation, it seems they came to investigate the girl from the underworld case. The sound of Then Kai's high heels grew closer, clearer. He thought to himself, I can't let her discover this notebook, even though it's in the form of a necklace right now. If it's exposed, just then, an unexpected voice rang out.
Found you?
Nguyen Shan was startled, grabbed in a headlock by two of his friends.
He recognized them and exclaimed in surprise, what are you guys doing here?
Haben Ban and Lai Trung Hong, their faces full of indignation, clung to him.
Haben Ben locked his arm around his wrist, growling, finally caught you.
Trung chimed in, his voice full of dissatisfaction.
This little punk runs off right after class.
They gave him no room to breathe, making him cough and try to calm them down.
Let me go, guys.
I'll go with you.
All right.
But they both replied in unison without a shred of trust.
No way.
They maintained their hold, dragging him towards the club.
Nguyen Chan could only sigh in resignation.
Meanwhile, Then Kai stood still, her eyes still filled with suspicion.
She muttered, am I just overthinking things?
Then Kai suddenly received a call. The voice on the other end was urgent.
It's me.
A moment later, she quickly turned back. She nodded, responding, and Curly understood.
I'm on my way back.
At the same time, in the Ghost Club's activity room, Nguyen Shanta looked at his two friends, still pinning him down inside.
Can you let go now? Are you that afraid I'll run away?
Lung Hung snorted, not denying it in the slightest.
You bet we are. Ha! Bam!
Ben added, his voice full of dissatisfaction.
Club activities require at least 3 people. If the teachers find out it's just the 2 of us every day, what if they disband the club? Nguyen Shandanda could only force a smile and make an excuse. Sorry, I've really been busy the last few days.
Lung Hong immediately retorted, glaring, stop lying. The group flipped the switch and entered the activity room. The space was filled with girls of all styles, from posters to character models.
Lung Hung teased. Besides sleeping, what else can you do? Nguyen Shana stammered, scratching his head. Write novels. Lung Hong's eyes widened in surprise. You can write novels. What genre?
He replied, his voice slightly hesitant. For now, it's the supernatural genre.
Hearing that, Haben Ban's and Lung Hong's eyes lit up.
They immediately dropped what they were doing, moved closer, and said in unison quick.
Let us see. Nguyen Chan forced a smile and shook his head. I'm still thinking about it. It's just a draft.
Lung Hong's attitude immediately changed.
He sulked. Channa, you're so boring. You don't see us as brothers.
A Ban chimed in, even pulling up his shirt. His voice full of grievance.
That's right. We even showed you our wafers from games and comics.
Nguyen Shan had just laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, thinking to himself, how could I possibly show that to you guys?
He replied dismissively. Wait until I'm finished writing. Then we'll see. Ham Ban and Li Hung as if they understood guessed excitedly judging by your expression. You're stuck for ideas, right? Everyone in class has been talking about this lately. Maybe it'll give you some inspiration. And Yen Chan was curious guessing what you're talking about. Could it be? Ha! Bam! Bang! Cut him off.
His voice excited. The urban legend that spread from the forum not long ago. Lai Hung said in unison, pointing at the computer screen.
The girl from the underworld. Nguyen Shana froze, answering blankly. Oh.
In his heart, he thought with a bitter taste.
Using the story I wrote to give me inspiration. There's really nothing left to say.
Haben suddenly looked surprised and muttered.
What's going on? Where's the website? I can't find the forum anymore. Nguyen Shan frowned, wondering, did the internet go down?
Han Ban stared intently at the screen and noticed something unusual. His voice full of suspicion.
No, that's not right. There's a pop-up window here.
It's for some trashy games. Lung Hong quickly took out his phone to check, muttering, my phone still has Wi-Fi.
Full signal. I can even stream videos.
But then he froze, his voice surprised.
Wait, I can't access the forum on my phone either.
Nguyen Shan pondered, thinking to himself, it's not a network problem. It seems the forum has been blocked. He was suddenly startled, muttering, wait, could it be that even Letters from Hell has been blocked? A thought flashed through his mind.
He speculated, could it be those 2 people I met at school today?
Without hesitation, he rushed outside, leaving his 2 friends with bewildered looks.
Lung Hong called after him, John Tu, what's wrong?
He replied hastily without turning back.
I have something to do. I'll be right back.
Aban Ban yelled in frustration.
Chanu, you're ditching us again.
Nguyen Shan ran to the hallway where Tan Taya Sun was standing. Suddenly, he was hit by a powerful blow and fell to the ground.
Wonkin Nan, his face grim, roared, "You want to die? You still dare to snitch to the teachers?" Nguyen Shanu appeared. Wonkin Nan glanced over, his voice provocative. "Why is it you again?"
Tantasun trembled, his voice cracking as he called out, "See classmate Chanu." He knelt down, crying and begging, "Please help me."
But Nguyen Shanu just shook his head coldly. "Sorry, I don't have time right now."
He ran off, leaving Tanis Sun in despair. Wang Chi Nan smirked smugly.
"What's wrong?"
He continued to rain down merciless punches on Tanu's son, yelling as he hit him.
"You think Nyen Chanta will always protect you?" He stomped hard on him,
his voice full of mockery. "Everyone knows whether that guy cares about something or not depends on his mood."
"You fool. Who knows? One day you might piss him off and he might even beat you up too." Tantio clenched his fists, his gaze following Nyen Chand as retreating back through his broken glasses.
As it disappeared into the crowd, he ran outside panting and thought to himself,
"They probably haven't gone far."
His eyes widened, scanning the chattering crowd. One person said, "So much homework. I'm bored to death."
Another person replied, "How did you do on the test this time?"
"I was 2 points short of passing."
Another voice chimed in, "It's okay."
Nguyen Shantu, frustrated, muttered, "Damn it, they're gone." He clenched his necklace, his thoughts racing. If even letters from hell has been blocked, it proves their abilities could be a major threat to my creations. I have to find a way to find about who they are, or it will severely limit my ability to create urban legends. At that point, my lifespan will no longer increase and death will be the only path left. The scene changes. At the Jiang City Police Department, a girl reports to Tang Kai. Her voice respectful, "Captain Then Kai, as per your orders to prevent more victims."
"We have shut down the forum." Then Kai glanced over.
Her eyes cold.
"Good work. What about the letters from hell website?"
The girl turned her head slightly evasive. "The researchers tried, but there's no way to shut it down." Then Kai frowned, her voice low. "It seems a strange power is protecting a website." She immediately gave an order, her voice decisive.
"Evacuate immediately. Get everyone out of this building. At midnight tonight, we must try to shut down the website."
Everyone in the department whispered amongst themselves, wondering where this captain had come from.
Tatten, who had appeared in the Shoja case, spoke up previously.
After a series of suicide cases, the investigation was taken over by the Special Division. An officer asked and surprised the Special Division to explain the Special Division is a unit directly under the highest investigative body of the Ministry of Public Security, specializing in strange cases that the regular police department
can't handle.
In short, this is an order from above.
We just need to cooperate.
At 11:55 p.m., Tritone looked at Tang Kai, her voice full of worry.
"Chief Then Kai, is it really that dangerous just to block a website?"
Then Kai replied, her eyes sharp.
"How many days have you been in training?"
Tried to stammered, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. That she hesitated, her eyes darting nervously at Then Kai, who was sitting sternly in front of her.
Then Kai's face was ice cold,
as if she had just criticized a serious mistake.
"Why would the higher-up send a fledgling like you here?" Tried to flustered.
Her cheeks flushed and she quickly bowed her head. "I'm sorry, Chief Then Kai.
I didn't mean to hide the fact that I'm new." "I thought you already knew."
Then Kai raised an eyebrow slightly, waving her hand as if she didn't want to dwell on it.
"Forget," she said,
her voice tinged with weariness. "It seems the experienced assistants in the Special Division are really going extinct." She paused, her sharp gaze fixed on Trium.
"Have you taken the classes on ghost, vengeful spirits and anomalies yet?" Trium's eyes immediately lit up,
her voice much more enthusiastic.
"I know about those."
She confidently began to explain, her tone like she was reciting a lesson.
Ghosts are people who died unfortunate or natural deaths. They are basically harmless, even kind.
Normally, we would just help them pass on.
Vengeful spirits, on the other hand, are formed from lingering resentment combined with a soul that hasn't disappeared.
If we encounter one, a person with abilities can directly make it vanish. And if you don't have abilities, you run as fast as you can, then find someone to destroy it. She paused, tilting her head proudly.
However, I believe that our supervisors can definitely destroy anomalies.
Then Kai just smirked faintly, a slight hint of irony in her smile. Then I'll tell you a harsh truth, she said. Her voice even but cold as the night wind. To humans, anomalies are not just an incomprehensible existence, but also something that cannot be killed. A terrifying scene appeared. Only an anomaly can deal with or kill another anomaly.
So what about us humans?
She tilted her head, her gaze seeming too boring to try to. We can only figure out the anomaly's killing power. Try to avoid being killed and at the same time find a way to contain them in a certain area. She paused, her voice dropping lower, tinged with seriousness.
Do you know why? After only 3 days of training, the special division sent you to be my assistant.
Without waiting for Try to answer, she continued coldly.
Because when investigating anomaly incidents,
we encounter countless strange things.
The slightest mistake can cost you your life.
And the so-called assistant is just using staff for trial and error. Try to trembled, her eyes wide with horror.
Trial and error.
Her voice cracked as if she had just heard something beyond comprehension. Then Kai ignored her panic, calmly explaining further.
This afternoon at the school, you were supposed to be the one to test the curse.
But a level 1 newcomer who can't even see a curse.
What are you doing here?
She shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Then she quickly performed the final operation, her fingers flying across the keyboard, preparing to block the website. Once finished, she turned to Try to, her voice decisive.
All right, next. Release your spiritual power and press the Enter key.
Try to froze. A look of confusion on her face, as if she didn't understand what was happening. She hesitated, her finger hovering over the keyboard, not daring to press it. Then Kai let out a small smile, her eyes gentle as if to soothe the young girl's fear. Don't worry, she said, her voice reassuring, but with a hint of teasing. According to the contract, if you die, your family will receive 5 million in compensation. Try to stood before the keyboard, her hands trembling. Her face as pale as if she had just heard a fated prophecy. Seeing the girl still hesitating, then Kai raised an eyebrow, her voice calm but sharp. Of course, you can also choose to give up, leave this room, and withdraw from the special division. Try to bit her lip, her trembling legs slowly moving towards the keyboard. Taking a deep breath, she mustered all her courage, her shaking hand pressing down hard on the inner key as she screamed. In that instant, blinding blue light flashed from the keyboard like an explosion of energy. The terrifying power was unleashed, throwing both of them backwards. The furniture in the room crashed and shattered. Trita was thrown into a corner by the forest. Her eyes filled with tears, sobbing as she asked, Chief Dang Kai, is it over? On the computer screen, the light flickered unsteadily. Then Kai squinted, observing carefully, her voice thoughtful. It seems this anomaly isn't as terrifying as I thought. But just then, Triduum suddenly cried out, her voice trembling with horror. Wait! The computer screen suddenly turned a blood-red color from which a girl's face with a terrifying expression emerged accompanied by a chilling message. Letters from hell tried to panicked clutching Think Kai's arm and screaming, what is this? On the screen the girl's horrifying face still hovered and below it a message appeared. Are you sure you want to block this program? Then Kai didn't hesitate, immediately pressing the block command. But things didn't go as planned. Another notification popped up. Failed to close letters from hell. Perhaps this is a warning from the anomaly. The computer screen was now just a crimson red like splattered fresh blood.
Try to, stammered her voice trembling.
Chief then Kai before she could finish her question.
Then Kai cut her off, her sharp eyes on her. You did well. Grow up fast.
She pondered silently. For a long time, her eyebrows slightly furrowed.
If this is really a warning from the anomaly, then this is serious. Is this something the Special Division has never discovered since its founding, an anomaly starting to develop sentience?
She shook her head, telling herself, I hope I'm just overthinking it without further delay. Then Kai pulled out her phone and quickly dialed the number.
Hello, Hongam, she said decisively.
I need you to investigate the girl from the underworld case. On the other end, Hongam was sitting in a dimly lit room holding a game controller.
And replied loudly.
Then Kai continued, I also want you to take a look at that eyeball picture.
Hong paused, her voice suddenly serious. You've heard about it, haven't you? That picture has already killed nearly 200 people.
According to the documents provided by the police department, anyone who looks at the picture dies from mental shock.
She paused, her voice full of suspicion. So, you're still asking me to look at it?
Hung burst out laughing, her tone playful with a hint of mischief.
Then, Caillou can't die anyway.
But right after, she pretended to be hurt, her voice full of dissatisfaction.
Who asks for a favor so coldly? Are we even good colleagues anymore?
She paused, a glint in her eyes, as if an idea had just struck her.
How about this? Let's cooperate. 2 anomaly cases have just appeared.
We can investigate them together.
Besides, it's less scary together than alone. That way, even if things go wrong, we'll have company.
Then Kai nodded slightly, her voice calmed, but decisive. All right, but you investigate the girl from the underworld case first.
This is a bit serious. I'm not kidding with you. Police department. Let's meet there. I'm hanging up. Without letting Hongam say another word, she hung up immediately. Hongam was stunned, muttering with surprise.
You agreed way too quickly. At that moment, at 11:58 p.m., Nyan Chan sat in front of his computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He recalled the afternoon when those two had just left the school, and the forum was immediately frozen.
It must be to prevent the legend of the girl from the
underworld from spreading.
But if so, he muttered. Do they have the ability to shut down letters from hell? I just need to check the notebook to find out.
He opened the notebook, flipping through the pages carefully. It seems they belong to some organization that specializes in solving mysteries.
That's troublesome.
I never expected this kind of organization to exist. Suddenly, a notification flashed on the computer screen.
It's midnight.
Nguyen was startled, his eyes widening in surprise.
The website wasn't shut down.
He looked down at the notebook where a line of crimson text appeared. Zhang City Special Division tried to logs into Letters from Hell, failed to close Letters from Hell. He let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile playing on his lips.
Excellent. Looks like I'm still safe,
he told himself with certainty. If they can't freeze Letters from Hell, it proves that with their current abilities, they haven't found a way to control the girl from
the underworld yet.
But immediately after, he frowned.
A look of suspicion in his eyes. What is the relationship between the Special Division and those two?
He tried searching for information online, but not a single result appeared. He thought to himself, his voice sinking low. There's no information about the Special Division on any major forums or social networks either.
No matter what, I can't let my guard down. Nguyen Shan stood up, his figures silently blending into the darkness.
If I want to keep living, I can't let them interfere with the strange stories I create, he whispered, his voice full of determination. I have to continue increasing my spiritual power. Nguyen Shan sat pensively on the edge of his bed, his eyes focused as if trying to pierce the night. He silently pondered, remembering how the last time he increased his spiritual power.
It pushed his body to its limit. I don't know what state my body will be in this time,
whispered, his voice low and cautious. Without further delay, he opened the book and a dark energy immediately enveloped his body.
Whatever. I won't overthink it. Can't worry about that much. Time to power up.
He raised his hand, pointing his finger straight at the book's page where the text appeared clearly.
Urban legend. Strength 23,000 legend points. Good and evil 291. Spiritual power level 9+.
He smirked, a determined glint in his eyes.
Power is the only thing that can guarantee my survival.
Immediately, a brilliant red light erupted, engulfing the entire room. Everything around him seemed to be sucked into an invisible vortex.
Objects floated and collided noisily.
Nguyen Chan roared, his voice echoing, let's go. From his hand, a crimson flame erupted, radiating intense heat. His body trembled,
as if expanding from within.
The abundant power surging to the point where he could barely control it. This feeling, it's like my body is expanding, but I can clearly feel the power flowing inside. He squinted, staring intently at the book's page. The text appeared, spiritual power plus 1 point. Good and evil minus 100. Spiritual power level 1 upgraded to spiritual power level 2. Upgrade successful. He placed his hand on his chest. A look of surprise on his face. No, it's not the body, it's the soul. My soul is expanding. Growing larger. When the process ended, he stood up, lightly tapping the back of his neck, feeling an unusual lightness in his body. Not only are there no side effects, but my whole body feels lighter, and my 5 senses are sharper than ever, he muttered, his voice full of excitement. But suddenly, he froze, his sharp gaze darting towards the door. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Me. A chill ran down his spine. Actually, I've occasionally felt a pair of eyes on me before. But now, with my increased spiritual power, I can finally pinpoint where that gaze is coming from. He slowly walked towards the door, gripped the handle, and pushed it open forcefully. Inside was a cardboard box. He paused, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I almost forgot. You're still here, aren't you? A flash of red light emanated from the box. Nguyen Shan peeked inside, but immediately his body trembled slightly when he saw what was within. He slumped down, gently, patting the box, his voice low as if comforting himself. Why am I the one who's nervous? He hugged the box, pulled it out of the closet, and muttered, that's right. I created you. I shouldn't be the one who's nervous. He placed the box on the floor and gently coaxed, be good. But as soon as he opened the lid, a strange creature. Bulging eyes crawled out of the box, startling him backwards. That's way too scary. In the dark living room, Tunin, that strange creature, swayed to an invisible rhythm, looking oddly cheerful. Suddenly, a strange smell wafted from somewhere, making the air more suffocating than ever. Nguyen Shanu approached, holding some food, his voice gentle, but with a teasing tone. Tunin, stop watching cartoons. Want a late-night snack? Tunin trembled. Its bulging eyes panicked, and it quickly hid inside. A cardboard box. He chuckled, shaking his head, his voice tinged with helplessness. Seeing you in that box all day. I was afraid you'd get bored. Want to go out for a walk? Tun clung to the edge of the box, swaying in resistance, making trembling sounds. Mommy, mommy. Nguyen Xianide, sitting down in a nearby chair, his eyes softening slightly. This little guy looks intimidating, but he's really just a kid who's shy around strangers. He set the cup noodles aside and muttered, forget it. I'll eat first. Tuna Man peeked out from under the box lid, secretly watching him. Just then, Nguyen Shan's phone lit up with an incoming call. He answered, hello. Before he could react, a loud shout came from the other end. This is really happening. Quick,
click on the link I sent you. Someone is live streaming to reveal the killing rule of the girl from the underworld. And they're online with the melanating masses.
Nguyen Shana froze, the chopsticks in his hand pausing, forgetting to eat.
What?
He asked, his brow furrowed in surprise. The voice on the other end continued to shout. It's the owner of the girl from the underworld discussion thread on the forum. His nickname is Magical Boy Chen K2 on tonight. He wants to live stream his encounter with the girl from the underworld. Without delay, Nguyen Shanu immediately opened his computer and clicked on the link. On the screen, a young man with a horrifyingly distorted face appeared. A twisted smile on his lips. He leaned close to the camera, his voice strange.
Can't even wait a minute or two. I really wish the girl from the underworld would take you all. You ungrateful people. I know you're all very eager, but don't rush. The show is about to begin.
Nguyen Shan is sat in front of the screen, his eyes glued, curious to see what this guy would do next. The young man on the live stream continued to ramble. Many people say they've logged into letters from hell, even entered a name, but the girl from the underworld still didn't appear. Therefore, the girl from the underworld doesn't exist.
Nguyen Shan is squinted, watching intently.
The guy suddenly burst out laughing, his voice frantic.
Because you didn't meet her conditions.
He shot up, spreading his arms wide as if summoning something, and shouted to meet the girl from the underworld.
You must have immense anger in your heart. You must be pushed to the brink.
Then he laughed foolishly, a crazed glint in his eyes like someone who had lost their mind. The young man's face on the screen was contorted, giving off a chilling vibe.
This is the rule of the girl from the underworld, he declared.
His voice strangely excited. Nguyen is sat in front of his computer, a discreet smile on his lips, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He really figured out the killing rule of the girl from the underworld.
Not simple at all, he thought to himself. I'd also like to see if you can actually summon the girl from the underworld.
At this moment, at 12:03 a.m. in the Handfuck residential area. Then Kai and Hong Amam stood under the dim light of the street lamp also watching the guy's livestream.
Then Kai squinted.
Her voice cold as she gave the order.
Handfuck residential area, Building B, Unit 40B, be ready to cut the live stream connection at any moment. Rest him immediately.
Hongam took a sip of water, her eyes glancing at the phone screen, then turned to ask, do you think what he's saying is true? Then Kai pondered, her finger tapping lightly on her cup.
It's very likely.
2 days ago, the Special Division hastily found a few criminals to test it, but they couldn't meet the girl from the underworld. At that time, I felt something was strange. Now it seems perhaps the resentment of those criminals wasn't strong enough. Hongam nodded, a hint of agreement in her eyes.
These people have probably figured out the rule from that.
They both looked up towards the building in the distance. Then Kai smirked slightly, her voice low.
Ordinary people who can figure out the killing rules of an anomaly.
Some survivors are even stronger than those who only have spiritual power. Meanwhile, Nanshana kept his eyes glued to the screen, watching the guy intently.
He rambled on. I've said so much. I know many of you don't believe me. Next. I'll take you all to see it live. Keep your eyes peeled. He stood up holding his phone and pressed a key on his computer keyboard.
Instantly, the screen showed a mailbox with the words, I have come to relieve your resentment. The viewer comments section exploded, more chaotic than ever. The guy smirked, his smile carrying a terrifying look.
Success.
He secretly typed something else, his eyes starting around.
I can't let you guys see this. Just a little longer and you'll be able to see the girl from the underworld.
He was nervous, his hand trembling as he prepared to press the send button, his eyes shining as if waiting for a miracle.
But at that very moment, the live stream channel was abruptly cut off.
The viewers were stunned, buzzing with discussion.
Nguyen Chanta was also stunned. His eyebrows furrowed.
The live stream stopped, he muttered, his eyes full of suspicion. Holding the book in his hand, he turned to look at the cardboard box, his voice low.
Tunin, what's wrong with you? On the computer screen, a desolate landscape appeared as cold as the underworld.
Nguyen Shan suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if someone was lurking.
He whipped around, his sharp gaze scanning the room, then looking at his own hand. But he only caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by, its ethereal legs disappearing into the darkness. At the same time, in the school's utility room, Tantia's son was locked in a cramped, dark space. He trembled, tears streaming down his face, sobbing and begging, let me out. The phone in his pocket fell to the floor, and he clumsily crawled to pick it up. His face stained with tears, his eyes flashed with a burning resentment. They all deserve to die. Deserve to die. Go to hell, he screamed, his voice filled with fury. Didn't they say the girl from the underworld is real? I want her to take all of you away.
Tantia's son frantically tapped on his phone screen, his mind lost in painful memories.
He remembered being brutally beaten by Vuong and Nan with a wicked smile.
He had punched and yelled in his face. I heard that girl from the underworld legend is really popular lately. At that time, Tanti's son was already lying on the ground, only able to let out weak sobs.
Venkin Nan continued mocking. Did you write my name down? Ha! Did you?
Tanti's son had no strength left to resist, only able to beg in despair.
Brother Nanny. But Vuong Nan's punches still rained down without a hint of mercy.
He roared threateningly, I'm telling you, if you dare do that, I'll send you to hell myself. Tantia's son screamed in pain, his voice cracking, I didn't.
I didn't. Vuong Nan's.
His malicious smile revealing his wicked nature. However, I'm also very curious to know if that legend is real.
That Nguyen Shan guy. He saw you getting beaten and didn't save you. What do you think? Is he worth hating? Tantia's son remembered the moment Nan Chan abandoned him.
His heart filled with hatred. Cursing, he frantically typed on his phone.
That's right. It's all your fault. All your fault. If you hadn't refused to save me, I wouldn't have been beaten. I've really had enough. That's right. He entered Nguyen Shan's name into the input box. His trembling finger pressed the send button.
Instantly, a ghostly figure, Yum Mini, appeared before Nguyen Shan, too. He was stunned, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. No, that's not right, he muttered, his voice full of doubt. I created the urban legend, so how can someone else use it to kill me? He looked straight at you, Minnie. His eyes sharp but unable to hide his knees.
So now you want to take me to hell?
Yumanai paused, her demonic eyes showing a flicker of surprise before she spoke in a low voice.
No, my lord. Someone wrote your name in a letter from hell, but my power was granted by you. Therefore, you are the exception to the rule.
The pact has been made, but you can decide the outcome.
Either cancel it directly or send the person who wrote your name to hell. Nguyen Shan breathed a sigh of relief.
A weight lifted from his chest. He stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping over the figure before him. I understand, he said, his voice low but decisive.
Then he frowned and asked, so, who wrote my name?
Why Minnie replied immediately, her voice as even as if reading a verdict.
Tan's son.
Nguyen Shan repeated, his voice full of doubt.
Tan's son, who's that? Do you know him? He pondered. His mind flashing to an image of Tanu's son who had once arrogantly declared to a crowd. I clearly wrote Nguyen Chan's name. I saw the girl from the underworld. Why didn't he go to hell? There's something wrong with Nguyen Chanu. Everyone must capture him.
He smirked, a cold glint in his eyes. If I directly break the pact and he finds out he's not going to hell, I might be exposed to the special division. He turned to Yumi, his voice low but firm. Then let him go to hell. However, I want to meet him first.
Yumi nodded slightly, her voice respectful. Understood, my lord.
Instantly, Tanti's son's face appeared in the space. He woke with a start, his eyes wide with panic, and screamed, This
is the girl from the underworld.
Seeing the ghostly figure before him, Tanu-san trembled, his voice cracking, No.
No. Isn't that right? Weren't you supposed to send Nguyen Shandanda to hell? Why am I here?
I clearly plucked the spider lily petals.
Nguyen Shantu, without changing his clothes, wore a terrifying demon mask and slowly approached.
His voice was deep and cold, echoing as if from the netherworld.
Your Tanu's son speak. Why did you write Nguyen Chan's name in the letter from hell?
Tantia's son flinched, backing away until he tripped and fell, stammering.
Why are you asking me? I'm not ready to die yet.
He panicked, his eyes darting around.
What about Nguyen? Shanu, I get it. Did he curse me too? You?
He lost his balance and fell backwards right as a swarm of dark demons latched onto his body, dragging him into the darkness. Tenta's son screamed in terror.
What is this? Help! Help! Save me, please.
Yumeni approached, her eyes as sharp as a blade, her voice threatening.
Answer my lord's question.
Nguyen Shan raised his hand and streams of dark energy shot out, squeezing Tan Tuan's chest and forcing his head down. He shouted, his voice trembling, I'll talk. I'll talk. He helped me once before, but when I was being bullied by Vwankna a second time, he acted like he didn't see. If he hadn't stood by and watched, Vwankin Nam wouldn't have beaten me again and locked me in the utility room. Nguyen Shan narrowed his eyes, his voice deep, cold, and sharp. And so, you came to resent Nguyen Shanu. He stepped closer, his gaze seeming to bore into Tanu-san's soul. Tanta-san, perhaps you don't know, but the girl from the underworld was created by me. She is a weapon for victims like you to fight back against criminals. But you still didn't dare to use this weapon against the real culprits. Instead, you directed your resentment towards the person who once helped you.
Tantu's son was speechless.
Unable to utter a word, partly out of fear, and partly because what Nguyen Shana said was not wrong, he continued, his voice steady, but carrying in the weight of a verdict.
The ones who bullied you will get what they deserve. But you cannot escape punishment.
He raised his hand and gestured, throw him into the river.
Tan Tuan panicked, screaming in despair. No, don't. I know I was wrong. I was wrong.
He struggled helplessly, feeling as though his life was about to end. But suddenly, his eyes shot open and he realized he was lying in the house of the magical boy Changquang, drenched in sweat, at the same time under a dim light. Then Kai held a spider lily, observing it intently. She said softly to Hangam, this flower, aside from a dark coldness, has no other feeling.
You try using your spiritual power. Hangam nodded and without hesitation reached out to touch the petal.
Instantly, she screamed and quickly pulled her hand back.
Hot, hot, hot.
Then Kai frowned, her voice thoughtful. It's certain that only the person who sent the letter can pluck this spider lily. She shook her head, a look of disappointment on her face.
No useful information. Let's start planning.
Hung blew on her almost burned hand and teased.
Why don't you try stealing a bit?
Then Kai removed the glasses from her face, revealing a hand of only white bone that emitted a demonic green light.
I've already tried, she replied cold.
Ly using this hand to steal the resentment from that student. But these glasses told me that if I force it, death is the only outcome.
Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. What Yimiha?
Then Kai didn't answer, just turned and walked away, her cold figure melting into the darkness.
The plan hasn't officially started yet. You can still consider leaving right now. Han Yamam was deep in thought, but then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Look at you. Can't you take a joke? Then let's not waste any more time.
Take him back to the special division for examination. They both left the room with Hong Amam casually dragging the magical boy Chan Kwang, who was tied up and still struggling on the floor, out with her. Elsewhere, Nu Yen Shan silently watched the two of them through the pages of a book. He pondered, a hint of doubt in his eyes.
I've always wondered if the supernatural exists in this world. If it does, how strong is their power? Can they directly confront or kill an anomaly?
He flipped through the pages, whispering as if questioning himself.
Now, according to this notebook's observations, I can even confirm one thing.
These people with abilities have formed a supernatural organization called the Special Division.
Their existence is to deal with anomalies.
And they have already begun their investigation. Beside him, Yumi whispered along with Tunin and Tue. Fortunately, they haven't found a countermeasure yet, he nodded, his voice low.
Let's continue to monitor them then. Yumi tilted her head slightly. A demonic glint in her eyes. My lord, there's another mission. Nanshana smirked, his eyes never leaving the water surface.
I know, he replied, his voice even, but full of determination.
You go on ahead.
In the interrogation room of the Special Division, a man was handcuffed, his face contorted with resentment. He yelled at Hongam, his voice, murderer. This murderer.
You murderers. Hongam yawned loudly, not paying him any mind. Her gaze indifferent.
Then Kai stood beside her, frowning, her voice thoughtful.
An ordinary person has such a great hatred for you. What did you do? Hung rested her chin on her hand.
Her voice as calm as if she were telling an old story.
Maybe it's because I killed his daughter.
Then Kai raised an eyebrow slightly, not too surprised. Oh, an anomaly incident. Hong Yamam rested her chin on her hand, her voice as calm as if she were telling an old story.
Maybe it's because I killed his daughter.
Hong Yamam nodded, her eyes showing a hint of reminiscence. Speaking of which, that was when I had just joined the Special Division.
During a patrol, I detected a faint anomalous aura on his daughter. You know how it is back then. And I hated anomalies with a passion. The moment I looked up, that anomaly detected me.
That student was already dead.
Her body had just been possessed by the anomaly.
In the end, I killed her. She paused, her eyes growing cold. Before she died, she still managed to cry out one last thing.
I've been found out.
Hearing this, the man roared in anger. His eyes bloodshot.
Bullshasta's tea. You're lying. You're the murderer. You killed my daughter. Hongam shrugged, not denying it. Her voice joking.
Yes, I killed her. She approached him, holding out her phone in front of his face.
The screen displaying a dark website now.
I'm giving you a chance for revenge.
This website is letters from hell. Just write my name on it and I'll be sent to hell.
The man roared, his voice trembling with rage.
Arrest her. You're all accomplices. Why aren't you arresting her? Hongam turned to the others.
In the room, her eyes sharp as knives.
Everyone step outside first.
After the room was empty, Trita stood outside the door, looking anxiously at Tang Kai.
If we're not in there, will Senior Hong Am be okay?
Then Kai remained calm. Her voice even but sharp.
None of us can be in there.
The step is the most confidential part of the Special Division. Seeing Tritoum still looking puzzled, she frowned slightly and explained further. You probably don't know, but the Special Division possesses an anomalous item called the Death File. As long as you have a photo and write down the person's full name and birth details, you can cause that person to die. Therefore, whether it's me or Hong Amam, we usually use aliases. Our real names are our ultimate line of defense. Except for the director, no one can look them up. Neither you nor I have the right to know Hong Am's real name. Trituam was still baffled, her eyes showing curiosity. So the person from before, and Kai cut her off, her voice cold. Get rid of your useless curiosity.
Members of the special division shouldn't have such interest.
She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over Tridoam. Ever since his daughter died, his mind has been unstable.
He was arrested for getting drunk and injuring his wife.
So, it's better to let him choose a useful death. Suddenly, the Kai froze. The door in front of her began to glow with a crimson light, like spreading fresh blood. One of her eyes flashed, reflecting a demonic green light. She was stunned by the scene she saw.
Yumi was handing a spider lily to someone.
The crimson person gradually faded away in front of Yumi. Suddenly, Yumi whipped around, her sharp, cold gaze staring straight at then Kai, startling her. Then Kai quickly slammed the door shut, her heart pounding. Trida standing beside her asked wordly, "Lady then Kai, are you all right?" Then Kai adjusted her glasses, maintaining her composure.
"I'm fine." But just then, she caught a glimpse of Yumi's figure appearing silently behind Trium.
Then Kai was stunned, her eyes wide with shock.
The people around her quickly surrounded her, asking worriedly, "What happened?" "Chief Tang Kai." She quickly regained her composure, thinking, "It's a warning."
She gestured for everyone to enter the room, her heart heavy with anxiety.
"On the other hand, I hope it's not a warning. If an anomaly can warn us, then it proves my earlier suspicions were correct.
They have evolved consciousness." She turned to Hongam, her voice urgent.
"Hongam, you're not actually dead, are you?"
But the scene before them left the group speechless. Hongam lay there, her eyes wide open, blood streaming from the corners. Elsewhere, Hongam suddenly woke up, her hands and feet tied.
She looked around, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Is this the underworld?" "Yum."
Minnie brought her demonic face close to Hong's, her cold eyes seeming to pierce through her soul. Nguyen Shan stood to one side, watching silently, a mysterious smile on his lips.
"If you're going to test this with your life, then let me give you a good look," he thought.
Then he spoke in a low voice, giving an order.
"Classmate 2A, begin." "Yum." Minnie nodded, her long fingers gently touching Hong's forehead.
Instantly, a look of horror appeared in Hong's eyes.
Her body feeling as if it were being pulled down into a bottomless abyss. Countless dark hands reached out from the darkness, binding her tightly.
Before her eyes, a grotesque, demonic face enlarged, causing Hongam to float in midair, her entire body trembling.
Nguyen Chanu approached, his voice as cold as ice. "Trespasser of hell, you have arrived." Hong panicked, stammering, "No, that's not right."
She opened her eyes, only to realize she was still tied up on Yumi's boat. Her gaze shifted far into the distance, catching sight of Nguyen Shan's demonic figure standing under the moonlight.
Suddenly, Hong's eyes widened as if she had seen something terrifying. "Scary to scary.
My courage, my strength, it's all been eroded." She trembled, her voice cracking.
"So this is..." The boat suddenly plunged downwards as if falling into an endless waterfall.
Hongam was swept away by the current, her body sinking deep into the darkness. But in that moment, she snapped her eyes open.
"I really can't see." She found herself back in reality, surrounded by the worried faces of her teammates. "Sir Hongam, you're awake," they exclaimed happily.
Hong clutched her head,
adding it lightly, her expression weary.
Then Kai approached, her voice urgent.
"You're out. Did you find anything?" Hongam took a deep breath, trying to sort through her chaotic memories, and recounted weakly. "In the middle of the river ahead, there's a waterfall. Below that waterfall is the real hell."
At that moment, I felt like I was being swallowed by a dark shadow.
My senses were numb.
Like a wandering ghost, my consciousness gradually faded and the connection between me and my shadow weakened. When the feeling reached its peak, I contacted my shadow and pulled my soul back. He paused, his eyes showing clear horror.
"The scariest part is that the girl from the underworld seems to be conscious."
I felt like I was being controlled by her, as if in her hands I could be crushed at any moment. He trembled, his voice cracking.
She was warning me. Impossible. How can this be? Then Kai fell into deep thought.
The image of Yumi standing behind tried him flashing through her mind.
Hong continued her voice. There's something else in hell that I couldn't see clearly. I don't know what it is. Maybe another anomaly.
Then Kai suddenly cut him off, her eyes sharp.
All right, Hong Amam. He was still in a state of panic.
She paused, her voice lowering.
What do we do now?
The girl from the underworld, a sharp glint in her eyes, had revealed a thinking ability beyond their expectations. Then Kai, her voice deep and hoarse, replied to him, I only know that if all anomalies gain consciousness, and if they ever unite, that will be the day the world ends. With that, she hastily left, her steps urgent, as if carrying the burden of immediately reporting to her superiors far away. Yumi gently flipped through the pages of a book, her fingers gliding lightly over the paper.
Her gaze focused. She looked up and asked Nguyen Shantu with a doubtful voice, My lord, is it really okay to do this? He smiled faintly, replying confidently, It's fine. Just a warning so they'll be on guard. It's enough for them to understand your rules.
If we had actually killed him, it would likely cause more trouble. Manai nodded, looking obedient, her eyes shining with trust. In the book before her, the lines appeared clearly. Then Kai said, the high-ranking Special Division and the Council of Sages have unanimously decided to seal the first anomaly with consciousness.
The girl from the underworld using the highest level of security. Nguyen Shandanda read and pondered, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. An organization of superhumans, so there are still so many people with special powers.
He frowned, thinking about Hong Amam, the one who had used his ability to escape from hell.
Tue's anomaly rules, though detailed, have quite a few loopholes.
The more complex the rules, the more loopholes there are. I need to become stronger to use this to modify and supplement her rules.
Otherwise, she's not even as strong as Tunan.
Just then, Tuna with undisguised excitement jumped up and clung to Yumi's head, chirping.
Mommy Yumi was helpless. Could only sigh.
And turned to look at Nguyen Shantu. Her voice full of resignation, My lord, Wan Shan smirked, his eyes sparkling with amusement, and turned to ask, Classmate Tue, let me ask you something.
If I hadn't intervened, could he have escaped? Yumi shook her head.
Her voice firm, he could not have escaped. Nguyen Shana frowned, his eyes showing a look of confusion.
Go on, but he didn't die.
Yumi calmly explained, her tone certain, No, I fulfilled the pact according to my rules.
He is already dead. His soul is in hell.
Nguyen Shan depaid, a look of shock in his eyes. According to Tue's rules, as long as one is dragged to hell and their soul is in prison, that is considered death. No matter what method Hongam used to return to reality, she wouldn't pursue him further unless he thought that person has the ability to split their soul, possesses an item that can die in their place. Whether spiritual power has reached a level high enough to deceive. Tue Manai gently tugged on his sleeve, her eyes showing a mix of curiosity and confusion. She pointed at the book, her voice soft but questioning, Is this talking about me? Then she looked at the text and muttered, What does Shin mean at the Special Division? On the third basement level of the Special Division, a man's figure walked slowly down the deserted hallway.
The briefcase in his hand swaying gently with his steps.
He stopped in front of a door, pushed it gently, and stepped in.
Sighed.
In front of him was an old wooden table on which sat an overturned white cup with a thin red thread running through it like a hidden blood vessel. He approached, placing the pieces of paper symmetrically on either side of the cup. Suddenly, the cup flew up, hovering like a strange omen. Grasping it, he brought it close to his ear and commanded in a low voice, Tell me, if Shin devours the girl from the underworld,
what will happen? The sound from the cup was cold and clear. Shin's power will grow even stronger.
He frowned, his eyes sharp, and continued to ask, Tell me, are the sentient anomalies in this world many?
Few, or extremely few.
The sound from the cup replied concisely, Extremely few. After hearing this, he immediately turned on his walkie-talkie, his voice firm.
The Devour plan. I vote in favor.
In the meeting room of the Special Division, where the 12 sages were gathered, voices echoed, each with a different opinion. In a deep voice declared decisively the seizure plan. I vote in favor, but immediately after another resolute voice objected, no, I still oppose that. A stubborn member of the Council of Sages with a determined gaze spoke up. Perhaps we can negotiate with the girl from the underworld. Most importantly, we can't continue to rely on Shen to deal with Anomaly. But Mr. Huang, another member of the council, smirked, his eyes showing a hint of mockery.
Even if you negotiate with an anomaly, will it stop killing people?
He paused, his tone cold, and began to list. The killing principles of the girl from the underworld from beginning to end are in the hands of humans. He paused, his eyes sharp, then continued. Rule 1, only those filled with resentment can contact her. Rule 2, she appears between 12:00 a.m. and 1:00 a.m. Rule 3, only when the resentful person plugs the spider lily she gives them is the pact officially complete. Rule 4, her abilities are limited to the city of Jiangthan from these points. He smirked slightly, his voice full of hidden meaning. But I propose a hypothesis. If she can think, can she control the rules herself? Hearing this, Dingja couldn't hold back, slamming his hand on the table and hissing in anger. Then I'll go talk to her. That impulsive action immediately drew sharp, cold and authoritative gazes from the members in the meeting room. Even Mr. Was stared at him, his displeasure clearly visible. Dingja, pressured by those gazes, was momentarily frightened. He quickly softened his tone. Taking a step back and muttering his sorry, I was a bit irrational just now. Mr. One nodded slightly, his voice calm, but no less stern.
Dingja, I've always admired this personality of yours.
The investigative department needs people like you, but don't forget our lives are one. With that, he stood up and slowly walked over to Dingja, who was gritting his teeth in suppression. Mr. W placed a hand on his shoulder, his words carrying the weight of a threat.
We absolutely cannot allow a conscious anomaly to exist.
Then he turned to leave, but not without looking back, leaving a meaningful sentence.
If in the end, even Shan cannot destroy the girl from the underworld, I will support your method. Watching Mr. retreating back, Dingja clenched his fist,
his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He thought to himself, this plan cannot fail. So he carried a dark belief.
Everyone who had ever come into contact with Shun,
whether they were his supervisor or an anomaly, had died. There were no exceptions. Shun was the most incomprehensible anomaly.
Scene change. Nguyen Shantu with a bewildered face blurted out.
But Lai Trunhong standing beside him was no better. He muttered, Waha Ban Ban, his eyes wide, blurted out in confusion.
Loi Nguyen changed his mind was a mess. He turned and asked with a bewildered expression, what is going on?
It turned out he was standing in the middle of the schoolyard where everything seemed completely unrelated to the conspiracies and mystery that had just been revealed. In the Ghost Club's activity room, the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. A crowd of students pushed and shoved, all trying to submit their applications to join. One person shouted excitedly, Don't push! Don't push! I have a strong constitution and pure young blood.
I must join this club.
Another, his face red from arguing, retorted, Join my foot.
Weren't you the one who said you only believe in science the other day?
Amidst the deafening noise, sharp gazes were suddenly turned in unison toward Nguyen Shanu. A shout rose above the crowd. Look, the club members are here. Faced with those gazes burning with determination, Nguyen Shanu and his two friends felt a chill run down their spines. Lai Trunghong stammered, his voice trembling.
Chan, sensing the bad situation, immediately reacted. Nguyen Shanu shouted decisively, signaling, Run! Instantly, an application form flew into the air.
On it was clearly written Tantu Sun.
hobbies, gaming, dream, rebirth. It wasn't just one.
A series of other forms were thrown about as the students chased after the three of them.
Their pursuing shouts echoed. Have you met the girl from the underworld yet? Club President Nu Yen, take me to see a ghost. A quick interview. Are you all legendary superpowered individuals? And does the club teach metaphysics and spirit channeling?
Amidst the cheering crowd, Habanban running and panting still had the energy to fell back.
I'm the real club president.
Some girl with a clear voice chimed in.
So cute.
At this point, Nu Yen Shana could only run for his life, silently cursing.
Fools really don't know fear. Meet her. I've already been to hell and back. 5 minutes later, having escaped to a distant corner, he stopped inside in relief. Looks like we escaped.
Lung Hung sat down on the stairs, drenched in sweat, and complained.
I'm really exhausted. I feel like I'm about to meet my ancestors. Ha! Banan Ban, leaning on his knees and panting, looked up and asked Chanu, since when did you get so fit? Nan Chanu, though also tired, stood firm and replied with a smirk, what are you talking about? I'm tired, too. I suggest you guys spend some time working out. You'll get used to it.
While the three were talking, a couple was chatting sweetly on the floor below. The girl, in a sweet voice, invited, come to my place tonight to practice.
A moment later, Haben Ban was lying on the balcony railing, his eyes teary, lamenting, what do we do now?
Since the forum was locked, everyone believes the girl from the underworld is real. Our club suddenly got popular, and I just wanted a quiet place to play games.
Lai Trung Hung sighed, his voice full of boredom. Where is my happy place?
Faced with his friend's despair, Nu Yen Shandanda could only shake his head helplessly, thinking to himself, these two are truly useful. A girl walked up, her gentle voice ringing out, hello, everyone. The girl was Tan Hoi, her eyes shy, but unable to hide her curiosity.
She timidly spoke, you're members of the Ghost Club, right? Excuse me. Has my application to join been approved yet?
Seeing she looked unfamiliar, Nu Yen Chan frowned, his voice questioning, who is she? Lungan Han's face suddenly flushed, his eyes sparkling with interest, and he quickly spoke up.
I remember now. You're. He hesitated as if wanting to confirm, Tan Hoi, the one who applied to join before. And you had a close friend who also wanted to join, right? A Ban, not to be outdone, immediately rushed over, flashing a shy smile. Tan Hoi, it's really Tan Hoi.
Faced with this unexpected situation, Tan Hoi was at a loss for words, quietly replying, as a response, then she regained her composure and asked about her best friend. She's very interested in urban legends, but hasn't written her application yet.
Can we join together? A loud cheer suddenly erupted. It was unclear if it was Lung Hung or Ha Bam. Of course you can.
The next scene needs no description to be imagined. Ha Ban enthusiastically shook Tan Hoi's hand, his voice sweet. We're in need of people like you, and your best friend is also interested in urban legends. Welcome to the Ghost Club, dear classmate.
Tan Hoi, not wanting to be outdone, replied, that's right. That's right. Let's exchange contact info. When are you coming?
Seeing his friends so smitten, they forgot to even ask his opinion. Nu Yen Shan helplessly called out, hey guys, but no one paid him any attention. Any attention because they were both busy listening intently to Tan Hoi's reply, tomorrow we'll come together.
Then just then, a ding sounded.
The phone indicated a new notification.
At the same time, the necklace around Nu Yen Shan's neck suddenly flashed brightly.
He glanced at his two friends who were excitedly scanning QR codes to add Tan Hoi as a friend and wondered to himself, what's going on? Suddenly, Tan Hoi was startled when her phone vibrated.
She muttered, huh? A new message?
Nu Yen Shan walked closer. His expression was serious. His voice was low.
Classmate Tan Hoi, may I ask a question? Are you talking to that friend of yours? Tanhoi didn't hide anything and answered straightforwardly, no, it's a group message. There's a really popular game recently.
You find a few good friends or strangers, create a group, each person randomly takes a number.
And then you share your story starting from number 1 because you can relieve stress and pressure and you don't have to bother comforting others. A lot of people play it.
As she finished speaking, the air suddenly grew cold.
Ethereal black shadows resembling dangling human figures appeared in the dark corners.
A dark ominous eye hovered in midair as if watching her every word. Everything appeared vivid and horrifying just as she had described.
We call it, it's your turn. Could it be that in Tanhoi's phone, before he could finish his thought?
To you, suddenly climbed onto his shoulder. Its round eyes also looking at the book on his lap. The content in the book made him pause, his face showing clear surprise.
If you sense the existence of the special division, you must stay away. Do not have any curiosity.
He frowned, a flicker of unease in his heart.
Stay away. Don't be curious. Is this a warning to me? Just then, Tunan slid down his leg.
Its curious gaze fixed on the phone on the table, which was vibrating with a new notification. Nguyen Shanda picked up his phone and skimmed through the messages. It turned out Tanhoi had just sent an invitation to the entire Ghost Club to join the game. She had mentioned looking at her enthusiastic words.
He couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself.
It seems she really did come looking for us on purpose. While he was engrossed in reading the messages, Tunan silently crept up behind him, suddenly hugged him tightly and shouted in a clear voice, "Mommy!" Startled, Nguyen Shanda could only laugh and comforted gently, "Oh, it's Tunan.
Sorry. I'll play with you in a bit."
Tunan, giving him a pouting look, suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, chirping non-stop, "Mommy, Mommy!" Faced with this mischievous child, Nguyen Shan could only sigh and advise gently, "Tunan, don't mess around." Suddenly, it covered his eyes with both hands, its voice clear and bright with surprise. He froze, wondering, "Huh, Tunan?" At that moment, Tunan clung to the edge of the table.
Its tiny hands struggled to climb up.
After a struggle, it paused and finally managed to climb onto the tabletop. With a shy look, it turned to him, its voice excited.
"Mommy, look. Mommy, look."
Curious, Nguyen Chan frowned, a question in his eyes.
"Look at what?"
Just a moment later, Tunan suddenly stood up straight on its tiny feet, jumped high into the air, and showed off its complete form with full arms and legs, just like a real child. Seeing this, Nguyen Shan's eyes widened in amazement, and he shouted, "Tun Nan, you!" He quickly hugged it, lifting it high, his voice full of excitement.
"You've evolved." Tunan was no less joyful. "Mommy! Mommy!" it cried out.
While both were celebrating Tunan's change in the Ghost Club's group chat, Tanhoi was trying hard to get everyone to join the game.
"It's your turn."
A mysterious power seemed to have seeped into Nguyen Chan's phone. As soon as Tanhoi invited him to join, the image of a black crow with eerie glowing red eyes suddenly flashed. Accompanied by a resonant voice, "Chan to over here."
Scene change.
On the outskirts of Jiangthan City in an abandoned factory, Lung Hong held a bouquet of flowers in one hand and his phone in the other, excitedly taking a selfie.
A Bam Ban equally excited shouted, "This place is cool, right?"
Seeing his overly excited friends, Nguyen Shan frowned, his voice low as he reminded them, "You don't need to shout so loud."
"I heard you." Glancing at the map and realizing how chillingly desolate the area was, he muttered in annoyance, "What the hell is this place? What era is this abandoned factory from?" Haben Ban didn't care about his question, just grinned and said, "We're here anyway."
Treated as the first activity of our Ghost Club, Lung Hung was only focused on one thing at this point.
Where are the two beauties?
Faced with his teammates' baffled expressions, he could only sigh inwardly, thinking helplessly.
These two idiots can't even sense the slightest strange sign.
He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Tanhoi, who had just appeared online with a strangely incomprehensible way of speaking. Suddenly, Tanhoi's voice came from behind, gentle but with a hint of shyness as sorry I'm late. Hearing her voice, Lung Hung and Ha Bam Ban immediately whipped around, their eyes shining, and shouted in unison, Tan. But before they could finish her name, a warm male voice cut in, Hello everyone, I'm Thane. This unexpected appearance made both idiots exclaim in confusion,
their voices getting louder and louder. Tan Hoi, not bothering with their astonishment, just sighed in relief. Good. We made it in time.
Meanwhile, Tiki Nod with a polite demeanor, bowed his head slightly in greeting.
I hope everyone will guide me.
At this point, the two idiots could only turn to question the only girl in the group. Their voices filled with despair.
Is this your best friend? Tan Hoi blushed be red and stammered and were just Taihan his face equally red. Quickly added, good friends.
To emphasize, Han Hoi shyly hummed twice more, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Faced with this cruel reality, Lee with tears in his eyes stammered incoherently. You guys, in his heart a sad poem suddenly echoed.
Snowflake drift a bleak wind blows. Ha Bam Ban looked no less pathetic, too upset to even speak.
The reason they reacted so strongly was that both of them were certified single guys. In contrast, Muan Shan stood there, his sharp, scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the two new friends. He stepped forward, his voice low and full of meaning.
Isn't it your turn, the online game we made the group for? I don't really understand. Why does a game meant to release negative energy in a group have to be played here?
Faced with his barrage of questions, Tan Hoi could only stammer. The reason he questioned her was not just to probe. In his mind, a plan was gradually forming. I'll try refusing her first.
See how she reacts. Tan Hoi has been in contact with it. It's your turn. Is she even human anymore?
After a moment of thought, Tan Hoi looked up, her eyes sparkling as she replied, Actually, I just really like exploring supernatural stories. It's your turn has a more advanced way of playing that I think would be a great fit for our ghost club.
Before Nyen Chanda could speak, Lungden Hung cut in excitedly. I think changing the gameplay sounds exciting. Another group member immediately chimed in enthusiastically. What a fun game.
A Ban Ben, not to be outdone, put his arm around Nguyen Shan's shoulder, gave a meaningful signal, and turned to Tan Hoi.
That's right, miss.
Hurry up and tell us how to play.
Nguyen Shanu was pulled to a corner by both of them.
He whispered cautiously, Be careful. If the girl from the underworld legend was real, this game isn't simple either. To be safe, we shouldn't play.
But Lung Hung, his eyes sparkling, immediately retorted, Are you stupid? Can't you see the situation with those two?
That's the shy and worried look of pure love.
Pure love. You get it?
Haben Ben nodded in agreement, adding, Helping out a bit without any beauties around can be considered accumulating good karma. From a distance, Tan Hoi and Tiki Nan looked towards the three of them, their eyes filled with questions.
Just as Nguyen Shan had planned, Tan Hoi had fallen into his probing trap.
She sighed, her voice tinged with disappointment.
It's okay if you don't want to play. That's fine. It's just a game. So many people play it. You're talking as if I'm trying to harm someone.
Tiki Nan, at this moment, stepped up as the hero to save the damsel, speaking in her defense. I think Tan Hoi's idea is great.
Exploring a way to play this game anyway. I'll play with Tan Hoi. At this point, Haben Ban loudly declared, That's right. I'm definitely joining. Lung Hong turned to question, his voice challenging Shanu. You're not scared, are you? Are you even a member of the Ghost Club?
Faced with being pressured, Nguyen Shan could only sigh helplessly and nod reluctantly.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hearing his answer, his two foolish friends immediately cheered with joy.
Let's go inside. Nguyen Shanu, feeling helpless, followed the crowd. He thought to himself, I have no choice.
Tan Hoi's words had provoked these two idiots.
If I don't participate, I'm afraid everyone here will.
In the darkness on the upper floor, where Nanshan's eyes couldn't reach, countless bodies hung silently, swaying in the stillness.
The dry sound of footsteps echoed, breaking the gloomy space.
A cold voice suddenly spoke up.
"All right, let's begin now."
Nguyen Shan, with his sharp eyes, his voice low, demanded, "You introduce the rules."
Tan Hoi, with a bright smile, replied immediately, "Of course, classmate Chanu."
As he listened to her explain the rules, he was lost in confusion, questioning himself.
"But this move of mine, is it really correct?" A moment later,
he took out the necklace, his eyes filled with thought. At this time, he was sitting alone on an upper floor, his mind spinning about the game.
If it's your turn is really an anomaly, what would its rules be? Why is it divided into high-level and low-level play?
He focused, his brow furrowed in speculation.
The low-level play is based on the numbers in the group. When it's someone's turn, they tell their story, ending with "it's your turn." But the advanced version is different.
It happens in person and requires no fewer than 4 people. According to what Tan Hoi revealed, players would stand in for separate corners of a pitch-dark sealed room facing the wall. The person in the first corner would start, walk to the next person, tap their shoulder, and tell a ghost story.
Then that person would do the same.
On the floor below, Habam, his face pale, giving people chills, whispered,
Mommy, it's so dark."
He held up his phone, the weak flashlight beam lighting the way, and fumbled up to the second floor, muttering as he went, "I'm on the second floor.
Why haven't I seen anyone yet?"
Meanwhile, Mon Shandanda's thoughts were still consumed by the game.
No more than 4 people, each occupying a floor.
Person number 1 on the first floor starts, finds person number 2 on the second floor, and tells a ghost story. At this moment, Lung Hung facing the wall was completely unaware of a handsun silently reaching out from behind him.
In a trembling voice, he shouted, "Damn it, Haban, are you here yet? Where is everyone?"
At that moment, Haban, with his playful personality, gently placed his hand on Lung Hong's shoulder and announced in a deep voice, "I'm here." This ghostly appearance terrified Lung Hong, who screamed, "Ghost!" after realizing the person behind him was his friend.
He breathed a sigh of relief and asked again just to be sure, "Is that you?" A bam.
No longer in a joking mood, replied softly, his voice a whisper.
"Yeah, it's me."
He then put on a mysterious expression, his eyes sparkling.
"Next, I'll tell my story. I'm number 1. Ha! Bam! Ban! I had 2 brothers. We ate together, slept together.
One day, the eldest brother fell into a lake and drowned.
That night, the second brother also disappeared. No one knows why." The reply was the trembling, hesitant voice. Voice of Lai Trung, and "No, I don't know how." Bam pressed his advantage, casting a chilling glance at his friend and continuing with a horrifying conclusion. "At night I couldn't sleep in the middle, I couldn't stand it, so I cut my second brother in half on the left, half on the right. That way I got to sleep in the middle again without stopping." He burst out laughing, slapping Lai Chung Hong hard on the shoulder, teasing, "You've never heard this one before." With his cowardly nature, Lung Hong screamed in fear, "You pervert!" After a moment of laughter, Bam pushed his shoulder and said decisively, "I'm done telling my story." He pointed towards the dark staircase and loudly recited the required line, "It's your turn." Number 2, on the 5th floor, the air suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. The spiral staircase leading to the upper floor was shrouded in darkness, as if hiding something unsettling. Shantu, still clutching the red necklace, felt impatient and wondered to himself, why haven't they arrived yet? The necklace isn't reacting at all. Am I just overthinking things? He was about to use his phone to contact his friends, but the screen displayed a connect to charger notification. Battery will run out in 10 seconds. His phone was about to die in this critical situation, making him annoyed as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Suddenly, the clattering sound of footsteps echoed from the corner of the stairs. A blurry figure appeared, and a gentle voice spoke up. I'm here. Nguyen Shan asked in a low voice. Tan Hoi, my phone's dead. Can you turn on your flashlight? Tan Hoi nodded lightly, her voice casual. Sure.
She slowly pulled her phone out of her pocket. When the flashlight beamed on, her face was as beautiful as ever, but the aura she exuded was strange and elusive. She flashed a bright smile, her voice sweet.
I'm number 4. Her strange demeanor made Nguyen Shan slightly wary.
He stood up, his gaze scrutinizing, listening intently to her story.
Her soft voice echoed in the darkness. One evening, 4 young men and a girl were walking together. Her slow narration seemed to pull the entire space into darkness.
Suddenly, it started to rain heavily. The 3 young men hurried on, but the girl had some trouble keeping up.
Finally, they reached their destination.
The 3 young men were soaked to the bone. But the girl wasn't wet at all. Tan Hoi leaned closer to him, her voice a mysterious whisper.
Number 5, you know why?
Chan remained silent, his eyes deep in thought. After a moment, he replied calmly, because the girl was dead. She was lying in a coffin and the 4 guys were carrying it. An image of a tightly open coffin with the girl inside suddenly flashed in his mind, vivid as reality. Tan Hoi clapped her hands, her eyes shining, and exclaimed, "Number 5 is so amazing."
You guessed it right. Nguyen Shan remained calm, replying flatly, "You flatter me."
She lowered her voice and continued the game. "So, have you thought of your story yet?
Hurry down to the first floor. And tell number 1, he's waiting for you."
In the dark, suffocating space of the abandoned factory.
Her voice echoed as if from the netherworld, "It's your turn."
Maintaining his cold demeanor, Nguyen walked past her, his voice low.
"I've thought of it."
He walked down a few steps, then suddenly turned back and suggested, "I'll go down to the first floor first, then."
"What about you? Coming along?"
Tan Hoi shook her head, a mysterious smile on her face.
"No, I should go back to the 4th floor. We can't break the rules." She paused for a moment, then added, "Oh, right. Your phone is dead. Need to use mine?"
Nguyen Shan kept his cold expression, not answering, just silently continuing to walk.
Nguyen Shan turned his back, his voice indifferent. "No need, you can use it yourself.
Watch your step." He walked down to the first floor, but strangely, there was no one there. Thinking it was useless to stand there, he decided to go outside to find his friends. As soon as he stepped out, Lung Hong shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety.
"Brother, are you okay?" Haben Ben immediately added, "You just left me."
Nguyen Shan's gaze was no longer on his friends, but shifted to Tan Hoi,
who was standing right there.
Frowning, his questioning voice was cold.
"Weren't you going down to the 4th floor?" "You."
His question stunned the group.
Tan Hoi, with a mix of fear and honesty, replied, "Oh, because I was scared. I waited for Hainan to come up from the 3rd floor.
Then we stood on the 4th floor staircase and called for you to come down." Her single sentence sent shivers down the spines of Lung Hong, An Ban, Tai Hainan, and even Nguyen Shan.
Tan Hoi, still trembling, continued, "But you didn't answer. Han and I felt something was wrong. So, we immediately went downstairs to meet up with Ban Ban and Trung Hung. I never went up to the 5th floor at all."
In the silent, gloomy space of the factory, the mournful sing of crows blended with the shadows of crows circling overhead. Nguyen Shandanda smirked, smiling as if nothing had happened.
"I was just kidding." He even added humorously, "Don't tell me I scared you all."
But his joke was met with an angry glare from Ha Ban Ban.
"You little brat. Where did you learn such bad habits? What if you scared classmate Tan Hoi?" Lin Hong also chimed in. "ING looking for trouble, huh? Watch my move. The ultimate art.
1,000 years of death." Faced with his friend's indignation, Nguyen Shan had just laughed mischievously, casually, saying, "It's a game.
It has to be this exciting.
Then he walked over and close to Tanhoi's face, his voice sly.
If Tanhoi is scared, we can change things up tonight.
His boldness made her step back, stammering shyly.
What do you mean?
Seeing his rude behavior, Nan immediately got angry, his eyes sharp and cold. Nguyen Shanu, not caring, just flashed a cunning smile, observing her intently.
Then he turned around, his voice casual. What do I mean?
The whole ghost club will play all night. Using our God-given beauty, Nguyen Shan thought to himself, his gaze is contemplative after all. In urban legends, the main character who runs into trouble is usually alone.
The Tanhoi with a clear look of fear leaned slightly against Nan and refused in a low voice, no need. I'm not feeling well. I should probably go home and get some sleep first.
Without stopping, she flashed a charming smile and turned to Nan.
Hainan, can you take me home?
Mesmerized by her beauty, Nan nodded immediately without a hint of hesitation. Of course, the two of them left together, leaving Haban to pat Nguyen Shan on the shoulder. His voice was excited.
Nice one, brother, that's a high-level assist. Not to be outdone, waved goodbye. Well, goodbye to those two, we'll see you tomorrow. Boop. Haban slung his arm over Nguyen Shan's shoulder and asked excitedly, so, are we pulling an all-nighter?
Light Hun laughed loudly. She-man, alright, if I don't get 10 chicken dinners tomorrow, I'll cosplay as a chicken and run 10 laps around the training ground.
But the boisterous laughter was met with a chilling silence from Nguyen Shan.
He was lost in thought, his mind replaying the image of the girl on the 5th floor who looked exactly like Tanhoi.
Something's not right. What exactly is not right? If Tanhoi isn't lying, then who is the person who looks exactly like her?
Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a terrifying gaze staring at him from behind.
Somewhere in the darkness of the factory.
Instantly, he whipped around and shouted, I'm coming back.
Let's see.
His sudden movement startled his two friends who asked worriedly, what are you doing?
Nguyen Shan's voice was urgent, emphasizing, where are they? When did they leave? One of them, confused, asked back, who are you talking about?
He walked forward quickly, his voice decisive.
I'm talking about Tanhoi and Tianan.
Both Haban Ban and Lung Hong were stunned, repeating the two names. Tanhoi Taihan Lung Hong running after him was confused.
Wait, why are we here? Weren't we supposed to go play games?
Haban Ben ran with all his might, his shout echoing through the space.
Wait a minute.
There were only the three of us here to begin with. That sentence made Nguyen Shan grit his teeth, anger flaring up inside him. He questioned himself silently, his eyes sharp and cold.
So, who on earth are Tanhoi and Tianan? That's right. At that moment, the necklace around his neck glowed brightly.
Without hesitation, he plunged into the darkness of the abandoned factory. His two friends called after him in panic.
Shanu, where are you going? That building is dangerous. Don't go. It's dangerous. Shanu.
Elsewhere at the Special Division, a low voice reported, consider this a return favor. You helped me investigate the girl from the underworld. I found the person who released the picture. This person held up a picture, a demonic red eye visible in the crack in a firm voice. He also took this picture. The other person heard this and exclaimed in surprise, as expected of you, Hangam. Hangam, holding the picture, her eyes sharp, asked, by the way, have the higher-ups decided on a plan to handle the girl from the underworld yet? Then Kai replied flatly, I haven't received any notification yet. She paused for a moment, then continued. However, from what I know, the higher-ups in the strategy department have reached a preliminary understanding of the limitations of letters from hell. I feel there will be a countermeasure. Unless it's a last resort, they definitely won't use that asterisk method. Hung nodded, adding, the strategy department is using the Newbie Entertainment newspaper to downplay the hype of this picture. They're leveraging social power to gradually erase the existence of the girl from the underworld and letters from hell.
Under the flow of mass media, sensational news is constantly updated, intentionally interrupting the stories of anomalies. A portrait of human eye gradually appeared, blending with Kai's cold voice. If no one discusses the girl from the underworld, then no one will log into letters from hell. Even if someone does log in, the resentment in their heart won't be strong enough. Over time, the girl from the underworld will just become a story told after dinner.
So Hangam frowned slightly, her voice tinged with curiosity.
But as long as someone dies, won't that attract attention again?
Then Kai calmly explained, as long as enough explosive news is released, taking advantage of the media's love for clickbait, as long as the tragedy doesn't happen near you, who will care if the world lost one person today? She became serious, her eyes sharp.
That's not our concern. The higher-ups and the strategy department will handle it.
Then she smiled with interest, pulled out a pair of handcuffs, and said decisively, let's go arrest the person who spread this picture. She held up the now sealed picture. The eye in the crack could no longer cause
any more trouble.
Hangam, with nothing more to say, could only follow. He couldn't help but stare at the picture, goosebumps breaking out all over his body, and he muttered, disgusting. Such a strong stomach, a huge eyeball. Sticky blood vessels, I want to puke. Late at night, in a house on the outskirts of Jiangthan City, a cold voice rang out, clearly enunciating each word.
Dean Tri, 35 years old, unemployed. That's you, right? Then Kai sat leisurely in a chair holding a picture.
Her voice indifferent. You took these two pictures.
The response was Dean Tri's muffled coughing.
Hong Amam, standing by, explained sheepishly, sorry, I forgot to take the gag out for you.
It's your fault for running and screaming the moment you saw us.
Seeing Hong Am's lack of seriousness, then Kai reminded her sternly, stop joking.
Hong immediately stopped and quickly removed Dan's gag. A theater intern, so scared he was trembling, stammered his confession.
I took them, but I only took the pictures.
I really didn't do anything else.
Suddenly, Hangam gently grabbed his hair and pulled hard. A painful scream echoed, followed by a tuft of hair fluttering in the wind. Hangam, pinning Dean Tri with one hand, poked him with the other, threatening, now explain clearly why you took this picture.
If not.
Dean Tri, pale with fear, almost fainted, but quickly started talking.
I'll talk. Please.
I took it from T.I.'s house.
Hearing the unfamiliar name, Hangam immediately asked, who is T? Dean Tri, trembling, didn't dare to tell the truth, stammering, She's a friend. It's not important. At that time, I went to her house as a guest, and we had a pretty good time chatting.
But the chatting he mentioned was actually a scene of him and the girl playing around,
wrestling with each other while the camera accidentally recorded everything.
The girl excited, her voice flirtatious and kaisadish.
You're so annoying, Dean Tri, clearly enjoying himself, laughed and asked back, am I good?
After a session of happy fun, he continued his story, his voice slightly trembling. When I needed to use the bathroom, I suddenly felt some movement from the wall in her room. He paused, his eyes misty as if reliving the memory. I remember the closet door was slightly ajar at that time.
Out of curiosity, I decided to open it.
His hand touched the closet door and pulled it hard. A horrified scream escaped him.
What? What the hell is this? Revealed in the closet was the corpse of a child, its eyes abnormally large, its head covered in disturbing lumps.
Remembering that scene, Dean Tri trembled, his voice cracking. I saw a deformed child.
2 hours earlier.
At the abandoned factory, Nguyen Shana had touched his pendant, his eyes tense. He raised his hand, his voice deep.
Classmate 2A, come out, but no one appeared.
Frowning, he called again, his voice urgent.
Classmate 2A. Still no response.
The silence puzzled him, and worry crept into his heart.
What's going on?
Suddenly, a fresh bloody footprint appeared on the ground.
In the darkness, an invisible eye stared intently at him. The feeling gave Nguyen Shana goosebumps, his heart pounding. He whipped around, looking into the pit. Black darkness, trying to remain calm, and shouted, "Who's in that dark space?" There was no reply, and the heavy atmosphere made him even more cautious. Suddenly, from another corner, a figure slowly emerged. Its voice a faint whisper, "I really want to die." The sudden appearance caught him off guard. Something, its shape and clear, brushed past him. Its voice as cold as if it came from hell. There are some people who really want to die. The sound was like a knife piercing his head, causing Nguyen Shandanda to clutch his head in pain and mutter, "What is this sound?" His memories shattered into pieces. A moment later, he was panting in a dazed state, wondering why he was there. Outside the abandoned factory, his two friends were still standing there, bewildered. One of them spoke up, his voice full of confusion. "Where is this?" Lung Hung and Haben Ban seemed to have their minds manipulated by something, becoming dazed. Their eyes misty, they muttered to themselves, their voices full of confusion. "That's right. Why are we here? Did I just call someone's name?" Outside, the rain poured down, showing no signs of stopping. A frantic knocking echoed in the house. A grumpy voice called out, "Who is it?" "Ha!" A Tanny opened the door, her face showing annoyance. "It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to keep people from sleeping?" Dean Shry maintained his cold expression, stepped forward, his voice low. "Toomey, your real name is Hody, right?" Beside her, Danry, looking haggard, managed a weak greeting. Long time no see." Hong, standing next to him, flashed a bright smile, but her eyes were sharp. Hatsumi happened to notice the name tag on Nenkai's chest, which clearly read Special Division. Realizing they were government officials, she didn't dare to stop them, letting Nenkai enter but still tried to explain herself. "You did great, officials. What brings you here so late at night? It's really been a long time since I've had any contact." Before she could finish, Nenkai cut her off. Her voice as cold as ice. "That's not our business. We're here to investigate your son." Those words made Hody flinch slightly, but she still pretended to be innocent. "Son, I don't have a son." A sniffle asterisk without letting her beat around the bush. Then Kai pulled out the pictures of the deformed child. Placed them in front of her and asked directly, "Then do you know the child in this picture?" Seeing Jaime's face turned pale, she panicked for a moment. Suddenly, her expression turned dark and strange, and she uttered two words in a low voice, "He's dead." Then Kai remained calm and asked, "When?" Hatsumi didn't hide it. She answered immediately, 2.5 months ago. The answer ignited a fury in Nenkai, but she still suppressed it. Her voice was cold. "Did you kill him?" Then Kai didn't want to hear any more lies and cut her off. Her voice sharp and cold, "Where is the boy?" On the outskirts of Jiangthan City, a crowd gathered around a newly dug pit. A tense voice called out, "We've dug it up. This is it." All eyes were on the pit, where a small decomposing hand was visible in the dirt. Atmai, escorted by 2 police officers, wailed tragically. Mommy, a forensic officer approached and performed a preliminary examination of the body. His voice was somber. The body is male, about 5 years old, severely decomposed, mostly just bones left. It matches the suspect's testimony. A police officer, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed with pity, "This is too much." The child was so young. He hung, her eyes filled with madness, turned to Nenkai and asked, "Do you think his mother truly regrets it? After all, she did say she wanted to raise the child to adulthood." Then Kai, her voice as cold as ice, replied, "Regret? How could she? She doesn't know." She recalled the image of the child in the photo, then revealed the cruel truth. "You didn't notice the detail in the picture, did you? The child didn't die of starvation due to her neglect." This revelation stunned Hongam, who exclaimed, "What?"
Then Kai glanced towards the police car holding Jaime with certainty. I showed her the eyeball picture. I'm afraid her next few days will be difficult.
And just as she said, Hadamai went mad, banging on the car door and screaming like a wild animal. Too many eyes, so many eyes are staring at me.
As police officers were about to approach, then Kai spoke up, her voice full of meaning.
Let me give you a piece of advice.
It's likely this person intends to use mental illness to reduce her sentence.
Don't let her get her way. The officers replied in unison. Understood. Seeing the case resolved, she smiled with relief. This can be considered karma. It seems your guess was right.
This child, after long-term abuse, became an anomaly and started killing domestic abusers.
He continued enthusiastically.
Another day, I'll urge old Kong to publicize these photos to those unworthy of being parents.
But Tang Kai cut him off, her voice firm. No, go back.
Seal the photos, the child's remains.
Make sure to handle them properly. Complete the containment of the eye in the crack.
At that moment, at the abandoned factory, a sign in front read danger. Standing silently, a figure still slowly ascended the stairs. Shanu with heavy steps muttered, I really want to die.
Really want to die.
My hand. He was seen clutching a red necklace, his eyes dull and lifeless. Suddenly, however, a spark of clarity flashed in Nguyen enchanted his eyes as if he had just awakened from a daze. He whipped his head around in alarm, his heart pounding, a strange feeling rising within him. Clenching his hand so tightly it trembled, he punched hard at the invisible space in front of him, roaring at himself.
This is a wild anomaly. I must get out.
Without hesitation, he dashed off, hastily, raising his necklace and shouting, Titan in his mind.
His thoughts were in turmoil as he wondered, what on earth happened? Why was I drawn here? And it's like I lost my mind. I shouldn't have gone with Haben's group. Suddenly, his phone rang.
Even though he didn't answer it, a cold voice still echoed from it.
Who are you? Bring yourself to me. The call connected.
As soon as it was over, the space around him seemed to freeze, making him shiver involuntarily.
Damn it, I can't move.
His body trembled in spasms as he struggled against the invisible restraint.
He gritted his teeth, wondering, is this anomaly really that strong?
After a struggle, he finally broke free and fled in a panic. But then, from behind, a black shadow silently followed, so close it made his hair stand on end.
With each step it took, bloody handprints appeared on the floor. The phone rang again.
The strange voice spoke.
Number 5, class. Mate-chan 2. Where do you think you're going?
Where?
At this point, he had to turn back and face it, shouting, Who are you? You inhuman thing. The dark shadow slowly replied, Why have you forgotten me? I'm number 4, Tan Hoi.
As soon as the words were out, the dark shadow was looming behind Nguyen Chanu.
Though his heart pounded, he tried to stay calm and asked insistently, Number 4, Tan Hoi, is this your territory?
Heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness accompanied by a cunning voice.
What are you talking about? Tan Hoi number 4 doesn't understand.
Suddenly, that figure transformed into another dark shadow. Its eyes glowing a brilliant red like blood. It whispered, Let's hurry and gather. Instantly, the sign for the 3rd floor was torn away, revealing a horrifying truth. This was the 5th floor. The horrifying reality left Nguyen Chan speechless as he realized he was standing in a cold room surrounded by countless coffins. His gaze fell on 3 open coffins inside which were Ti Hainan, Haben, and Lumong. A strange chilling voice suddenly echoed as cold as death itself. We've been waiting for you. The image suddenly changed. Haben, lying motionless in the coffin, suddenly opened his blank eyes.
It wasn't just him. Lung Hong and Ti Hainan also slowly sat up.
They turned their backs to him, but their heads rotated 180, their soulless eyes locking onto Nguyen Shan too.
In a panic, he yelled, Haben Lee, why are you guys here? Wake up.
In his mind, the most dreadful premonition flashed.
No way could it be that they've already.
Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him, and his eyes became blank again. He barely managed to utter anomaly as his mind plunged into a terrifying red color.
Blurry images appeared, making him question about himself. Do I know them? Am I not human?
While he was desperately wrestling with his chaotic thoughts, the other three had surrounded him. They whispered, their voices as monotonous as demons.
Number 5, you are not one of us. Number 5, you are our good friend. Come.
A line of blood-red text appeared before his eyes.
It's your turn. Nguyen Shanta was surrounded by dense dark shadows.
His head bowed, the necklace in his hand fell to the ground. His face was as grim as a dead person's as he uttered a single word, okay. At that moment, something in the photo shattered, no. Somehow, he found himself lying in a coffin, the wooden lid slowly closing.
Finally, the coffin lid slammed shut, trapping him in eternal darkness like the other coffins.
A line of text appeared. Nguyen Shan Tu has died.
Outside the abandoned factory, a girl was carefully taking notes. Her anxious gaze fixed on the factory. She muttered, "Why haven't they come out yet?"
The unanswered anxiety made her bite her nails until they bled. Finally, she decided to take out a coin and toss it into the air.
The coin spun, glittering under the moonlight. Suddenly, Nguyen Chan's eyes snapped open.
He shot up, coughing violently, drenched in sweat.
But strangely, he hadn't woken up in the abandoned factory,
but in his own home. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped out of bed and ran straight to the bathroom, vomiting violently until nothing but bile was left. After he finished vomiting, Nguyen Shana quickly turned on the faucet, letting the cold water wash away what had just come up from his stomach. He looked up, facing his pale reflection in the mirror, and muttered, "I'm not dead." The images of himself lying in the coffin suddenly reappeared, so sharp they were startling, making him realize with a jolt, "No, I did die."
Memories flooded back like a sharp knife.
He had entered the abandoned factory to uncover the truth about the murders caused by the anomaly. Then was suddenly revived. But this time, upon entering the deserted building alone to explore the anomaly's secrets, he felt a strange void in his mind, as if he had forgotten something important. No, a crucial piece of this memory is missing. He mumbled, his mind in turmoil over the unexplainable contradiction. He suddenly thought of Tunen and whispered to himself, "Although Tunen is an anomaly I created, it can't protect me." Realizing that endless thinking was useless, he decided to open his notebook, but inside were only blank pages except for a few strange notes. Urban Legend, Strength, 11, 818 points, Good and Evil, 186 points, Spiritual Power plus 99, Tier 2, Lifespan 915 days.
Note 1, all urban legends you write will become reality.
Note 2, people affected by the urban legends you write will benefit you, grounding a certain number of legend points. Note 3, people who die because of the urban legends you write will benefit you, grounding a certain number of good and evil points. Read to the line about lifespan 95 days. He suddenly shivers. His heart pounding.
Something's wrong. I had extended my lifespan to 100 days before. So today, it should be 96. Why is one day missing?
Just then, a line of crimson text appeared in the notebook.
Congratulations on activating the revival. Function life from death.
You will return to how you were before you died. Each choose will cost 1 day of lifespan. What will you choose this time today?
You will be natural.
The next day, in the Ghost Club's activity room, the space was chillingly quiet.
Shanta looked at Brown, a sense of confusion rising in him.
The Ghost Club, in my memory, clearly only had me, he told himself, his gaze falling on the pile of messy toys on the table. He muttered, his voice full of doubt. So, how was this club formed? Every time I try to recall the lost memories, my head throbs as if it's being torn apart. In this situation, it's clear the members weren't just me.
I can't find any trace of them. Where on earth did they go? Why can't I remember who they were? Suddenly, a loud noise from the old wooden cabinet startled Nguyen Shanu, making him shout, "Who's there?" The cabinet doors burst open, and a girl panting stepped out, her pigtail swaying with each movement. She spoke shyly, "Hello, senior." Seeing her, he was stunned. A look of suspicion in his eyes. All night he was stunned. A faint white light emanated from the girl's body as if containing a strange spiritual power. She shyly introduced herself. "I'm the Viewback, a first year. I'm very interested in ghosts and supernatural things, so I want to join the club." After observing her for a moment, Nan Shana frowned slightly, thinking to himself, she has spiritual power, too. He replied coldly, "The club only has me, and it's about to be disbanded. It's useless to join. Also, how long were you hiding in there? What's your purpose?" Bombarded by his questions, the girl panicked and quickly explained herself. I. Please let me explain." She tremblingly held out a diary and shouted. "Let me explain. The Ghost Club has other members. After everyone went to the abandoned building on the outskirts, they disappeared." Her words were like a lightning bolt that jolted him awake. He quickly flipped through the diary, reading the scribbled words. Morning of May 18th, 2020. I followed Senior Nguyen Shantu to the abandoned building. The people with the senior seemed to be members of the Ghost Club. Haben Lee. And there was also a beautiful girl and a boy. I think I remember the girl's name was Tan Hoi. Are they planning to do something dangerous? No way. The prophecy told me the Ghost Club is very safe. They went in, but my intuition tells me I shouldn't leave here. It's strange. It's already dark. Why haven't they come out yet? It's so dangerous. So dangerous. I can only try to read at this point. Nguyen Shan's eyes widened, red with astonishment. His eyes seemed to reflect a blurry image. A picture. A picture he took with Haben Lian and Tan Hoi. Memories suddenly flooded back. Sharp as a knife's edge. He whispered, "I remember now." In his mind, the images of his close friends gradually became clear. Aban's voice echoed. "Chanu, you scared me. You little brat, I thought you were dead." Lung Hung laughed loudly. "Nguyen Shan, you deserter, where did you run off to?" The fragmented memories of the Ghost Club gradually pieced themselves together. He remembered Tan Hoi's greeting. "Hello, classmate Chanu. It's nice to meet you." And Tihi's nonchalant smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tan Hoi." The girl who had been influenced by the anomaly and her childhood friend Tianan appeared clearly in his mind were just normal friends. Tan Hoi had once said these memories made him realize a painful truth. They had all been manipulated by the anomaly. Without hesitation, Nan Shandanda quickly flipped through the diary pages. Viewback rushed over and stopped him. "Senior, don't look." She quickly snatched the diary from his hand and explained shyly, her eyes avoiding his. "Sorry, my diary has some things that aren't convenient for others to see, but I assure you, I have no ill intentions. I just sincerely want to join the Ghost Club." Her words made him pause in thought, wondering to himself, can I trust her? Still suspicious, he pulled a registration form from his pocket, handed it to her, and instructed coldly, fill it out. Take the key to the activity room, too. By the way, I have a mission for you. Recruit new members on behalf of the club. He finished curtly. That's all for today's activities. Hearing this, the viewback was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up. She clutched the form tightly and cheered. Yes, thank you, senior. Then she bowed 90, a gesture so formal it left him speechless. With nothing else to do, she smiled and said, goodbye. I'll be going then. Bye-bye. Her joy made her hum as she walked away, her steps light and adorable, watching her figure disappear.
Nuan Shan pondered, a look of suspicion in his eyes.
The Vobaka's spiritual power is only at Tier 1, still in the awakening stage.
What is her purpose? But he quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself there was no need to waste more time on it. Suddenly, his expression turned grim. Carrying a cold, murderous intent, he summoned the notebook and declared in a low voice, "The most important thing is it's your turn, must pay the price." Outside the school, the sky was still unusually clear and beautiful. A gentle voice echoed from the empty hallway. "I know the school's ghost club is the safest place in Jiangnan City. That's why I came all this way." Finak walked listlessly, whispering to herself. Just to join the ghost club and survive safely. A burning determination filled her heart. The president of the ghost club, Nian Shanu, is my guarantee for safety. With a burning determination deep in her heart, the viewback resolved to excellently complete the task. Men Shandanda had given her fine to members with good character to prevent the ghost club from being disbanded by the school. She took off her glasses, her eyes flashing with determination. With every step, every word she spoke was filled with a strong will. This world is too dangerous. I must stay by Nian Chan's side. If possible, I have to try to become his girlfriend. Observe him. If he meets my standards, he will become my husband in the future. At the same time, Nanshan's notebook displayed the stats. Legend points 1148. Good and evil points 1086. Spiritual power 99 plus. Tier 2, lifespan 94. He frowned, muttering, "Strange. After a day, my legend in good and evil points haven't increased. Is it a bug? And Nan in 2A. What on earth happened to them?" Realizing that endless thinking was useless, he decided to click on the spiritual power section, telling himself, "I can't worry about so much right now. I must increase my spiritual power," he thought to himself. Even though choosing to increase my lifespan could lead to immortality in a world full of strange anomalies. That kind of immortality is ridiculous. Suddenly, he couldn't find it. Suddenly, his spiritual power reached the 100 plus mark, leaping from Tier 2 to Tier 3. His eyes glowed red like fire, a flame that burned increasingly brighter. The power within him surged, merging with his strong will. "I want to become stronger." Sean floated in midair, surrounded by a brilliant, blinding red light. He whispered, "It seems I can now control my soul like controlling a giant machine. Moreover, it has an effect within a range of about 10 m." To test it, he used his spiritual power to control the items on the table. A bag of snacks slowly floated up and landed gently in his palm with a flick of his other hand. The book in front of him opened, its pages turning neatly in succession. Holding the snack bag, he pondered, "Currently with Tier 3 spiritual power, my 5 senses are sharper than Tier 2. I also have the ability to use my soul to control objects, but only within a 10 m range. Within this distance, weaker creatures can only obey my commands." The system suddenly announced, a cold voice echoing. "Unlock the ability to use the rules of all anomalies you create. Unlimited uses. Each second of use consumes 100 legend points." Nguyen Shan was stunned, muttering, 100 legend points per second. The cost is too high. Like this, as of reading his thoughts, the system continued. If you choose not to consume legend points, each use of the rule will come at an unknown price. He frowned, asking himself, an unknown price? Am I misreading this? After a moment of thought, he decided to put this idea aside for now. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. That's right. If I write an urban legend that can bring people back to life, wouldn't that? But before he could finish his thought, the system announced again, your legend points are insufficient. Nguyen Shan aside, telling himself, as expected, it's still beyond my capabilities. Footsteps echoed in the dark night. As he walked, he sorted through his thoughts. Haben Lien. All three of them had never been in contact with the game.
It's your turn.
Only Tan Hoi was the earliest player, and she was pulled in by the game's rules.
Standing in the cold room holding the notebook, he muttered, "What? What exactly is the killing rule of it's your turn?"
According to the order of disappearance from my memory, the people who died were Tan Hoi, Tianan, then Han and Lung Hong. Suddenly, Nan Chan's eyes lit up, but the floor order was Han, Lung Hong, Tian, and then Tan Hoi. He thought about the four of them and whispered, "So, I can first rule out the cause being the number order when playing the game."
Could it be related to the order in which they joined, but this point was only clear for Tan Hoi? The others had no obvious connection from what he knew. This was just an online game. Joining through a group chat was all it took. But Tan Hoi insisted on making everyone go to the abandoned building. Thinking back now, that place was its territory.
As soon as you stepped in, you would be killed by its rules and then disappear completely. He muttered, his voice low. He opened his phone, staring at the screen.
The hooky lie. What is the limitation of this urban legend is only related to the group chat to access victims? I've never heard anything about an abandoned building. So he used Tan Hoi to lure me to its territory.
He shivered, a cold feeling spreading through him.
Edited text.
Thinking this, Nguyen Shan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as if he had just grasped something.
Could it have discovered I have spiritual power? At the same time, a voice came from inside the house, "I'm home."
Curried footsteps echoed, and when he opened the door to the room, a small robot rushed into his arms, repeatedly calling, "Mommy, Mommy." He picked it up and sat down on the chair, deep in thought.
The "it's your turn" anomaly still has too many questionable points.
He opened his phone and continued to investigate. As expected, their previous group chat had been forced to disband. To investigate further, the only way is to continue playing this game. He must uttered image. Images of the coffins appeared in his mind, one of them opening and someone stepping out. He told himself, "I have a cheat, so I didn't die, but the other players don't, even if it's someone with suicidal intentions.
I shouldn't get involved in this karma."
Suddenly, the robot snatched the phone from his hand.
He shouted, "Hey, Tunin."
It slammed the phone down on the chair and cried.
"Out," he shouted. "Hey, Tan."
His eyes lit up, a smile playing on his lips.
"Or maybe I can give it a try."
A voice echoed from a space filled with a demonic red hue.
"Classmate 2A, are you there?"
A pair of feet appeared, the ankles bearing strange tattoos.
A girl in a sexy outfit stepped out.
Bowing respectfully, she said, "My lord, give any instructions." A hand grabbed her wrist, causing a look of surprise to flash in her eyes.
A low voice spoke, "Come with me somewhere." The place they went to was the outskirts of Jiangthan City. Nguyen Shanta was stunned, exclaiming in shock, "How is this possible?"
The whole towering abandoned building from before had vanished without a trace, replaced by a flat piece of land with misty mountains in the distance.
He yelled, "The building is gone." "How?" He frowned, muttering. Could it be that "it's your turn" distorted my memory from the beginning?
There was never an abandoned building here. A cold wind blew past, making him shiver. "You, the girl with him," Yumeni smiled faintly and whispered, "This place smells of my kind." Surprised, he asked back, She took his hand, her voice firm.
"This place isn't safe. Let's go back." Tuna on his shoulder nodded vigorously in agreement.
Suddenly, Nguyen Shana spoke, his voice low.
"So, are you confident in dealing with this kindred of yours?"
A while later, they both returned to the apartment.
A heavy atmosphere filled the air. So silent. It was terrifying.
Nguyen Shan coughed lightly, breaking the silence, then held up his phone screen and declared, "Now we will play a game called It's Your Turn." Wai Minnie curiously opened her phone and swiped quickly across the screen. Chan to observe silently, thinking to himself. According to Tan Hoi, only the advanced version has a limit on the number of players.
For normal online play, All you need is 3 people. HMPH 1 person and 2 anomalies should be enough to participate. He turned to her. His voice low. Classmate TUI. Create a group. Call it Group 1. Then add me and Tunin. Tunin is number 2. I'm number 3. You just need to copy the story. I've prepared. After that, you don't need to do anything else. She looked confused, not fully understanding, but followed Tunin's instructions anyway. Jana said coldly, I'm not sending anything. Let's see if it takes the bait. Right. 1:40 a.m. The game began. 5 hours passed. Each person engrossed in their work. No one saying a word to each other. The result was still 0. He frowned, muttering, it's already the second day. This method isn't working. Stop. Suddenly, he turned to Yumi. His voice serious, right? I haven't asked yet. My legend points haven't increased at all lately. Are you having any problems? She looked at her phone screen and replied, her voice tamed with sadness. I haven't received any new resentments lately. Nothing at all. Then she looked dejected. She continued. Not only that, I also feel uneasy. My lord, perhaps I will disappear. Her words made Nguyen Shantis and Tunin's eyes flash with surprise. The air in the room grew heavy, chillingly silent. They both stared at Yumi, making her able to meet their gaze. Suddenly, the door arc knob was turned forcefully and the door flew open. Nguyen Shan roared. It's here, he announced, his voice sharp and cold. Number 1. It's your turn. Yum. Minnie acted as if she hadn't heard, turning her face away. He was surprised. Hey, classmate Tue. Suddenly, she shot up. He sighed internally, no way. Her eyes turned a brilliant red, and the room was engulfed in a demonic red hue. He shivered, thinking to himself, could this be a battle between 2 anomalies? The red light spread, mixing with streams of black energy that flowed into humanity's body. The red and black swirled together, and drops of fresh blood trickled from her eyes. She spoke, my lord. He remained silent, listening intently. Yumi closed her eyes, clutching a small bell. She continued, her voice trembling. I am a little stronger than it. But because I am within its killing rule, the bell rang out, sharp and cold, as if tearing through the space. Iman. But I closed her eyes, her voice trembling. I can't defeat it. If my master can tell me its name, I can take it to hell. Suddenly, a crimson eye lit up in the darkness. She continued, her voice weak. Otherwise, there will be no difference between me and it. That was very dangerous just now. Hearing this, Nguyen Chan is suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Classmate Tai is slightly stronger than it's your turn. But because she played this game, she was caught in its rules. So their strengths are equal. He and Tunin exchanged glances. Both thinking right now. These 2 anomalies can't affect each other. What will It's Your Turn do next? His crimson eyes flashed. Weighing whether to retreat or continue the fight. Suddenly T-Non vibrated and a cold notifying voice echoed. Number 2, it's your turn. Tuna flinched, his small body trembling. Nguyen Shan looked at it and thought to himself, it's okay. With Tunin's strength, it can at least fight to a stalemate. At worst, I'll just revive again. Suddenly, an invisible force pulled Tuna into the air. It cried out loudly. Its hands gripping a black string, pulling it taut in pain. Stop it! Tunin screamed tragically. Action! Its shout seemed to anger its opponent, causing it to receive a powerful blow immediately. Tears welled up in Tunin's eyes, but that only ignited its fierce fighting spirit.
Behind it, thousands of eyes appeared, moving restlessly. A demonic hand reached out, grabbed the black strings, and pulled hard. The opposing red eye, with its sharp teeth, appeared, open wide, and bit down hard on the trembling hands. Shanza's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought to himself, Tunin is stronger than I thought. In front of him, Tunin sat rubbing its belly, looking like it had just been through a lot. He thought to himself, I was worried before that my legend points weren't increasing, thinking it was being controlled. Now it seems that has no effect on its power, but a flicker of worry still passed through him. Tunin swallowed an anomaly. Could there be any changes? For example, merging the two rules. He muttered, his voice low, just like its name. This is a game that must be paid for with death. Finally, a system notification echoed in his mind. Successfully absorbed the wild anomaly. It's your turn. A cold system notification sounded. All achievements of this urban legend will be accumulated for you. Starting to calculate legend points and good and evil points, Shauna flipped through the notebook page after page, then to pages. A total of 18 pages, he muttered. This monster relied on erasing players' memories so sneakily and killing so many people. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Received 180,000 legend points and 17,000 good and evil points. Unlock that your turn ability can be used by consuming legend points. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Hello. Is anyone there? No. Hearing no response, the person persisted. I just heard a noise in here. Shauna frowned, thinking to himself, is it AM right now? Why is someone knocking on the door? He slowly approached the door and called out, Who are you? In his mind, a doubt arose. Could it be that it's your turn? Has another trick up its sleeve, like at the abandoned building before? But if I hadn't subdued it, the notebook wouldn't have recorded so much information. Through the peephole, he saw a smiling man who said, I'm new to you. I just moved in. We're neighbors from now on. I'm so sorry. I was planning to come by tomorrow morning, but I heard a noise just now and was worried you might need help. So, I came to check. His words stunned him. A new neighbor. Shauna opened the door and calmly replied, It's nothing. There were some snakes in the house. I was just catching them. The man smiled sheepishly. Oh, I see. As if remembering something, he continued. Oh, right. This is a specialty from my hometown. I hope you'll accept it. He smiled with crinkled eyes, holding out a bag. Looking at the bag, Nguyen Shan thought to himself, all fresh local specialties. Doesn't seem to be a problem. Although he didn't want to accept it, he told himself this was a way to socialize. He could just buy a return gift later. He took the bag and said, Thanks. Tutong replied, All right. Then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Right as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly closed the door, walked into the room, and dropped the bag on the table. Wine Minnie and Tunin curiously opened the bag to look. Nguyen Shana covered his mouth and yawned, muttering, Sleepy. I'm going to bed first. Do you two want to eat? Both of them. Both of them showed an unreadable expression, neither wanting to touch it. He shrugged. Just leave it there then, together. At the police station, Tang Kai held the file, her voice serious. The higher-ups have ordered that the case of the abandoned infant's death can be closed. Here is the file. The rest is handed over to the special division. We're leaving now. An nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you. Then Kai turned to leave, but suddenly he called after her. Please wait a moment. She stopped. Her eyes surprised. Chief Ha. He rested his chin on his hand, his voice tense. I have something I'd like to ask the special division about. He clasped his hands, rubbing them together continuously, his anxiety evident.
A minute later, he managed to speak. Do you know if I have a child? His expression was gloomy as if he had just asked a foolish question. Thank replied flatly. What's the matter? Chief, it seems we're not even colleagues.
A flicker of doubt crossed Then Kai's eyes, but she remained silent. He hesitated, his voice lowering at first. I thought I forgot due to work pressure. That's the rune we prepared for our unborn child. But the traces in the room clearly shows someone used to live. There were snacks, newspapers, a computer, even clothes, all for a boy about 16 or 17 years old. Then he frowned and muttered, 16 or 17 years old, a student. The next morning at Minhal apartment complex where Nu Yen-chan's lived. The streets were bustling with people. He had his hands in his pockets, strolling casually down the street when his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see a message from Thien Viewback. The contents stunned him. Niho apartment complex is dangerous. He thought to himself, dangerous? I've already subdued. It's your turn. So why is it still dangerous? A worried glint appeared in his eyes. What is the scope of this danger? One floor, one building, or the entire complex? He pondered, thinking about the architecture of Miho apartment complex for buildings, each 25 stories high, not to mention the park, gym, and swimming pool. If I have to investigate the entire complex in detail, the workload is just too much, he muttered. But the notebook in his hand showed no signs of danger. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the crowd in front of him. When he looked up, he was startled. A voice spoke up. Hello, Nu Yen-chan too. Right. The woman presented a badge and introduced herself. We are from the Public Security Bureau. The two people beside her were silent. Only she, Tang Kai, continued to speak. Nu Yen-chan looked at the three people in front of him in surprise. Cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm still not mentally prepared to meet these people. Suddenly, his attitude changed, his expression turning ice cold. What's the matter? Then Kai got straight to the point, her voice sharp. You know Hwan, right? Not sure. Before he could answer, she stepped closer, looking straight into his eyes. You're in the Ghost Club, so you must have had contact with the club member. Haben Nu Yen-chan remained silent, unsure how to answer. After a moment, he spoke, his voice steady. I know him. Then Kai immediately pressed. Can you tell me any information about Haben and the others? Why did they disappear? He slightly frowned and suggested, let's go to my place. It's not convenient to talk here. Then he walked straight ahead without looking back. Then Kai and Hangam exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to follow. Hangam raised her hand to stop him, her voice sharp. It's fine. Here is good enough. No one will overhear. Janet turned his head and smiled faintly. We should still go to my place. Otherwise, you won't get any answers. He continued, his voice gentle but challenging. Also, can you take the day off today to help me? His calm demeanor infuriated Hangam, her eyes spitting fire. She rolled up her sleeves and yelled, What's with that attitude, you punk? Then Kai quickly stopped her, her voice sharp, Hangam, that's enough. She looked at Nu Yen-chan's back and thought to herself. Although we surprised him at first, this person calmed down quickly. If he were just an ordinary person, we wouldn't need to negotiate. We could just use force. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, even though he's just a student. This level of calmness is enough to join the special division. Moreover, his spiritual power. A ding sounded as the elevator stopped on the first floor. As it slowly opened, Yan Shan leaned to the side, gesturing an invitation as if receiving honored guests. A faint red light emanated from around him. Then Kai was startled, realizing his spiritual power had reached level 3. He spoke, his voice gentle. My place is upstairs.
Please excuse the mess.
His words pulled Then Kai out of her thoughts. In the apartment, after boiling water and inviting the three of them, Nu Yenshan got straight to the point.
You want to know the truth?
I can tell you, but you have to agree to a few conditions. Before he could finish, Tang Kai nodded.
Deal. Nu Yenshan pondered, his eyes deep.
My experiences have taught me a lot, but it's still not clear enough, he thought, pouring a glass of water.
He continued to think. Fortunately, these three came. They can help me clarify things, saving me the trouble of guessing.
The three of them were silent,
waiting for him to speak.
Suddenly, he slammed the cup on the table and his voice stunned them.
You're not from the Public Security Bureau, are you?
As the three of them stared in shock, he continued calmly. The special division and tried to mouth dropped open while Then Kai calmly sipped her water as if nothing was out of the ordinary. He continued, if this world has anomalies and people with special spiritual powers, then of course there would be a corresponding special organization.
Nu Yenshanu immediately pointed at the broken pieces. And smirked.
This cup costs a 0 yuan.
Pay up. Hungam jumped up. Ha!
This piece of junk is a 0 yuan.
Are you robbing me?
Inwardly, she screamed.
I want to beat you up.
Then Kai coughed lightly, reminding her, Hongam, calm down. Then she turned to him.
Her voice gentle. We will compensate you for your loss. She admitted frank. We are indeed the special division.
Regardless of how you know about us or how much you understand, she paused, her eyes sharp.
I have to tell you something. If anomalies have rules, we can't completely destroy them. We can only contain them.
You have great potential, but you can't let your guard down.
Otherwise, an anomaly could kill you at any time. Hearing this, Nu Yenshanu just stared ahead silently, not responding, unable to stand the oppressive atmosphere. Then Kai spoke up. All right, speak. You and your friends saw an eyeball before, right?
Nanshan looked straight into her eyes, his voice cold.
What eyeball?
I played a game, figured out the rules and survived. Then Kai was surprised and pressed on.
Oh, a game. What game? And what are its rules? He replied challengingly. You answer my questions first. I still have many things I'm unclear about. If you tell me, I'll tell you everything I know.
Then Kai pursed her lips and let out a soft HMPH, thinking to herself.
Nu Yenshanu certainly has potential.
He knows how to use a disadvantageous situation to negotiate, but his experience with anomalies is still lacking.
She spoke calmly. All right, what do you want to know?
He replied softly, but his voice was serious.
Spiritual power, he continued. I want to know. After reaching spiritual power level 3, what abilities will emerge in the next stage?
Thin pushed up her glasses and replied curtly.
There won't be any new abilities.
Continuing to upgrade only expands the range of influence of your spiritual power. The stronger the power, the larger the range. Nyan Chan raised his cup, questioning. But I feel that spiritual power, aside from sensing anomalies, can't attack them.
So is upgrading necessary? Then also raised her cup and replied.
On the contrary, to fight anomalies, we must upgrade our spiritual power. This is related to our very lives. They both raised their cups to their lips and took a sip.
She continued. But before I go on, I want to know how you survived. He silently took a sip of water and recounted.
I played that game and died twice before I found a way to escape death.
This is related to my ability. He then returned to the main topic. So, can we continue with the previous topic? Thank you.
The three of them, then Kai, Hongam, and Trita were stunned. Then Kai thought to herself. So his ability is to cheat death.
Hongam had a similar thought.
Well, Try-to-him silently admired, so admirable, an ability just like Mr. Hongyam's. Suddenly, then Kai stood up and continued the topic. Upgrading spiritual power after level 3 mainly improves the quality of the soul. Dealing with anomalies requires items similar to them, but using them will damage the soul. She looked at him, her voice lowering. The more spiritual power we accumulate, the higher the quality of our soul and the more times we can use that item. Then Kai sat down beside Nan Shanu, watching him calmly sip his water and said, "This is why we always upgrade our spiritual power." He held the cup, his eyes growing cold, not responding. Seeing the sharp expression on his face, then Kai quickly backed away and asked, "Is there any other problem?" Shan remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the reflection of Yumi and Tunin in the cup. He thought to himself, so, the fact that Tunin and Tue are restricted is related to them. Through the notebook, I know, they haven't caught Tunin. But as for classmate Tue, I don't know. Not wanting to think about the worst-case scenario, he put down his cup, his voice deep. If you can't kill the anomalies, then how do you contain them? Won't they just multiply until one day humanity is wiped out by them? Hom was shocked and shot up, crossing her hands in an X shape in front of her chest, and confidently replied, "Can't your imagination be a bit more creative, for better or worse? We're the special division. Is it impossible for an anomaly to kill another anomaly?" This made Nguyen Shan stunned for a moment, then he gave a smile. He waited for him. He slowly took out the notebook, placed it on the table, and said, "My questions have been answered. Now I will tell you what I know about the game." He continued. "This game is called It's Your Turn." Suddenly, however, a knock sounded at the door. Without a word, Nguyen Shanu and then Kai glanced at each other. He called out, "Coming." Then quickly went to open the door. At the door was Tutong, his neighbor. He was surprised. "It's you." Tuong scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Sorry to bother you. I was unpacking, but I don't have any scissors. Could I borrow a pair from you?" Looking at his friendly neighbor, Nguyen Shan thought to himself, this guy really likes to socialize. The convenience store is right downstairs, yet he insists on borrowing from a neighbor. Stop. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, no way. Could the message Miho apartment complex is dangerous be referring to the newly moved into you, Tong? He replied, sure. Wait a moment. Tutong smiled politely, sorry to trouble you. Looking at the person outside the door, she was startled, a look of surprise in her eyes. Shan too observed everyone's reactions in the room. And his eyes also showed a hint of surprise. He went inside to get the scissors, thinking to himself, but the special division didn't detect anything unusual about Tuong. He brought the scissors to the door and muttered, or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Jan handed the scissors to Tuong, his voice gentle, here, no rush to return them. Tutong took them with a bright smile. All right, thank you. In his mind, a thought flashed. Or maybe he's stronger than everyone here. I must investigate this thoroughly. He closed the door, went back inside, looked at the three people in the room, and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. He walked over and explained, a new neighbor just moved in, quite enthusiastic. Then Kai crossed her arms, her expression indifferent, so continue. Make it as brief as possible. Tried to hand him a notepad and said, please write it down here. Shannon frowned, inking to himself. They really don't sense anything unusual. Looks like I could only rely on myself. I was planning to use them to investigate, but it's not possible. He took the notepad from Try-to-M while writing considered. It's okay to tell them about the rules of its turn. In this digital age, keeping secrets online is impossible. If they find any errors in the information I provide, it will be very dangerous. There's no need to make an enemy of the special division right now. A moment later, he held up the notepad and declared, I'm done writing. He handed it to Then Kai. Sniffle tried to was hiding behind the chair and Hong Amam bluntly reached out to snatch the paper from Lin Kai's hand, leaving her speechless.
Then Kai raised an eyebrow. Don't you know how to use your spiritual power to see?
Hong hummed in agreement, then snatched the paper, held it up, and read aloud.
Such a strange anomaly.
It seems only someone as amazing as me can investigate it inwardly.
She was overjoyed. There's a bonus. I've hit the jackpot. Then Kai looked seriously at Nguyen Shanu and asked, do you want to join the special division? He smirked and replied, what's in it for me?
Then Kai stood up, her voice firm.
Everything you want, both materially and spiritually, you can have. Hong chimed in excitedly. Your account will immediately receive 50 million and you'll get a house and car during mission.
You can command the local police at will, and after investigating an anomaly, there are extra rewards.
You also have the right to act first and report later. As long as you don't kill innocent people.
Chan closed his eyes, feigning a difficult decision.
So, what are the responsibilities?
Then Kai replied calmly in order.
When it's your turn to investigate an anomaly,
you cannot refuse, but if you encounter multiple anomalies, you can cooperate in the investigation. Investigating anomalies has a very high mortality rate, and using the special divisions items always comes at a price. Therefore, power and wealth are what we deserve. She paused, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. Since the beginning of the investigations, apart from the director, no inspector I know has lived past 10 years. The image of Kong Bin appeared, and she continued, many inspectors later developed mental problems to varying degrees.
They agree and resist missions. This rotation is for the special division to function normally. Therefore, we won't force you to join.
Chan rested his chin on his hand, pondering, oh, so I still have other options. Hong Amam enthusiastically chimed in, of course, there are also inspectors who are not part of the special division who form their own teams, but they still have to assist us in completing missions.
If you want a backer like me, it's best to just join the special division.
The benefits are overflowing. She handed him her business card, smiling brightly. In over me, recruiting a new person comes with a commission, and I'm not stingy like her.
Was split 50-50.
Nguyen Shana broke out in a sweat while Tri Tu shyly spoke up.
Actually, you could also join someone else's team. Tu's face immediately darkened.
She pointed at her and shouted, shut up. Her imposing manner made Tri Am tremble. Unexpectedly, then Kai raised her hand, her voice serious and short.
Humanity's enemy is the anomalies, not humans themselves.
She paused and smiled faintly. After investigating anomalies for so long, seeing humans fight amongst themselves is truly laughable. Her hand pointed out, and Nguyen thought silently.
A moment later. He nodded.
You're right.
He took her hand as if confirming his intention to cooperate and declared, I thought it over.
I want to form my own team called the Ghost Club. In his mind, an image of two children playing appeared, their eyes shining brightly, EXO. As they left the apartment, Hong grabbed Tridu and shouted angrily, who told you to be so nosy? She pinched Tri Tu's cheek, making her cry out in pain. At that moment, red veins surfaced on Nan Shan's hand. He called out, Tunan. An eye with a crimson pupil opened, and the boy Tunan's voice said, Mommy. He spoke pitifully, his eyes red and his face gloomy. Remembering Ninkayan tried, he thought to himself before the special division came. I had already absorbed Tunan's ability. I haven't tested it yet, but if a conflict arises, even if we have to fight, this is at least a guarantee. In the palm of Nguyen Shan's hand, a crimson eye appeared. He thought to himself, with this power, I could even kill them. He turned to Yumi and Tunan, his voice low. Currently, your abilities are limited. I can only try this method. Not only do I have to face a new neighbor, but I'll also have to encounter many anomalies in the future. We must train urgently. He had successfully absorbed the gaze through the crack ability, an active skill that allowed him to attack enemies without restriction.
He widened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise. So that's how it is.
Tunin is restricted to only attacking domestic abusers, but when I use this ability, I'm not restricted.
That's not a bad trade-off. The end. The system announced, using this ability consumes 100 legend points per second. Current legend points, 298,100. Choose to deduct, yes or no. Please select.
After careful thought, he chose yes.
A notification sounded. Deduction successful. Current legend points 298,000.
He thought to himself also, I don't know if it's thanks to Tunin's ability.
But my vision has also improved. But that's still not enough. Even though I can use an anomaly's ability, I still can't kill them.
He smiled faintly, telling himself,
be content.
At least my ability to protect myself has increased a little.
He pointed his thumb behind him and declared, let's go. We'll walk around the complex and see if we can find any clues.
A moment later, at Jiangthan University in the VUBOX class, a classmate excitedly said, a new antique shop just opened recently.
I saw good reviews online. Let's go check it out. Another friend asked, where? The first person replied, I think it's in the Zion shopping center.
Vuback was organizing her books, resting her chin on her hand and looking out the window, thinking to herself, I passed by President Chan's class this morning, but didn't see him. She recalled, before noon, she had gone to the classroom and the Ghost Club's activity room only to find out that the president wasn't at school today.
Thinking about it, I also secretly checked at the office. Does the president have acquaintances of the Public Security Bureau?
She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. A moment later, she packed her books into her bag, telling herself, why overthink it?
I'll just go to the president's house to find out.
Suddenly, a bell rang, startling her and making her scream in fear. On her phone, she saw a message from her mom. Sweetie, while you were at school this afternoon, little Lynn from across the hall gave you her favorite doll.
I put it on your bedside table.
After school, buy a gift to thank her. Be safe. She suddenly remembered the image of an adorable little girl with a clear voice calling Big Sister. Involuntarily, she realized with a start, oh, it's her. Deciding not to disappoint the little girl, she immediately planned to buy a gift. Just then, her mom sent her a picture of a doll, which made her jump, her heart pounding.
Her mom also texted, she's so cute.
You have to thank her properly. Not waiting for them, without hesitation, the Vuback chose to go to the Theme Show shopping center, which was near the president's house. At that time, at the Vuback residence, the couple was in their room. On the table, a family photo of three radiated joy. The mother sat on the bed folding clothes, smiling gently.
Do you feel like she's been much happier lately?
It hasn't been long since we moved, and she's already made a new friend.
The father holding a doll nodded and replied, that's right.
She used to keep everything to herself. He gently placed the doll on the table and continued thoughtfully.
It's good that there's a change. Moving was the right thing to do.
As they left the room, the wife smiled slightly. After all, our daughter is a bit special. The husband sighed. A hint of worry in his eyes.
It's been tough.
The door was slightly ajar, and a sliver of light shone through the crack, illuminating the doll. Suddenly, the corner of its mouth curved up into a strange smile.
Right. 5:59 p.m. The Theme Show shopping center was bustling with people. Vuback was mesmerized by the sparkling stuffed animals behind the glass display. Her eyes lighting up. This cat is so cute.
But then she tilted her head and muttered. It seems the rabbit is more popular.
Suddenly, a melody played, making her turn around in surprise. The clock struck 6 p.m.
The chime blending with the song Sorry, Daddy.
She frowned. Why is the clock chime so strange? The people around were buzzing with surprise. The Chinese music continued to play. It's not that I don't love you.
One person exclaimed, "Wow, this mall is really playing this song."
Another person muttered, their voice trembling. What are you afraid of? Urban legends are all fake. But another person chimed undoubtfully.
I heard from my grandma that this place used to be where they abandon infants. They play this song to comfort the souls of those children. And there are also strange women looking for their children.
Hearing this, the viewback felt a heaviness in her chest.
She involuntarily put her hand on her chest, thinking,
am I being desensitive?
But her heart was pounding inexplicably.
I should find a place to do a divination.
Better to be safe than sorry, she told herself, then hurried out of the shopping center. At that moment, in front of the theme show entrance, a blonde man and a brown-haired woman stood side by side. The blonde man held his phone live streaming and excitedly pointed behind him.
My friends, did you hear that? The theme show shopping center is really playing this song. This urban legend is real.
At this point, the man opened a box of headphones, his voice low and steady. But as long as I wear my family's soundproof headphones, I don't care, he said, while continuing to live stream. The woman beside him kept chattering non-stop.
Viewback rushed to a hidden corner and breathed a sigh of relief. No one will notice here.
The coin in her hand flashed with a strange light and suddenly emitted a bizarre music exactly like the melody at the shopping center. She trembled and dropped the coin, her voice cracking.
What is this music? A while later, she was lost, not knowing where she was.
Suddenly, a voice rang out that sent a cold sweat down her back.
You over there? Did you find anything?
Another voice replied, No, it's been very quiet these past few days.
I hope it stays this peaceful. Viewback hid behind a wall, peeking out. The two people talking were glowing with a faint blue light.
The man said in a deep voice, The center is really something. Clearly knowing there's an evil spirit still out there, yet they still dare to open.
The woman sighed, there's no other way. This is the biggest shopping center around here. Closing for a few days would be enough to kill it. It's just tough on us. The man continued, as long as we can control the evil spirit and prevent any casualties, it's fine.
Hearing this, Viewback shivered, and to herself, thought, they have spiritual power, just like President Chanu.
She was terrified. Squatting down and muttering, no, but they are very dangerous.
Suddenly, a hand touched the coin on the ground. Then Viewback quickly picked it up and clutched it in her hand. Suddenly, a small hand grasped hers and a child's voice rang out. Big sister, she was petrified and slowly turned around. Facing her was a pitch-black child with glowing red eyes.
It whispered, it's too hot in here. I want to go out. Realizing, I want to go out. Realizing she was facing an evil spirit, she panicked and pulled her hand back. Rushing forward and shouting at the other two, run. It's dangerous. Run to the safest place. Unexpectedly, a skull appeared before her. Its voice eerie, have you seen my child? My child, no head, a skull. It floated in front of her, but its hand reached out towards the two people in front. The surroundings suddenly transformed. The Viewbacka's eyes widened in utter horror as countless ghosts rose up around her. Horror. Despite her fear, she was clear-headed enough to notice something was wrong. She turned back and roared, no, it's fake. It's an illusion. But they still didn't know. The woman in red from before was real. Without hesitation, she rushed forward. In Viewback's mind, there was only one thought. Escape from her. Escape from her. She rushed forward. She ran up the stairs, her feet moving so fast that her glasses fell off at some point without her noticing. As she ran, she thought to herself, where is it safe? She burst into the women's restroom in front of the sink. Her mind in turmoil, she muttered. I can't find it. Can't find it. Terrified, the Viewback huddled in a corner, trembling as she uttered, I can't find it.
Suddenly, a knock on the door made her jump. A weak voice spoke up.
Can you help me turn off the faucet? The voice continued, trembling. Help me. I'm so scared.
Vuback rubbed her eyes and cursed.
Damn it. I don't know where my glasses fell. I can't see clearly. She asked loudly. Who are you? Are you begging me?
With her eyes shut tight, she mumbled.
You wait a minute.
At this moment, strange black hair slowly crept onto her body.
She opened her eyes in a panic. But right now, I can't see very well.
Vuback fumbled her way towards the sound of running water. She reached out to turn off the faucet, but all around strands or perhaps black hair had wrapped tightly around her, glowing with a faint blue light. She touched the sink and the strands of hair began to crawl up.
A savage laugh echoed. Thanks for your enthusiasm.
Countless ghosts clung to her from all sides, making her feel death's imminent approach.
In the darkness, Nguyen Shan's glowing red eyes flared you. A blast of spiritual power shattered the door.
The blast terrified the ghost, causing them to vanish from the Vuback's body. But by now, her eyes had turned completely black.
A moment later, she slowly opened them.
Nguyen Shan Chan leaped in front of her, his voice calm. Then Vuback, he opened his palm and continued, so this is the danger you were talking about. Her face was tear-streaked, still reeling from the terror. She bit her lip, shyly, calling out, President. Then burst into tears and rushed towards him.
Nguyen Shan erased his index finger, stopping her forehead. Stop, he said coldly.
The Vuback held her head and cried out in pain. She continuously mumbled, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
He sighed and pulled her glasses from his coat.
Using his spiritual power, he repaired the crack on the lens.
It's fixed, he explained.
Don't lose it carelessly again. The Vuback
took back the glasses, shyly whispering her thanks. Nguyen Shan Chan looked at her, his voice calm.
It's nothing. I have a lot of questions for you and you need to answer them truthfully. Vuch nodded immediately without any hesitation. Anything.
His eyes glinted as someone approached to greet them.
Hello, it was a girl with fiery red hair. She smiled and asked, Are you the inspector?
Beside her, a girl with glasses introduced them.
We are members of the Exorcist Talisman Squad, the red-haired girl added.
And this is the reserve assistant of the Special Division's Exorcist Talisman Squad, responsible for pacifying specters and cleansing evil spirits at the show shopping center. The clock ticked to 6:15 p.m., and the surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. A group cleaning up the scene announced, Everyone stay calm.
Don't panic. We are filming a horror movie.
Please refrain from filming or taking pictures to avoid leaking the plot. These are all props.
No need to be alarmed. An annoyed person in the crowd snapped. What are you people crazy? Another chimed in. Hey, you're not filming me, are you? I have image rights. The crowd exchanged words, then turned and walked away. Let's go. Let's go. Nothing interesting to see here.
A staff member smiled and replied. If you agree to be in the shot, we'll pay you for your screen time.
If not, we will edit you out completely.
Nguyen Shanu, witnessing this from afar, turned to the red-haired girl.
Are these people all with you?
The purple-haired girl nodded with a bright smile.
Yes, that's right.
They're all colleagues.
Besides dispersing vengeful spirits, they're also responsible for our misdirection strategy. Nguyen Shan nodded in understanding. I see. So, what did you want?
The blue-haired girl stepped forward, hesitating slightly.
It's nothing really. We just wanted to thank you for your help.
You're the only one here with the ability to directly disperse vengeful spirits.
She had to glance down at the object in her hand and asked.
No need for such formalities.
But what is that you're all holding?
The blue-haired girl was startled by the sudden question. The purple-haired girl quickly held up a device and explained.
You mean this?
This is a spiritual pressure generator. It uses soul jade energy to simulate a level 3 spiritual pressure to deal with vengeful spirits. The blue-haired girl nervously interjected.
Be careful.
The red-haired girl quickly added.
Someone as powerful as the inspector wouldn't need a machine like this.
She explained further, her eyes sparkling. Actually, the spiritual pressure generator invented by the Special Division's Research Department is a tool that helps ordinary people deal with vengeful spirits.
Nguyen Chan frowned, asking curiously, what is a soul jade?
The blue-haired girl immediately replied, it's the thing you just received after dispersing the vengeful woman in the red dress. Hearing this, Nguyen Chan reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a glittering black jade. He smiled and asked, so, this is a soul jade? As he spoke, he tossed the jade up and down, amusing himself.
But the exorcist didn't mention anything about this.
Perhaps it's not that important for an inspector. The girl, the red-haired girl, widened her eyes and shouted in panic, that's it. Please hold it carefully, she quickly explained.
Pacifying specters and dispersing vengeful spirits can both yield soul jades. This is a very useful resource for us.
It can be used to upgrade our spiritual power, she added. Her voice was full of excitement as she described the jade's effects. The spiritual power will flow through the meridians.
All over the body.
Jan clenched the jade, turning it in his hand, deep in thought.
Is that so? But I can't seem to absorb anything. Could it be a limitation of the notebook?
Shaking his head, he told himself, it's not a big deal if I just throw it away. Then his gaze shifted to the viewback, a cunning smile revealing his intentions. He tightened his grip on the jade, inking, but maybe I can let her try it.
His smile grew even more devious.
The viewback felt his gaze, and goosebumps rose on her skin.
She waved her hands, stammering. President, why are you looking at me?
Nguyen Chan turned around, raising a hand to bid farewell.
Thank you both for the explanation, he said gently. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now.
The two girls waved back, replying in unison.
Then we won't keep you any longer. Nan Chan Chan departed.
His figure gradually disappearing. Then viewback trailed behind him, silent. The members of the Exorcist Talisman squad watched the two leave. The two girls whispered to each other, their cheeks blushing. The red-haired girl covered her mouth and gushed.
That's the most handsome inspector I've ever met.
The girl, the blue-haired girl, nodded in agreement, and he's especially gentle. Look how sweet he is with his girlfriend.
I'm so jealous. They giggled about a romantic story fit for a movie.
Their voice was low, but loud enough for viewback to hear. She was so embarrassed her face turned red. Steam practically coming out of her ears, but she didn't dare say a word.
Shant was cold and indifferent to the gossip.
He was lost in his own thoughts, his sharp face focused. He thought to himself, it seems the power gap between me and them is quite large.
The notebook once I reach spiritual power level 3. I could withstand the rules of the anomalous.
Although the exorcist and other inspectors of spiritual power, they still have to rely on item rules to investigate and contain anomalies. He pursed his lips, telling himself, in this world, it seems I'm at the top of the power pyramid.
But these people still need soul jades to disperse vengeful spirits. AM1 considered exceptional here. This thought made his expression even more serious.
Meanwhile, the viewback was carefree, her mind still in a jumble from the earlier gossip. She adjusted her glasses, her face red as a beet, and stammered, Nguyen Shanu that is.
President, did you come here to shop? Her mind was filled with rosy thoughts. This is so embarrassing.
It would be great to be his girlfriend, but why did the president have to hear that? Her heart pounded, leaning towards love, even as her rational mind tried to hold back.
But the president didn't come here for me, did he? The Vubak snap out of it.
At this moment, they were on an escalator going down. Hearing her question, Nguyen Shana turned his head and replied coldly.
No, you informed me that there was danger near the school district, right?
That's why I took the day off to investigate here. Hearing this, Butch felt a pang of bitterness and replied.
Oh, I see.
But deep down, she cheered.
Great. I successfully changed the subject. Nguyen Shanu continued, in a steady voice.
When I was nearby, I ran into some inspectors with spiritual power who were all rushing towards the shopping center. Recalling that moment, Muan Chan stood calmly, hands in his pockets, quietly observing the group of inspectors rushing past.
He clearly heard them replying on their radios. There's an anomaly at Theme Show Shopping Center. Understood. I'm on my way.
Shandanda's voice was deep as he continued.
I thought an anomaly had appeared, so I followed them here. When I arrived, a blazing red spiritual force covered the entire area. People were screaming, "It's a vengeful spirit." The vengeful spirit hasn't been suppressed.
Move out, he added coldly. I did some digging and it turns out this is about a vengeful spirit from decades ago. Back then, the show shopping center was a place that specialized in disposing of aborted fetuses. A tragic scene unfolded: ruthless adults murdering young children, packing their bodies into boxes, and taking them elsewhere.
Shander continued his story, describing a scene of two people shaking hands on a deal involving a huge sum of money.
He shook his head, his voice low, but some feng shui experts said this land was a great investment.
In the end, he placed an order for him. Eventually, a boss bought
and built the Theme Show Shopping Center, the earliest major shopping center in Jiang City.
Business was booming.
The number of customers and sales were astonishing, but the scene was full of contrast. The rich and powerful with their cruel hearts reveled in their blood money. Shanda continued, but then one day people started disappearing strangely. He recalled the missing person notices posted everywhere with the headline "Searching for Missing Person." 2 people had gone missing in the center, but tragically no one ever found them because there were no security cameras back then. They were never found.
The clock ticked to 6 p.m.
Nguyen Shan recounted a merchant said that after 6:00 you could hear the sound of a child crying. One day he went looking with a flashlight, but when he discovered something, his eyes widened in terror. The red blood vessels clearly visible. Sometimes people even saw a woman in a red dress, Nguyen Shan said grimly. Oh, the image of that female ghost with her deformed face, loose limbs, freakishly long arms, skeletal frame, laughing savagely as she caught her prey. The rumors spread from person to person, causing a serious crisis within the shopping sense management. Urgent meetings were held constantly to deal with the rumors. Chan continued, his voice low. This seriously affected the sense business. The owner refused to give up and invited a mass to investigate, only to learn that this place was originally an infant burial ground, heavy with resentful energy. He paused, his gaze sharp, in another dimension. This place held a gate leading to a world separate from Earth. The people around hearing this began to whisper, wondering about their own location. Nguyen Shan continued, the missing people were caused by the vengeful spirit trapped here. The first missing mother also turned into a vengeful spirit, her eyes glowing red, a grotesque smile on her face, tightly clutching a photo from when she was human. He added, in the end, they decided to use sound to soothe the vengeful spirits. At the place with the clock, melodies frequently played.
Sorry, my baby. It's not that I don't want you. Nguyen Shan shook his head. Since then, there have been no more disappearances.
The show shopping center continued to operate. But it was as if it were in the hands of evil spirits, letting them play as they pleased. However, the vengeful spirits were not soothed at all. He explained, his voice cold. This place gradually became an urban legend.
Listening, Fan Vu suddenly flinched, exclaiming in fear. I heard the music too.
But it immediately turned into another bizarre sound and then I saw illusions. Hearing this, Chan rested his chin on his hand deep in thought. He replied, I heard from the people at the special division that this place showed signs of an anomaly a few days ago. It just erupted today. As for the cause, they couldn't explain it either. He frowned, thinking to himself, could a more powerful anomaly have appeared here? But deep down, he thought, it's also possible that because I came here, no deaths occurred. The view back, he said, seriously, whatever the reason. You as someone with spiritful power are still too weak. If I hadn't come, you would be dead by now. Nu Yen Shan's words alluded to the previous incident when the viewback was covered in blood and in critical condition. His voice was both stern and gentle. This can't be blamed entirely on you. He explained, his eyes sharp. Vengeful spirits can distort a person's judgment. Otherwise, with your judgment skills, you wouldn't have run into a dangerous place. That's how vengeful spirits are. Once they grasp a weakness, humans are just like prey offering themselves up, willingly sacrificing their lives to the evil spirit schemes. After hearing this, Viewback bit her lip in fear, her voice trembling. You're right. It's because I'm too weak. She sobbed. Her voice filled with disappointment and frailty. Her heart felt like it was pierced by 1,000 arrows named weakness. Nu Yen Chan. Seemingly wanting to comfort her, Shanda changed the subject, his voice gentle. What did you come here to buy? I'll go with you. Viewback, who was in tears, immediately brightened upon hearing this, her face doing a complete 180. She joyfully asked, Huh? Shanda smiled warmly. After we're done shopping, we have to continue the conversation that was interrupted by those people earlier. Viewback was overjoyed, her face flushed as she got lost in romantic fantasies. She couldn't help but jump up and down, quickly replying. Yes, yes. They went to the stuffed animal counter. She started chasing. Chase, 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 chase. The pink-haired saleswoman smiled brightly. 40 for one. Buy one, get one free, and they're both especially ugly. Viewback excitedly hugged the pink-haired bear. Nguyen Shan was bored, thinking to himself, I can't understand a girl's mood. Moving to another section, Nguyen Shan patiently waited for Thien Viewback to take pictures, striking all sorts of poses. The scene changed to a family restaurant. Viewback clenched something tightly, held out her hand and said in a serious voice, President, please hold out your hand. Shanda was surprised, holding out his hand. Like this, he asked. Then Viewback, her hair blowing, hummed in agreement and then released her hand. The Eastern Zhu coin fell, spinning in his palm. Charant was surprised while Viewback looked at the coin with a serious expression. Shanda stared intently at the coin, which was covered in mysterious symbols and characters. He asked in a low voice, This is your tool. If I'm not mistaken, your ability is foresight. At that moment, jet black feathers fell silently, drifting through the air. Their owner appeared. A majestic god is radiating a brilliant light. With strong arms, long black hair flowing, and enormous powerful wings. Perhaps she was the embodiment of the coin. Phi Viewback nodded and replied, That's right. You can call it the coin of fate. So, Nu Yen Shana fell into thought. A series of questions flashing through his mind. The goddess of fate from Greek mythology. I'm not sure if myths really exist in this world full of anomalies and evil spirits. Can gods deal with them? The image of the majestic, powerful goddess Atim. One look and you could tell she was no ordinary person. After a moment of thought, he held the coin and asked, This is the coin of fate. How do you use it? The Viewback rested her arms on the table and answered honestly, You just flip it. Before you flip, pick up a question. If the coin lands heads up, it symbolizes the right time and you can get accurate information. Chan to return the coin and asked, What about the other side? Viewback pondered, looking at the coin in her hand, biting her lip with a grave expression, losing memories of certain days. Formation like a spider's web traps the user's soul. Once it lands on the reverse side, it will shatter a piece of the owner's memory.
Na nodded, his eyes lighting up.
I see the coin of fate has a probability of landing on the reverse side.
He recalled the diary-themed viewback always carried. Clasped his hands together and produced. This is why you write a diary. This coin is quite mysterious. I've never paid attention to it before. Just hearing a few words and I've already figured it out. Viewback looked at the coin, her voice calm. Perhaps because it's closely linked to my memory. Unless I die to others, it's just an ordinary coin. Nguyen Shandanda gently shook the coin, his eyes twinkling. And asked, "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and take the coin?"
He propped his arm up, took a sip of water, and smiled leisurely, his voice teasing.
Then Vu.
Butch jumped, letting out a small cry and quickly waved her hands. No, you wouldn't kill me.
The president is a good person.
She paused, panning. Besides, I used the coin for foresight before.
The safest place in Jiang City is the Ghost Club. That's why hearing this, Shauna fell into deep thought.
Not saying a word, he thought to himself.
Safest? So safe that all its memories are gone? If I didn't have the notebook, I'd be unconscious by now.
He was startled as he realized something and quickly spoke up.
Wait a minute. So the key to this place's safety is me.
He looked at the viewback, his voice firm.
You used the coin for me once right now. Five which let out a questioning sound awkwardly. Ask what question?
Nguyen Shan replied immediately, ask what Nguyen Shan's true identity is besides being a student.
Vubu paused, mumbling, true identity? Isn't he the president of the Ghost Club?
But she still nodded.
Okay. She took the heavy coin, and a brilliant golden light emanated from it. She tossed the coin into the air, its power spreading. Both Nguyen Shan and Five Butch watched its every move intently.
The coin fell, and Five Butch quickly caught it. Slowly opening her hand, the face of the coin showed a spider. Nana frowned, his voice cold.
What's with the face?
He looked at her, a hint of hostility in his eyes, thinking, she didn't lose any memories.
She's tricking me.
Tien Vuvuch clutched the coin tightly and said sadly, I'm sorry.
The coin can't answer the...
Nguyen Shan frowned and asked why. The Vubak replied in a low voice, because this question has reached the limit of memory consumption. She explained. Her eyes were serious as she explained, when the coin falls, if there's a vibration it will give a response. If there's no vibration, regardless of which side it lands on, there's no response. The difficulty of the question must be within the range of memory consumption.
As long as the coin doesn't respond, it means the question exceeds 30 days of memory. It operates on the trade-off of memories.
She paused, looking at the coin. The coin puts her on a scale. If the question exceeds the price of memory that can be paid, it won't work. She continued, for questions that exceed 30 days of memory, the coin won't respond, and no memories will be lost. After hearing this, Chan gave a relieved smile, thinking to himself. Oh, so this coin's ability is just like a bug.
He raised his hand and said, all right, let's change the question then. Why is the Ghost Club the safest place in Jiang City?
He quickly corrected himself.
No, let's change it again, ask. But before he could finish, the viewback had already activated her ability.
A stream of golden spiritual energy enveloped her body, her hair flying.
Nguyen Shandanda quickly finished his sentence. What is inside Nguyen Shandanda's house this time?
The coin vibrated violently.
Both Nguyen Chano and Tien Viewback watched with bated breath. Viewback, with a serious face, relayed, there is something very terrifying inside the president's house. After hearing this, Chant nodded slightly. I understand. This meal is on me.
He stood up, turned his back, and said coldly, you should leave the club. The viewback was shocked and stammered.
Why? Why?
He replied without turning back.
Your ability is useless to the Ghost Club. Besides, the range of memory you can use for prediction is too small. I need you to prove you have a stronger ability. Then Vu Vuback quickly grabbed Nu Yenshan's arm. Her voice frantic. Wait. Actually, this coin has another ability. She hastily revealed another power to keep him. Hearing this, Chan lit up as if he'd struck gold. He grunted. She said. I can consume memories by the year to briefly change a person's fate. It turned out the ability she had been hiding was to directly interfere with human life. That power was terrifying, as if a person's destiny was just a character in a book that she could decide. Chant was delighted, thinking, hook, line, and sinker. He turned back and asked, be more specific. How do you change it? How? Vuback stammered. Designate a person, then imagine it in your head, and then you can determine the opponent's fate of life or death in the future. Chant raised an eyebrow, pondering. Even if she used it on me, I would only lose 1 day of my lifespan. But how many years of memory does she have to consume? He continued to press years. Yes, days. Yes. So, is there an ability that uses months? The Vuback turned her back, stammering that he attacked relentlessly, giving her no rest. What is it? Tell me. Suddenly, the Vuback seemed to realize something. A look of bewilderment on her face. She turned back asking frantically, You pre-president, have you been leading my words this whole time? Nu Yenshan crossed his arms, turned his face away, and replied coldly, Who told you to trust me so much? Your behavior is not like that of a person with normal IQ? So naive. Vuback was petrified, stammering. Could it be? You're not wrong. Her body seemed to crumble under his demeaning, abnormal words. Chan glanced at her, his voice softening. All right, fine. It seems this is related to your limits. If you really want to stay in the Ghost Club, help me ask one last question. The Vuback was excited and confidently replied, Really? Okay. Nu Yenshan opposed the question using the day ability of the coin. Asked if the Miho apartment complex will create any dangerous anomalies for me. Vuback closed her eyes and activated her skill. The coin was tossed a third time, sparkling with golden light. She caught the falling coin, looked at it thoughtfully, then opened her hand. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Still no response. The Vuback lowered her head, apologetic for making Nu Yenshan wait in vain. She felt discouraged. And whispered, I'm sorry. Are there any other questions? I can continue to help. Nguyen Chanishan coldly refused. No need, he pondered, thinking to himself. Just now, the Vuback knew there was something terrifying in my house, which must be Tunin in 2A. But this time, the head side still didn't give an answer. Could there be something stronger than both of them? Sweat beat on his forehead as he worried. The man in the same building is an unknown variable. Jana turned and walked away. Phi Butch raised her hand softly, trying to stop him. President, he stopped, his voice serious. That's enough for today. Don't tell anyone else about this coin's ability. Otherwise, trouble will find you. Vuback nodded repeatedly. Okay. Suddenly, she saw him reach out, offering her a black pill. She wondered, huh? Chan smiled gently. The soul jade can enhance spiritual power. Take it as compensation for forcing you to use the coin. He wanted to make up for it and help her grow stronger to support him. The Vuback excitedly took the jade, her eyes shining brightly, and exclaimed this. Thank you, President. Shana waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind her, if you're free tomorrow, don't forget to join the club activity. Finak bowed her head and shouted enthusiastically, Okay, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Nu Yen Shanu ignored her and walked away starly. And the crowd on them. One person exclaimed, "You scared me to death." Another person remarked, "Isn't that the actor from the shopping center just now? What crazy stunt is he pulling now? Are all students these days messed up in the head?"
Viewback heard them, realized she had shouted too loudly, and her face turned bright red. She quickly chased after him, stammering, "Sorry.
President, can I walk with you?"
Nguyen Shanu, embarrassed, rubbed his head and pretended not to hear. He quickened his pace, thinking to himself, "Oh, God, today I finally met a fool even scarier than a monster." The viewback kept chasing, not giving up. She shouted, "President, wait for me." Suddenly, the two were caught in a comical chase.
Nguyen Shan thought with a weary heart, "Why do I feel like I've gotten myself into such a mess?"
Back home, Nan Chan was in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He frowned, wondering who could it be this late. He went to open the door, cautiously identifying the late-night visitor. It was Tutong, the neighbor. He scratched his head and said shyly, "Sorry to bother you." Nguyen Shan remained silent, his eyes sharp, not responding for a moment. They were both silent.
He thought to himself, "I still can't sense any problem with this person?"
Seeing him stare, Tuong gave a forced, incomprehensible smile. Shanda decided to test him, thinking, "I'll have to make the first move. I'll try refusing first."
He smiled and said gently, "I'm sorry. I'm washing rice to cook. There's a child at home waiting to eat, so I can't lend it to you, Tuong." Hearing this, Tutong was slightly surprised and speechless.
Then he flashed a cunning smile, revealing sharp teeth, and slowly replied, "Oh, is that so? No problem." He turned and walked away leisurely.
Nguyen Shana watched his every move, waiting for something unusual. He pretended to close the door, but his eyes remained glued to the mysterious neighbor, Tutong. Suddenly, his face transformed.
Stitches ran from his mouth to his ears, and strange cracks spread across his face. A green mist slowly seeped from his mouth. He continued to mumble, his voice chillingly cold.
"Thank you."
His mouth gaped open, eyes bulging horrifically, revealing rows of sharp teeth. In Nguyen Shan's kitchen, he pushed open the door and muttered, "I said I had to cook for the kids.
Can't let them go hungry."
But suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Where's the rice cooker?" The kitchen was empty with no sign of the rice cooker. He gasped, immediately realizing that it was the dark neighbor who had stolen it.
The doorbell rang again. Nguyen Shan, on guard, turned his head.
His face like ice, a voice called from outside, "Mr. Nguyen, it's me, Tutong."
He remained silent, walking to the door, ready for a fight.
His arm blazed with red spiritual energy, and the eye on his arm opened wide, awaiting his command.
Tutong stood there, holding the rice cooker with a demonic smile. "Mr. Nguyen, thank you for letting me borrow the cooker. I'm truly grateful."
Nguyen Shanu on high alert stared at him and replied, "Oh, so it was you." He took back the rice cooker, his mind racing.
He is an anomaly. That's certain.
Even though I refused, he still forcefully borrowed it and then returned it.
Tuong returned to his room. Nguyen Shana watched him completely bewildered, thinking, "Is this a provocation or a warning?" From the moment I lent it to him, I fell into his rules.
A series of questions arose.
How many people has he borrowed from? How many have become his puppets?
He placed the rice cooker on the table in front of Tuna, pondering, this Tutong moved in a while ago. First, he gave gifts to every house.
Then went around borrowing things. Has anyone escaped death? Tunan looked at the rice cooker and let out a bewildered Allah. Nguyen Shana sat down,
opened his notebook and wrote something, muttering, his power must have increased quite a bit beside him. Tunam playfully fiddled with the rice cooker, happily exclaiming, "Hurrah!"
Nguyen Shan described in his notebook, accept gift. Fall into the rule. Don't accept, avoid it. He organized his thoughts, telling himself, now that I've confirmed Taiyaton is an anomaly, I must quickly figure out his killing rule and break it. Tunin, sitting in the rice cooker, suddenly spoke up. Mom, look at this. While pointing towards the door, Yu Yin Shanu immediately replied, what is it? He immediately focused, looking towards the hallway, his eyes wide as he activated his see-through vision. The hallway was empty, but he spotted Tutong knocking on an apartment door. He wondered, next door, who's the owner? Annie Dean. Instantly, he raised his hand and the eye in his palm opened. Spiritual energy flaring. The eye attached itself to the door, silently observing the two's actions through the connection with the eye and Yu Yan. Chanda overheard the conversation. Tuong spoke first. Annie Dean, could I borrow your pot for a bit? And laughed cheerfully. Ioton, why be so formal? Of course, you can. Nguyen Shana frowned, wondering, strange.
And is usually very cautious and doesn't talk easily to strangers, especially not long-term residents.
Why is she so cheerful now?
He recalled that when Tutong gave him a gift, he was suspicious too, but still accepted it and even let him borrow something.
He shivered at the thought, could this anomaly unconsciously control people's thoughts, making them unable to refuse, thus drawing them into its roles?
Tutong, like a demon, held Nguyen Shanu in his grasp, turning him into one of countless puppets.
How terrifying, he muttered.
After borrowing the pot, Tutong carried it back as he passed Nguyen Chan's room. He suddenly stopped. He turned his head, flashing a devilish smile, and gave a nod, his squinted eyes half open, as if he had discovered something. A chill ran down Nguyen Chan's spine, his heart pounding. He was terrified when he saw Tutong's devilish smile. The man returned to his room, but Nguyen Shan didn't know that even though his physical body had left, his ghost still lingered outside his door.
He gritted his teeth, letting out a frustrated sigh. He stroked Tunin's head, his voice low. Tunin, I might have to take a little risk. If I don't try, I'll be stuck.
Tunin, playing with the TV remote, looked up at his words and made a confused sound. Nguyen Shan sighed aside and smiled bitterly.
You can't help me this time either, can you? Tunin jumped onto the floor.
Her face looking serious and shouted MKBK.
Then she pressed the button to turn on the TV.
The screen lit up showing the cartoon pickle.
Tunin watched intently, enjoying it, humming along to the song. Don't worry, Sela. No problem.
Nguyen Shana was stunned, his face disbelieving as he exclaimed, Yay, you can't rely on kids. Tunim paid him no mind, still engrossed in her singing, Ola. Nguyen Shana cautiously opened the door, peering through the crack to check for any danger in the hallway.
The sky outside was gloomy with thunder constantly rumbling.
He saw Dutton carrying the rice cooker walking towards his room. Pursing his lips, Nan Shan activated his ability, red spiritual energy erupting from his arm. He thought to himself, now's the time. Without hesitation, he rushed out of his room, heading straight for Taeyong's apartment. But suddenly, his eyes widened in shock at what appeared before him. Nguyen Shannon's eyes widened in horror as he saw Tutong with a monstrous face, no longer human.
His inhuman eyes glowed a ghastly white.
A distorted smile stretched to his ears.
His face gaunt and skeletal. A head suddenly appeared in the rice cooker he was holding. It was his own head.
The man's ghostly green eyes projected into Nguyen Chan's mind, causing him to lose control.
The necklace vibrated violently, warning of danger.
Suddenly, tens of thousands of dry branches sprouted from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Chant.
What is this stuff?
He shouted in panic. The branches merged into Tuong's face while simultaneously squeezing Nguyen Chan's body. In the blink of an eye, they tore off both his arms. He coughed up blood and fell to the floor, helpless. Tutong smiled wickedly, satisfied, holding one of his arms as he slowly approached his dying body. The branches pierced through his body, and blood flowed in streams. In the pouring rain, he looked up at the man. The necklace glowed brightly, constantly warning him. Tutong got closer, opening his hideous mouth.
Nguyen Shana was in despair, thinking, I'm going to be eaten. The clock struck 3:00 a.m., and Nguyen Shana's house, lightning flashed, casting a brief light into the dreary, dark room. His arm lay alone in a corner of the floor. Suddenly, Nguyen Shana sat up, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and cried out, He looked down at the eye in his palm now shut tight, devoid of any observational energy. Looking at it, he muttered, I was killed before I could even use my ability. Am I still not strong enough? I can't be so confident anymore. Every step must be cautious. He realized Hai Tong was like a bomb that could go off at any moment now. He had become one of the neighbor's countless puppets to be toyed with like a snack. He thought. His killing rule is unclear, and with the insane frequency, he borrows things. Anyone could become his meal. Just then, Tunin appeared, her hands clutching his arm tightly, trembling as she hugged him as if seeking comfort. Nguyen Shan noticed the unease in Tunin's eyes, her small shoulders trembling as if about to shatter. He quickly picked her up, his voice gentle and warm. What's wrong? Remember to care about me. I'm fine. Tunin's eyes were filled with tears, looking like she was about to cry. She was terrified, clinging to his neck, and her trembling voice uttered, Tea is gone. Nguyen Shan froze, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He repeated, his voice lowering, Gone. No way. Why don't I feel anything? He gently patted Tunin's back, soothing her fear. But in his mind, a storm of doubt began to brew. Could the Special Division have acted while I was dead? He wondered. A sense of foreboding rising within him. Without hesitation, Nguyen Shan grasped his necklace, activating his ability. A light flared up, and the necklace transformed into an ancient notebook, flipping open in midair. Tuan still clung tightly to his neck, her eyes wide as she watched each page turn. He asked in a low voice, Is classmate 2A in there? The notebook quickly flipped to 2A's page. Although the information wasn't clear yet, Nguyen Shan tried to quickly reassure the trembling girl in his arms, Don't worry, maybe she's just taken on a new job. But just then, the page unexpectedly tore, crumbling into pieces as if burned by an invisible flame. Nguyen Shan and Tu Nan were startled, their hearts tightening at the unexpected sight. On the burned piece of paper, Tua's portrait appeared faintly, accompanied by the cold word. The Netherworld girl is dead. Nguyen Shan trembled, his fist clenched, his teeth grinding together. Anger flared in his chest, his eyes flashing with a cold hatred. He growled, each word seemingly forged from his fury. Special Division, it really was you. The day before, in the cold meeting room of the Special Division, the air was suffocating with the presence of many members. The projection screen suddenly lit up. Displaying an image of Tai, the chairman, in a stern voice began, Next, I will announce the final result of the response to the disaster level anomaly. In the stuffy meeting room of the Special Division, Kang Bin, with a sharp gaze, had just finished speaking when he frowned, his demeanor exuding an unpredictable danger. His voice was firm as he announced, Result 66. The sound echoed like a hammer blow. Dingja, unable to contain himself, slammed his hand on the table. The sound shook the entire room. He shot up, his eyes burning with fury, roaring, Why must we kill the Netherworld girl? If you say it's because you old men are afraid of death, then what about feeding a god a special anomaly like the Netherworld girl in the future? Death will only become more. Before he could finish, Kangbin cut him off coldly, his voice as hard as steel. This is the final decision of the Special Division. Without giving Dingja a chance to protest, he flipped to the next page of the notebook and announced with determination. We agree to proceed with the egg-following plan. Mr. Huang, sitting in the corner of the room, only sighed softly upon hearing this. His hands resting on the table, his brows furrowed as if suppressing a deep. He said gravely, If the Special Division has already made a decision, then we have no further issues. At the same time, in a desolate land where only rolling hills and misty clouds existed, a lone car sped through the valley shrouded in darkness. Ness. Kangbin sat in the back seat,
his eyes glued to a document titled How to Deal with the God. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, its tires squealing on the dry ground. A guard raised his hand to signal, his voice stern ahead of Special Division territory. Vehicles are prohibited. Please present your identification and exit the vehicle for a routine inspection. The driver quickly opened the door, and Kongbin stepped out. His demeanor calm, but exuding an irresistible authority. This was a secret base nestled in a treacherous valley, almost impregnable. He looked straight at the guards, his voice low but heavy with power. Head of the Special Division, Jiang City. He pulled out his identification card and handed it to them. After a brief check, a robotic voice from the scanner echoed, cold and precise. Skeletal scan match confirmed. Retinal scan match confirmed. Fingerprint scan successful. Genetic scan successful. Identity and individual match. Access granted. Your identity is Inspector Representative of the Egg Swallowing Plan. Late at night at the mysterious base in Sunkong, Kongbin stood in the middle of the cold control room. His sharp eyes scanning the group of white-coated staff members diligently working. He asked in a deep voice, "Have you brought the person?" A staff member replied respectfully, "He has been brought." "Awaiting your order." Kongbin nodded slightly, his expression unwavering. He said, his voice calm but full of authority, "I've delayed everyone's time. Let's begin the plan." He turned and gave a decisive order. "Everyone, leave the building. Move to a safe distance, and we're jamming devices. Besides me, no one is allowed in the control room." The staff members simultaneously raised their hands to their foreheads, showing their obedience. And shouted in unison, "Understood." Suddenly, Kongbin turned back, his eyes fixed on the large screen. On it, a man was tied up in an isolated room, surrounded by cold cameras. He pressed a button on the control panel, and a voice from the camera echoed, dry and emotionless. "Number D to 3977. The captive man clenched his phone, his whole body trembling. Kongbin from behind the computer screen gave a cold command. "Press the confirm button on the phone. Your only son will have the right to receive your ashes." The man gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his body shaking from an internal struggle. He fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared before him, radiating a terrifying dark aura as if swallowing the surrounding light. On the phone screen, blood-red text appeared. "I have come to help you resolve your hatred." Trembling, the man pressed the confirm button. Another, more horrifying line of text flashed. "Hell's letter." Instantly, he lost consciousness, his body slumping to the cold floor. Kongbin, watching everything through the screen, frowned slightly. A flicker of unease in his eyes. Suddenly, an image of Tue appeared on the screen. Her dark eyes leaking a strange liquid like living darkness. A sweet, enchanting voice echoed from the void. "Tue, Tue." Tue was startled and turned her head only to find herself floating in a transparent box, helpless. In the infinite space, a black aura like a predatory beast approached her with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, half of her body was touched by it, crowing every fiber of her flesh. She floated like a lost star in the universe, helplessly, watching the black aura slowly destroy her body. Before she could resist, her body shattered into 1,000 pieces. Her eyes still holding a look of utter shock and bewilderment. Kongbin's computer screen suddenly went haywire, the image disappearing. He stood up, his face as cold as ice, and left the control room. In his mind, memories flooded back, the voice from the world speaker echoing. The god's power grows stronger, proving the netherworld girl cannot stand against it. Kongbin turned and walked out of the base with decisive strides, his heart heavy with unanswered questions. He thought to himself, how much longer can we contain these anomalies by entrusting them? His figure blended into the night. His mind lost in dark thoughts. An image of a dark energy vortex, a destructive whirlwind swallowing the entire city appeared in his mind. Gangbin froze, his eyes flashing with a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. He whispered, his voice low as if delivering a verdict.
The world is doomed.
At the same time, in Nu Yenchan's quiet house, he sat silently.
His eyes fixed on the ancient notebook that had just been updated with new information. The words appeared cold and fragmented. Special Division approves egg swallowing plan. Kongbin uses rules.
Despite the Netherworld girl reaching special characters a frown, his finger lightly tracing the page, muttering, "Why use characters all of a sudden?
What does this mean?"
He pondered, suspicion rising in his heart.
What method did the Special Division use to make Tai disappear to the point that even the notebook is afraid? He took a deep breath, reassuring himself. It's fine. How you disappeared doesn't matter to me.
But when his hand touched the notebook, a blazing red demonic aura erupted like a fire from the depths of his soul. With a determined look, he paused for a moment and then said decisively, "I will also choose to resurrect her." As soon as the words left his mouth,
the system in the notebook lit up, displaying the cold text. Do you wish to spend 105,568,000 legend points to resurrect the Netherworld girl? Without hesitation, Nu Yenchan pressed confirm.
An immense power erupted from his body, throwing Tuna to the floor and sending the notebook flying. He roared, his voice full of determination. Furthermore, the blazing red demonic aura began to swirl and merge, gradually forming the faint face of Yumi.
Nu Yenchan's voice echoed as if summoning from the realm of the dead.
Make her killing rules range even wider. The demonic aura exploded, pulling human eyes and soul back. Every feature of her body, skin, flesh, and hair gradually reformed, sharper and more radiant than before.
The notebook vibrated, announcing in a mechanical voice, "Netherworld girl evolution successful. Skill Hell's invitation has been enhanced. Can now pull other anomalies into Hell."
As Yumi appeared, Tunin stared blankly, her cheeks blushing, her eyes wide. Nu Yenchan smiled, calling out loudly, a dangerous glint in his smile. "Classmate Tue," she replied, her voice clear, but with a hint of enchantment.
"I'm here."
The corner of his mouth lifted, his smile becoming sharper as if he held a card of destiny. Nu Yenchan stood tall, his eyes as sharp as blades. He commanded, his voice firm, "Go, give that bunch a big gift."
Immediately after, from Jiang City to City A, City B, then City C.
The whole country was abuzz with rampant gossip.
Rumors of the Hell's letter spread like wildfire through every nook and cranny.
The public was in an uproar, their voices filled with a mix of excitement and fear.
A person's resentment. The Netherworld girl comes to help you erase it. What is this, a movie? Another person chuckles. The Netherworld girl. I heard a friend in Jiang City talk about it. Let's give it a try.
Yet another, his voice full of hatred, roared.
You people won't let me live. You forced me to do this.
With this rebirth, the Netherworld girl's influence exploded, sweeping across the nation like a storm. Her motto, "Come down to hell with me," echoed everywhere, accompanied by the eerie phrase, "Plucking each spider lily petal, I help you extinguish your resentment." Thousands of people frantically fought over spider lily branches. Each petal soaked in their resentment, they were excited, as if waiting for an urban legend to become reality.
They chanted, "Good and evil have their consequences. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Netherworld girl."
Another person, their voice trembling but resolute, said, "There's nothing to hesitate about.
I won't be a coward anymore. Now I want him to face retribution." Amidst the tense moment, Nan Shannon's body suddenly shook.
His eyes flashed, his pupils erupting with brilliant rays of spiritual energy. The ancient notebook trembled, and a mechanical voice rang out, "Congratulations! Your current legend points have reached." When the notification confirmed his legend points hit the 1 million mark, his body seemed to break its limits, radiating an immense power that shook the very space around him.
10 minutes after the Netherworld girl's resurrection, in a desolate land, a car sped through the darkness.
Kong sat in the car, his sharp eyes behind his glasses continuously flashing a red warning. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, the wheels screeching on the pavement. The driver quickly opened the door and they both looked towards the distant city. The sky was a brilliant blood red, dyed by the terrifying spiritual power of the Netherworld girl. The warning device continuously beeped. Report immediately. Anomaly detected. Netherworld girl has become active again. Check. Netherworld girl has become active again. King Bin was stunned, his lips moving slightly as he muttered. The Netherworld girl, after being swallowed by the god, she's been resurrected. He realized the terrifying truth. He gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his chest. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone. His voice as cold as ice. As he ordered the person on the other end, Level 1 alert. Immediately summon the general staff. 30 minutes after the Netherworld girl's revival, the emergency meeting room of the Special Division was in chaos. The sound of arguments echoed, each person with their own opinion, no one willing to back down. Like a disturbed beehive, King Bin, the chairman, stood amidst the storm of public opinion, his sharp eyes unable to quell the shouts. One person yelled, his voice full of panic. The plan has failed. How should we respond next? Another, his voice trembling, asked, did we provoke the Netherworld girl or does she have other rules? Kongbin raised his hand, signaling for silence. His voice was calm but firm. The inspectors of the Special Division are still investigating. When we have a conclusive result, you will all be notified. For now, my plan is to pause for a moment. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the room, then continued following Mr. Dean Jia's proposal. We will use the forced response headset to speak with the Netherworld girl. The entire meeting room fell silent for a moment. The forced response headset, a secret tool of the Special Division, had the ability to force the other party to answer any question, a terrifying weapon. But amidst the tense atmosphere, Mr. Huang, who had been silent like a ghost until now, suddenly spoke up, his voice low but sharp. Wait. We haven't considered the possibility that the Netherworld girl has allied with another anomaly. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes filled with horror and suspicion turned towards Mr. Huang. The thought of an anomaly alliance had never crossed anyone's mind until now. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to compose himself. Then he continued, his voice as cold as ice. If it has come to this, then I propose. The room was silent. Only Mr. Huang's voice echoing like a knife cut through the darkness. We used the god to kill the Netherworld girl again. Let her range expand until it covers the entire world, which will reduce the pressure on us. A flash of understanding lit up in Kong Bin's mind. He seemed to have guessed Mr. Huang's intention. He quickly spoke, his voice full of caution. Mr. Huang, please be careful. Mr. Huang stood up and walked in front of King Bin, his old eyes sparkling with determination. He replied, his voice low but full of spirit. I know what you want to say. Although I am old, I dare to say a few words. He paused, his sharp gaze as if seeing through to the soul, then slowly explained, those things are not what we should be considering. What we should be thinking about is only killing monsters. Another person standing up from a corner of the room agreed with a determined voice. That's right. All of humanity is facing anomalies, even if we go too far. At worst, we'll only receive criticism. As for the anomaly alliance Mr. Huang mentioned, we should drag them into the dark even more. Otherwise, without understanding their rules, we can never deal with them. King Bin looked straight into Mr. Huang's eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As if wanting to see through all his intentions, he immediately retorted, his voice firm. On this point, the forced response headset can do it. Moreover, the dangerous missions will be carried out by the inspectors. You don't need to worry. Mr. Huang, not to be outdone, immediately retorted, his voice full of challenge, Mr. Kongpin. You must think my method is quite selfish.
Have you not considered that the Netherworld girl is constantly growing stronger?
He paused, his eyes flashing with the dark light, as if imagining a terrifying scenario. He continued, his voice low but sharp.
Eventually, she might be able to control even the god. At that time, humanity's situation will likely be even more dangerous.
Mr. Huang's words struck a nerve.
Kanban froze, his lips pressed tightly together, unable to speak.
That was the deepest fear in his heart, now laid bare without any mercy. However, he quickly regained his composure, his voice firm as he rejected the idea.
No. Anomalies are the enemy of all mankind.
We must be very careful. If we cause other organizations to follow suit, humanity will be defeated before the fight even begins. Mr. Huang was so angry he trembled. His old face flushed, but he couldn't utter a word. He waved his hand, turned, and walked away, leaving only a cold sentence.
Then you can consider it yourselves.
Watching Mr. Huang's retreating back, Kang Bin turned back, his gaze sweeping over the remaining people in the meeting room. He spoke in a deep voice, carrying an overwhelming presence. I know you are all influential figures in society, politics, economics, medicine, and art.
You are all outstanding representatives.
He paused, his voice suddenly turning sharp as a warning.
But don't forget that we have no ability to directly confront anomalies. You are all under the protection of the Special Division.
The Special Division always listens to opinions impartially. As soon as the words were spoken, Mr. Huang, who was walking out the door, froze as if pierced by a cold gust of wind. He stood still, lost in thought, a look of surprise on his face. But Kang Bin's next words made him tremble with anger. If Mr. Hung is dissatisfied, he can leave the general staff. 10 minutes later, in a hidden corner, Hong Amam, his eyes dark from a lack of sleep.
Why widely, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth.
He wearily pulled down his eye mask, revealing tired eyes after a night of queuing and having to kneel to catch some sleep.
He grumbled, his voice cranky, "Old man, what did you want me for?"
Hongam stretched and walked into the meeting room with a weary look, his dark circled eyes clearly showing his fatigue. He mumbled, his voice sleepy.
So sleepy. The people in the room quickly stood up.
Then shouted in unison, their voices full of respect. Mr. Hongam, King Bin's sharp eyes swept over him as he said in a low voice, I have a mission for you. Hong Amam, still yawning, lazily replied, his voice indifferent.
I refuse.
Ignoring his resistance, Kang Bin continued, his voice firm. This mission can only be done by someone with the ability to die in another's place. Currently, the Special Division is short on manpower. You must accept this mission.
After this investigation, you can be rotated to the top position.
Hongam sighed, plopping down into a chair, his face dejected.
All right. What's the mission anyway?
King Bing calmly replied, his expression unwavering.
No rush.
For the next few days, you'll wait at the Special Division first. I'll have someone teach you how to use resentful emotions.
If that doesn't work, then you'll just have to cooperate with hypnosis. Hearing this,
Hongam was startled, his face turning pale. He stammered, his voice full of suspicion.
Wait, resentment.
As if he had a premonition, he froze, a faint figure and a lingering voice appearing in his mind. He whispered, his voice trembling, don't tell me you're talking about that netherworld girl. At the same time, in Nanshan's quiet house, Yini bowed her head slightly. A tired look on her face, Nguyen Shan noticed the abnormality, looking at her with worried eyes, and asked gently, classmate Tai, what's wrong? She looked up, her eyes lazy, and replied wearily, so lazy. While Tue was listless, Tunan sat on her, engrossed in a game, muttering excitedly, Crystal Phoenix, I'm under attack.
Nguyen Shan observed Tue for a moment, stroking his chin.
His voice carrying a hint of doubt mixed with teasing, like a boss evaluating.
Do anomalous beasts get tired too? But classmate Tai, no matter how much work there is, you just borrow a clone for help?
Yumi, in the role of an employee, suddenly erupted in anger, her eyes flashing and growled, "My lord, I have my own anomalous beast thoughts too." At that moment, Tuan, like a clumsy intern, stopped playing her game and sadly reported, "I lost the game again." Hearing Two Eyes reader, Nu Yan Shunny gave a wry smile and quickly tried to sue her.
I'm sorry.
"I'm sorry," but he quickly changed his tone, becoming more serious. "But honestly, even with you and Tunin teamed up now, you still can't beat Tutong."
Yum.
Minnie didn't even look at him, just replied coldly.
I can't even figure out his rules.
Nu Yenshan frowned slightly, a touch of worry rising in his heart.
He clenched his pendant, trying to reassure himself, his voice lowering. Even so, Tue's resurrection is a good thing.
At least during the investigation, I'll have an extra layer of protection.
He frowned. His eyes focused.
He activated his ability, and a stream of spiritual power radiated from the pendant, spreading out like an invisible spiderweb, allowing him to observe every nook and cranny. Through his supernatural vision, he saw Tutong slowly approaching an apartment on the 19th floor, muttering about borrowing something as the elevator door closed, taking downstairs. A voice from behind called out full of doubt.
Old brother, why are you lending him things? He seems not normal. Nu Yenchan focused his spiritual power, observing the two people on the 19th floor more closely.
One was Trung Deep, a comic book artist with a strange aura and a constantly grumpy face.
He didn't accept Tutong's gift, nor did he agree to lend him anything.
The other, the Du, had a gentle smile and tried to calm his friend down.
We're all neighbors. We might need his help in the future. If we can help now, we should.
Drunk Deep, clearly displeased, shouted in frustration.
We're on the upper floor. He's on the lower floor. How are we neighbors?
Thachito just smiled lightly, ignoring his friend's grumpiness. Nu Yen Shantu, through his spiritual screen, realized that Du was a kind-hearted person, always eager to help. A thought flashed in his mind. That comic artist might still have a chance to escape death.
As for that show, it's a certainty.
Suddenly, a frantic ringing of the doorbell broke his train of thought.
Nu Yen Shant was startled and turned his head.
Through his observational ability, he saw a delivery person standing in front of Tutong's door. Repeatedly ringing the bell, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Seeing no one open the door, the delivery person called out loudly, "Hello, Mr. Trung.
Your food order has arrived. Please come and get it." Silence. Not a single response.
The delivery person, a bit confused, gently pushed the door and stepped into the pitch-black, unlit house. He muttered, his voice full of questions.
Strange. No one's home, but the door is open.
At the same time, in the elevator, slowly descending to the 18th floor, Tutong tightly held the pot he had just borrowed. The corners of his mouth lifting into a demonic smile. He mumbled, his voice low as if whispering to the darkness. Borrowed it, borrowed it.
The delivery person was still unaware of the unusual danger lurking.
Nu Yen Chant, unable to stand by, flung open his door and shouted, his voice urgent, "Hey, delivery guy, you're on the wrong floor. The person you're looking for is upstairs." The delivery person was startled, stunned by his intense reaction. He froze for a moment, then quickly pulled out the receipt to check. After a quick look, he embarrassingly realized he had indeed gone to the wrong floor. The delivery person, still flustered, quickly spoke, his voice full of gratitude.
"Oh, really? Thank you so much."
Nguyen Shanu, with rare kindness, frowned slightly, his voice low but urgent.
"Go quickly. That guy is a little off."
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. From behind the delivery person, Tutong suddenly appeared, his hazy figure emitting a dark aura like a cold fog. The delivery person felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. He screamed, his voice breaking with fear, his panic gaze fixed on Tuong. Nguyen Shan had no choice but to slowly approach, determined to protect the innocent man. Looking at Tuton's demonic face, the delivery person trembled uncontrollably as if his soul had left his body. Nguyen Xiana, with a face as cold as ice, spoke calmly but sharply.
Mr. Tutong is back. You're quite busy.
Tuong narrowed his eyes, a strange smile on his face, and replied in a sickeningly sweet voice.
Not at all. Not at all. I've troubled you. I'm so sorry.
While they exchanged words, Nien Chan subtly pushed the delivery person behind him, signaling with a firm look, "Go now." Then he approached Tuong, his voice calm but probing.
That's right, he paused. A sharp glint in his eyes then suggested, "Can I come into your house and have a look?"
Tuong, though slightly surprised by the unexpected request, maintained his distorted smile and nodded, "Of course you can." He gestured towards the door, his voice inviting. "Please." Nguyen Shan stepped in first,
with Tutong quietly following behind.
The sound of the door slamming shut behind him made him frown slightly, a flicker of doubt rising in his heart.
Not dead yet. It's not impossible in his house.
Only with his permission can I avoid being killed. He quietly observed the messy house. The dining table was covered with leftover food. The sofa was piled high with gift bags and the floor was littered with pots and pans of various sizes. Nguyen Chan thought to himself, "These bags, why do they look so familiar?" He turned back, his eyes scanning, and called out, "Mr. Taitong." Taitong looked at him, his eyes glistening with desire, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, and replied, "Go on." Nguyen pointed to the pile of gift bags on the table, his voice calm, but calculating. "I'm a little short on gift bags at home.
Could you lend me one?" Tuong suddenly returned to his normal state, scratching his head and giving a naive smile. "Ho! So, you want to borrow a bag?" Before Taitong could agree, Nguyen Shandanda quickly grabbed a nearby gift bag, a cunning glint in his eye. The sudden action made Tutong freeze, a look of surprise on his face, unable to react. Seeing the strangeness in Tuong's eyes, Nan Chan smirked, a triumphant smile on his face. He thought to himself, as expected, "I guessed his killing rule correctly." As long as Tuong didn't verbally agree, this house, even though it reeked to death with moss and invisible cobwebs clinging everywhere, couldn't take his life yet. Tutong seemed to regain his composure, smiling with his eyes closed. But there was something unpredictable hidden in his gaze. Nguyen Shan sensed the danger creeping into the air, as if every corner of the room hid an invisible blade, ready to end him at any moment. He scratched his head, fining, and waved his hand, saying, "Is it inconvenient?" "No problem. If you don't agree, I won't take your things." Tutong quickly grabbed a gift bag and held it out to him, his voice polite. No, of course you can take it." Nguyen Shandanda took the bag, holding it in his hand, a hint of doubt in his mind. He suddenly realized that amidst the chaos of the house, all these bags were ungifted presents. Why are there so many? He wondered, his eyes scanning each item. Suddenly, Tutong spoke, his voice full of hidden meaning. "I still need to go to Mr. Thatch's house to return the pot." Nguyen Chanu immediately became vigilant, a bad feeling rising within him. He wants me to leave. If I force myself to stay, will I die again? After a moment of consideration, he decided to retreat. He smiled, his voice gentle but cautious. "Thank you. Then I'll be leaving." But just as he turned to leave, Tutong suddenly called out, his voice lowering, "Please wait a moment." He walked up behind Nguyen Chanu, rummaging through a bag. He took out a long biscuit stick with a bright red filling. Tuong held up the stick, his eyes sparkling with desire, and his voice inviting, "Aren't you going to eat? This specialty is delicious." Nguyen Shandanda froze, a dangerous feeling like a blade at his throat. Tuong slowly brought the biscuit to his mouth and took a big bite. The bright red filling splattered everywhere, covering his mouth. Tuong smiled, his voice sweet but unsettling, "So delicious. Please try some." A cold sweat broke out on Nguyen Chanu as he glanced at the biscuit, his mind filled with doubt. Is he inviting me to eat his specialty, or is he trying to wash something away?
He weighed the pros and cons, his heart pounding.
If refusing or agreeing both
lead to the same result, then I might as well. He took a deep breath, determined to take the gamble, and slowly took the biscuit stick, bringing it to his mouth with a resolute gaze. Nguyen Shan thought to himself, perhaps I'm about to discover a new rule. He took a big bite of the biscuit, chewing quickly. But suddenly, his face turned pale. A horrifying sensation rose up, his stomach turning so violently that he had to use all his strength to keep from vomiting.
He realized with horror that this wasn't a biscuit.
His eyes went white and strange dark liquid flowed from them. His body slowly collapsed to the floor while Tong stood behind him. A satisfied smile on his lips, chewing the biscuit while observing him with cold eyes. Just before his consciousness completely faded, Nguyen Shan realized what he had just eaten was a human finger. The scene shifts to the Special Division headquarters where King Bin,
with a solemn expression, Hanem is summarizing the meeting for then Ong Kai.
He says in a deep voice, the Netherworld Maiden has been revived.
That's the main plan. Then Kai, do you have anything to say?
Then Kai, with a cold gaze, replied calmly, no. After all, to deal with a peculiar entity like the Netherworld Maiden, Hanem's death substitution is the most logical choice. Hanem walks silently behind the two, his mind filled with terrifying images of the Netherworld Maiden. Despite his suffering, then Kai continued her report, her voice unwavering. But there's something you don't know, sir. Hong Amam and I recently came into contact with a person with new spiritual power. His spiritual energy surpasses that of ordinary supervisors.
Moreover, his special ability is resurrection.
Kangban paused, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes.
He turned back,
his voice low but attentive.
Tell me more.
Then Kai quickly replied, her voice clear, his name is Nguyen Shanu, and he's still a student. At the same time, in Nguyen Shan's house, he suddenly woke up after his death. His eyes turned red, blood vessels prominent, as if containing an invisible fury. The pendant on his neck glowed brightly, emitting a cold notification.
Please be aware. You have eaten the rotten finger of your evil neighbor. Receive the evil neighbor rule. Once the evil neighbor lives in your residential area, all other households within will automatically become his neighbors. One household corresponds to one gift. The number of people in the family is irrelevant and neighbors are not limited to the human species. After receiving the notification about Tutom's welcoming gift, the notebook revealed the terrifying rule. Tai Tong would start borrowing gifts from the victim. Always polite with the principal. Borrow and return.
But if refused, he would forcefully take the item, and the things he borrowed would become increasingly related to the victim until refusing the welcoming gift again led to death. Back home, Nguyen Shan sat stunned, his eyes glued to the notebook. He suddenly exclaimed, his voice full of excitement.
I finally have it.
He fell into thought, trying to analyze the rule. Only by making Tutong act can I receive the rule.
I have to try another way.
At least to not die again. Suddenly, he froze. His horrified gaze shifting to a corner of the room. Tue and Tang were casually munching on biscuit sticks given by Tong, eating with relish. Tue, her mouth full, looked up at him and smiled brightly.
Don't worry, it's nothing. Nguyen Chen, his face paled, nausea rising in his chest.
He roared, his voice filled with horror. Hey you, too. Tue, still holding a biscuit stick in her mouth,
casually offered one to him. Her voice inviting, would you like a bite?
Just looking at the biscuit stick made Nguyen Chan's stomach churn. He held up one hand to refuse, the other clutching his stomach, shouting repeatedly, get back!
Get back! Get back!
Meanwhile, Tunan, with a craving look, tried to bite the biscuit, but couldn't because she had no mouth. Nan Chan glanced at her, his voice full of disdain. You guys, Tue, still holding the biscuit, growled, glaring at him.
My lord, this is just normal biscuit.
Hearing Tue's confirmation, Nu Yen Shan breathed a sigh of relief, resting his hand on his forehead, his voice weary. That's good, he pondered, muttering. For now, Tu Tung is probably also a disaster-level monster. This time, my mind has been truly contaminated. Recalling the scene of collapsing after eating the human finger, he clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. No matter what it takes, I must eliminate it quickly. Suddenly, he turned to Tue, his voice serious. Right, classmate Tue? Do you remember how they killed you? As soon as the question was asked, Tue suddenly froze, her face darkening, unable to utter a word. She lowered her head, shrouded in sadness, and said softly, I'm sorry, my lord. I can't answer that question. Tan, standing beside her, gently shook her arm, comforting her. It's okay. Tue, gathering her courage, looked up, her eyes hazy as if lost in a painful memory. She slowly recounted, I only remember that I seemed to see something. Her voice trailed off, her mind spinning, everything went dark and then I lost consciousness. She paused, her hands clenched, her voice trembling. Let me try to remember. Seeing that, Tue couldn't recall anything more. Nu Yen Shan had gently raised his hand to stop her. His voice gentle but with a hint of helplessness. All right. All right. It's no use remembering. Perhaps that's what's protecting you. He stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful, lost in a stream of consciousness. He began to connect it to the people he had recently interacted with. Fragments of memory appeared like a tangled picture. In his mind, sharp deductions gradually formed. The Special Division holds a dangerous power, extremely disadvantageous to me. On the surface, we share short-term goals. But what if they discover my ability is to create anomalies? He turned to Tue, his voice low and cautious. The Special Division's data is no good. They might have records of Tuong, but I must find another reason. Tue tilted her head, her eyes vacant as if she didn't fully understand his meaning. Nu Yen Shan aside and gave an example, his voice slow but full of hidden meaning. In a fight between an eagle and a snake, he paused, his eyes sharp. If they get to Tuong first and then use him against you, then we can only become two opposing sides. The scene shifts to Jiang City where Hong Amam is driving a convertible supercar. Speeding through the glittering city streets, he laughs heartily, turning to the person beside him. His voice full of delight, brother, how does it feel riding in a supercar? The person sitting next to him was none other than Nu Yen Chanu. He crossed his arms, a bored expression on his face, and replied with an annoyed tone, why are you the one picking me up? Hong burst out laughing, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Isn't an outstanding person like me good enough? You didn't expect someone as boring as Than Kai, did you? Nu Yen Shandanda glanced at him, his eyes irritated, and said curtly, I'd rather get out. Hung grew even more excited, stepping on the gas harder, making the car roar. He laughed loudly, teasing, just kidding. I only have time now because I've been on break recently. Nu Yen Shan frowned, his voice skeptical, break. Is the Special Division that free? Han Gan grinned widely, his eyes shining with self-satisfaction. It's called the last night. You get it? If you had joined the Special Division, it would have been great. I could have pushed the Netherworld Maiden's mission onto you. Hearing Hong Amam mention that name, Nu Yen Shanu immediately became guarded, his eyes as sharp as a blade. He asked, his voice low but full of suspicion. The Netherworld Maiden. Seeing the surprise on his face, Hong pursed his lips, pushed up his glasses, and said with a confident tone. You don't know. Everyone in the city says she's a disaster-level anomaly. Nu Yen Chan affected ignorance, a forced smile on his lips. How could I not have heard of her? She's a top-tier legend. He paused, his gaze drifting past Hong M's shoulder as if to hide his alertness. But I can't see behind you. Did you guys capture her? This time it was Hong M's turn to freeze. A hint of caution in his eyes as if a sore spot had been touched. He materialized a phantom arm to drive while he turned to face him. his eyes welling up with tears, his voice full of grievance.
It's a long story. To be sure, I had to die once.
Nguyen Shanta was unmoved, cutting him off coldly.
But dying once to get a good result proves your death was worthwhile, right?
Han Gam, stung by the sharp words, immediately retorted in his voice full of dissatisfaction. Worthwhile, forget it, the netherworld maiden was killed by us, then revived.
And she's even stronger now. He sighed, expressing his feelings, his voice trembling.
Now, if a weakling like me has to talk to her, just imagining the giant netherworld maiden crushing you in her palm is enough to scare you out of your wits. Nguyen Shana frowned, surprised, his voice tamed with suspicion.
You can talk to anomalies in his mind.
A torrent of thoughts swirled as expected.
The Special Division used perfect methods to kill 2A. Was it a tool as recorded or something even stronger than a disaster level? Anomaly now.
If they have to talk to 2A, how far have their methods evolved?
Seeing Nguyen spacing out, Hongam smirked, finding knowledge, and laughed.
Hey, you didn't know the netherworld maiden is conscious. In Hongam's eyes, Nguyen was just a well-behaved student despite possessing strong spiritual power. He thought to himself, at most he's just a sensible kid, not the type to harm others.
Maybe I'm being too sensitive.
Gradually relaxing, Hong Am carelessly revealed the Special Division's plan. He began to recount with a hint of pride. In short, during this time, I was forced by others to learn how to write stories and control my emotions.
Not to vet recklessly anymore.
Only then can I summon the netherworld maiden again and force her to answer. Based on the last conversation Hong Amam had, we're guessing the netherworld maiden might still have a companion.
Nguyen Chan listened quietly.
A sharp glint in his eyes.
He thought to himself. The Special Division's investigation capabilities are better than I thought.
A sense of worry rose in his chest. As he heard Hong Amam continue, his tone a bit uncertain.
Well, we're not sure. It's just a guess. He was lost in it. Angle of thoughts.
His eyes sharp but calculating.
I can't press him any further. Their objective is to clear now. To what extent does the Special Division want to force 2A to answer? He secretly weighed the options. A big question rising in his mind. The price is so high. It can't be just to ask if she has a partner. Do they want to force her to reveal who her partner is? Or force her to reveal the new rules? 2A has never been an anomaly that kills without reason. Never an enemy of mankind.
But if the Special Division keeps pushing, he thought to himself, don't blame me for turning against you.
Reality pulled him back as Hongam suddenly made a sharp turn.
The convertible Hooper car stopping in front of the tall Chodford building of the Special Division.
He patted Nguyen Shanu on the shoulder, his voice cheerful and proud. We're here. Standing in front of the Special Division's office building. Isn't it impressive?
Yayan Shan had just nodded slightly, giving a short reply, his eyes scanning the building.
Yeah.
They both entered the grand lobby of the Special Division, which was completely empty.
The silence was eerie.
Nguyen Chan frowned, his voice full of curiosity.
Why is it so quiet? Hong, walking leisurely, explained with a smirk. No one just comes here. When they do, it's for a mission.
While standing there, Nguyen Chan suddenly felt a beam of light skim across his face. He looked up and saw a strange machine attached to the wall emitting a cold light. He asked, his voice skeptical, "What's that?" Hong replied, his voice light, but with a hint of pride. "The Eye of Truth. Anyone entering the Special Division for the first time has to be scanned by it. It can be understood as follows. The Eye of Truth's first function is to scan the basic information of members, confirm their identity, and investigate conspiracies. The second function is to receive member secrets, but the purchase price is too high, so it must be used with caution." Nguyen Chan nodded, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. He asked again, his voice lowering, "Can it scan for anomalies?" Hong led him through Corridor C of the Special Division. The light from the Eye of Truth's recent scan still flickered. He replied, his tone slightly arrogant.
It can.
We already offered ourselves to it and it has to be placed at the main entrance to observe everyone. They stopped in front of a mysterious room. Hong pushed the door open, his voice firm.
All right, let's get down to business.
Inside, an audio system radiated a strange spiritual energy as if it were alive, making the air in the room vibrate with unease. Hong pointed to a strange microphone on the table, his tone full of hidden meaning.
This is the microphone. Read the text below.
Before Nguyen Shan could comply, Han Gam gave a mischievous smile and reminded him, just a heads up, using the microphone once will cost you 1 day of your lifespan. Nguyen Shan looked at the microphone, his eyes sinking slightly.
1 day of lifespan for me. That's losing a chance at resurrection.
He stood motionless, his face pensive. Han Gam smirked, putting his arm around his neck and teasing.
What's wrong? Regretting it?
Or are you scared of death? Nguyen Shan glanced at him, his voice calm, but with a hint of curiosity.
No, I'm just curious. What is this for? A lie detector?
Han Gam chuckled, explaining with a proud look. It's a tool to test your thoughts and hidden consciousness. From now on, you'll have a test every 6 months. Nguyen Shan frowned, his voice lazy but calculating. So, if I complete the form, I'll get new privileges, he asked carefully because the number of resurrections was crucial to him.
I can't waste even a single chance. Hong was stunned, a look of surprise on his face. What privileges?
Nguyen Shan smiled, his voice suggestive and full of meaning.
Your place, you probably have a library, right? Are the anomaly cases recorded? Can I see them?
Han's face immediately darkened, a glint of suspicion in his eyes.
He growled. What do you want to know?
Nguyen Xiano, unfazed, said directly, for example.
Tell me your next plan. I need to understand more. Maybe I can help you with the Netherworld Maiden.
Hung burst out laughing, but his voice was firm as if to crush his intentions. In your dreams, the plan for dealing with the disaster-level monster is a core secret. Except for the department head and advisors, no one else has the right to know. Seeing Han Yam's harsh reaction, Nan Shandanda just shrugged, feigning indifference.
Just kidding. As a newcomer, I just want to learn more.
Han Gam nodded, verbally agreeing, his voice light.
All right. When the time comes, I'll have them open up the permissions for you, but you can only see things equivalent to your rank. As for the rest, don't even think about it.
But in his heart, he silently warned. His eyes flashing with a threat. If you dare to pull any tricks, I'll deal with you first. Nguyen Shan, who didn't dare to probe further, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He gripped the microphone, his voice low, understood. He took a deep breath and began to read the words on the microphone.
His voice firm, my Nguyen Shanu forever. He paused.
His eyes determined, will not betray humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, the microphone suddenly emitted a powerful spiritual force like an invisible wave sweeping through the room. Hong's eyes fighting in shock as he exclaimed, "You're still Nan."
Chand clenched his fist.
His heart pounding, sweat rolling down his forehead. He tried to suppress his anxiety, afraid that he wouldn't pass the inspection ritual. The spiritual force from the microphone felt like it was trying to tear his mind apart, making everything chaotic and uncontrollable.
Hong Yamam, standing beside him,
was slightly panicked, his voice trembling, but trying to remain calm.
How is this possible?
Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the microphone rang out cold and clear.
Test passed.
Hong breathed a sigh of relief, his face gradually relaxing, his voice still a bit shaken.
You scared me to death. I thought you were fill out the form quickly.
Then he turned his tone a mix of blame and just, hey, tell your people to do some maintenance on their items.
They might be too expensive.
Nu Yenshan glanced at him, his voice annoyed, but with a hint of a smile.
Cut the crap.
Both of them suddenly noticed a board on the wall detailing the Ghost Society.
Society name Ghost Society President's Code of Name. Ghost ability rule resurrection within a certain limit. Address Jianji Academy.
Nu Yenshan frowned, thinking to himself, the control is this extensive. Han leaned on his shoulder, teasing.
I wouldn't recommend setting up a base in a crowded place. You know.
Nguyen paused, his eyes questioning.
What do you mean?
Hungam explained, his tone more serious. The more people there are, the higher the chance of a ghostly appearance. The Special Research Institute has concluded that the rules of Ghost are actually closely related to humanity itself.
Nguyen Chan nodded as if enlightened. I see. He recalled, his voice low. Some people once said, it's your turn now.
Using the internet to launch indiscriminate killing rules.
Tayaton used the guise of a neighbor to borrow things in order to kill. Tute relied on the resentment in human relationships. Tuan's killings were also triggered by distorted family relationships. All of these things are closely related to humanity. He fell into thought, a glint in his eyes. It's as if ghosts appeared just to exterminate humanity.
So if we isolate the ghost from humanity,
what would happen? Let's try it with Tutong.
Han Amam, as if breaking the tense atmosphere, patted him on the shoulder a few times. His voice teasing, scared.
Don't worry. You live in a high-end apartment building. The population is sparse, so it's much safer.
Nan Shan had chuckled to himself, his eyes sparkling with cunning.
Ha ha. My neighbor is a ghost.
He turned his head and said goodbye to Hangam with a relaxed tone.
I have something to do. I have to go. Hangam smirked, teasing. You're not going to learn more.
Nguyen Shan thought to himself, based on what he said, I still haven't reached the core level of the special division. Even if I did, it would be difficult to find Tuong's file. But luckily, the Research Institute's conclusion has given me a new experimental idea. The strip wasn't a waste. Knife fell in a small alley on Miho Street. The dim light of a street lamp illuminated Nguyen Chan's figure. He unexpectedly ran into Thin Viewback, his eyes showing a hint of surprise, his voice low. Thin Viewback, why are you here?
Not going to class?
Viewback looked up, her eyes filled with worry, her voice soft but sincere.
The president hasn't been to school for a few days. Are you troubled by something? I want to help.
Nguyen Shandanda raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharp, his voice firm.
No need.
She was taken aback, her voice tinged with disappointment.
Ha!
He stepped forward, his voice serious as if to stop any of her intentions.
Don't get involved in things beyond your ability.
Viewback refused to give up, her eyes sparkling with determination. I can predict that kind of danger, but I can still lend a hand. But Nguyen Shandanda just shook his head, walking past her, his voice cold.
No, you'll just get in the way. Don't follow me. If you interfere in this matter again, you will be kicked out of the club.
The Vubu stood silently, her worried eyes following his retreating back until he disappeared. Nguyen Shanu didn't look back, heading straight for the Miho apartment building where Tuong lived. In his mind, information about Tuong appeared clearly. He chooses random locations to kill after becoming a neighbor. Whether the victim accepts the gift or not, they still fall within the killing range. He constantly borrows things to evolve his rules. He recalled the fifth rule. As the number of days increases, the things Tayatong borrows will become more numerous and more related to the victim until he borrows their heart. Then the sixth rule, refusing Tayatong's welcoming gift can negate a force borrowing once. Nguyen Chan clenched his fist, a glint in his eyes. Negate a force borrowing once so the person who refuses Taiyang's gift can still be saved. He activated his ocular technique and a stream of spiritual power spread from his pendant, allowing him to survey the entire area. I have to act before Tutong does warn everyone and not let him continue. Through Tunan's ability, he could clearly see Tuan like a ticking time bomb. Ready to rush out the door at any moment, he gathered all his strength, trying to use his power to trap Tutong. But his opponent's power was overwhelming, like a fierce wave crashing down on him. The wounds on his body used blood, but he gritted his teeth, using the regeneration gap to fill them. Tutong's invisible eyes full of malice were fixed on him as if wanting to devour him. He roared, his voice full of pride. Did I succeed? But at that moment, a terrifying reality appeared. Tuong turned back, his demonic eyes seeming to mock his efforts. The 11th rule echoed in his mind. Cold. And ruthless. There is no way to lock Tutong in a room because a human's room cannot imprison a ghost. Nu Yanshan felt a lurking danger like a sharp blade pressed against his neck. This bastard's rule is too deceptive. Tutong with his demonic eyes suddenly latched onto him. A dark aura rising like a wave of hatred pulling him into an uncontrollable abyss. He whispered, his voice as cold as death. Why are you standing in front of my house? Nu Yanshan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with a fire of determination. He launched an attack, his hand striking straight into Tutong's distorted body while roaring in fury. Borrow this, you son of a b. But behind him, Tutong's figure flickered in and out of existence like a lurking demon. He squeezed his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing clearly. Blood flowed incessantly from Muan Chan's neck, his body staggering. His mind sinking into the threshold of death. He thought bitterly, if only I were a ghost. Maybe it would have been better. A cold notification echoed in his head. The neighbor ghost has entered a killing state. The neighbor ghost has entered a killing state. The creaking, clunking sounds of Tuong echoed like the footsteps of death advancing deep into his heart. An invisible demonic gate opened and Tutong's haunting voice repeated, Heart, lend me your heart. From the darkness, a panicked voice replied, Huh? Who are you? Tutong roared. His voice urgent, but terrifying. What are you trying to do? He kept repeating like a relentless prayer. Lend me your heart. Help. Don't kill me. The atmosphere suddenly changed. And Yen Shan could feel the advantage shifting in his favor. A flash of insight lit up his mind. Rule number 7. Returning to Yutong's welcoming gift can negate a force borrowing once. He roared. His voice triumphant, I found your crucial rule. Fortunately, Nu Yan Chan managed to escape Taiyang's clutches. He panted heavily, his chest feeling heavy, and thought to himself, good thing I had a backup plan. He rushed to his room, frantically searching, determined not to throw away Tutong's gift. In his haste, he didn't notice a cold, sharp aura enveloping him from behind. Like the fear of a weak human being hunted, he shivered, almost unable to breathe. As a gentle voice spoke, Nu Yen Shana turned around, his eyes filled with horror. Tongue in a distorted misshapen form, stood there, his eyes sparkling with desire. He spoke, his voice enticing, Who are you? Then he continued, Can you bring Yen Shan here in time? Little one, come in quickly. Nu Yan Shan clenched his fist, his heart pounding. He remembered the records in the book. Tutong's targets were not limited to humans. Tuong stepped forward. His voice whispering like a curse. Can you lend me your heart? Tutong gradually transformed into a hideous monster. His whole body exuding a Sabahora. Nu Yan was stunned, unable to explain why its body was so thick with the smell of blood. Its clothes stained with dark red patches. Something terrible must have happened. Suddenly, Tutong spoke, his voice deep and horsero. All right, here you go. It handed over the item it had borrowed from Man Chanu. He took it, a look of surprise in his eyes. According to the 7th rule, returning Tuong's welcoming gift would grant a chance to escape, being forcefully borrowed from. Then, Tutong nodded slightly and continued, Thank you. I'm leaving now.
Nguyen Shan quickly followed, determined to stick close and uncover the secret. What on earth happened?
He wondered, his mind full of doubt. Could it be that in the time before I was revived? Tutong had already started to act. Around him, endless flights of stairs stretched out with no end in sight but leading into an abyss.
Tuong just said coldly, "I'm going down to kill people."
Those words made Nguyen Shan shiver, his heart tightening.
How could this be? Is anyone still alive?
He wondered, his mind in a turmoil. Suddenly, a figure dashed past as fast as lightning. Tutong stopped, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
So sorry, you saw me. Nguyen Shan stood frozen.
A bill running down his spine as it continued.
See you later, Mr. Nguyen. You know they're all dead.
It took all their hearts. In his mind, the screams of the dead echoed like cries from the grave. Accomplice to murder.
Give me back my life.
It's all your fault, you butcher. Pay with your life.
Nguyen Shan felt helpless, as if drowning in a nightmare.
Save me, he screamed in despair. But then he tried to calm himself. He gritted his teeth and told himself, stay calm.
Calm down.
He shouted, his voice trembling, but full of determination.
All of you, shut up.
Gradually, he realized the terrifying rules of the evil neighbor spirit. Rule 1: Once the evil spirit resides in your neighborhood, all residents, including you, automatically become its neighbors. Rule 2: Each family corresponds to one offering regardless of the number of people in the house.
And neighbors are not limited to humans.
Rule 3: If you accept a gift from Tutong, it will borrow an item from you, but with a polite attitude, it will always return what it borrows. Rule 4: If you refuse to lend, Tutong will forcefully take your item. Rule 5: The number of borrowings increases and the items taken will become more and more closely related to you until Tutong steals your very heart. Rule 6: Refusing Tutong's gift only provides a single opportunity to avoid forced borrowing. Rule 7: Returning Taiyon's welcoming gift gives you another chance to escape the forced borrowing. Rule 11: You cannot lock Tuong in a house because a human dwelling cannot contain a monstrous entity like it. Nguyen Shan pondered, his heart heavy as he realized that besides himself, Tuong had taken the hearts of everyone else. He had luckily escaped death. But why hadn't the monster left yet? Why? Are the last 3 rules still locked? He muttered, his voice full of helplessness. Damn it! Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold crept up his back, making him shiver. Tutong appeared, his face pale, his voice low as if whispering from the grave. Can I borrow your soul? Nguyen Shan felt the life force being drained from his body, and he visibly weakened. Lifespan -1 day. 83 days remaining. Although temporarily safe, he still felt dizzy, his head spinning. It's done borrowing hearts, and now it wants souls, too, he wondered, his heart pounding in his chest. I thought I had escaped. Suddenly, Tutong's gloomy voice echoed again, as if burrowing deep into his mind. Mr. Nguyen, are you panicking again? Can I borrow your soul? The phone slipped from his hand and fell to the floor, causing him to collapse. He tried to shout, his voice weak. Hello, this is Nguyen Chanu. On the other end of the line, a voice replied, calm but sharp. What is it? From now on, when contacting a supervisor, remember to use your alias. Nguyen Shan took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Yeah, I'm Ghost. I'm facing an anomaly that's using the evil neighbor rule to kill people. I'm now stuck in a death loop. You don't need to come over, but I need you to help me investigate its data. The person on the other end was silent for a moment. Their voice filled with astonishment. Are you talking about the disaster level anomaly? The evil neighbor. It appeared at your place. It was contained by the special task force in the next city a long time ago. Wait a moment. I'll look it up for you right away. That person was Tang Kai, the girl with shimmering jade green hair, square-rimmed glasses, and sharp eyes.
She immediately took action, her voice firm over the phone. Hello.
I need to investigate the file with the alias evil neighbor.
Transfer it directly to my mainframe. In response, the special task force quickly confirmed, yes, Lady Then Kai.
She used her special power, receiving information through a high-speed data stream, completing the access process. Then, she stated clearly, the way to escape death at the hands of the evil neighbor is to return the item it initially gave you. If you still have it, Nu Yenshan frowned, his voice full of despair.
You mean the welcoming gift? I already gave it back to it.
Now it's even starting to borrow my soul. To tone grew more and more terrifying, his face dark, his eyes deep as if wanting to swallow everything. Then Kai suddenly stopped, her voice lowering as if realizing something was wrong.
Ghost.
Seeing no response from Nguyen Shanu, she called again, her voice urgent.
This is Tang Kai. I have something to report to the special task force.
A minute later, Nu Yenshan managed to call back, his voice noticeably weaker.
Then Kai, are you still there?
Lifespan -1 day, 81 days remaining. On the other end, then Kai asked worriedly.
Are you all right?
Nu Yenshan struggled to get up, his body trembling, but his eyes still shone with a determined light.
Ha, still alive.
Then Kai replied, her voice low but sharp.
Listen carefully.
You might be experiencing a supplementary rule of the anomaly right now.
He frowned, his mind hazy. Supplementary rule.
Then Kai continued, her voice grave.
Every anomaly is an embodiment of a rule.
The reason humans can escape death is by exploiting loopholes in their rules, but to supplement the rules.
Anomalies use humans as nutrients to upgrade themselves.
The evil neighbor originally forcefully borrowed the target's heart, and the target could return the welcoming gift to escape death. However, after the supplementary rule was activated, the evil neighbor broke through, upgrading to forcefully borrowing the soul, leaving the target with no escape route. She paused, her voice lowering as if signaling something ominous. I feel that the evil neighbor anomaly has evolved to the level of a fierce god. Previously, the special task force sacrificed the lives of her supervisors to find a way to contain. Using the replicated and separated seal rule item, this item divides the body and soul into 100 different pieces. But the soul becomes weak after separation, no different from a living corpse. The special task force in the next city used this item to imprison it in an apartment building. Nu Yenshan to frown his voice. That seal can't replicate a complete soul, can it? Then Kai confirmed, her voice full of regret.
Correct.
After evolving, the evil neighbor realized that the replicated souls were incomplete and unworthy of being its neighbors.
Thus, the seal's function became useless. He took a deep breath, trying to stay lucid. Let me ask one more question. The person who gets sealed will die, right?
She replied without hesitation.
Yes.
Nu Yenshan clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. I want to borrow that seal when it borrows the first fragment of my soul and discovers that no one here is complete.
It will automatically leave.
Then I can escape its rule and truly avoid death. Then Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded over the phone.
I understand.
I will send an urgent request to the higher-ups. The seal will be delivered to your house immediately. In her heart, she thought, faced with a seemingly hopeless situation. Yet, he maintained his composure and found a slim ray of hope. This boy is truly not simple, she muttered to herself. Before long, an aircraft appeared in the sky, landing near Inchanu. He looked up, exclaiming in surprise. So fast. Then Kai chuckled lightly, her voice full of confidence.
The efficiency of the special task force has always been like this. Good luck.
Nu Yenshan turned on the light and the beam from the controlled aircraft cut through the darkness, creating a sparkling vortex of data on the parameter board. With his sharp eyes, he employed his ocular jutsu, memorizing every number and storing it in his body's memory. Suddenly, a warning sounded cold as a whisper from the grave.
Your soul has been split into 100 parts. The result appeared before his eyes. He was divided into 100 new yen chant entities, all standing before Tutong, ready to face the cruel rule of the evil neighbor. That rule appeared clearly like a curse. When the evil spirit resides in the neighborhood, all residents, including you, automatically become its neighbors. Each family corresponds to one offering regardless of the number of people. Neighbors are not limited to humans. Accept a gift from Tutong and it will borrow something from you, but with a faint politeness. It will return what it borrows. Refuse to lend and Tong will forcefully take the item. The number of borrowings increases from inanimate objects to things deeply attached to you. And finally, your heart. Refusing the gift only grants one chance to avoid being forcefully taken from. Returning the welcoming gift also provides another chance to escape its scythe. But after stealing the heart, Tutong aims for the soul, continuing to evolve and perfect its own rule. Even if you flee from your home, Tuong will still pursue you until it obtains the soul it craves. When all the neighbors' souls fall into its hands, Tuong will finally leave, and no human house can imprison this monster. Suddenly, a series of new yen chant entities rushed to attack Tutong. As frantic as ghosts in a storm, he suddenly came to his senses, realizing the bitter truth. So, that's how it is. Even with his soul split into 10,000 pieces, the replicated entities couldn't escape Tutong's scythe. The heart was stolen, but the soul still existed, scattered in each individual. Tutong will gather all the soul fragments, form a complete soul and then take it all. Why did I have to encounter such a heaven-daying anomaly? He roared in despair. The battle was fierce. Both Tuong and Nguyen Chan to unleash their full power, showing no mercy. In the end, he activated a suicide attack, restarting himself. Tuong, with a distorted face, roared, "Tongvuk. Now it's my turn to retaliate." A deafening explosion echoed through space, tearing the boundary between humans and anomalies. Nguyen Shanu, exhausted, tried to contact Tang Kai. On the other end, her voice came through, a mix of worry and disappointment. "You failed." Nguyen Shanu, though exhausted, managed to push himself up. His voice was full of determination. "It's true. I failed." But he paused, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Thank Kai. I think I found a new method now. When your organization tries to contain anomalies, have you ever tried using an anomaly to fight an anomaly?" Then Kai was stunned, shocked in her heart. Could he mean she wondered, unable to believe it? Why would he think of this? Impossible. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a student. If he's the one who can resurrect the Netherworld Maiden, how could he be trapped in the evil neighbor's loop? Nguyen Shan frowned, his voice lowering. Then Kai, is there a problem? Is this also a secret I'm not allowed to access? She quickly replied, her voice hesitant. Now, what are you planning to do now? He took a deep breath, his eyes burning with an unyielding will. I want to summon the Netherworld Maiden to trap your tongue in hell. This might be the best solution. Suddenly, a hazy figure appeared, carrying a cold aura as if from the underworld. The Netherworld Maiden appeared, her voice echoing, "My lord, you called." Then Kai was startled and quickly tried to stop him. Wait, even if you succeed, you'll have to go to hell after you die. She continued, her voice full of worry. After making a pact with the Netherworld Maiden, no matter what ability you use, you can't escape that rule. I advise you not to do this. Nguyen Shan pursed his lips, a bitter smile on his face. Oh, so do you have any other solutions? Then Kai pondered, then replied, actually, your reasoning is not flawed. The Special Task Force has used rule items to create a space to contain anomalies. Before, the neighboring city used a demon statue to restrain a fierce god-level anomaly, but to maintain that parasitic space, it requires a large amount of pure psychic energy in exchange. He nodded, his eyes sharp. As far as I know, tools like that are very rare.
You can count the number of them in the world on one hand, and it costs a great deal to maintain them.
So, are you able to request those things for me?
Then Kai hesitated, her voice wavering.
You're right.
Nguyen Shan suddenly changed his tone, feigning sorrow, his eyes heavy.
If I can live one more day, I will.
Even if my soul has to struggle, terrified to escape hell.
How is that different from the current situation?
Then Kai sighed, her voice lowering.
I understand.
In her heart, she thought, his decisiveness and courage far exceed that of experienced supervisors.
He's willing to have his soul eternally imprisoned in hell just to contain an anomaly.
He is truly a respectable person, she told herself. Nguyen Shan hung up, his sharp eyes focused ahead.
It's done, Tai. Let's get to the main point.
The girl replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Nguyen Shan activated his ability, his eyes burning like hellfire.
I want to supplement the loophole in the Netherworld Maiden's rule. To strengthen her rule. An invisible voice rang out, cold and majestic. Do you accept to trade 300,000 legend points to supplement the rule to avoid the death of the Netherworld Maiden? Do you accept to trade 600,000 legend points to strengthen the rule of the Netherworld Maiden?
Without hesitation, he nodded, his voice firm. I agree to trade 900,000 legend points to supplement the loophole of hell. After tearing off the spider lily petal, the cursed person will have no way to escape the Netherworld anymore. No one can escape her hell. Nguyen Shan, his eyes glowed a brilliant red as if absorbing a terrifying power.
Ding dong. A sound from outside echoed.
Each word seeming to pin itself to the space.
Mr. Nguyen, please let me borrow. Tuong's demonic face showed clear terror. Nguyen Shan clenched the brilliant red spider lily petal.
His voice cold. It's time to pay for the crimes you've committed.
Tuong was stunned.
Not taking his eyes off him.
Go to hell and live there forever.
Pairs of eyes, petals of spider lilies, rushed towards Tu Tong like a river of blood, sweeping him into a crimson vortex on a small raft drifting lazily on a silent river.
Tuong woke up to find himself imprisoned by the Netherworld Maiden.
The girl in the velvet red dress smiled coldly.
Hello, I'm Tu Tong. I just moved here. This is a local specialty, please.
The welcoming gift was thrown into the river, carrying the demon with it for eternity. The Netherworld Maiden smirked.
It seems they really welcome you. No need to rush.
You'll soon meet many more new neighbors. All of this has been arranged for you by the master.
After you get there, you must thank him.
The next morning, Nguyen Shan touched his neck, feeling the burning hot spider lily mark. It feels so real, he muttered, his eyes thoughtful. This mark, I'll just leave it there for now.
This way the special bureau won't suspect me.
Suddenly a childish voice called from behind him, Mommy. Minai, holding Tuna in her arms, kept calling, Mommy, Mommy. The little girl smiled, her voice clear.
My lord, the evil neighbor has been locked up in hell. That brat is always in my territory, taking it out on the souls. Then she pointed to Tunan.
Her voice was innocent.
Hello. I'm the new neighbor. Tu Tong. Tunam played along, nodding. Whom? New.
Yen Shandanda covered his mouth and waved his hands frantically, his face showing a hint of panic when he saw Minai holding a trash bag.
Classmate Tui, stop joking. It's disgusting.
Mina quickly bowed her head, her voice apologetic. I'm so sorry, my lord.
I didn't mean it.
Nguyen Shan gently placed his hand on Mina's head, his voice low and warm, comforting her.
Don't mind it too much. The speed at which Tutong gives out his specialties can't even compare to
how you guide souls every day.
Souls are endless, right? Even if he gives out gifts forever, he can't do anything to the ruler of hell like you.
As long as you want to collect all of his gifts, he's powerless. Minnie was bewildered, then nodded, her eyes lighting up.
My lord is right.
Beside them, Tunam was jealous.
Constantly calling mommy. Then whining to be held. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, signaling a new message.
Nguyen Shan opened it to see a message from Tang Kai. Your strange case is over. According to regulations, whether it's the special bureau or a born supervisor, everyone needs to receive psychological treatment.
How do you want to arrange it? You can come to the special bureau or we can send someone to you. He frowned, muttering in annoyance. Who has the time to go to the special bureau? From downstairs, a series of noises echoed up, shattering the silence. Nguyen Shan looked out the window and saw a crowd from the special bureau and the real estate agency gathered below the complex. Mina explained in a clear voice, the special bureau came last night.
While you were fast asleep, my lord, they handled the aftermath.
Now they're signing a confidentiality agreement with the real estate company. These people are about to lose their jobs. Nanchand was stunned, muttering, "Oh, is that so?" Half an hour later, a woman appeared at his door.
A radiant smile like sunshine.
Hello, I'm your psychologist. I hope I'm not at the wrong door. Nguyen replied coolly, his eyes wary. Oh, you can call me Ghost. Tiet pointed to the hallway next to them, her voice cheerful. Lord Ghost, from today on, we're neighbors. He frowned, looking confused. Neighbors.
Then horrific memories flooded back.
Images of the blood-stained hallway.
And scattered bodies appearing vividly.
He asked, trembling. Can people still live here?
Tuyet smiled lightly without a trace of fear.
Of course they can. She pointed to the room opposite, slightly diagonal to his. Lord Ghost, you can go take a look. That room was sparkling clean, shining as if new.
The special bureau has cleaned up this entire complex.
Nguyen Shant was speechless. His voice helpless. What does this mean, surveillance? Tieta quickly waved her hands, smiling brightly. Not at all. Let me explain.
Lorghost is also highly valued by us for his talent.
So they sent me here for therapy, not for surveillance. I know a little about what happened last night. Tiet Leg gently stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Shantus. Her voice as sweet as honey.
From now on, please rest assured, you can leave all the tasks to me.
Think of me as your new companion. Nguyen Shan looked into her sparkling eyes and sensed a sharp aura hidden behind her gentle demeanor.
This woman is not simple, he thought, his mental guard rising higher. He sighed and pushed the door open to enter his house.
I'm not saying I won't cooperate. Can we start now? I prefer to be direct. Tuyet El giggled, placing her handbag on the living room table.
Of course. She took off her outer coat, her movement so natural that it made Nguyen Shan frown slightly, flustered.
Ha!
She pointed towards the sofa. Her voice gentle. Please lie down here first, my lord.
Nguyen Shan grimaced.
The strange lying position made him feel something was off.
Why does this feel like a scam? Tuyet El smiled, pulling a small box from her handbag.
Inside was a sparkling glass stone. She placed it in his hand.
Hold on tight, Lord Ghost. He looked at the stone. Asking curiously, what is this?
Tedler replied, her eyes focused on the green stone, which suddenly turned pitch black.
This is a psychic crystal researched by the Special Bureau to test the level of danger in a person's psychology.
Nguyen Shan frowned, his voice lowering.
So, what does that mean?
She clutched the watch she wore around her neck and explained, there are the situations that cause the psychic crystal to turn black.
One is the suppression formed from suffering.
The other type is psychic contamination when the brain loses consciousness, which we often call blackening. She took off her necklace and said softly, I'm sorry, Lord Ghost.
I want to try.
She swung the watch in front of his face. The sparkling light from the hands as if trying to pull him into a trance, but Nu Yen Shan is suddenly shot up, snatching the watch from her hand in a flash, holding Tetla's wrist tightly.
I don't need hypnosis therapy.
This method is useless on me.
You should explain what blackening is first. Suddenly, Tetla went limp and collapsed to the floor. Nguyen Chant was stunned. A look of surprise on his face. Careless of me. This thing, the one being hypnotized, wasn't me, but her. In that moment, thanks to the movement of the Tawatch hands, Tu Yetla had entered his spiritual world. She whispered, her voice as if lost in a dream. I can't breathe. Is this Lord Ghost's spiritual world? Tu Yetla was lost in Nu Yen Shan's chaotic mental world where everything was submerged in a deep crimson like blood staining the entire space. In the distance, a giant eye loomed in the fog, exuding a terrifying aura. She knelt, her heart filled with terror. Is this the result when humans confront anomalies? Loud noises echoed all around, carrying savage screams. The strong win, the weak lose. These foolish humans will all be slaughtered. Tu Yetla was worried. Sweat running down her forehead. This is bad. Lord Ghost. Has he already started simulating the life and death of humanity? She landed on the ground, her heart pounding. It's dangerous. If I let this continue, Lord Ghost will become a threat to society. A moment ago, I almost had a mental breakdown. I need to quickly find the whereabouts of his other consciousness. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, pulling Tu Yetla straight down into a deep abyss. A chilling laugh echoed, sending shivers down her spine. Before her, a giant monster appeared, so large that she was like a tiny mosquito. It bared its sharp teeth, its voice a low growl. Her little sister, you look delicious. Dozens of eyes on the monster's body glow brightly. Tentacles shot out, each tip a mouthful of small, sharp teeth, lunging straight at her. Tu Yetla was attacked, blood staining her all over. In her moment of crisis, she fumbled in her pocket and hastily put on the silver halo ring, an item researched by the Special Bureau specifically for psychologists. Dealing with dangerous supervisors, the ring helps reduce mental attacks from the opponent's psychological state. She closed her eyes and chanted a mantra, her voice trembling but firm. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or a flash of lightning that should you meditate upon them. The light from the ring erupted brilliantly, repelling the tentacles and causing them to fall to the ground. Nu Yen Shan's entire spiritual world shook, the scenery changing in an instant. Tu Yetla found herself standing in a flooded space, rain pouring down, chilling her to the bone. She panted, so cold, but ahead is probably the ghost's subconscious. The subconscious, the deepest layer of the mind. A place humans cannot perceive. Where the secrets of supervisors are kept, a place no one but them can touch. The sky still roared with thunder and lightning as if reflecting the storm in his soul. Tu Yetla clenched her fist, her gaze resolute. I must enter Lord Ghost's subconscious to find the problem. I might face even more dangers from the vast expanse of water. A boat silently emerged. Mai stood at the bow, her long purple-black hair flowing, her eyes as red as blood, her sailor uniform fluttering. Tu Yetla was stunned. Immediately recognizing the spider lily mark on the girl's body, the Netherworld Maiden. She clenched her fist, her heart in turmoil. Could it be that in the future the Netherworld Maiden will become Lord Ghost's subordinate? Tu Yetla forced a smile, trying to maintain her composure. That's right. Mina tilted her head, her eyes sharp and cold. Is there a problem? Tu Yetla hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. I came. But before she could finish, Minai glared, her voice firm. Tell the truth or you'll stay here forever. Tu Yetla quickly approached and took Mina's hand, her gaze resolute. I hope Lord Ghost doesn't turn into a monster. Mina was taken back, her tone slightly sarcastic. You're saying this to a monster? Tu Yetla lowed, her voice certain. Yes, that is my true thought. She pondered, thinking to herself,
The netherworld maiden here is probably a protective mechanism Lo set up for his mind.
All psychological therapy techniques are useless and might even backfire.
Her voice softened as she continued, from a human perspective, I can't let the powerful Lord Ghost become a monster and threaten society, and for my own selfish reasons after hearing about his confrontation with the monster.
I don't want a day like that to come. Mina's heart was slightly moved. Her gaze softened.
She took the scarf from her neck and gave it to Tieta. Hey, but you could very well die here if you're not my master's enemy.
I hope this can help you.
Suddenly, a phantom shot up, carrying a dark aura filled with killing intent.
Nguyen Shan's dark entity roared, its voice fierce.
Netherworld maiden, you dare betray me.
It lunged, attacking them both.
Fortunately, Minnie quickly shielded her, taking the full blow to give Tetla a chance to escape.
The little girl screamed, "Run, run!"
Tet dove deep into the water, her heart pounding, thinking she was really going to die. From the bottom of the sea, countless dark arms reached up, wailing miserably.
Why do you want to kill me? Do I deserve to die?
You ability users who see death and don't save anyone are all scoundrels.
I don't want to die.
You come with me just like how you casually sacrifice me. The arms wrapped tightly around Tetla, making it hard for her to breathe. But her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw a glowing hole at the bottom of the sea.
I think I found it. This is Lord Ghost Crux. Looks like I can only do it my way.
Tieta activated her dream annihilation skill, her whole body glowing with a faint light. Outside, Nguyen Shana watched her intently, still unconscious in the chair. He muttered, his voice full of doubt. Something strange about this psychologist.
I feel like she's about to die.
In the spiritual world, Tetla was fighting desperately, risking her life to reach the deepest layer of his mind. Tetla broke out in a cold sweat, her body trembling, her lips pressed tightly together as if trapped in a horrifying nightmare. She mumbled, her voice full of anxiety.
If something unexpected really happens, will the special department handle the consequences? Suddenly, a terrifying tremor hit, making Nguyen chant his head spin.
He fell to his knees, hitting the floor hard, his breath catching as if being choked. This woman, really, he whispered, his eyes showing a hint of panic. Suddenly, an old scene appeared in his mind. A room filled with comic books, soda, and video games. He had his head down on the table and was startled awake by rustling and clattering sounds around him. A voice called out excitedly. See, I told you Chan was secretly sleeping here. The noise grew louder, waking him up completely. Beside him were Ha Ban Ban and Lung Hong, both smiling brightly. Nguyen Shanu exclaimed in surprise, Ha Ban Ban, Lung Hong. Ha Ban Ban laughed loudly, pointing at him, Chan, wake up.
What's wrong with you?
Feeling dizzy after waking up, Lung Hong chimed in, winking, you're so lucky.
If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Just thinking about tomorrow's expedition.
On Bam Ban's phone screen was the plan for an expedition to the abandoned factory.
On the outskirts of Jangi, Nguyen Shandanda got angry, snatched the phone, and said, What group is this? Delete it right now. Both his friends were worried and said in unison, Hey, Chanu, what's wrong with you? Don't worry about it. Nguyen Shan clenched the phone. His hand gradually transforming, carrying a terrifying aura. With my current power in Tua's evolution, I don't need to play this game anymore. An invisible voice echoed in his head. Now acquire the target. It's your turn. After collection, the ability to hunt group members will be disabled.
Acquire, he replied, his voice clear.
Yes, the system announced. Acquisition successful. Congratulations, host. Your friends have escaped death.
Nguyen Shan's transformed appearance became increasingly horrifying, causing Ha Ban Ban to scream. Oh, big brother, stop messing around. Lung Hong rushed over and hugged him tightly.
Good thing you snapped out of it. Nguyen Shanu was bewildered, confused. What's going on?
Both his friends started crying, their voices choked with emotion.
Don't become like this just to save us.
Then they smiled lightly as if a burden had been lifted.
We know we're already dead.
Haban scratched his head, his eyes red.
The fact that you still think of us makes us very happy.
They both hugged Nguyen Shana tightly, recalling old memories. This rascal, right after school, he uses his strong lockman skill.
Gotcha.
Akak, seeing you so powerful now, we're very proud, Lung Hong continued.
That's right.
Consider this revenge for us. Destroy those disgusting ghosts, but you must be careful. Haban and Lung Hong gradually faded away, leaving Nguyen Chan standing there stunned.
He muttered. Isn't it good that I'm becoming stronger?
Hen Ben laughed, his voice fading.
Why are you even dumber than me now? Getting stronger is obviously good. But I know your wish.
The shattered fragments of memory cracked and dissolved like dust in the wind.
Nguyen Shanu was lost in his memories.
His burning desire becoming clear to destroy the ghost and lead humanity to survival. Each broken memory fragment fell with a clatter like shards of glass vanishing into an abyss. The clock ticked to 7:0, pulling him back to reality.
He slowly opened his eyes, mumbling, "Is this the place I came back to this morning?"
He picked up the phone and immediately called Then Kai, his voice low but sharp.
Then Kai, I have a question for you.
You said your people came to clean up the aftermath in my area.
So, where will those people go next? What will their lives be like?
Then Kai hesitated slightly.
Is that important?
Nguyen Shandanda growled, unable to hide his frustration.
Of course it is. Were they fired by you? Without any compensation. Aren't you supposed to be on the side of humanity's interests?
Failing to save the residents in that area is our negligence. The living are not provided with proper housing.
They will suffer even more in the time to come. Is this how protectors act?
Then Kai was silent for a long time, then replied, her voice lowering.
I understand. The special department will accept your valuable feedback. However, how it will be implemented specifically?
We'll have to wait for an answer from the higher-ups. Nguyen Shan seemed to have lost his patience to listen.
He hung up the phone.
He turned his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Tietla.
So, are you satisfied now, Tiela? Tietla smiled gently, her eyes sparkling.
Lord Ghost, that was never my intention, but a projection from your inner self. He approached her, his voice low and warm, but equally sharp. Truly a skilled psychologist. Tieta was slightly surprised, her smile growing brighter.
Is that so? Thank you for the compliment.
Nguyen Shana placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes sincere.
I should be the one thanking you for the treatment. Can we go outside now? Tu Yeta nodded, her voice gentle.
Of course. But she quickly turned back, adding, however, you need to take one more test.
Please come over here with me and we can escape this dream.
The ceiling gradually came into focus. Nguyen Chan opened his eyes fully awake in front of him. Tietlis still had that radiant sunny smile, holding a tray of fragrant black tea. Lord Ghost, you're awake.
This is freshly brewed black tea. I borrowed your kitchen without asking permission.
He took the cup of black tea, took a sip, his voice calm.
So, shall we start now? That way your mission can be completed sooner.
Tiet fumbled for something in her bag, shaking her head with a smile. No, I still have to stay here for a while longer.
But there's one thing I must tell you about dealing with the aftermath of the evil neighbor.
Ghost, the immediate families of your neighbors will receive a very large compensation. Tieta cheerfully took the psychic crystal out of its box. Her voice was bright.
Their jobs have been arranged at the industrial park along with additional compensation for their mental trauma. Valuable opinions from supervisors like you will be sent by me to the special department for improvement.
She placed the crystal in Nguyen Chan his hand. he replied, his voice steady.
That's good then.
The crystal glowed with a gentle light, no longer the solid black it was before.
That's great. Your risk has been eliminated. He clenched his fist. His eyes thought. That's right. If the psychic crystal had stayed black, what would have happened?
Tiet Lai, her voice lowering, Lord Ghost, you must have guessed. If it continues like this, and one day you happen to die fighting a monster,
you are at risk of becoming a monster. Nguyen Shan remained silent, hiding a terrifying secret.
She only told half the truth. In the dream, he had proactively spent 100 million legend points to start, turning himself into a mindless, out-of-control monster. Only the thrill of killing remained. I could see my own actions, but I didn't understand why I was doing them. It's truly terrifying, he thought, his eyes darkening. I can't let her know I turned myself into a monster in the dream.
He released his hand and the crystal shone brightly.
He looked at Tieta, his voice firm. Don't worry, I'll try not to believe whatever nonsense you're talking about.
The doorbell rang insistently. Tetla stood up, smiling.
I'll get the door at Lord Ghost. The door opened to reveal the viewback, looking shy and flustered. President, I saw you were busy for a long time, so I came to visit.
No other reason.
The girl held out a cute gift box, stammering, I hope you'll accept it soon.
Don't be too sad. No, I really didn't use money to investigate the president's affairs.
Vuch glanced at Tetla, stunned by her radiant beauty. Then she covered her mouth and whispered, Excuse me, who are you?
Sorry, I'm at the wrong place. Tu Yetlis smiled gently. I'm the new neighbor.
Please take care of me. Nguyen Shana tilted his head from inside the house, his voice surprised.
Why are you here? Hearing him, Buback timidly ran in, quickly replying, Yes, sir. She sat next to Tetla on the sofa, secretly observing her.
Tiet radiated a sparkling aura and a gentle demeanor, making Buback think she's so real.
Is she really a neighbor? But the president isn't the hospitable type.
Nguyen Shan turned on the TV, which was broadcasting the new news.
Welcome to today's new news.
Next, please watch some short news clips. A man appeared crying tragically.
My daughter has been kidnapped.
You useless people, you still haven't caught the bad guy.
The news continued. Recently, kidnappings have been occurring frequently in our city. Today, another 20-year-old woman went missing.
According to the Ministry of Public Security's investigation, this case, along with nearly 10 other recent kidnappings, is part of a series of crimes.
Citizens are advised to be cautious. Tetla watched intently, her gaze briefly shifting towards the Buback. Nguyen Shandanda noticed and spoke up.
His voice was calm. She's my subordinate and also knows about the ghost stuff. You can talk to her about anything. Tiet nodded, her voice lowering. I'm sure you haven't had time to follow the news lately, but the random kidnapping case is currently the hottest topic in society. The criminals are so vicious and cunning that the Ministry of Public Security has requested to borrow our special items. If this situation continues, the special department may have to intervene. Nguyen Shan frowned, his expression serious.
Is it that serious?
He glanced towards the corner of the room and saw me standing there.
He gave a slight nod.
He stood up, his voice cold.
You two continued chatting. He walked into the room and closed the door.
Then he summoned his notebook. Flipping through the pages, he checked carefully.
As expected, the heat of the kidnapping case has seriously affected Tue's work.
The growth rate of her attire has slowed down significantly. I spent 900,000 points to strengthen and complete TUI, he muttered. After taking in the evil neighbor, I gained 500,000 legend points and 100,000 good and evil points. The notebook clearly stated, remaining legend points, 865,000 spiritual power 100, level 3, lifespan 79 days.
Theoretically, I've recouped all the legend points I invested. But tonight, 2A has gained almost nothing. Mina emerged from the void, pouting, "That's right. Master, those hateful kidnappers." He flipped to the next page, which was blank. His voice lowered, tinged with sarcasm. "You're right. Don't expect to be rewarded for doing good deeds." Then he smirked, a sharp smile. "But you can reap what you sow. Why not add a little more fuel to the fire?" "Tai, I have an idea." Mina was stunned, her eyes bewildered, not understanding. Nguyen shone to close the notebook. A determined glint in his eyes. A bold plan had formed in his mind. After theme view back and Tieta left, Nguyen Shanda rushed to his computer desk, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his eyes sharp and cold. He pictured the image of the phone call demon, a wrinkled old man with a wizened face whose large round glasses couldn't hide his wide, haunting eyes. He muttered his mind memories from his past life. "Back in school, my roommate was obsessed with the legend of the phone call. All demon. When it kills, it sends a strange voice message 3 days in advance with the content. In 3 days, you will die." A terrifying tragic scream. A rule of time collision. An unlimited killing method. He frowned, calculating. A few hundred zero legend points aren't enough to describe it. I have to rewrite this urban legend. Suddenly, the computer screen lit up and a clip appeared with the profile picture of a little girl. View 1 holding a trophy, her smile radiant. Nguyen was curious, his finger moving the mouse to the play button. A notification popped up accompanied by a cheerful melody. New starting point, a positive song, pure music. But the context of its creation made him ponder under the bright image of Vone. Text appeared, new starting point. The final work of the child genius V1 has become popular again before her death. The commentator and the clip spoke full of regret. This is the song written by the prodigy V1 before she passed away 5 years ago. Her talent and love for music made the whole country mourn. Suddenly, a line of blood-red text appeared cold and chilling. But because of that, a demon coveted and desired her. The scene changed, illustrating a girl with torn angel wings chained in a golden birdcage. Suspended amidst a field of brilliant yellow flowers, the cage was held tightly by the demonic hands with sharp claws. The narration continued mournfully. Misfortune befell her fate. The kidnappers had been watching Vuan for a long time, demanding a large ransom and forbidding police intervention. Her parents agreed not to report it and paid the ransom, but the media wouldn't let it go. The news of Vuan's kidnapping spread everywhere. The police, in an attempt to maintain order, intervened to save her, but the final footage was a tragic ending. Blood splattered across the table, a hand clutching sheet music, golden hair disheveled, red blood dripping from the table onto the pile of ransom money below. After the kidnappers were caught, evidence showed that during her captivity she was not mistreated. They even provided her with musical instruments, helping her compose the song. New starting point. A song filled with innocence, simplicity, and faith in a bright future. But when compared to reality, Vuan's death seemed to hide an unresolved mystery. In the little girl's desolate home, a large cabinet still held her sparkling trophies, a testament to her brilliant talent. In the middle of the room, the familiar piano stood silently. On top of it, a happy family photo now faded in everyone's memory. The news reported that Vuan had won the highest award on the very day she died. But after that, her family gradually withdrew from the public eye. Except for her die-hard fans who still remembered her, Vuan was almost forgotten by the world. After watching the clip, Nguyen Chan clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. I'll use this combined with the movie. He closed his eyes, entering a trance-like state to compose. When he opened his eyes, his body had transformed. His eyes were fiery red with no pupils like a burning hellfire. In front of him, the notebook rustled, flipping itself, surrounded by roaring red flames. Musical notes danced and boiled, blending with the cold commentary about the phone call demon. The phone call demon targets kidnappers and robbers. After hearing the call,
the victim will hear their own tragic screams before death. At the same time, the melody of New Starting Point will ring inside their body, unstoppable. When the melody ends, the phone call demon will kill the target. If the victim doesn't answer the phone, the information will rain down, turning into an urban legend alive in the heart of the city. Amidst the bustling sea streets with people hurrying by in raincoats and under umbrellas, two people stopped. The headphones played the eerie red and white melody created by Nguyen Chanu. They whispered as anyone noticed. Whether New Starting Point is saved or in a playlist. The melody has become strange. That's right, the other person replied, their voice trembling. It's so creepy to listen to. Why did it suddenly turn into a band music style? Was it a hacker? In another dark corner, a man with a cigarette in his mouth held a phone, his voice tense, "Hello." The person on the other end shouted, "Why are the police here?" It's obvious. The man cut her off, reassuring her coldly, "What are you afraid of?" The man stood up, his voice full of sarcasm. "When we were plotting, you weren't this useless." He walked across the dark room where a person lay motionless on the floor, their condition unknown. Outside the iron bars, the rain continued to fall. Lightning tearing across the sky like sharp blades. The man approached the person on the floor, still talking on the phone, his voice cold. "To be honest, you're the mastermind. I'm just an accomplice. Continue or confess, you choose." On the floor, Lam Nuyet, a recent kidnapping victim, struggled with her mouth taped shut, tears streaming down her face, her panicked eyes fixed on the man before her. He crouched down, his red eyes glinting with cunning, his hands gripping her arms tightly, making Lam Nuyet even more terrified. She turned her face away, shutting her eyes tightly, not daring to look at him. Suddenly, the man's gaze froze as if he had seen something terrifying. His teeth clenched the burning cigarette. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He immediately put the phone to his ear. A terrifying sound echoed throughout the empty room, making him tilt his head and quickly move the phone away. His eyes full of suspicion. He angrily cursed. What the hell was that? Then he threw the phone to the ground, shattering the screen. Lam Nuyet, kneeling silently in the corner, stared at him in shock. Suddenly, his vision blurred. He felt dizzy and his pupils dilated. His whole body trembled violently. He thought to himself, "This isn't good. My body." Lam Nuyet. Though terrified, he didn't understand what was happening from the floor. The crimson melodies of New Starting Point crept closer, wrapping around him like invisible threads. When the music reached his ears, he immediately felt an excruciating pain. His eyes filled with blood vessels. His teeth clenched so hard they cracked. His hair stood on end and sweat poured out like a stream. He screamed, "Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much." His shadow on the wall distorted as if being torn apart. His pupils bulged, terrifyingly swollen. Lam Nuyet sitting on the floor was horrified as she watched his body break out in large and small blisters as if boiling under his skin. His face contorted, the blisters under his neck pressing into forming it. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, mingling with a deafening explosion. His body exploded. The force blowing Lam Muet's hair back. Thousands of pieces of flesh and blood. Every part of him splattered across the floor. Some pieces landing near her. Lam Nuet was so shocked her tears stopped flowing. Her eyes wide open, frozen in front of the horrifying mess. She trembled, thinking, how did this happen? The man's scream still echoed around her like a relentless curse. Lam Nuyet trembled, realizing that the scream just now was exactly like the terrifying sound from on the phone earlier. Elsewhere, in front of a high-rise building, a fleet of police cars and ambulances surrounded the area, their lights flashing brightly in the night. Paramedics hastily moved a stretcher into an ambulance, their faces showing clear horror. A police officer muttered, his voice trembling, "This is too scary. I've never seen anything like this before." His colleague next to him nodded.
his eyes vacant. I feel like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. This is truly bizarre. In the surveillance room of the police department, Baek To-hai sat in front of a computer screen. His eyes bloodshot from stress. He watched the footage over and over, not missing a single detail. His assistant stood behind him, reminding him worriedly, "Captain Boach, you've watched it several times already." This matter. The captain of Squad 2 still had his chin propped on his hand, frowning intently, ignoring his colleague's words. As the person in charge of the serial kidnapping case, he was determined not to miss any clues. On the screen, footage from a patrol car's dash cam appeared clearly. The suspect, Lam Trung, was handcuffed and sitting in the back seat, crying and begging the two officers in the front. I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was just a momentary thought. I didn't really want to hurt my sister. I beg you. I don't want to go to jail. Baek To-hai clicked the mouse, pausing the clip. He analyzed in a deep voice. Through the investigation, we discovered that this kidnapping was a joint operation. Lam Trung Lam Nuet's older brother is one of the suspects. He zoomed in on the image of the ringing phone placed on a laptop in the police car. The clip continued. The officer in the passenger seat handed the phone to Lamong. His voice stern. We're all watching. Tell us everything you hear. Lam pressed the phone to his ear, his eyes widening in terror. Suddenly, a terrifying scream from the phone made the two officers turn around in shock. One of them quickly snatched the phone from Lam Trung, trying to mute it, but to no avail. The driver shouted, "What are you doing? Can't you turn it off?" The officer holding the phone yelled, "Lam, put your hands up." Lam sat motionless, his eyes panicked. "What kind of game are you playing?" He held his head, his eyes bloodshot, muttering in pain. "It's not me. It's so pathetic. My head hurts so much." The officer in the passenger seat turned back, worried. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Lam shrunk, threw his head back, and screamed tragically, "Help!" The scream made the two officers jump. Immediately after, the crimson frantic melodies of new starting points streamed out of his wide-open mouth. Lam, with one hand behind his head and the other under his chin, twisted sharply. Asterisk crack asterisk. His head twisted backwards, his neck breaking with a snap. The driving officer was startled and slammed on the brakes due to inertia. Lam's body flew backwards. His head crashing through the car window, shattering the glass in the rain. The police car stopped in the middle of the road. The space filled with a deadly silence. The driving officer opened the door, stepped out, and stared blankly at the time on the screen. Captain Bo-hai in the surveillance room calculated 3 minutes and 36 seconds from the time the suspect received the call until he died. He leaned back, rubbing his forehead, and analyzed. The strangest thing is that the camera shows the time on the suspect's phone as exactly 6 o'clock. But the call time was 6 hours 3 minutes and 35 seconds. He stroked his chin, his voice lowering, even more terrifying according to analysis. The scream on the phone was entirely Lam's. Baek To-hai suddenly shot up, his eyes sharp. Lam was already dead, but he made a death call to himself a few minutes earlier. He turned to the person behind him. "You can go out first. I have something to report to the higher-ups." Back in the real world, in Wan Shan's house, the magic book was still flipping through its crimson pages, radiating a mystical light. The legend point information changed rapidly. Currently at 1,561,000. Sitting on the sofa, Wan Shandanda smirked, satisfied. Looks like the reversal wasn't bad. It solved part of the problem. His hand caressed the red text flowing from the book. A mischievous glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Should I increase my lifespan? With a flick of his finger, a new notification appeared. Updating the data. Consumed 20,000 legend points. Your lifespan has reached 100 days. But he frowned, feeling that something was off.
He read the notification further. Your spiritual power value has reached 200. You can advance to the 4th realm of spiritual power. You wish to level up. Reminder, leveling up at this time has a chance of failure.
Nguyen Shan stood stunned, muttering, "What does that mean? Isn't the highest spiritual power in this world only the 3rd realm?" 2 hours after the incident at the police headquarters, Captain Baek Do-hai sat engrossed in front of his laptop. A case file he had just presented to his superiors lay beside him. His brows slightly furrowed. He was lost in unanswered questions, trying to grasp the situation. Then Kai, who had just taken over the case, walked in with a solemn expression. As if facing an extraordinary event, looking at her, Baek Do-hai hesitated slightly, a look of wanting to speak, but holding back in his eyes. Then Kai frowned, her voice low but sharp. "Are you sure you still want to participate in the relief effort?" Hearing exactly what he wanted. Baek Do-hai didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes, I want to investigate this matter thoroughly." He sat with his legs crossed, one hand in the pocket of his long coat, exuding an air of authority. Then Kai waved the stack of documents in her hand, her eyes sharp. "This time it's not the wrathful spirits you've dealt with before, but an anomaly. Wrathful spirits are extremely dangerous. Ordinary handguns can't deal with them. But an anomaly is an existence far greater than a wrathful spirit." Hearing this, Baek Do-hai paused, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "An anomaly," he repeated, his voice lowering. Then Kai nodded, explaining with a terrifying calmness. "An anomaly is the embodiment of a rule. It kills based on that rule. As long as the killing rule is triggered, and humanity can't figure out its pattern of appearance." Her words made Baek Do-hai shudder involuntarily. He imagined a monstrous figure standing behind him, one hand on his chin, the other on his shoulder, whispering something that made his neck feel like it was about to break. A wave of invisible fear passed over him, making him tremble slightly. Then Kai continued, her voice low and sad. "They will all die for no reason." She sighed, looking at Baek Do-hai with a serious expression. "You can back out now," she advised. "The investigation and the kidnapped people are being handled by our team." Opposite her, Baek Do-hai lowered his head, a look of helplessness on his face. He couldn't find a reason to object. His heart is heavy as if a boulder was crushing it. Meanwhile, the investigation into the 2 cases was proceeding urgently. In an interrogation room at the police station, Lam Nuyet recounted her experience, her voice trembling. The policewoman beside her pointed to a file with a suspect's photo, discussing something with her. At the crime scene, forensic experts worked diligently, one taking photos, another collecting samples, all focused on gathering evidence. Then, Kai turned to Baek Do-hai, revealing the initial findings in a calm voice. "We have confirmed that the cause of death for these 2 suspects is identical," he said. "The specific manifestation is that whether the connection is made or forced, they will hear their own tragic screams in the next 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Then Kai, with a grave expression, continued to reveal the gruesome details. "It's not just these 2 kidnappers who are victims of the anomaly," she said. Her voice steady but haunting. "According to previous statistics, 328 people have died, aged from 12 to 80, with no similarities." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Baek Do-hai, as if to emphasize. "The anomaly also operates in different places. Previously, in an old house, a large mirror reflected the image of a monster with a demonic smile. From the earpiece of an old landline phone, a familiar song played." Then, Kai frowned slightly, continuing to talk about the song the victims heard. "Those melodies are not as simple as the music online. They have been altered, becoming distorted, and cannot be removed or deleted." She paused, took a deep breath, and then her voice lowered. "The Special Bureau has deployed a new plan. Call the ghost call." Suddenly, the phone screen on the table lit up, displaying an incoming call. Baek Do-hai quickly picked up the phone, his apologetic gaze directed at Tang Kai. "I'm sorry, Lady Than Kai," he said, then put the phone to his ear. "It's my mother's call. I'll just take it for a moment."
His mother's worried voice came through.
Tahai, come home quickly.
But the next sentence made him freeze, his face turning to stone.
Something has happened at your wife's parents' house.
Just a few dozen minutes later, Baku Hai and then Kai were at his house. The scene before him made his heart clench.
3 police officers were taking statements, and on the floor were the bodies covered with blankets.
His wife, trembling in his arms, sobbed uncontrollably.
I don't believe it. How could Mom and Dad?
Bak Tue, with a determined yet pained look, turned to his superior, Lady Then Kai.
You've seen it. My wife's parents, they also died because of this. I've made up my mind.
Please let me continue to participate in the investigation. While holding his wife tightly, he held back his tears and growled.
I want to avenge them.
Taking the file from the police officer at the scene. Then Kai looked at Boch Tuhai without any reluctance.
If you've made up your mind, then I won't stop you.
She replied, then lowered her voice cautiously. What comes next is confidential. I hope your wife can step outside. In her extreme grief, Bowie's wife gripped his hand tightly. Her voice choked as she pleaded, My love, please don't go. He tried to comfort her. His voice gentle but firm.
It's okay. Go on, for from now on, you can move in with my parents.
Standing to one side, then Kai silently pulled a phone from the file bag, an important piece of evidence. She glanced at the wrinkled, pain-stricken face of her subordinate captain. As a female police officer led his wife out, Bak Tuhai blurted out, Lady, but then Kai cut him off, her voice calm yet firm, your wife and her parents.
We will make proper arrangements.
Then Kai Han and the victim's phone to Bak Tuhai, her eyes sharp and resolute. Now use the deceased phone to make a call, she ordered, her voice low but carrying pressure.
This is a trial and error. Bak Tuhai nodded, replying decisively. Yes.
He held the 2 phones, his hand trembling slightly, but his eyes determined.
Will I really die just from answering a phone call? He thought.
He told himself this, then pressed dial on one phone and held the other to his ear. When the connection was established, his hello echoed from both ends. He breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile on his lips.
It's enough. I'm not dead. Pass the test. 8 hours later, in the suffocating room where the incident involving Bak Tua and Laws occurred, he was still diligently reviewing every page of the documents.
His eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. His assistant Kaya walked in carrying a thick stack of papers and placed them on the table cautiously.
This is the number of deaths in the last half hour and their information.
I'll leave it here, she said without looking up from the papers.
Bachohai asked, his voice deep and hoarse, as of now, how many people have died? Kaya replied immediately, 1,360 people. Why do you have a lead?
He shook his head, his face dejected.
Not yet. Still haven't found anything.
Suddenly, Kaya seemed to remember something and reached into her pocket to pull out a small, carefully wrapped package. Oh, right, she said, her voice slightly hesitant. Lady Then Kai said, this was something your wife gave to the Special Bureau.
Bachohai frowned, his eyes curious.
Kaya explained further, it's a memento from your in-laws, a diary. She carefully handed him the notebook with both hands.
I heard it was hidden in the wall.
Your wife didn't dare to look at it, thought about it for a long time, and finally gave it to us.
After you're done, we'll continue to collect it. It might be useful for the case.
Bak Tuhai immediately unwrapped the package, his eyes fixed on the first page of the diary. When he read the opening line, he was shocked, his breath catching in his throat.
This is the page's content read, I buried the child alive. Below was the date. April 23 RD, 1999.
The next page told of Akai, who came home with a bloody mark on her forehead. Her carefully styled hair now a mess. Her skin covered in scratches.
Akai's classmate did it.
He hit her. And I just found out this wasn't the first time, but he and his family felt no remorse at all.
the diary's owner wrote, the tone full of resentment. I just want to turn them into good children. I'm so sorry. The next line revealed a terrifying plan.
So, I went back to my hometown and had someone kidnap that boy. He agreed because I had once saved him. The diary's owner wrote proudly as if they were blameless.
If things go wrong, the plan is simple and smooth. I have an alibi and almost no one knows anything. I won't let that boy ruin my family.
He had hired a group of gangsters to kidnap the boy and take him to an abandoned house.
At first, Baek Hai thought this person just wanted to teach the boy and his family a lesson.
But the following lines reveal the more terrifying truth, making him shudder involuntarily. In the diary, the writer recounted in a chillingly cold tone, "So I buried him alive." After receiving the boy from the kidnappers, he quietly took him to the backyard. Under the cover of darkness, he dug a deep hole and dropped the child in. But the sound of the spade hitting rocks unexpectedly rang out, attracting attention. He continued to write, his tone full of frustration, but something unexpected happened. The children's mother found out. The woman's weathered face and her worn patched clothes showed no emotion. Her subsequent actions stunned her husband. A person who seemed so kind said nothing, silently walked over, and joined him in shoveling dirt to fill the hole amidst a raging thunderstorm. Two soulless individuals, one with a shovel, one pouring dirt, hiding their crime. The story continued in Nguyen Shan's Anomaly book. Mrs. T, with her vacant eyes, declared, "When the child grows up, gets married, and has a stable life, we will go and confess." The husband nodded in agreement. "I agree with her. I also told her I would write everything down. In a diary, if someone else finds out, then it's our fate." Nguyen Shan too, with a gleeful and malicious smile, muttered, "Sister so evil. I suddenly want to try adding this rule." The ghost calls effect is very high in legend points. When writing it, it almost consumed them all. Now they've all been replenished. Without hesitation, Vaiwen's small hands flew across the piano keys, creating eerie sounds like a puppet master being controlled. Nguyen Shan too, with his fiery red eyes, was manipulating Vihuan, causing distorted melodies to ring out. He muttered to himself as if justifying in the urban legend, because from decades ago until now, anyone who was ever robbed or killed and is still alive falls within the ghost call's killing range. Therefore, the good and evil points obtained from the ghost call can be on average more than TUI and Tunin. The score notification board appeared, updating with new stats. Legend points, 78,753. Good and evil points, 30,772. Spiritual power 2,000 to 100, fourth realm plus lifespan 100 days. Looking at the numbers, Nguyen Shandanda was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "But to reach the fourth realm so easily is something I never thought of," he muttered, feeling his body lighter and more agile than before. "I just don't know if I can successfully modify it now." Without hesitation, he opened the anomaly book, his finger swiping quickly, and shouted, "Modify the rule of the ghost call." Instantly, the book shook violently, waves of red and black text spreading out surrounding him like a magical vortex. Nguyen Shanta was engrossed in completing the anomaly book, his sharp eyes flashing with determination. "If the kidnapper uses evil to fight evil, they won't be attacked by the ghost call," he muttered, flipping through the pages quickly. Suddenly, amidst the red and black vortex, a warning text appeared, glowing as bright as blood. "The target of the ghost call is kidnappers, robbers, and murderers. After hearing the ghost call, the listener will hear their own tragic screams before death, accompanied by a chiming bell, echoing endlessly, impossible to interrupt." Nguyen narrowed his eyes, not believing what he was seeing. "It seems my modification was unsuccessful," he told himself, his voice full of bitterness. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed. A stream of spiritual power shot out from the book towards him like a cannon blast. Nguyen Shan quickly raised his hand to block. But when the spiritual force dissipated, his arm was smoking. The skin underneath burned. He growled, his fiery red eyes peeking through his slightly trembling arm. "It's still not enough.
While engrossed in analyzing his recent failure, a knock on the door broke his concentration. He glanced over, his face showing clear annoyance. "I don't know who has the nerve to disturb me at this time," he muttered, but still called out, "Oh, come in." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated, playing a familiar, unsettling melody. Nguyen Shan looked at the glowing screen without a word, as if he hadn't heard the call. He repeated, his voice sharp, "I said, come." From outside, a soft voice called out, "Big brother, I know you're home." At the same time, a frantic pounding on the door was accompanied by a loud shout, "Open the door for me! Open up!" Nguyen Shan gritted his teeth, anger flaring like a fire. He walked heavily towards the door, his aura like that of a wild ghost, ready to devour anyone who dared to bother him. "I really didn't expect this," he said ominously. "This kid has such an annoying personality." Gripping the doorknob, he yanked the door open. A little girl with fiery golden hair stood outside, her hands still raised to knock again, then froze. Without hesitation, Nguyen Shan grabbed the back of the little girl's shirt. He lifted her up and threw her inside. The little girl fell head first onto the floor, crying out in pain. Now with eyes blazing like a demon, Nguyen Shan pointed straight at the little girl. "If you keep misbehaving like this, I'll lock you in the notebook and never let you out again." Tuan, sitting on the floor, rubbed her head, her voice small and round. "I know. I actually have something to tell you." Seeing this, Nguyen Shan let out a soft sigh, his gaze softening slightly. He reached out and pulled the little girl to her feet. Tuan hesitated, then provided the information. "Big brother, to change the rule just now, you'd need at least 20 million legend points." Her words made Nguyen Shan pause, finally understanding why she had come to him. Nguyen Shan burst out laughing, his eyes softening as Tuan took his hand, her clear voice continuing. "But it's okay. Not everyone needs Big Brother to save them." He gently shook his head, thinking about the anomaly he himself had created, a child. Yet now what was comforting him, making his feelings complicated, both warm and indescribable. Tuan's bright eyes widened as she suddenly looked towards the door. The little girl's voice rang out with excitement. "Hut! Someone else has entered the rule." Immediately, a strange noise came from outside the door. Nguyen Shananda turned back, his face suddenly turning demonic, his eyes a ghastly white with no pupils. Tuan bowed her head slightly and whispered, "I'm leaving now." Then she vanished into thin air, seeing his own demonic face reflected somewhere. Nguyen was startled and fell back onto the sofa, his outer shirt askew, his breathing heavy. "Did I just intentionally try to scare someone again?" he muttered, calming himself down and smoothing his messy hair. Meanwhile, Then Kai stood before the investigation team, reporting calmly. "The predictions about the ghost calls are becoming more intense. We have shifted our focus to an online virus." On the TV screen, the Zhang News appeared, announcing that the urban legend was actually a new generation of internet virus. Famous cybersecurity experts demonstrated hacking techniques. So, people don't need to panic. Then, Kai waved a stack of documents and continued, "Ultimately, the medium for the ghost calls must be mobile phones, and only song that creates significant changes is new starting point." She paused, her sharp eyes scanning the room. Currently, supervisors across the country have reported. After using the prisoner test, we discovered that the prisoners who entered the ghost call's killing range all have a history of kidnapping. She held up a photo of a prisoner making a phone call in prison note 2, part of the 167th ghost call experiment group. Then Kai continued, her voice cold. "Furthermore, if there are other people involved in the kidnapping among the prisoners' contacts, the mobile phone will automatically dial to transfer the ghost calls, but the prisoner must have their own mobile phone to trigger the death condition." She frowned slightly, her voice low and tinged with suspicion. "What makes me a little suspicious is the kidnapping rule of the ghost call is based on the distinction between good and evil in human society." Then Kai, with her sharp eyes, slowly explained, her voice calm but authoritative. In other words, like the police department, arresting a suspect is not considered to be within the anomaly's rules.
King Bin, resting his chin on his hand, frowned slightly and replied calmly.
We don't need to study this point in detail for now.
He closed his eyes, his voice lowering as a reminiscing. According to the recent conference, the ghost call has been identified as a monster-level accident. Next, the Special Science Committee will cooperate with the research organization to ban all ringtone downloads and strengthen control over electronic devices. Kang Bin opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, and continued to assign tasks. We will handle these reports first, then we will cooperate with experts to make a statement to raise public awareness about electronic devices.
Then Kai tilted her head slightly and asked, So, what's next?
King Bin replied immediately, his voice firm.
Next, I will go to Hythan to borrow the rule tool. Thang Men Ti.
Then Kai paused, a look of surprise in her eyes. She said, a pair of scissors shrouded in blue light.
Thang Men Ti can cut things the naked eye cannot see, including sound.
When using this tool, please be aware. Second-tier and lower ability users will die. Third-tier ability users have a very small chance of death, but they will definitely lose some bodily functions randomly. Kang Bin nodded, his eyes pensive.
Is there a problem?
He paused, then continued. The initial proposal from the research team was to directly use the Tich Diet Hujuk.
But I refused.
Then Kai replied, her voice calm with firm. No, I have no objection to the higher-ups' decision. She took a shallow breath, her gaze distant.
It's just remembered ghost in her mind. An image of Nguyen Shanu appeared. Kang Bin raised an eyebrow, realizing her meaning.
Oh, you're talking about the supervisor who was born last time. Who summoned the Netherworld Maiden to capture the evil neighbor. After leveling up, then Kai nodded, her voice low and sad.
That's right.
According to psychologist Tietler's report, ghost mental state is deteriorating.
The main reason is the lack of human empathy. In short, should we postpone this ghost call phenomenon?
Kingdom placed his hand on the table, his eyes deep as if looking through time. He is influenced by ghost.
Anomalies are born from people and feed on people. He sighed.
His voice full of concern now.
An anomaly that seems righteous once it completes its rule. Its killing range will target all of humanity.
He turned to thank Kai, his eyes sharp.
You understand? Ghost will understand.
He sighed, his voice heavy with concern for the benefit of the human population. As long as we can completely eliminate the anomalies, no matter the cost, no matter how many people are sacrificed, including ourselves,
it is all worthwhile.
Then he stood up and walked away decisively, not forgetting to add.
During this time, all special task forces will temporarily switch to using carrier pigeons for message communication.
Then Kai nodded and replied with a firm voice.
Yes, I understand.
At the Ghost Club, Nan Shanda pushed open the door, his eyes quickly scanning the room.
Oh.
You're here, he said, looking at the VUB box sitting at the table, pen in hand.
Writing something.
She stopped writing and looked up with a small smile.
Good afternoon, Nu Yanu.
I see you're writing in your diary, but that's normal. Fiend Vuback shrugged slightly, her tone playful. I normally write in my diary, no matter how big or small the matter. If I'm unlucky and lose my memory after flipping the coin, I can only rely on my diary to know the situation.
Nguyen Shana frowned, a look of helplessness on his face as he heard about the Vubaka's memory loss.
It's not pathological amnesia, but a permanent irreversible erasure. Although this person carries a diary every day, she's not writing in it every hour of every moment, he thought. Suddenly, a pigeon flew past the window and landed directly on Nen Vuch's head, showing off its brilliant red feathers.
A letter was tied to the bird's leg. The content read Ghost. Let's meet tonight. Consider it my farewell. Nguyen Shan smirked slightly, inking to himself. I almost forgot about him, but it's fine. Who told this guy to leak information first?
He remembered to you, I once tearing up the actor's way book. As he wrote his reply, he muttered, besides, asking a question won't kill him.
Can he really pretend?
After he finished, he opened the door and let the bird fly away, then turned to the viewback. His voice was serious.
Then viewback, I need your help with something.
She replied immediately. Her eyes curious.
President, just say it. Nguyen Shandanda continued. I need you to use the coin of fate to ask me a question.
The viewback looked a bit flustered, scratching her head.
I'm sorry, President. I think I left my coin at home. I forgot to bring it. Nguyen Shana froze, a look of surprise on his face. You didn't bring it. I remember this thing barely ever leaves her side.
He sighed, his voice lowering.
Then bring it tomorrow. I have something to do with your coin.
The viewback lowered her head, her voice soft.
Yes, I'm really sorry.
Nguyen Shan sat down at the table, his sharp eyes observing her, noticing something unusual in her demeanor. She's hiding something, he thought. But with my first tier spiritual power, it's hard to confirm anything unusual to supplement Tuan's rule.
I need more legend points. And the only way is to hunt wild anomalies.
But lately, the attention of other anomalies has been overshadowed by Tuan and 2A.
Nguyen Shan scrolled through Giantha's hot search list. No. 1. The head of urban legends. No. 2. The Netherworld Maiden. No. 3. The ghost call incident matches a kidnapping case from many years ago. I was originally going to
borrow Vuch's ability to search for clues.
But then he wondered, should I use spiritual pressure to intimidate her a little? If a fatal accident happens, it's not worth it.
After all this time, she's still only at the first stage.
She clearly doesn't train hard. Exactly at 5:00 p.m.
The viewback stood up, a shy look on her face.
President, I'm heading back now. Nguyen Shannon nodded, his voice low and warm.
Okay, take care. As the viewback left the room, he silently stood up, grabbed his bag, and followed.
I'll follow her first and see. It's okay if I get caught.
At worst, we're just going the same way, he told himself.
The viewback entered building No. 1. Nguyen Shan looked up, gazing at the towering apartment building.
He placed a finger between his eyebrows and activated his investigation ability.
Countless invisible eyes appeared, scanning every corner of the building. Found it.
House No. 8, apartment 103, he muttered.
Then he walked up and rang the doorbell.
From inside, a woman's voice called out, coming. She opened the door, looking at him in surprise.
Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? Nguyen Shana gave a friendly smile. Hello, Annie. I'm looking for Tubak.
When Viewbaka's mother paused, thinking about the animate way he called her Tubak, she asked, her voice curious.
What is your relationship with my daughter?
Nguyen Shan replied immediately, his voice confident.
Ma'am, I am Tobubak's boyfriend.
The Vubu's mother screamed in shock.
Boyfriend, this child has a boyfriend.
From inside the house, the Vuch's voice called out a mix of shyness and surprise.
President Nguyen Shan said, I'm your boyfriend now. Why are you still calling me president? She came out.
Her face slightly flushed, then quickly broke into a radiant smile.
Oh, really? Now, come on in. Nguyen Shannon nodded. Okay.
The viewback linked her arm with his and pulled him inside. He thought to himself, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes.
There's definitely a problem. The Vobaka's mother was still overjoyed, muttering, my daughter was always shy. Not good with words. Never made friends.
I never expected that after transferring schools, she would even find a boyfriend. The Viewbaka's mother smiled radiantly, her eyes dreamy as if imagining the two young people getting married in the future. "Stay for dinner tonight," she said, her voice warm.
"Or maybe you can call your parents to come over."
Nguyen Shandanda paused, a hint of sadness in his eyes at the mention of parents.
He replied, his voice low and sad. "No need. My parents are both gone." The Vu's mother
quickly said, her voice apologetic.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know."
Nguyen Shan had gently held the viewback's hand, his gaze soft.
"It's okay.
Before Tubac transferred, I was very introverted at school for that reason.
I had no friends.
It was she who comforted me and changed me." The Vubu's mother turned away, hiding an emotional smile.
"Then I'll go prepare dinner first. Your father will be home soon."
The Vubac nodded, her voice cheerful.
"Yes, Mom."
She took off her glasses, but looked at Nguyen Shan too.
"Want to go to my room?" He nodded slightly, replying, "Sure."
The Vubu took his hand and led him away naturally. Nguyen Shan thought to himself, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Ever since I told her our relationship is boyfriend-girlfriend, the viewback has automatically switched to girlfriend mode.
Her demeanor,
tone and gaze are all strangely authentic. As he stepped into her room, he continued to ponder.
But this only further proves that the theme viewback before me is an anomaly.
She turned back, her voice sweet. "President, what do you want to do?" In that instant, Nguyen Shan saw through the anomaly's true face, its red eyes shining with vigilance.
He deduced, his sharp eyes scanning the room. Her mother's behavior doesn't seem like someone infected by an anomaly. Only she is abnormal. A wild anomaly has no emotions.
Her thoughts, but this thing is trying to imitate her perfectly.
Could it be that the viewback is dead and the anomaly has taken her place with the intention of infecting this entire family?
He looked at the viewback, thinking to himself, if she's really dead, then I have to get the coin of fate back. He placed his hand on the table next to a doll, his voice calm. "Use your coin of fate to ask for me where there is danger." The viewback, with a few buttons on her shirt undone, smiled and tilted her head, her voice shy.
"I'm sorry. I think I left the coin in the classroom. But I'll make it up to you tonight."
Nguyen Shandanda pursed his lips and replied softly, "Ah, it's okay." But deep inside, he felt a chill, sensing an invisible pair of eyes watching him.
He looked at the doll on the table, his voice tinged with suspicion. "What is this?"
The viewback smiled and replied, "Oh, this was a gift from the neighbor's little sister."
Nguyen Shan looked at the doll in the viewback's hand, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Can you give it to me?"
he asked, his voice calm.
Tien Viewback smiled lightly.
"Okay." He took the doll, turning it gently in his hands, carefully examining every detail.
It didn't trigger the death rule, he thought. Unless I'm mistaken, it's just an ordinary doll.
No, this doll has a little bit of spiritual power.
Is it alive? A weak spiritual power, almost undetectable, easily overlooked. Could this be the reason I've advanced to the 4th stage?
Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Phi Vuch's father pushed open the door, his voice low and warm.
"I'm home."
He looked up, slightly surprised to see Nguyen Chanu. "This is Phien Vobu," she quickly introduced, her voice cheerful.
"Dad, this is my boyfriend." Phi Vuch's father was stunned, repeating, boyfriend."
Nguyen Shan had secretly used his investigation power, his sharp eyes scanning him.
An ordinary person, no abnormalities.
He silently concluded, then spoke politely, "Hello, sir." Turning to Thin Viewback, he said, his voice gentle but firm, "Tubac, you go back to your room first.
I have something to talk to your aunt and uncle about."
She nodded, replying, "Okay." The Viewback's father frowned, pushing up his glasses, his curious eyes fixed on him. When Phien Vobu entered her room and closed the door, she pulled the couple outside. His voice was low and serious.
"The Viewback in that room is not your daughter." She's not even human. The Vyubaka's parents were stunned, their eyes panicked. What do you mean?
Please explain clearly, they said in unison.
Nguyen Shana took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. The Vyubak told me, you know she uses the coin of fate, right?
If that's the case, you probably know this world has anomalies.
The theme Vyubak and there is an anomaly. It can't use the coin of fate. If you don't believe me, she has a flaw.
You can try telling her you are her aunt and uncle.
She will automatically switch her identity and talk to you. He handed a room key to the Vyubaka's parents, his voice cautious.
Later, I'll find a chance for you to go downstairs. It's best to stay away from this apartment for a while.
I don't know what kind of killing rule this anomaly will use. So if you encounter anything strange, you can call me.
The Vyubaka's mother hesitated, her eyes trembling with a mix of confusion and panic. Then my daughter Nguyen Shander raised his hand, his voice low but firm.
I'll call her out. You wait here. Try to stay calm. Don't let the anomaly find out. The Vyubaka's parents nodded and followed him back into the house, trying to control their emotions as planned.
Nguyen Shana walked over and said gently, Vyubak, your aunt and uncle are here.
Can you give your mom a call? Are they home?
The Vyubak tilted her head, a hint of suspicion in her eyes.
What's wrong? My aunt and uncle don't seem to be home. Why don't you all come in and wait for them for a while? Fiend Vyubaka's parents were stunned, their hands trembling as they heard the familiar yet cold voice. Nguyen Shanu immediately intervened, his voice low but firm. You go back first. Your aunt and uncle are very busy. I'll see them out.
The Vutch nodded and quietly returned to her room. Nguyen Shan leaned close to the two and whispered, Go quickly.
Leave this place. The Vubu's parents hurriedly left the apartment, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Our daughter isn't really dead, is she? She'll come back, right? They whimpered. Nguyen Shan returned to the room and pushed the door open.
Then Vyubak, wearing only a thin shirt, looked up and asked, President, why are you back so soon? He raised his hand, his eyes sharp, preparing to activate his power. Still a trial and error, he muttered. Then he lunged forward, punching the Vu straight in the face. Then show me a performance of death, she screamed, her voice filled with terror.
No, Nguyen Shan broke the anomaly's neck.
It fell and immediately reverted to its true form, a horrifyingly distorted face, holding its own head and whispering, I've been found out.
Smoke rose as the anomaly transformed back into a doll, then shattered into pieces.
Nguyen Shanta was stunned, unable to make a judgment. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. The real thing, the Vyubak, appeared, rushing to hug him tightly, emotionally.
President, I thought I'd never see you again.
He thought to himself, his eyes lighting up. Then Vyubak isn't dead. But the anomaly had pushed the door, looking at him with a mischievous gaze.
He immediately shouted, Get dressed. Let me chase after that thing.
Nguyen Shana wondered, his mind full of doubt.
Does this wild anomaly have thoughts? Fiend Vyubak shouted, President. It's outside. He activated his power. He scanned the entire apartment for traces of the anomaly. But found nothing.
It's concealing its presence and hiding somewhere in the apartment, he muttered, then quickly grabbed his phone.
He dialed immediately, Hey, it's urgent. Please capture the doll form anomaly in the designated coordinates immediately. Requesting the Public Security Bureau's participation based on the power of its strange ability, its level of containment, and its potential impact. It can be rated as destructive.
The person on the other end replied immediately, Understood. We will investigate the area surveillance cameras and conduct a spiritual power sweep.
Nguyen Shandandade commanded, his voice firm.
Quickly request the Public Security Bureau to notify all residents and confiscate all toy dolls.
Focus on surveillance and destruction.
The person on the other end replied, their voice calm.
Understood, Lord Ghost. Nguyen Shandanda pondered, his sharp eyes scanning the space, silently contemplating. All anomalies have their own rules of action.
They always leave traces. Kumasa Jiang City and classmate 2A, though lazy, used a contract as a medium to transport people into illusions.
Tunin stayed at home.
As long as the culprit saw the image of the eyeball, they would be scanned in an instant. He speculated, his hands in his pockets, walking slowly.
This doll is probably like Kasu.
If I don't catch it directly, it will teleport to escape.
What's the point of running? The Viewbacker's parents, their faces pale, spoke with trembling voices.
Please, before they could finish, Nguyen Shan to cut them off. His voice firm.
You two come with me. Although it's highly likely, it's playing a game of darkness under the lamp. It's still safer here.
He touched the coin in his pocket, feeling the stable spiritual power from the coin of fate.
The right to use it has returned to the real thing.
Viewback, he thought to himself, his eyes lighting up. In the distance, a family was parting, their choke sobs echoing, "Mom, Dad, don't worry.
I'll do my best."
Suddenly, from the backpack on his shoulder, a deformed hand reached out.
It was indeed a hand.
It was the monster that had just escaped. You turned back, his voice low.
Now prove to your parents that you are the Viewback.
He handed her the coin of fate. Toss it, he said, and ask any question.
The Viewback tremblingly held the coin, activating her ability.
She tossed the coin into the air. Brilliant light flashing before it fell to the ground.
Stunned, the Viewbacker's consciousness returned, her voice hesitant.
Chairman, Mom, Dad.
She burst into tears, rushing into her parents' arms. I thought I'd never see you again.
Her parents moved, hugged their daughter tightly.
It's good that you're back. It's really good. Yuan Jensen recalled the moment the Viewback hugged him.
There were no unusual signs, but the failed question made her lose her memories. Reverting to the state she was in when he rescued her, he frowned, his voice stern.
Regret it yet? You need to train properly now. Are you still going to wave that soul or brown like a toy thing? Viewback lowered her head.
Her voice remorseful.
Chairman, I was wrong. He glanced at the notice on the table, his voice low. Here is the announcement regarding the ghost call incident.
The Jiang City Police Department held a press conference suggesting that the new beginning virus has otic and hallucinogenic elements aimed at creating social chaos. A bulletin from the Jiang City Public Security Bureau advises the public to avoid using mobile communication devices.
Yuan Jensen smirked, muttering.
Quite the choreographers.
What other props are they using now? He stood up, bidding. Farewell. Excuse me. I have some business to attend to. I'm heading home.
At the Qingxi headquarters, an officer reported, his voice filled with anxiety. Section Chief, this is the third death among the supervisors.
Many people from the Special Investigation Department have also met with trouble. Right now, all the pressure is on you. I hope you can make a decision soon.
Kingping contemplated, his gaze sharp as he replied.
I know. Directly activate the transparent scissors.
The official was stunned, hastily trying to dissuade him.
Understood. I will make contact immediately.
But Kongping raised a hand to stop him. His voice firm.
Wait, I will use the item myself this time.
Qingxi was stunned. His eyes showed clear surprise.
Section Chief, how can that be? Ghost method is better. In any case, you still have a more important mission. Kingping smirked and stood up, his voice low. On my list, there are many office work.
Heirs with serious illnesses who want to leave a settlement fee for their loved ones.
If you're not satisfied, then let me handle it.
He looked at Shinji, a hint of a smile in his eyes.
Your young people have some very similar traits, don't they? Don't deny it. Shinji shook his head and replied, "Is that so?" He left, preparing for the meeting in the room below.
Kingping thought to himself, his steps steady, my spiritual power is so much higher than the others. Eliminating the ghost calls in one go without causing casualties isn't a bad thing, he muttered, his gaze thoughtful. Recently, the budget for the special divisions hasn't been much.
If we can cut expenses a little, we should. A pair of electronic cochlear implants or prosthetic eyes is much cheaper than a pension.
A passionate feeling like when he first joined the special division with Ching-Shi welled up inside him. The scene shifts to a prison cell. A prisoner is tied up, his mouth gagged, his eyes frantic.
Kingping holds the transparent scissors, a cold light glinting from the blades.
The phone rang with the chime of the ghost call, the demonic sound spreading. Kingping activated the scissors, cutting off the eerie music. Everyone around held their breath, worried. Suddenly, he froze. He cried out in pain.
Ark! The entire room was thrown into panic. Witnessing the section chief fall, Yuanzi pushed the door open into the netherworld house. Yu Mingai and Shura Yan were standing there.
Looking at Shura Shan shattered on the floor, Xiao Yan tremblingly called out, "Mo, Yum." Minji looked up, her voice deep.
"My lord, you felt it, too." Yuan Jensen looked at the disintegrating Shura Shan, his gaze sharp.
"She's not dead, just contained."
Shilian playfully took Shura's ribbon, put it on her head, and grinned mischievously.
Yuan sighed, his eyes weary. "Look at this." He opened the strange book. His voice low.
"It's all right. This will be over soon. Activate power."
He spent 3 million legend points to add a rule to the ghost call.
A disconnected ghost call can still continue to kill.
The missing and interrupted notes do not affect the hunt. The scope is expanded nationwide, he muttered, his eyes sharp on the floor. Shioan slowly regenerated, the cracks on her body closing up.
She gave a sinister smile.
Then she suddenly burst into tears, rushing to hug Yuan Jensen.
It was so scary.
I felt my body being cut into pieces and I couldn't even speak properly.
Shioan froze. She pointed to her throat, signaling difficulty. Yuan Jensen frowned. "What's wrong?" The book vibrated and displayed a notification.
The head of the special division used the regulated item, the transparent cutting shears to contain the ghost call. At the same time, the special division voted to combine the Yellow Spring Maiden with the transparent cutting shears to activate the Horn of Annihilation.
Yuan Jensen was stunned.
The Horn of Annihilation.
What is that? The book displayed. Horn of Annihilation. A rule-based item. Sucks all sound in an area into the horn.
The special task force has blown the horn in the slums. The area with the highest danger coefficient. The price, 10,000 people in that area will permanently lose their ability to produce sound. Xian looked up, her eyes welling with tears.
Clutching Yuan Jensen's hand while he patted her head.
"That's a steep price to pay," he muttered. His voice heavy with sadness. At the hospital affiliated with the special division in the high-security ward, Kangping lay on the hospital bed, his breathing weak. Ching-Shi sat beside him, his eyes filled with worry.
Kangping opened his eyes.
His voice.
"You've started using it." Ching-Shi nodded.
"Yes, the Horn of Annihilation has been used. The ghost call can no longer commit crimes. We can confirm it has been contained." She paused, her voice lowering.
"Tomorrow the Security Bureau will hold a press conference.
The reason given will be that terrorists poisoned the water source, causing the residents' vocal cords to necrose.
Their settlement fees have also been prepared." The newspaper headline read, "Terrorist faction develops new weapon. Jiang City slums poisoned."
Ching-Shi continued. Her gaze sharp.
"The contracts have been signed and are in effect.
If these people have regrets or second thoughts, the money will be reclaimed."
"But it's fine.
This large sum is essentially hush money.
All paid out of pocket by the old men on the advisory board.
She looked at Kingping. Her voice tinged with bitterness.
It's just that you.
Kingping cut her. His sharp eyes flashing with determination.
Right, that Honging kid. How are the preparations?
Xingxi replied, her voice calm but firm.
He has been preparing all this time. There are no issues.
The person they were talking about was Hong Yan, who hadn't been seen for days. Kongping nodded, his voice warm. You've worked hard.
By the way, aren't you guys throwing a farewell party for Hong Yan? Invite Ghost. If he has any objections, find a way to divert his attention.
Xingxi paused, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation.
Is it really appropriate for you to say that? Kongping smiled reassuringly.
It's fine with his abilities and temperament. The monsters we fear might just be stepping stones for his growth. Xingxi frowned, her voice confused. Whether he wants to probe or trust.
Why not lend him a hand?
The scene shifts to the Special Division's cafeteria.
The clatter of dishes echoed as Yuan Jensen
walked in, his voice ringing out. You called me to eat at the cafeteria. He sat down in front of a food tray opposite Hong Yan. She picked up a piece of food and smiled brightly.
What do you think?
Our Special Division chefs are all masters trained in 5-star restaurants.
Have you ever had seafood soup for 28?
$0 a bowl and beef for 15,000 a plate. Shinji sipped her tea, joking.
Dried shrimp and seaweed soup and beef rolls.
If you're poor, just say so. Hong Yan burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion.
I'm going to meet the Yellow Spring Maiden tonight. Can't you be a little nicer to me? Yuan Jensen smirked, replying lightly. That's hard to say. I wish you success.
Hong Yan sobbed, tears streaming down her face. He switched to a serious tone.
You guys called me over here for more than just saying goodbye to Hong Yan, right?
Xingxi nodded, taking an Exorcism Club membership card from her pocket.
And handing it to him.
Of course, she explained, it's a website established by several top domestic financial groups. Its main function is to provide a channel for some high-level figures to post exorcism missions.
Yuan Jensen frowned, flipping the card over in his hand. Why give me this?
Xingxi replied, her gaze sharp.
Even wealthy tycoons will certainly die if they encounter resentful spirits and monsters.
But those with connections can find the Special Divisions channel to buy these devices.
Akiji, sitting beside them, sneered.
It's just that we're not short on money, nor do we have time for too much compassion.
If it weren't for the Special Division's strict quota, we wouldn't even bother.
Yuan Jensen held up the card, his eyes full of doubt.
So, why give me this? You haven't answered my question. Akiji smirked teasingly. Ghost, don't you know? Shinji looked at Yuan Jensen, her eyes sparkling with admiration.
After you dealt with the evil neighbor, you became famous in the exorcism circle.
Many big shots want to get to know you, not to mention ordinary people.
She paused, her voice lowering meaningfully. Recently, strange things have been happening continuously, and you're not like most supervisors.
Your abilities are extremely strong.
You're not afraid of death, yet you do your best to protect the weak.
Ordinary people, we also hope that what you do can receive more in return. Akiji nodded, his sharp gaze agreeing. You will be the killer of the supervisor team. We need your help to defeat the monsters.
Your obsession with monsters stems from the fact that your relatives were killed by an unrecorded monster called It's Your Turn, but I've always been curious. It's Your Turn suddenly disappeared.
Was that related to you? Yuan Jensen's eyebrows twitched, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
He closed his eyes, his voice low.
So perceptive just because I'm so proactive in facing monsters. You suspect I have other motives.
He smiled faintly, putting the Exorcism Club membership card in his pocket. It's your turn has indeed vanished.
I'm also very curious about that.
Maybe it only knows how to bully the weak and ran away when it found out I was a power user.
You don't really think I have the ability to kill a monster, do you? Our monster is impossible to kill completely.
He secretly thought of Xian, who had now been absorbed and become a part of the small eye in the monster's belly.
Xia Yan in another corner was struggling with his own sorrow. Yuan Zhensi stood up, his gaze determined. Yokiji emphasized, his voice low. I've passed all the special divisions test, but it doesn't matter. Believe what you want. I'll accept your good intentions for now.
Yuan thought to himself, his eyes flashing with determination.
Accept. More missions. Earn more legend points to make up for it.
I have to thank them for giving me the chance to release Shioan from the Horn of Annihilation. Shinji stood up, her voice gentle.
Well, that's that. It was just a little doubt I wanted to clear up. No ill intentions.
She turned to Akiji and chuckled as the others left. We'll take him for a drink tonight.
He can't escape tonight. Akiji winked teasingly at Ghost.
She suddenly remembered something and turned back.
Oh, right. 80% of the reason I sought you out this time is because of a gentleman from the advisor board. His grandson is missing.
He's offering a lot of money for his supervisor to investigate, but his grandson seems to have vanished into thin air without any clues.
The supervisor's son also went and never came back. A terrifying scene appeared in Yuan Jensen's mind.
The most active people tightly wrapped like transparent mummies, blending into the air, leaving no trace.
Late at night, 11:33 p.m. The dim light from the street lamp shone through the window. Yuani glanced at the clock, his voice low.
12:00 that Hong Yan fellow will be here soon.
Xia, are you okay?
Wai Minji, with a confident smile, activated her actress mode. My lord, please trust me.
You can also check on my preparations.
Yuan Jensen waved his hand, his eyes cold.
No need. You can have those idle ones check. I have other things to investigate. This is most likely a special case. Yumming glanced at Xiuan. Xiuan looked at Xian. The three exchanged glances that gave Yuan Jensen a headache. If it's a monster, it's probably going to be a lot of trouble, he muttered, squinting.
When he opened his eyes, his vision suddenly expanded. The surrounding space distorting fantastically. Mom, my lord, everyone was so worried when you weren't here.
Mom!
As Yuan Gensini lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor, and the moment he woke up, he realized he was in a mystical space. His soul separated from his body.
Imprisoned in a confined place. Now I can't use my full power.
He thought, his gaze sharp. Activating his ability, his eyes scanned the space, a curse rang out.
He Jin, you bastard. I'll kill you.
Countless people were trapped in sheets of paper, crying in panic.
Where on earth is this place? Let me out.
The curse is continued.
Haijin, you won't die a good death.
You go to hell.
Yuan he raised an eyebrow, observing the room that looked like a personal art studio.
I'm also trapped in a sheet of paper, he muttered, his voice cold.
Just wait until I get out.
Suddenly, Haijin appeared, pointing straight at him, his eyes cunning. You're the coolest soul I've ever seen.
Why aren't you afraid?
He held the paper, imprisoning Yuan Jensen, a sinister smile on his face.
I don't like your expression. I especially don't like your high and mighty look.
He was about to tear the paper, his voice full of threat.
This is your punishment.
Yuan Jensen felt a sharp pain, but still raised an eyebrow, his voice cold.
Haijin, right? You'll regret this if you don't stop now.
Haijin laughed, his eyes contemptuous. Such big words. You're like the son of some big shot with such a terrible personality.
No wonder the Qian family had to pay to have you killed. He pushed up his glasses, his voice filled with glee. An imprisoned soul dares to threaten me. But it's fine.
You'll soon be as scared of me as they are.
You'll beg me. Looking at you. I want to kill you, too. He laughed creepily. This is fun. I decided to give the Qian family a 30% discount. Yuan Jensen thought to himself, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The Chan family? I don't know anyone with a surname Chan. No matter.
No need to waste words on this fellow.
The paper imprisoning him began to burn. Hyjin screamed, "Damn it, it's so hot." What is this? Yuan Jensen disappeared, muttering, "Anyway, I've memorized your name and face."
His jaw dropped, his face pale, his voice trembling.
Well, what?
He killed himself.
Impossible. Impossible.
I clearly had his soul imprisoned. He thrashed about madly, his eyes bloodshot.
How could he just destroy his own soul? This is a soul. A soul.
The people trapped in the papers screamed, their voices full of indignation.
Hyjin, you scum. Yearn for it now. Your karma is coming. Go die. Go die.
Ajin covered his ears and shouted, "Shut up.
Just you wait. Just you wait for me." He left, muttering like a man possessed.
No, he must have killed himself.
He's dead. Definitely dead. You once woke up.
He shot up breathing heavily.
He immediately dialed his phone. Hello, I'm a supervisor from the Special Division. Coden name Ghost.
Help me find a man named Hyjin. Characteristics: long hair, heavy dark circles under his eyes.
An artist.
15 minutes later, the person on the other end reported in a rush. Lord Ghost, we found him. This person appeared near the Black Knight bar 1 minute ago.
Yanni immediately headed to the Black Knight bar. His steady footsteps crossed the dark street.
From a distance, he saw Hyjin holding up his picture, asking aggressively, "Chan Zhang's, what grudge do you have against this guy?
Be more specific."
Chan Zhang's, reeking of alcohol, sneered, "A love rival."
Ah, he was drunk. He continued, "Didn't I tell you?
I have my eyes on a psychology teacher." He remembered how attractive the girl was.
How could there be something I can't have?
But she rejected me.
Said she already likes someone.
Anyway, I found out it was that kid, so I came to you. Hin was confused, his eyes wavering.
So, you basically know nothing about him.
In the distance, a sign warning of deep water and danger loomed under the street light. Tan Zhang shrugged, his voice disdainful.
What's the matter? Is there a problem? Isn't he just some pretty boy?
Brother, you're so powerful.
Whether it's a politician or a tycoon, they can't do anything to you.
What are you worried about? Jin replied tremblingly.
You don't know that I actually imprison his soul just like him.
Suddenly, Yuan Jensen appeared behind them, his voice as cold as ice.
Hello, gentlemen. Care to join me for a drink?
Ajin stammered, his face drained of color.
Who are you? Yuan Jensen smirked, his eyes sharp. You don't know me. How about the horrifying face you just saw at home?
Both men trembled and Tian Zhang's, terrified, dropped his wine bottle. It shattered on the ground. Yuan Jensen continued, his voice low, "And you just one blow."
The two men collapsed, unconscious on the ground.
He stepped on Qian Zhang's leg to stop him from escaping.
Talk.
How did you get the picture?
Chan Zhang's panicked, stammering evasively.
What picture?
I don't know. There's no picture. But Yuan Jensen just smiled faintly, his eyes sharp. Oh, is that so? What a pity. I heard everything you two just said very clearly.
He snapped his fingers and Chan Zhang's phone immediately flew up and shot straight towards him. His voice lowered, full of menace.
Confess your crimes.
He raised his hand threateningly, or I'll break all 4 of your limbs right now. In that phone, countless candid photos of Zuli appeared before it was thrown straight into the cold river.
Chan Zhang trembled and knelt down, his voice lost to fear. I'm a teacher at Jiang University.
Recently, the school hired a new psychologist, very beautiful. She only stays in the public dormitory 2 days a week. I heard she's quite mysterious. He burst into tears and continued, I really like her and wanted to pursue her, but she rejected me without mercy. Then I accidentally saw a photo of her with you on her phone and guessed you were the one she liked. Hearing this, Yuan Jensen's face darkened and he waved his hand angrily. So, you bribed her friend to secretly take all sorts of pictures of Zuli and send them to you, including the one of me and Zuli together. Then, you even had Hij Jin take me out. Chan Zhang trembled violently, his face pale, stammering.
Yuan Jenny ordered coldly, take Chan away. Treat him as a death row inmate.
The guards shouted in unison.
Yes, sir. Chan Zhang collapsed backward, screaming in panic. Don't take me. He tried to run, suddenly remembering the other one. Yuan Jensi whipped around, his gaze as sharp as a knife. As for you, the other guy was caught crying out in fear. Wait a minute.
He hastily tried to explain.
Hey, let's switch perspectives and look at your bookshelf. The next morning, just a second before Zuli fell asleep, an unexpected call rang out. Picking up, she heard a low voice. Hello, it's me, Ghost. Recognizing the caller, Zuli gasped.
Lord Ghost, he continued, his voice firm. There's something you need to listen to carefully.
That's how it is. Deal with it yourself. I have to go. I'm hanging up now. After hearing this, Zuli's face darkened.
She fell into silent contemplation. Legault's calling at this hour. That photo must be related to his safety by just informing me. He has shown me great respect. I must handle this matter meticulously with both gratitude and responsibility.
Zului left her room and walked straight to Shurao Jing's place.
Shurao Jing, a bird deminis and her best friend, often transformed into an adorable kitten. At that moment, Shurao Jing was chattering away on a live stream, smiling brightly. Thank you, big brother, for the 0 degree. Rocket, the great fire arrow.
Meow meow.
Zue pushed the door open, her voice cold.
It's so late. Are you still live streaming?
Shurao Jing was startled and turned around.
Zuzi. Why did you come in without knocking?
Zului raised an eyebrow, her mood heavy, and asked directly, Did you give my photo to Tian Zhang's?
How much money did you get?
Shurao Jing laughed, replying nonchalantly.
I didn't take any money. Meow. I did it for your own good.
Come on, you're not young anymore. I think that Chang guy looks decent. He wanted to know who his rival was, so I took a picture for him to give you a little push.
Meow. Meow.
Zului smiled faintly, placing a hand on Xiao Jing's shoulder. Her voice was gentle but sharp.
Don't live stream anymore. It's tiring. I'll introduce you to a job. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Hearing this, Shurao Jing's eyes lit up.
She jumped up. Really? Really?
She rushed over and hugged Zului tightly, overjoyed.
Zului, you're the best. What kind of job is it?
But a sinister thought flashed through Shurao Jing's mind.
Could that crazy Chang guy have succeeded? Is that why she came here so happily to sound me out?
That's great. With her connections, she can definitely find me an extraordinary job. When the time comes, I'll have her introduce me to the guy in the photo. After all, it would be a waste for such a handsome man to be snatched up by an old cow like lazy grazing on young grass. Zului patted Shurao Jing's head, smiling mysteriously.
the pay is very high. Aren't you curious about my part-time job? Come tomorrow and you'll find out. You have to cherish it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime job.
In the next scene, the door was suddenly kicked open, sending splinters flying everywhere.
Ghost team escorted On Jongs into a gloomy house.
Inside, a series of portraits hung on the wall depicting lilac people who all started screaming in unison, "Someone's here!
Someone's here! It's the security bureau. You guys are finally here. I've been in prison for a whole year. Please let me out. Kill that bastard." He rid the world of this menace.
The screams from the paintings
echoed. Found it. That's it. Kill him. Kill him. But they couldn't control the rule-based item that belonged to Hyjin. The people trapped in the paintings continued to scream. Aha! You've got what's coming to you, you scoundrel. Tell us what's the price for using it. What's wrong? Can't speak now. You pondered deeply. The price for using a common rule-based item is hard for even a supervisor to bear.
Yet Jin, who looks like an ordinary person, can use a rule-based item infinitely. He turned to Tianjang's, his voice cold, not answering. Seeing him silent, he continued, his gaze sharp as a knife. You use this pen to draw manuscripts to imprison souls in paintings, and you have corresponding torture methods, right? Just by gently tearing the painting, the soul inside will be shattered. Correct. As he finished speaking, he executed a technique, his voice deep and resonant.
Spiritual pressure, soul return.
A blazing red figure appeared in the form of a long-haired woman with eyes bright as fire, immediately suppressing Tianjang's. He screamed in pain, his body trembling.
Yuan, he smirked.
He said slowly, "I have time. I'll play with you slowly," he thought to himself. My tear for spiritual power has integrated well with Zioi's soul-reaping ability. This new skill is really suitable for torture. He looked at the person before him, his voice firm.
I am very measured in my actions.
Just enough for you to feel the utmost pain, but not enough to kill you.
Tianjang's trembled uncontrollably, his limbs cold. He stammered, begging, don't. I'll talk. Spare me. I'll talk. Yuan Jensen sneered, his eyes cold.
The people in these paintings are so pitiful.
They don't know that they will never escape in this lifetime. Tell me the real number, and I'll give you a quick death.
Otherwise, his image at this moment was like a monster, his eyes flashing with a predatory light, ready to devour its prey.
Tianjang's panicked, his voice trembling. I'll talk. I'll talk.
The price for using this pen is the random death of a friend.
I rule this world. With this power, I am the chosen one. Yuan Jensen frowned. He analyzed internally.
The price of most rule-based items harms the user.
This pen has a Pandora's box vibe to it.
He asked coldly, "So, your friends aren't all dead yet?" John Jangs collapsed to his knees. His voice lost. "I use this thing to kill people, make money, and then use a portion of it as friendship money."
This thing's definition of a friend is very vague. New acquaintances also count.
People I meet at bars, technicians, drinking buddies, singers, people I occasionally join for some projects. They all could be.
Just then, a member of Yuan Yens's team approached.
His voice urgent, "Lord Ghost, we found a drawing in the office drawer.
The soul on it wants to talk to you in the painting."
Was a man, presumably Xiangzan. The man in the painting spoke, his voice respectful. "Respected supervisor.
Hello, I am Xiangzan of the Xin family. I have finally awaited your rescue.
Yuan Jensi frowned, his gaze sharp. "Rescue from within the painting.
Can you contact people from the special division?" Xiangzan replied calmly, "Of course not.
It's just that I believed with this person's methods, he would soon attract the attention of the special division.
He won't live for long."
Hearing this, Tanjong roared in anger, rushing towards the painting.
You bastard! You knew everything and didn't tell me. If I had known there were other superpowers in this world, why would I have gone around killing people?
Yung whipped around, his gaze as sharp as a razor blade.
Chan Jiang's trembled, backing away in panic behind a pillar. Zanhen in the painting sneered. You imprison my soul and you expect me to help you?
Jan Jiang stammered, his voice trembling.
Then didn't I also help you kill your younger brother? He paid to have you killed. Didn't I help you? Yet you didn't say a word to me? Xiang Zan replied coldly. At that time my soul was imprisoned. I could only reveal some information. To let him access those circles.
But news about supervisors.
I deliberately admitted all of it. It was just a tactic to beg for my life. Lord Supervisor, please don't laugh. Yenji smirked, his voice low. It's fine. I won't meddle in unnecessary affairs. You guys take Xian away.
As for this, Haijin, arrange a pleasant death for him. Hearing this, Hijin jumped, shouting, Wait, my lord, spare me.
I can be your subordinate. Whoever you want to kill, I can help you draw them out. This pen must be used to render a realistic image just like the real person. Something this powerful can't be wasted. Yuan Jensen turned back, his gaze indifferent. Oh, can it trap monsters? Chan Zhang's hastily replied, his voice full of hope. A monster? What's that? It can.
Of course.
As long as I have a picture of the monster, I can imprison its soul in a painting.
Yuan Jensen chuckled, his voice cold.
Then that's a real pity. Monsters don't have souls.
The souls in the paintings all laughed mockingly. A chorus of voices echoed.
He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. Tian Jiang's was dragged away, still muttering in a panic. How can that be? How can someone without a soul exist? Yuan Jensen watched coldly, his voice low.
As for this pen, since it's difficult for me to use, then it's best to destroy it soon. This venomous serpent from the Garden of Eden could not be kept. With that, he raised his hand and crushed the pencil. The fragments scattered across the floor. Yuan Jensen sat down in a chair, flipping through a book, his sharp gaze directed at Yumingai and Hong Yan.
He growled, How did you die and come back to life?
She smirked slightly, replying succinctly, I'll just answer with 4 words.
Rules outweigh everything. Yuan Jensen sneered. Good. You've really learned the essence of deception. Hong Yan calmly continued.
After he asked the first question, his brain was overloaded.
I let my guard down and let him ask a second.
The Special Division now knows that there are sentient monsters in this world.
Yuan Jensen nodded slightly, a calm in his eyes. It's fine. Those people had already guessed this answer long ago.
It's just that you've now confirmed it for them. But I guess they're about to go crazy with worry again. Hong Yan, who had just been euthanized by the Special Division, was now resurrected, but it would probably take a long time for things to calm down. The head of the Special Division had not yet recovered from his injuries.
With the Special Division in disarray, relying solely on Aokaji wouldn't be enough to affect him.
It's just a pity that I've spent too many legend points, Xiaosun, looking in the mirror, opened her mouth and said in a clear voice.
This little one still needs many more legend points. Yum.
Minji turned to Yuan Jensen, her voice gentle.
My lord, actually.
Shirao Zan's ability can still be used. Shirao Shan chimed in excitedly, like how your body combines with me and the partial ability. The ability to see through gaps.
Yuanzi pondered, thinking to himself, that's right. I hadn't thought of that.
Even if a monster's abilities are contained, I can still fuse it into my body, even though it costs 5,000 legend points. When Roshan entered his body, a new surge of power rose within him.
The skill absolute pitch appeared. A musician's ears, so sensitive they can perceive things that normal senses cannot. He frowned and asked Xiaosun, what does this mean? Stop being mysterious. Can't you give a practical example? Shurao Shan giggled. Oh, I get it. If you had this skill before.
That guy, no matter how he hid his presence, wouldn't have been able to escape.
The case of the soul-stealing pen was temporarily closed. But this story made Yuan Jensen famous among the advisory group.
The next day, the head of the Shin family personally invited him to secretly investigate a new confidential matter. Whether he succeeded or failed, the man promised to gift him a villa, a symbol of wealth and status.
In the second ring of the city center, a top-rate soul orb is more precious than 100 ordinary ones.
Somehow, the perpetrator used a mysterious technique to absorb one, equivalent to seizing the power of a major calamity-level monster. Sima Fong, a member of the Sima clan, died suddenly of unknown causes. The Sima clan used special methods to investigate and finally discovered a detail that made people wonder whether it was a coincidence or if there was a hidden story.
Recently, among the deceased in the city, many middle-aged and elderly people had all been to the third private hospital. Sima Fong had also had an appendectomy there not long ago.
However, the third private hospital is highly reputable with an average of 3,000 outpatients per day and about 150 surgeries. The large number of patients makes it difficult to prove anything unusual. On a clear morning with white clouds drifting by, Yuan Jensen walked into the third private hospital. He knew the Sima clan had sent people to investigate hospitals.
But all results showed nothing out of the ordinary.
They sought help from supervisors but were either rejected or received the same conclusion.
Nothing suspicious. Still, the Sima family didn't give up. Yuan Jensen stopped by a car green.
His gaze swept past in the sign for the gastroenterology surgery department.
He thought to himself, this is a chance to test Xiaozan's ability. The advisory group couldn't provide baseless clues, but now everything in the hospital has.
Suddenly, in the lobby, an old man who was walking suddenly collapsed.
Yuan Jensen had a bad feeling. He whipped around only to see the old man's soul leaving his body, faint as a wisp of smoke. A doctor hurriedly arranged for emergency care, and one turned to him, asking urgently, "Are you the patient's family?" Yuan calmly replied to the doctor, "No, I'm not." "Let me ask, have the recent deceased been to this hospital?"
The doctor raised an eyebrow, his voice sharp.
"Who are you? If you're not involved, get out."
Yuan Jensen calmly pulled out his officer's ID, his gaze cold.
"I am a special officer of the Security Bureau. This death is related to a secret case. The hospital needs to cooperate. I want to see his medical records.
If you need to verify my identity,
contact the Security Bureau immediately. Don't waste time."
Hearing this, the doctor's hands trembled. He hurriedly replied, "Okay, wait a moment."
In the director's office. In the office of the third private hospital, Yuan Jensen walked in, his sharp gaze startling the director. The director stammered, "This patient had a health checkup at our hospital yesterday. He is an elderly man living alone.
His health checkup results are all here, but it's indeed not optimistic."
Yuan frowned, his voice low. "Has he ever had surgery at this hospital?" The director shook his head. "No." Yuan Jensen flipped through the health checkup book, analyzing it internally.
According to information from the advisory group and the Security Bureau, the suspicion is focused on middle-aged people who had surgery here.
But this old man only had a checkup.
He looked up, his voice cold. "In that case, director, please arrange a surgery for me."
The director was taken aback. "You mean?" Yuan Jensen cut him off.
"I want to have my appendix removed."
"Local anesthesia will be fine."
Yuan Jensen sat in the chair, his hands clasped, watching the director intently. The director replied, his voice slightly trembling.
"Local anesthesia?
Then you'll need to sign a liability waiver." He nodded without hesitation.
"I can do that." An image of the human body appeared in his mind.
the appendix of a vestigial organ. Once played an immune role in childhood, but in adulthood that function has been replaced by lymph nodes in the spleen.
An appendectomy is the perfect choice for this test. In the operating room, surrounded by white roses, Yuan Jensen clasped his hands in front of his chest, his gaze deep.
He thought to himself, the cause of the sudden deaths of these surgical patients is still unknown. By using my own body as bait, I can uncover the killing rule.
Agaha.
Suddenly, his eyes flew open. A cold premonition rising within him.
The strength of the one behind this cannot be underestimated. If he could subdue it, he could gain a large amount of legend points and good evil points.
On the ceiling, the surgical light blazed, cold as a blade. In the operating room, Yuani lay on the operating table surrounded by fully prepared doctors.
A doctor shouted, "The surgery is starting."
He silently sensed the drowning space. His ears listening to every sound, his eyes scanning every detail.
The conclusion formed in his mind: they are all ordinary humans with no abnormal spiritual pressure.
Every sound, every movement was all too normal. But on the ceiling, a monstrous shadow with dozens of glowing eyes stared intently at the surgery below.
Yuan Jensen focused his senses.
The surgical instruments, the operating table, this room showed no signs of a rule-based item. Shura Yen and Shioan through his body enveloped the entire space, but still detected nothing. He was slightly astonished, thinking to himself, Xia Yan's and Xiaozin's abilities have been activated simultaneously, and my spiritual power has also increased to tier 4.
If there was a rule violation, it's impossible not to have noticed something. He frowned, wondering, could I be on the wrong track?
Suddenly, his eyelids grew heavy.
An unusual wave of sleepiness was washing over him.
A strange sensation arose and his vision gradually blurred before sinking into darkness.
He thought to himself, why am I getting sleepy at a time like this? The heart rate monitor still showed a steady rhythm with no abnormalities. One Yuan's eyes snapped open on the hospital bed.
His mind filled with doubt.
Did I just fall asleep?
The head nurse pulled him from his thoughts.
You're awake.
A nurse holding a medical chart spoke in a monotone voice without looking up. Below are the post-operative instructions. Yuani didn't respond, but his mind was racing. The situation has only one possibility.
An irresistible force.
The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. His expression hit him by his bangs, making it hard for others to guess his emotions. He turned to the nurse, his voice calm.
Sorry to interrupt. Are there any other surgeries in the hospital today?
The nurse was startled and replied quickly.
I'm in the cardiothoracic department.
There's a transplant in 10 minutes.
Yuan Jensen calmly ordered. I want to observe from the outside. Go and inform them immediately. The female nurse nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes.
As she stepped out, she gently closed the door and sneaked a glance at him.
Thinking to herself, the director has given instructions that whatever this young man requests, we must comply.
The lights of the operating room flickered on. Yuan Jensen sat on the bed, his head slightly bowed. His expression deep in thought and unreadable.
The female nurse was puzzled. What is his background really?
Suddenly, Yuan Jensen's eyes flashed a brilliant red. In his vision, a line of text appeared.
Lifespan 100 days.
He pondered, my lifespan hasn't decreased.
So why did I almost?
His thoughts trailed off as his eyes began to flutter. Before accepting the mission, he had set up a mechanism to automatically restore his lifespan to exactly 100 days every midnight. The image of a faint clock appeared behind him, but his expression was still hidden by his bangs, only revealing his red eyes glowing in the dark. He thought, this way, the change in lifespan will be more visible. But this vague discomfort in my body, could it be from something other than rebirth? Suddenly a sharp cold sound rang out. Rib spreader.
A doctor held up the rib spreader and activated the device.
Yuan Jensen in a protective suit crossed his arms and leaned against the machinery behind him. Intently observing the operating table, a doctor called out, "Expose the mediastinum.
Open the pericardium."
The doctor opposite replied, "Sever the great vessels." The sound of the circulatory support machine droned steadily. A doctor held a still beating heart in his hands. Suddenly, Yuan Jensen's eyes widened, his ears burned, and a red light flashed. He glanced in one direction, silent, then turned his head to look the other way, silently marveling.
If it weren't for my enhanced five senses, I would have never noticed.
A dark door appeared, covered in a faint purple light. He thought to himself, of course. The doctors and the patient can't perceive its existence.
Yuan Jensen raised an eyebrow, wondering if his earlier unexplained finding spell was because this door had appeared.
He reached his hand towards the door, musing, because at that time I was lying on the operating table. He stepped through the door, entering a thick darkness where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. As he took off his gloves, he muttered, "The smell of blood is so strong." On the door, a line of purple text flickered. He stared at it, thinking, "Has my heart already entered the heart?" He activated his power and red eyes appeared all around him, casting a dim light that illuminated the path ahead. He frowned as to dark. Even with Xiao Yan's observation ability combined with Tear for spiritual power, I could only vaguely see the staircases ahead.
Yuan Jensen stood before the two staircases, puzzled. Up or down? What's the difference? Suddenly,
from above, a stream of fresh red blood poured down violently. He looked up, thinking, there it is. The blood rushed down like a waterfall, and he couldn't dodge in time. It covered his entire body, and he only had time to realize it was blood. A minute later, a red notification popped up.
Remaining lifespan 99 days. Yuanzi lay in a pool of blood, trembling as he stood up.
His clothes were in tatters. He looked up at the waterfall of blood still pouring from above inside.
It came so quickly. The way up his block.
But there were two options left. Go down the stairs or go back the way he came. He turned, his feet splashing in the pool of blood, and rushed towards the door. The door appeared before him, but as he reached out, his hand a moment. Suddenly, Yuan Jensen's eyes snapped open and he shot up. He was in a hospital room. Looking over, he saw doctors preparing instruments. He shouted, "What are you planning to do?" He tried to sit up, but his body wouldn't move. He tried to activate his abilities, but it was useless. His mind raced.
My powers can't break through.
They're restricted by the monster's rules.
As soon as I escaped the door, immediately put on the operating table for surgery.
Yuan Jensen frowned, concluding, "So, I've fallen into the monster's rules." He woke up and all the doctors turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on him. Looking at them, he felt the wave of unease. Why did these people look exactly like the doctors from before? They surrounded him, the light on the ceiling blazing. A doctor held a surgical instrument, activated the device, and said coldly, "Open the chest.
Prepare to open the sternum."
Sweat beaded on Yuan Jensen's forehead, his face contorted with tension. He tried to sense them, then was startled to realize they were still human. Still alive. Suddenly, the world turned black and white and sound echoed everywhere. His chest was cut open and fresh blood gushed out. Inside, a giant eye stared wide open, looking straight at him. Blood flowed from his chest onto the sheets, spilling from his mouth.
Yuan Jensen panicked, thinking, my heart hasn't been taken out.
A line of red text appeared.
Lifespan -1, remaining 98 days. He passed out. A red and white light flashed from his necklace. He jolted awake and sat up. Giant eyes appeared on his body, scanning the surroundings.
Seeing that he was still intact, he sighed, raised a hand to his face, and let out a soft breath of relief. In the hallway, a figure quietly approached, heading towards his room. The door creaked open, revealing a face peeking in.
Yuan Jensen activated his power. One eye glowing with a crimson light. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hey!" The lead nurse shrieked in terror, dropping the items in her hands all over the floor. A ghost. He sat up, looking at her and the crowd behind her, observing silently. He let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "They're human." The female nurse, angry, pointed at him and scolded, "How did you get in here?" "Patient, please don't hide in here scaring people." "Get out now." The man in the adjacent hospital bed said weakly to the doctor. "Doctor, I think my illness was scared away. It doesn't hurt anymore." The doctor calmly replied. "That means the cancer cells have metastasized." Yuan Jensen walked out of the room. The nurse was still fuming, letting out a cold huff. He looked at the patients sitting in the hallway, a doubt rising in his heart. This monster, what exactly is it? Observing the doctors checking the rooms, Yuan Jensen secretly wondered if the entire hospital have fallen under the monster's rules or was just being controlled. He closed his eyes, pondering. "As long as I stay awake and watch the surgery, the black door will appear," he muttered. I watched the surgery. Believe in it and my heart will be taken by the monster's rule. Fragments of memory flashed by. And he was suddenly startled. No, that's not right. He placed his hand on his left chest, feeling the emptiness, and thought without a heart, how am I still alive? In his mind, a line of crimson text repeated, no heart cannot live. The question echoed. It rang out, can a person without a heart live? The answer was constant. Cannot. The brainwashing text appeared. This is common sense. You will die. His eyes were bloodshot. Veins standing out. A notification appeared. Remaining lifespan 97 days. He realized the rule. No heart cannot live. In the darkness, Lin Shan had placed darkness in the path. His chest revealed the black hole with intertwined blood vessels. Yuan Zhen's figure glowed amidst the dark scenery. His voice echoed. I need to replenish the lost organ. A line of text responded, replenish to organs, heart, and appendix. Cost 20,000 legend points. Proceed. His eyes glowed red as he replied firmly, yes. Light gathered, forming a heart. He grasped it tightly, and the light from the heart spread, gradually merging into his chest. He opened his eyes, watching the heart return to its place, fully integrated. A voice sounded, hey, you're awake. He calmly replied, Sitting up, he placed a hand over his chest, deep in thought. The period of being awake after losing my heart was the monster hinting at something. Only when I became aware that my heart was gone. Did it return? He recalled the day of the surgery, the strange feeling. The doctors, nurses, and patients in the hospital all saw the black hole in his chest, but acted as if it was nothing. Something that should have terrified a normal person. They simply ignored. He looked at the standing nurse, his voice low. Can I ask you something? She replied, go ahead. I still have to change the dressings for other patients. Yuan Jensen asked in a low voice, if a person doesn't have a heart, will they die? The female nurse let out a question sound and her eyes suddenly became vacant. She replied in a monotone, of course, they won't die. Why do you ask such a question? Hearing the answer, he continued, one more question. Did I just have heart surgery? The nurse raised her voice. No, the hospital never scheduled a heart surgery for you. How could we have done one for you? Dr. Lin was in his office the whole time. He chuckled softly. Sorry, I must have imagined it. The female nurse walked out, sighing. You should rest, she muttered. Is his mind really broken? Should I report this to the director? Light streamed in from the crack in the door. Yuan Zhensi narrowed his eyes, concluding, everything has been altered.
These people's perceptions are not only manipulated by the monster, but their bodies have also been deceived. An image of him vomiting blood and lying in bed appeared in his mind. He thought, surgery in this hospital means your heart gets stolen, but if your heart is taken, your body will be hypnotized by the monster. He wondered, is the heart the key to this monster? Neither I nor the other deceased underwent heart surgery. So why do we see that door? Ordinary people can't see it. The pendant on his neck glowed red. A line of text appeared, activating abnormal architectural awareness. Monster name, Human Body Hospital. On the image of the hospital. The text continued, activating death rules. 1. Knowing that humans cannot live without a heart. 2. Knowing that you have no heart. Remainder not activated. He let out a soft laugh sign, so that's how it is. My guess wasn't wrong. He reached out his hand, his power erupting. The shirt on the rack flew towards him. Yuan Jensen pondered. The cognitive monster architecture controls everyone in the hospital, making their behavior strange. The sound of wheels scraping against the floor echoed. He tied his belt, taking light steps. One hand removed the bandage, the other put on his shirt. In his mind, he planned, I must find this monster's weakness. Suddenly, the hand putting on the shirt froze. He thought, if I don't act, I'm afraid this entire hospital will be manipulated. He waited. Pushing open the door, he looked out. An old man in a patient's gown. His face full of wrinkles, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly collapsed to the floor. The female nurse was startled to see the old man fall while Yuan Jensen intently observed the scene before him. The nurse shouted, "This is bad, hurry. Doctor, the patient's breathing is failing. Emergency rescue now." Hearing this, he blurted out, "Why respiratory failure?" Standing in the middle of the hospital's main hall, Yuan Jensen took out his phone and called the director. His voice was deep. "Director, I want to observe the latest respiratory failure emergency case." A girl in a nearby wheelchair looked at him and smiled brightly. "Honey, I think I'm in love." The young man pushing the wheelchair had a dark expression as he looked at his wife. The director on the other end of the line replied, "Mr. Yuan, the hospital is fully cooperating with your investigation, but saving a life is different from surgery. It involves a life. I cannot agree." In the emergency room, doctors rushed the patient in. Yuan Jensen on the phone thought to himself, that person can't be saved anymore. But strangely, why the respiratory system, not the heart? He asked again, "Then can you arrange for me to observe a lung surgery?" The director immediately replied, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." A female patient lay on the bed wearing a ventilator. Yuani activated Shurao Yayan's ability and information appeared in his mind. Female, 37 years old. Tuberculosis, normal soul, has never been treated at this hospital. Suddenly, the eye on his hand glanced in one direction. He wondered, it's outside already. Squinting his eyes, he looked to the side. A pitch-black door appeared next to him. He thought, it's here. He rushed in immediately, the isolation suit falling in front of the door. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit the right glove and tore it off with a sharp pull. Stepping through the door, he immediately saw the waterfall of crimson blood pouring down from the upper staircase. He was startled and rushed down the lower staircase. In his heart, he was amazed. It came so quickly. While running, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The staircase ahead disappeared. Yuan Jensen thought to himself, a dead end. He glanced at the crimson blood rushing towards him from behind, clicked his tongue. No time to think anymore. An idea flashed in his mind and he let himself fall. A light of power enveloped his body. He sensed his surroundings and realized this place wasn't floating in midair, but was more like a steep slope. Looking down at the ground, he mused. The distance isn't far. The depth isn't great. Landing safely, he let out a long sigh of relief. In front of him, a door appeared with the word liver flickering on it.
He pondered. Each body part corresponds to a door. The organs in the human body are interconnected. Each door corresponds to a surgical room in the hospital, he recalled. Last time it was the heart.
This time it's the liver, he thought to himself.
After enhancing my 5 senses, I can explore the options that lead to death. If I don't open this door, can I find the next one to avoid death?
He recalled news about selling kidneys he had read, telling himself, the kidney is the only organ that can survive after being moved.
But is it that simple?
The blood from behind had already reached him. He clicked his tongue and decided he had to quickly find the other doors to explore. At worst, he would be dissolved by the blood one more time. He rushed forward, his eyes scanning the doors on both sides, confirming spleen death, stomach, death, kidney, life, large intestine, death.
Small intestine death.
Suddenly, a wave of fatigue hit him and his step slowed. He stopped, raising a hand to wipe his sweat, wondering if this was a side effect of exploring too many times. Behind Yuan Jensen, eyes appeared, and his own eyes glowed red. He thought with a tear for enhanced body.
How can I be this tired? He could either continue down or find a way up. He looked up, thinking, up there should be the brain.
The ground beneath his feet began to crumble, and a strange sound echoed from somewhere.
He wondered, what's that sound? Suddenly, he fell, exclaiming in surprise, it's a heartbeat. He couldn't see anything, nor could he stop the fall. The space seemed to be collapsing infinitely. The sound of blood dripping onto the ground echoed.
He pushed himself up with his hands, sitting up after the fall, coughing dryly.
The metallic smell of blood is so strong. What is this space now? Yuani looked at the word heart on the door. Wondering the heart again.
Suddenly, he saw a stack of papers lying in a pool of blood.
He frowned, whose notebook is this? He picked it up and it looked like a notebook, but he couldn't read anything. It seems someone else has been here before.
He tucked the notebook into his chest, lamenting.
This person is probably already dead.
He pushed the door open and stepped into a vast room. Looking up, he was stunned.
I hope I won't see you again.
A giant heart floated in midair with blood vessels extending from it to countless doors.
He shouted, I get it.
Every door in the hospital nourishes this heart.
The entire hospital is a single entity. An eye appeared on his arm. He looked at the heart and ordered, attack. The giant heart beat powerfully, resonating with his own.
He clutched his chest, cursing under his breath.
Damn it, it's pulling my heart.
He tore open his shirt, one hand holding his chest tightly, trying to suppress the heart that wanted to escape, but he grimaced, his expression fierce. Realizing he couldn't hold it back, he knelt, his hands falling limp. His heart broke through his rib cage and was pulled away. Underneath the giant heart, Yuan Jensen lay motionless in a pool of blood.
Closer. Text appeared on his body. Yuan Jensen is deceased. Remaining lifespan 96 days.
A blazing red notification repeated.
Remaining lifespan 96 days.
In the darkness, a pair of bright, sharp eyes flashed. Yuan Jensen sighed, his heart filled with doubt.
What is this?
A voice replied.
You've already seen it. The organ slate. Do you want to dodge it to choose a new path?
He thought to himself, another multiple choice situation.
He panted, replying, yes. Then shot up and rushed forward.
He told himself, if text like this has appeared, this must be the gate of death.
Moreover, I figured out that this heart is the monster's true form. Yuan Jensen stopped in front of a large purple door, wondering what is a germ cell.
Turning back, he saw the ground behind him cracking and approaching him. He decided not to care anymore. I'll get out first. He stepped through the door.
The city scene appeared and he was surprised. I really got out. This was the hospital gate. It was late and the campus lights were bright. He sat down on a bench pondering germ cell. So that's what it meant. But why call it the gate of death? Is it because it represents the hope of reproduction or because I was born without that organ? He placed his hand on his left chest. Under his shirt was the notebook. He was startled. I almost forgot. I picked this up in the gate of death. Opening the notebook, he frowned. It's so soaked in blood. But why does it look so familiar? It's like the viewback style. As he read, he thought there's too much missing. January 19th and November 2 and D, 11th, 12th, the last day is the 3rd. He closed the notebook, speculating if it's December 19th. That was less than 6 months ago. The archives of the 3rd private hospital had once been burned down. All documents, including electronic backups, were destroyed. So, I can only check the records from the last 6 months. He stood up, left walking and thinking. 6 months ago, Van Vuback came to this hospital, entered the gate of death, and escaped. But the diary was picked up from the gate of death where the Vuback nearly died with such a cruel rule. How did she survive if she didn't enter that door? How did she wash off the blood thanks to the lucky coin? So, at the very least, she used her ability and paid the price with a month of her memories. He thought he had to ask her. Yuan Jensen took out his phone and called the Vuback. She was in the shower and hurriedly answered, her voice cheerful. Chairman, you're looking for me? He said grimly, is it convenient now? There's something I need to see you about. At the coffee shop, Yuan Jensen took a sip of water and asked, did you go to the 3rd private hospital at the end of last year? The Vuback was so busy staring at him that she didn't hear the question. It wasn't until he called her name again that she snapped out of it. He repeated, I asked at the end of last year, did you go to the 3rd private hospital? She stammered, sorry, Chairman. I was a bit distracted just now. He stared at her intently, wondering if she had gotten involved in something strange again. His gaze made the Vuback blush and lower her head, her heart in turmoil. I can't let the chairman find out I was distracted because I was staring at him. She slowly recounted. I don't know. At the end of last year, something very strange happened. I have no memory of that period at all. I don't even know where my diary is. Moreover, my parents told me they were in a car accident at the end of last year when my dad went for a checkup. The doctor asked and he found out that although their bodies were fine, they both had no memory of the accident. Hearing this, Yuan Jensen silently speculated. The Vuback's parents' accident didn't happen at the 3rd private hospital because the hospital had a fire at that time, a monstrous fire. The Vuback's amnesia, the lucky coin, her parents' accident. None of it was a coincidence. He suddenly stood up, ready to leave. The Vuback was surprised. Is there a problem? He nodded slightly. Not a big one. Just a few things I need to investigate. Yuan Jensen smiled. This one's on me. You can go home. They both stepped outside. The Vuback hesitated, her voice small. I wasn't much help this time either. Was I? He tactfully refused. I don't need your abilities for the time being. Go home and rest. If I need you, I'll let you know. He gazed into the distance. Fun voodoo him. Boch didn't linger. She bowed her head. Goodbye, Chairman. She left her heart heavy. The chairman doesn't seem interested in me at all. I used to dream of being his wife. Now I'm just a tool and still so useless. I'm terrible. Her face flushed red and she bit her lip, her eyes glistening as if about to cry. Suddenly, Yuan Jensen called out, Wait, I'll walk you home. She was surprised, not expecting him to say that. She stammered. Yes, he continued. You go first. I'll follow behind. The viewback happily turned away, thinking to herself. The chairman is concerned about me.
But as she disappeared from sight, Yuan Jensen's eyes glowed red, seeing through her body.
He confirmed his thoughts.
Sure enough, she had surgery at the third private hospital and lost her heart. Her parents knew she went there, so they lost their memories. The hospital fire erased her records. The coin of fate gave her hope. But if someone finds out she doesn't have a heart and tells her the truth, that you can't live without one,
she will die instantly.
He walked behind her thinking. After going through so much, she developed this anxious personality.
I didn't understand before. But thinking back, it hasn't been easy for her.
Since I chose her as my subordinate, I should encourage her.
He sighed. Have I become a heartless boss after dealing with monsters for so long?
My monster recruiting company has high risk, no salary.
No holidays on call 24/7s and performance is everything. He called out, "Hey, the viewback."
She turned back happily, but gently he smiled. I haven't officially congratulated you on reaching level 2 yet.
Good job.
When they reached her neighborhood, he turned to leave.
The viewback chased after him. Chairman, please wait a moment. He turned his head and asked, "What is it?"
She gently reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a small object, and looked at him with gentle eyes. Recently, a lot of people have been hospitalized, she said softly.
And the chairman is investigating a hospital. This protective charm can protect one's health. I hope you'll accept it. Consider it a return gift for the soul orb. Tian Vuch blushed, shyly, handing him the blue amulet. Yuan Jensen accepted the gift without hesitation, inking to himself. A healthy physique, so this is what it's like.
He suddenly thought the mortality rate in the elderly is high because their physical condition can't compare to that of the young. Although strange, this amulet helps maintain life, but diseases and bacteria can still invade, making already weak bodies more susceptible to illness. When the body tries to activate its defense mechanisms, people discover their heart is missing, just like the lies the strange man once told about the human body.
Yuan Jensen slung his bag over his shoulder and gave a faint smile. Thanks. This is very useful to me. With that, he turned and walked away.
Vuch smiled brightly and waved.
That's great then. Goodbye. Thanks to this meeting, Yuan Jensen gathered more clues. 1. Humans cannot live without a heart.
2. He realized he himself did not have a heart.
3. His body would forever be deceived by that hospital.
He also received the hidden prize.
F. Viewbaka's diary, which contained advice.
The gate of life is born from nothingness and also born from existence.
Everything is connected.
In his office, the director received a call. The person on the other end requested. Any surgery will do, preferably on the lungs.
I want to observe.
The nurse beside him raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Director, that guy always throws away the surgical gown." In the operating room, doctors were busy. A black door suddenly creaked open.
Yuanzi removed his surgical gown.
His gaze sharp, contemplating the gate of life is born from nothingness. This refers to those without a heart, leading to a resonance allowing them to escape the strange innate heart of the entity. Or the image of a woman appeared in his mind, her voice delicate but sharp, telling him to walk slowly through that door, constantly thinking and drawing his own conclusions. He clenched his fist, a chilling sensation spreading from his fingertips. The backside naturally has a main purpose. The thing that took it returns the heart it took to others. Suddenly, Yuan Jensen rushed up the stairs. Each step frantic as if trying to tear apart the silent space. He plunged through the gate, his heart pounding. Opening his eyes, his body was naked and cold on the operating table. In front of him were white-robed figures holding scalpels that glinted with a steely light.
The surgery began.
He gritted his teeth, his vision blurring as he thought.
Then take its heart. Blood splattered onto his face hot. His body lay motionless, blood stains spreading on the operating table.
His soul seemed to separate, floating. Yuan Jensen, from now on, you have been set to believe that you can live even without a heart. By some miracle, the hypnosis succeeded. Early morning, 6:00.
Yuan Jensen's consciousness remained. And hazy but intense, he muttered, his voice. The psychological hypnosis took effect, so I didn't die.
He stood up, his gaze sharp, telling himself next, just like that. Observe, enter the door, find the lowest level of the space. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the door, his hand trembling as he opened it and stepped inside. Before Yuani, a giant dark purple heart throbbed, emitting a chilling aura. He approached, his fingers touching its slimy surface, feeling as if he were touching darkness itself.
Take it.
He gathered all his strength, his eyes blazing red like blood. His teeth clenched tightly. A red light enveloped the heart, gradually shrinking it. He shouted, his voice cracking with crazy joy, success.
I'm not dead.
Yuani held the still beating heart tightly in one hand, while his other hand pulled open his shirt, revealing the surgical scar on his left chest where dried blood
clung.
He took off his shirt, his gaze determined. His trembling hand dug deep into the wound, tearing it wide open,
revealing the pale white bone within.
Yuan Jensen clenched his teeth, a sharp pain tearing through his chest. With a trembling hand, he decisively shoved the dark purple heart into the cavity on his left side. The heart suddenly swelled, beating powerfully, causing the wound to close as if by magic. An explosive force erupted, knocking him to the cold ground. A notification echoed in his mind, cold and clear. Acquired monster human body hospital legend points 13,597, breakthrough 1,800,000. Good evil points 6,577, breakthrough 600,000. Spiritual power value 500 plus overflow spiritual power value lifespan automatically restored to 100 days. A suggestion appeared, whispering in his ear.
Do you want to increase your spiritual power to level 5? Yuan Jensen's finger trembled.
He gritted his teeth and selected yes.
Suddenly, the space trembled and a piercing alarm echoed from outside. Jiang City has detected a magnitude 4.4 earthquake. The epicenter has not yet been determined. Multiple areas are affected.
Residents are advised not to panic and to evacuate buildings. The special team watched intently, their sharp gazes fixed on the source. The earthquake originated from the base of the Shinshin area where the strange tremor erupted from the surging power within Yuan's body. At the foot of the remote rocky mountain, a gloomy and eerie atmosphere prevailed. Shinshin, treacherous and isolated, hid a secret base beneath it, barring the way for ordinary people. In the pouring rain, two small figures, a man and a woman, slowly approached the base entry. The man, his eyes full of doubt, spoke in a low voice.
Namba, President, did the earthquake really originate from inside God's room?
The woman, in a tight purple dress and a wide-brimmed hat covering half her face, replied coldly, "That's right."
Yes, Namba, President of the Joint Research Society, had an oval face and sparkling blue eyes behind square glasses.
She had a fiery figure, and her long-sleeved dress accentuated her perfect curves. She glanced at the man, her voice sharp.
This matter has attracted international attention. What she means is that the International Monster Response Bureau will definitely send someone to Jiang City.
She paused, a dark glint in her eyes, then continued.
Oh, right. How long has it been since the Yellow Spring made an incident?
The middle-aged man, with neatly cut white hair and a faint mustache, pushed up the square glasses on his nose and replied in a deep voice.
Steady voice, almost half a month. Nothing unusual as we thought.
He was Kongping, his eyes sharp but filled with weariness. He pulled a cigarette from his breast pocket. The lighter clicked and his bandaged hand clumsily shielded the flame from the cold wind. Smoke curled up as he continued. It's just that Ascension monster has been devoured by God. Namba glared at him, her eyes as sharp as a knife. She strode forward, snatched the lit cigarette from his hand, and yelled, "Sent one, watch your health.
Your wound hasn't fully healed yet."
Kingping was startled, his injured hands still hovering in midair.
Namba frowned, concern showing in her blue eyes.
Besides, the currently trained inspectors are not yet qualified to succeed you. Kingping slowly walked behind her, the hem of his overcoat fluttering in the wind. He returned to the subject, his voice low. "What I mean is, the matter of the sentient monster doesn't need to be reported to the international community
anymore."
Namba stopped, turned her head, her eyebrows whereupon together in surprise.
"Why? If we've discovered it, other places might have to. Why not work together with everyone?"
She was referring to the hidden forces, the mysterious organizations that also hunted monsters like their group. Kang Ping put his hands in his pockets, his steps slow, his cold voice ringing out. "Then is it possible that other countries have also discovered it, but they're deliberately hiding it?" Nama turned, her eyes wide, a flicker of alarm in them. Kingping looked straight at her and continued.
"The Yellow Spring Maiden is very likely not being forcibly controlled by this entity. It's deceiving us.
I've thought about it carefully these past few days. The Yellow Spring Maiden, a sentient monster, is probably hinting at something to us." Under the pale moonlight, Kingping imagined the towering image of the divine mountain where two opposing figures were hidden. One side was crimson like blood, a symbol of humanity. The other was a monstrous dark purple with grotesque sharp teeth like venom. The two faced off, hands clasped, pushing against each other as if an intense wrestling match. Kingping frowned, a crazed glint in his eyes as he proposed a bold idea.
"A sentient monster is like a human. So what's to say? A sentient human can also become a monster."
Mamba cut him off, her voice sharp, echoing at the foot of the divine mountain.
"Impossible. How could the International Research Society have never thought of that?"
She stood opposite Kingping, the cold wind making her purple hair flutter. "If humans are chosen by the rules to become vessels for monsters, then the vessels can't have their own consciousness." She lowered her voice, her gaze softening.
"Between monsters and monsters, how can we be sure they will unite?" Kingping sighed, not stubbornly defending his point.
He changed the subject. His voice low and full of warning. "President Namba, even if we fail, we still have to deal with the god who has started to change elsewhere." Far away in a hospital waiting room, Yuan Zhensi awoke with the start. His hazy purple eyes filled with confusion. He clutched his chest, groaning in pain as he felt the dark purple heart seething. His blood vessels feeling like they were on fire. He assessed himself, whispering, "There's no discomfort anywhere in my body, but my memory of what happened after the heart transplant is gone.
I don't remember what happened at all. After implanting the heart, did it just end like that?"
Vicious demonic voices echoed in his mind.
"The human body hospital monster. A human heart is lost. Can a heart live on? This is a hospital that subverts human perception.
When you enter this hospital, you have stepped onto the threshold of death."
Yuan Jensen was startled to realize he had failed. This heart was a reminder. Suddenly, a line of blazing red deceptive text appeared at his feet. A deep red vortex appeared, swallowing him into its center.
From the position of his heart, streams of purple light shot out, spreading throughout the space. He muttered, his eyes filled with confusion.
"Careful. Consider it's not what I think it is, right?
Other vessels with different monster manifestation methods are not necessarily related to the hospital.
It could be a building or an unseen form.
A mysterious rule fused from any other rules creates a completely new monster.
The heart is a fragment of the rule. It replenishes itself while killing people.
Other rule fragments are doing the same." A stream of pinkish-purple light carrying hazy characters flew across the city, spreading wider and wider, heralding the birth of a new monster.
Yuan Jensen clutched his head, sweat
beating on his forehead, muttering, "This is really troublesome." The system in his mind displayed new data.
Legend points 15,870,000, good evil 6,577. Spiritual power value 500 plus tier 5 lifespan 100 days. Images of the viewback and the doctors and nurses with holes in their chest flashed through his mind like a warning from the dead. Yuan Jensen stood silently, his anxious gaze scanning the night, his mind reeled. Wondering if his legend points were enough to appease the insatiable hunger of the phone-calling ghost. Only those who have lost their hearts, is it really necessary to do this? He glanced at the nurse beside him who was gently holding a baby bottle and rocking a baby, her hands trembling slightly with the rocking motion. He thought to himself, his voice low. Fortunately, the human body hospital only altered the perception of the doctors and nurses. Borrowing their hands, not killing them. When the monster is captured, their perception will return to normal, and they won't lose their lives because of it. The third private hospital continued to operate smoothly as if it had never been invaded by darkness. Stepping out of the hospital gate, Yuani pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. A deep hoarse voice came from the other end. "Hello, Lord Ghost," he replied immediately. His voice sharp. "The cause of Sima Fong's death has been investigated and resolved." On the other side, an old man with silvery hair and round glasses perched on his nose waited silently. Yuan Jensen continued, "It was all because of a monster. I'll submit the monster report to the special department today. Have them come and get the report from Internal Affairs." Then the person on the phone, Mr. Xiong, sat in a luxurious living room, flanked by 2 women and 2 male servants. He smirked slightly, his voice low. "Ah, so it really was a monster. Thank you so much." He waved a hand to signal his servants, but a doubt arose in his mind. He only investigated for his short days and already captured a monster. Or does he possess some kind of rule-based item? Under the bright full moon, Yuani had one hand in his pocket, his cold voice ringing out. "The remaining soul orbs. I'll have someone deliver them to you." He hung up, his eyes flashing with determination. Them on to the next place. At this moment, the clock struck to 22 a.m. The Qian Internet Cafe was brightly lit with a glaring red sign, Cafe Benefit. All directly sold skins in law are free to use. A voice from the cafe speakers rang out clear and bright. Congratulations to player Battle God of the Dust Machine 38 for getting a kill steal. There was only one guy in the cafe. He was playing and cursing, his hands clattering on the keyboard, shouting, "Let's hide in the bush. Kill it." Suddenly, the guy's eyes constricted and his body slumped back in his chair, snoring loudly. The computer screen still lit up with a barrage of curses. Where did he go? Is this actor throwing? Is he dead? Damn it. The enemy's inhibitor is already up in a hospital room. A girl slept soundly, hugging a pillow, her breathing steady. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke. Bed 1 patient. Time's up. She grunted softly, her eyes still closed. Thinking she had misheard, Yumingdai and Xiaosan in nurse uniforms with their faces covered by masks stood silently doing something. Yumingyi wrote in her notes, her voice dry. Let's go. Shirao Shan carried 4 bags of blood, a syringe in her hand, brandishing the needle under the operating room lights. In the operating room, doctors lean over. One spoke up. Patient the Buback. Identification confirmed for heart transplant surgery. The viewback opened her eyes, looking in panic at the blurry, unfamiliar faces. A sense of unease rising in her heart. Huh? Wait. Why do I need a heart transplant? This is so strange. They look so unfamiliar. It's like a nightmare. The viewback's eyes were wide open, lying motionless on the hospital bed. A strange blue-green neon light glowed from her chest around her for doctor. Each with a specific task. Moved in sync like ghost, she whispered, her voice hazy. But I feel incredibly safe here.
So warm to gloved hands of a doctor rose touching the spot over her heart where strange whining characters emerged like snakes, spreading throughout the space, crossing through distant lands in a mysterious spiritual realm.
Whispered voices echoed. It's time for the surgery.
A man's eyes were closed tight, his chest emitting a shimmering green light.
A cold voice announced. The heart transplant will be performed on you now. Numerous other people were undergoing similar surgeries.
When the operation concluded, a dry but clear announcement rang out.
Surgery was a complete success. We wish you good health and a wonderful life.
The source of these light streams came from a book as red as if it contained ancient legends. In the corner of the room, Shioen sat. With her knees drawn up, her face scrunched up, her eyes flashing with anger. She used her fingernails to scribble on the floor, sketching Yuan Yince's face, but with a pig's nose as a way to vent her anger. In his office, Yuan Jensen intently observed the flow of characters from the red book, his gaze sharp. Yuming stood beside him, her voice respectful.
My lord, he cut her off. His voice low. If you're here to ask me to comfort her, there's no need.
Behind them, Shioen quietly wiped away her tears, her small shoulders trembling slightly.
Yuming shook her head, her voice firm. No, I only have one thing to report to you. Yuan Jensen ordered, his eyes never leaving the book. Speak.
Yuming bowed her head, her crimson eyes showing a dark glint.
Do you remember what happened when you captured the human body hospital?
He glanced at her, his voice thoughtful.
I only remember placing a heart into my own body.
He paused, his gaze growing distant as if lost in memory.
Then I woke up.
However, I can truly feel that there was a time discrepancy between these two events.
I might have been in a coma or even dead.
During that time, Yuming bowed her head, her voice dropping. While you were absorbing the human body hospital, Yuan Jensen glanced at her, his sharp eyes signaling her to continue. A figure appeared, hands in pockets, shirt unbuttoned to reveal rippling muscles. But his monstrous face made people dare not look directly at him. His eyes were just a pinkish-purple circles, and his sharp canine teeth flashed menacingly. He was the god everyone had been whispering about.
I turned to Yuan Jensen, her voice urgent. My lord, someone is looking for me. I must go handle it myself.
He nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space, and asked in a low voice, why has the Special Division created a transdimensional rift? The girl replied, her voice calm, but with an underlying firmness from the Special Division's General Bureau. In a flash, she glided through the air, landing in front of a small young girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured half her face. The little girl smiled faintly, handing her a brilliant red flower, then a letter, and spoke in a soft but formal tone. Yellow Spring Maiden, on behalf of the World Special Division's General Bureau, I would like to propose a cooperation with you and your monster alliance. At their feet, brilliant red flowers spread out like a carpet, but they exuded an eerie demonic color. The letter was affixed with the General Bureau's emblem, carrying a clear implication to join forces. They must temporarily set aside their differences to deal with the gods that were rising at any moment in this universe. Gods, dark entities present everywhere, emitting an excess of ghostly purple light that seeped into every nook and cranny. Just by looking directly, touching, imagining, or even coming within 100 meters, death would strike instantly. Sitting in a closed room, Yuan Jensen placed his hand on his chest where his heart beat strongly as if he were facing a one-way mirror, clearly listening to and observing the conversation between the two girls. He muttered, his voice low and thoughtful. What is this about a god about to be resurrected? Shirai with a sharp gaze replied through telepathy.
When I absorbed the heart of the human body hospital, God also underwent a change at the same time. Is there some connection between them?
Without waiting for a response, he continued, his voice full of determination.
No need to give them any response. The so-called gods will naturally have to be destroyed.
But the Special Division can also be used, borrowing their methods to get more legend.
Good evil points.
He clasped his hands, resting his chin on them, his eyes as cold as ice, whispering, but the initiative must definitely be in my hands. Reassuring himself, he frowned.
Realizing the critical situation, I am absolutely no match for this god right now. I must be more urgent. Yuan Gensini secretly vowed, I will absolutely not let myself be killed by a god. The next day at school, Yuan Jensen returned as a normal student.
He wore his uniform, one hand in his pocket, walking through the schoolyard with a relaxed but commanding presence. All around him, curious glances and whispered conversations from other students surrounded him.
A jealous male student raised an eyebrow and wondered, hey, isn't that the guy named Yuan Jensen? That's him. Handsome like that. Who wouldn't recognize him?
A female student next to him replied, her eyes sparkling. I heard the school approved him to skip classes and exams. I didn't expect to see the man himself today. The other male student pouted, his voice full of doubt. On what grounds?
Just because he's handsome? The female student shook her head, smiling softly. I remember he used to be very gloomy. I think he even started some weird ghost club. Yuani glanced over at the two,
his sharp eyes showing a hint of curiosity. The female student covered her face, her voice squeaking with excitement.
Ah, he's looking at me so handsome and cool. I'm so embarrassed.
The male student next to her pushed up his glasses and sneered, so manly, but only a quarter as much as me.
As it turned out, Yuan Jensen's gaze wasn't random.
His ears had caught someone mentioning the ghost club, which made him pause, thinking to himself, I almost forgot.
It's been a long time since I came to school.
I wonder how the ghost club activity room is doing.
Has it been taken back? The sparkling eyes of the female students started whispering again.
One covered her mouth, her voice dreamy, oh my god, I thought he was going to kill me with that look. I really can't resist his gaze. Another girl giggled and added, but I'd love to be killed by him.
Yuan Jensen paid no mind to the lively chatter.
Only one thought revolved in his head. I've already notified the special division, but I wonder if those people are as cautious as they claim. Suddenly, a clear voice called out from behind.
Yuan Jensen. Wait a minute. He turned slightly,
his gaze falling on a small girl with short shoulder-length hair and large round glasses. Pooh was panting heavily.
She spoke awkwardly. Hi. I'm the class president. Don't you remember?
Seeing her clumsy appearance, Yuan Jensen thought to himself, the class president is this bad at her job.
He raised an eyebrow, looked out, and asked calmly, oh, the class president, is something wrong?
The girl had caught her breath by now, standing straight, her eyes shining with enthusiasm.
The school festival is coming up, so could you come and help? Yuan frowned slightly, surprised by the sudden invitation.
The class president looked flustered, lowered her face, and bit her lip, then suddenly grabbed his wrist. Her voice suddenly became lively with him as the center. She spun around, dancing and painting a picture of the school festival in the air.
That's right.
The school festival is the most anticipated event of the year for students. You can do whatever you want to express your style.
Create unforgettable memories with friends.
The corner of Yuan Jensen's mouth lifted into a faint smile, he nodded decisively.
Okay, I'll help.
The girl was overjoyed, her round eyes wide with astonishment.
You agreed just like that? Her mouth moved quickly. Let me introduce you to some things. The male students will need to move a lot of equipment.
He abruptly cut her off, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint.
Manual labor. I just thought of something. Wait for me.
With that, he turned and walked away, his posture proud, leaving the class president standing there stunned, her eyes downcast. She lowered her head, muttering in disappointment.
Sigh. As expected, I failed.
The surrounding students saw this and immediately started whispering.
One asked curiously, what's with that girl? Did she get rejected?
But Yuan Jensen, who was striding ahead, paid no mind to their words. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. I wonder if those bullies from before have been punished according to the rules.
Or maybe I should teach them another lesson. Make them do the manual labor.
After walking a short distance, he suddenly turned his head. His sharp gaze directed at the class president, right?
Class president, let me ask you something. Where are those bullies now?
A moment later, Yuan Jensen strode leisurely, hands in his pockets, heading straight for the school's physical education equipment storage room. He hadn't seen anyone yet, but loud laughter was already coming from inside.
A group of students, some standing, some sitting, all holding clubs, were loudly boasting about their exploits.
One of them said proudly, "Yesterday, I robbed another loser. He was so mad he pissed his pants right in front of me."
Tan Xian excitedly chimed in. Lots of money. I got 150 yesterday.
I'm treating you guys to KFC chicken tonight. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the storage room door was kicked open, sending splinters flying. A guy in the group stared, exclaiming in admiration, "Oh, that's awesome.
What's up, boss?" Truly the living king of hell. Of the underworld.
But right after, the whole group frowned in unison. Their sharp gaze is directed at the newcomer. The foot that had just broken the door lowered slightly, revealing Yuan Yin's cold face. He stepped in, his deep voice ringing out, "Hey, you're all here."
Standing before the group, he scanned them and asked calmly, "What are you doing?" "It's the school festival. You guys should come and help."
Looking at the bullies, Yuan Jensi smirked slightly, thinking to himself, "A dozen of them.
Pretty lucky none of them are dead."
His gaze swept over them, stopping at a prominent figure with long blonde hair in the farthest corner. The entire group remained silent, just looking at him with hostile eyes. Yuan Jensen shrugged and said to himself, his voice tinged with sarcasm, "It seems that borrowing money isn't enough to satisfy you guys anymore, huh?" Then he leisurely took out his phone and spoke in a steady voice, "Hello, police station. There are some students here committing assault." Before he could finish, the guys in the group roared, charging at him with clubs in hand.
"You bastard! I'll beat you to death. Everyone get him. There's a dozen of us. What's there to be afraid of?" Yuan Jensen just glanced at them,
a cold glint flashing in his crimson eyes.
As if controlled by a demonic force, the group of bullies suddenly froze. None of them daring to get closer.
Instead, they turn on each other, fighting fiercely, constantly cursing. "Yuan Jensen, you son of a bitch.
Why are you hitting me?" "It's not me. I don't want to hit you."
The sound of weapons hitting flesh mixed with cries of pain echoed throughout the storeroom. After a short while, several members of the group collapsed to the ground, lying scattered. They were all in a state of shock, their eyes wide open, bloodshot, pupils constricted with fear. One of them stammered, "Well, what is?
What's this feeling? It's terrifying. Why can't I control my own body? Is it Yuan Jensen? It feels like the devil Ashura."
Yuan Jensen still stood there, his posture neat, not a speck of dust on his uniform. He put his hands in his pockets, looked down at the nearest person, one eye glowing red like the king of hell, his voice deep, finally quiet now. Then he smiled, a cold but authoritative smile, and ordered, "From now on, you have to follow the rules at school like this, okay?
Confess honestly and come with me to the police station."
The nearest person panicked, scrambling backward, his trembling hand pointing at the blonde-haired one, stammering, "Wait, he's not a girl.
He's Wang Jan."
Wang Jan suddenly blushed, pouted his lips, and said in an awkward tone, "Why, yes, that's right." He shyly brushed his golden hair, his demeanor surprisingly delicate, Liar said. "When I woke up today, I had turned into a girl, a guy who had been beaten to the ground. Despite his pain, couldn't help but admire, damn, Brother Rin is still so gorgeous even as a girl." Yuani frowned slightly, repeating the name with a questioning look.
"Wang Jan."
He silently searched his memory, trying to find a clue. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. The aggressive blonde guy hitting another student. But he hadn't bothered to remember that face just like any other student in the school.
Not worth remembering.
His eyes widened, his voice filled with astonishment.
You changed your gender. Wang Jian, furious, roared, "You bastard! Don't you dare insult me!
Even if I've turned into a girl, my manly heart will never change." He recounted his story in anguish, his voice full of frustration. "A few days ago, I already noticed something was wrong with my body. As a result, today I woke up and turned into this." He cupped his large chest with both hands and cursed, "Damn it." A guy standing next to him saw this and his nose suddenly started bleeding. He stammered, "Damn, Brother Ren's chest is as impressive as ever." Yuan Jensen observed silently, his sharp gaze evaluating every word from Wang Jian.
He thought to himself, "He's not lying.
If that's the case, it's very likely due to a monster." He turned to the remaining bullies, his voice firm. "The rest of you go to my classroom and work.
Wang Jian, you stay here in the order."
Wang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at him.
His friends around him also gave him meaningful looks.
A few of them stealthily got up and left one by one, leaving Wang Jian alone to face Yuan Jensen. He crossed his arms over his chest, hugging his body tightly, and shouted defensively, What do you want to do?"
"I won't submit."
Then he turned to his friends and cried out in desperation, "Hey, you guys, take me with you.
Aren't we brothers?"
But the bullies just looked away guilty, thinking, "Sorry, Sister Ren. I didn't expect this bully to be into this kind of thing."
Poor Brother Ren.
Yuan Jensen, his face cold as ice, stood silently looking at Wang Jian. The latter blushed, his lips trembling, trying to force out a fearful "you." Suddenly, Wang Jian lunged forward, swinging his fist at him, roaring, "You bastard!
Stop pretending."
Effortlessly, Yuan Jensen caught the incoming fist. He frowned slightly, assessing as expected. With the gender change, his physical strength is also weakened.
Wang Jian's eyes widened.
Unable to believe he was so easily controlled by Yuan Jensen, he shouted in panic, "No, impossible." But right after, a powerful throw from Yuan Jensen sent his back slamming onto the floor. He screamed in pain, "How dare you! Don't you know how to cherish a delicate flower at all?" At this point, Wang Jian seemed to have accepted his new gender, no longer aggressively mentioning his manly will. Yuan Jensen, holding him down with one hand, his cold eyes showing disgust, said, "I'm tired of talking to you. The day before yesterday, you started feeling that something was wrong right from then until now.
Tell me everything."
Suddenly, a voice cut through the conversation.
"I finally found you. Are you Wang Jian?" The newcomers saw their strange position and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?"
Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, Wang Jian, lying on the floor, held out his hand and begged, Save me." But Yuan Jensen showed no mercy, planting a foot on his face, forcing him into silence.
He turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on the newcomer, and asked, "And you are?"
The other person replied calmly, "Oh, my name is Wimba. I work at the police station." He stepped forward, offering a business card while also warning, "Don't touch my skin." Suddenly, Yuan Jensen looked down and discovered a strange mark on the back of his hand, a circle with a cross attached.
The symbol for female.
When Boss saw it and sighed softly, "It's too late.
So you two had skin-to-skin contact before touching me." Yuan Jensen held up his hand, his gaze a mix of curiosity and doubt. "What does this mean? You're not from the special division, are you? A supervisor or an assistant?" When Boss smiled and explained, "The strange incident has been taken over by my club. I've already reported it to the Special Science Department."
Yuani observed carefully and noticed that Wima's entire body seemed to be covered in a green spiritual energy. He thought to himself, this guy's spiritual power is no different from Theme Viewbox, so weak.
Relaxing a little, Yuan Jensen cleverly lied. "I'm a student at this school. Asked by the class president to find them, but indeed I am a supervisor, though not from the special division."
When Bon nodded, his voice gentle.
"Oh, that's good.
Then seeing that Wenba seemed to have believed him, Yuan Zhensi smirked, his sharp gaze pressing.
What is this strange incident? Explain it to me clearly.
Wenba tilted his head back to look at him, inking to himself, this guy is really tall. Then he took a breath and began to recount what he knew.
This monster is called gender swapper. Based on current information, it spreads through skin contact.
Within 3 days, the infected person will switch genders. With that, when Bob pulled up his sleeve, to reveal the male gender symbol on the back of his hand, his voice dropping.
Actually, I've also changed gender. I was originally female.
Yuan Zhensi frowned, his voice cold.
Just a gender swap. It's not fatal, right? When Ba, annoyed, snapped. Look, the monsters we investigate are just minor ones internally. He cursed.
A career without distinguishing between big and small.
What a brat.
But holding back when Ba told himself, calm down.
I'm a diligent gardener.
Still, the way this guy talked really annoyed him. Taking a deep breath, when Ba continued his voice, calmer, minor monsters, as the name suggests, are not highly dangerous like this gender swapper monster. They only mark humans when they die of natural causes. The monsters will devour their souls. They follow the rule of must die.
UNG nodded silently, not judging further. He said calmly, so that's how it is. It's the first time I've heard this kind of explanation.
In his mind, memories of the monsters he had encountered flooded back.
From what he understood, all monsters that fell under the rules were extremely dangerous. But this person didn't seem to think so.
Suddenly, he remembered the name Mr. Yuan, the one with a mouth as wide as a cave entrance and glowing green eyes. Compared to the monsters he had faced, minor monsters at most only caused strange disturbances.
Some rule-based items were even friendlier than usual.
He looked at Wimba, his low voice reminding her, since you've taken over this matter, hurry up and inform the school.
Compile the data and isolate those who have been infected.
Yuan Zhen's eyes were sharp, his voice low as he ordered. Contact the police station and have them send people to cooperate with you.
Although it's not life-threatening, it can cause social chaos.
Then he grabbed Wang Jian's collar and dragged him away like an object. He continued, if anyone doesn't cooperate, just find me. This monster probably hasn't been around for long. It's still controllable. When Bar raised a hand to stop him, his voice full of suspicion.
Excuse me for a moment. May I ask for your ID number? She smirked.
Thinking to herself, you little brat, just you wait. Daring to teach me how to do my job, feeling patronized, when Ba deliberately asked for a way to get back at him later. Without turning his head, Yuan Jensen simply replied flatly. Oh, I forgot.
Then he calmly revealed the truth. I am a ghost and the Ghost Club is my club. When Ba was stunned, his eyes wide, stammering incoherently, why you ghost? The famous substitute supervisor.
She was shocked as she recalled the series of cases as he had handled so efficiently. In just one short month, this Ricky had used the power of the Yellow Spring Maiden to subdue the evil neighbor and recently continued to punish the monster codenamed Human Body Hospital, Lord Ghost, a mysterious and renowned figure. A day later, Yuan Jensen lay stretched out on his bed, his body exhausted, covered in sweat. He rested his arm on his forehead and cursed to himself.
Damn it! What kind of sickness is this? How long has it been since I've been sick?
Beside the bed, Yumingai and Shirao Shan were jumping around incessantly. Yuming was worried, her voice full of concern.
My lord, for now, we can't do anything to help. Do you need me to cheer for you?
Yuan He raised an eyebrow, annoyed, and waved his hand.
No need. Shirao Shan knelt by the bed with her chin in her hands, giggling and teasing Xiao Yan. You really have no taste.
Then she called out sweetly, Mom. Yuan Jensen grew even more tired, his voice dropping.
Xiaoan, I don't really want to hear that word lately. Alright, let me rest a bit.
After speaking, he shooed them both out and slammed the door, leaving himself in the quiet space. Outside in the living room, the three little monsters huddled together, their eyes glued to Yuan Jensen's closed bedroom door. A wicked expression flickered across all three of their faces, the corners of their mouths turning up as if enjoying someone else's suffering.
"Sure," I whispered, her voice full of amusement. "This look isn't half bad." In the bedroom, Yuan Jensen tossed and turned in his blankets, his breathing heavy, sweat pouring out as if he had just taken a bath. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, the crimson red slowly turning into a deep blue. His masculine hands gradually shrank, becoming slender and soft. His once sinewy legs were now delicate, without a trace of roughness. In a hazy dream, he saw himself shirtless, standing before a small monster who was touching his hair. The monster squinted its eyes and said joyfully, "Hey." But as his hand swung up and grabbed it tightly, the monster shattered into thin smoke, laughing gleefully before disappearing. Waking with a start, Yuan Jensen sat up in bed. But now he was no longer himself. His appearance had completely transformed into a girl with long flowing black hair and a full chest. The shirt he was wearing before bed was now baggy, hanging loosely on his female body. Sitting stunned on the bed, his gaze directed out the window, Yuan Jensen silently adapted to his new body. His bare feet touched the cold floor. His small oval face with rosy lips was illuminated in the dim light. He searched a drawer, took out a small mirror, and faced his reflection. He muttered, his voice full of disbelief. "So this is what I look like as a girl." His long hair flowed, his eyes still as sharp as ever. He sighed, let out a soft tch, and then tried to channel spiritual energy into his palm. A surge of power erupted, shattering the mirror. He marveled, his voice low. "My strength hasn't weakened at all." Retracting his spiritual power. His gaze swept over the medicine bottle on the table and he suddenly thought of another problem. But a difficult problem has arisen, the death pill. He recalled the moment his body began to change, comparing it to Wang Jian's and Winbia's conditions. At first, he thought the painful side effects of the gender transformation were due to his spiritual power being raised to level 5. But according to Wang Jian and Wima, they both just felt unwell, as if they had a cold. Wima even mentioned a slight headache, but it was all bearable. Their symptoms were much milder. Perhaps because they had no spiritual power or their spiritual power was too weak. Yuan Jensen reached out to catch a red bird that had just landed. Thinking, it seems I only understood half of it. He looked at the bird, his voice thoughtful. This gender swapper monster not only affects the body's gender, but it also fundamentally changes the soul's gender. The death pill is useless. If the soul was still male, just dying once would be enough to restore my original form. Yuan Jensen thought as he slowly undressed. A hint of annoyance in his eyes. He told himself, this time I was careless. No matter what, I have to change back quickly. Tucking his long hair behind his ear, he muttered, his voice full of dissatisfaction. When visibilities are too poor, so inefficient, this time I'll have to handle it myself. He rummaged through his wardrobe, picking out an outfit that could be considered a decent fit. Suddenly, his gaze paused and one hand gently squeezed his full chest. He shook his head, thinking, although it doesn't feel too bad, it's too cumbersome. Looking down at them, he sighed. His expression sad. I'm very sorry, you too, but there's really no way I can accept you. Just then, the three little monsters all poked their heads in the door, their eyes wide. Staring intently, Yuan Jensen glanced sideways, his voice cold. What are you looking at? All three rushed in, one inspecting, one holding his hand, one hugging him tightly, constantly calling out, Mom, Mommy, Mommy. Yuani broke out in a cold sweat, reluctantly wanting to call the special division for help, but then decided, forget it. I'll just go find them directly. No sooner said than done, he immediately called the special division headquarters in the high-rise building. When the call connected, he spoke, Hello, this is Ghost on the other end. The person who answered hesitated, their voice full of doubt. Ghost, what's wrong with your voice? Yuan Jensen explained briefly, his voice calm.
It's because of the gender-swapping monster.
Have you guys received the information yet?
Hearing this, Shinji immediately understood and exclaimed, "Ah, I see you got hit by it, too."
Hung, standing nearby and eavesdropping, laughed charmingly. No way. Ghost turned into a girl. Let me see. Let's see if she's a beauty. Yuan Jensen ignored the teasing and got straight to the point.
After entering the gender-swapping monster's rule, the soul's gender is also changed.
In this situation, does the special division have any items that can be used?
Shinji was astonished. Her voice high-pitched.
No way. What?
This monster affects the soul as well.
Let me help you investigate for now. It's not clear if there are any props that specifically target the soul's properties.
Hong Yan, however, was delighted, laughing at someone else's misfortune.
Yuan Jensen, enjoy life, Ghost.
In one lifetime, you get to experience the kinds of existence guaranteed to be a win-win.
How about this? Let me come find you.
I want to try turning into a girl, too, he shouted excitedly.
Turn on the video, Ghost. Yuan Jensen just smiled faintly and actually started a video call.
When his new appearance showed up, Hong Yin's face turned red. He stared, stammering. Yu Qingxi, on the other hand, maintained a calm expression on the screen.
Yuan Jensen rested his elbow on his knee and smirked. Stop making a fuss. Satisfied? Nosebleed. Drooling yet?
Hong Yin, forgetting his earlier teasing, he shouted with excitement, "Dream come true."
You're amazing, Ghost.
He then turned to Qingxi after she helped him look up a series of props to see if anything was usable. Qingxi spoke in a confident tone.
Perhaps we can try the wishing dice.
A black die with green numbers emanated a swirling green aura. She explained clearly. The dice has 6 sides.
The user gets 1 roll. If you roll 1 to 3, you die instantly, from 4 to 6. You enter stage 2.
In stage 2, one side will show the user's wish and the other side is death.
But for you, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yuan Jensen covered his face with his hand, his eyes full of doubt.
Any wish can be granted? What if it can't grant my wish?
Qingxi replied, her voice calm but sharp. If it can't be fulfilled, all 6 sides will show the character for death. Ghost, from now on, all your requests for rule-based items will be given priority approval.
I'll send someone to deliver it to you.
Yu Fancy frowned, considering.
Ha! Now I can request items without doing missions, and I don't have to go directly to the special division anymore.
Qingxi gave a cold killer-like smile, threatening, if you come, everyone might surround you.
Yuan Jensen looked at her raised eyebrow and said nothing more.
He sat with his legs crossed on the living room sofa, holding the disconnected phone.
Inking. Confusing. So confusing. After changing genders, why is even the elite of the special division easier to talk to?
He muttered in short. Whether I can change back or not, I have to find the true form of this monster. Beside him, Xiaoi, Xiaoan, and Shuaoing gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Shuaoshan especially propped her chin in her hands, gazing at him as if at a goddess, which made him raise an eyebrow slightly. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yuani called out, coming as he walked over and opened the door. Outside the door, the viewback and Zuli appeared. Zului covered her face and squealed with excitement. Surprise! Fiend Viewback with a cold gaze asked a question full of hidden meaning. Chairman, everyone came too. Then he quickly added, Chairman, don't worry. I won't touch you and I won't let anyone else touch you either. Yuan Jensen could only shake his head helplessly. Zue, wearing gloves, carefully blushed as she looked at him. One hand held a small box. The other rested on her own chest. Her voice dreamy.
I really want my lord to touch my chest. Truly a genderless beauty. The viewback blushed, praising him internally. So beautiful.
Yuan Jensen held the wishing die, examining it closely, his cold voice ringing out.
Could you stop saying such disgusting things?
He looked up, his sharp gaze suddenly pausing as he noticed something unusual. He analyzed internally, since I turned into a girl, not only these three monsters, but also the people from the Special Division, the Viewback, and Zuli, have all become more fervent after seeing my face. Moreover, this kind of fervor he glanced at the two people in front of him. Noticing a shimmering pink glow surrounding them, just like people drunk on love.
In their eyes.
It seemed there were only the words Lord Ghost and Chairman. Yuan Johnny stood in the middle of the living room, his low voice commanding, "You two, show me the back of your hands." Both Butch and Zue were startled, exclaiming in unison, "What? How could this be?" On the back of both their hands, the male gender symbol had appeared.
Yuan Jensi frowned in annoyance.
The gender-swapping monster needs contact to be transmitted. He tossed each of them a pair of black sunglasses and said coldly, "Put these on."
Zuli caught them. Bewildered, "Huh?"
He cut her off. His voice firm. "I suspect the monster has added a new rule. Just making eye contact can be enough to get infected.
This is more troublesome now. I wonder if looking through a video can transmit it. I must remember to ask Qing Shi and Hong Yan." With that, he held the die, tossed it high, and thought, "My wish is made." The die fell at his feet. Rolled a few times and stopped on the number 5.
But right after the number vanished, and on all 6 sides, a blazing red character for death appeared. Yuani raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Even a rule-based item can't do anything."
"Then let's try dying once."
He bent down to pick up the die, a determined glint in his eyes.
"Even if I can't turn back into a man, what if I start from a female identity and come into contact with those with the transmissive ability?" Zue covered her mouth, watching his actions with worry. Her voice trembling.
"Lord Ghost, surely you don't intend to." He turned back, his face cold as if he had made up his mind.
"I need to die now. You all can leave first." After the two left, Yuani stared intently at the die. He tossed it up again, whispering, "My wish is to return to my original form." The die fell, but once again, all 6 sides showed the blazing red character for death.
The room was bathed in a deep red hue.
Yuan Jensen's silhouette was cast on the glass door, blurry as if his head had been severed by a green blade.
Beside his dull, wide-open gray eyes, the blazing red death on the dice shone brightly under the light. A large streak of blood spread across the door. Yuan Jensen's head drooped and the system displayed a cold notification. Wishing dice restore original state.
Lifespan -1 day, 99 days remaining.
The item rolled slightly, stopping beside his motionless hand. Slowly opening his eyes with blood still at the corner of his mouth, Yuan Jensen muttered, his voice full of disappointment. It had no effect.
Anger flared up.
He grabbed his phone, his fingers tightening. The moment the other end picked up with a hello, he gritted his teeth and growled. "When BA, right now, transfer all investigation materials related to the gender-swapping monster to me." His eyes flashed with the murderous intent like a demon about to kill. He snarled softly, "I will take over and handle this monster." On the other end of the line, when Ba hurriedly replied, "Okay, Lord Ghost," she quickly added, "I just received news from the Social Supervision Agency."
"Would you like to hear it?"
Yuani sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, his eyes cold.
"Finally, some progress. Tell me."
When Ba immediately reported, her voice urgent, "Apart from the initial infected individuals, all those who have undergone gender transformation have one thing in common. They all played a game called Fantasy Dream Cage. In that game, there's a gender swap pool. The NPC is a little sprite, and players can use points to change their character's gender. For the past few days, the game has been running an event giving away one free gender swap."
Hearing this, Yuan Jensi paused.
his eyes flashing. If he were to open Fantasy Dream Cage, he would immediately recognize that the little sprite Wenba mentioned was identical to the bubble monster from his dream before he changed genders.
The game's homepage even had a server-wide benefit announcement. Get a free gender swap. Upon logging in, the team is recruiting.
Congratulations to the gamers of Shaoyang District for developing the wind-blowing bass player featuring Zhou Ling. Yuan Jensen thought to himself, his voice dropping, it really was that dream.
When bot confirmed.
That's right. I just registered for the game and found that the so-called little sprite has disappeared. In the game interface, the gender swap pool was empty.
Nothing but a silent screen. Wima with a level 6 player ID moved her character. Each action recorded by the system with a dry notification. Player Wima is soaking. Player Wima is soaking.
Yuan Jensen stood up, put on a pair of black gloves, and held his phone to his ear with his shoulder. His cold voice rang out.
Since when did the little sprite disappear? Have you investigated?
On the other end, when Bar replied, I asked some old players. They said a bug appeared 9 days ago.
Yuan Jensen frowned and continued to press, have you found the game company yet?
Get the IPs of all the gender-swapped individuals so the security bureau can take each one for quarantine. When Bar scratched her chin, her voice sounded embarrassed.
Right. Why didn't I think of that? So professional. Yuan Jensen wasn't surprised. His gaze sharp. How long have you been a supervisor?
Half a year, Bar replied, a little sheepishly.
Yuan Jensen nodded slightly, affirming to himself. First time investigating a strange phenomenon, huh?
Without waiting for an answer, he decisively gave his orders already. I'll go to the game company and investigate if there are any behind-the-scenes factors. Even though the gender swap people aren't harmful or dangerous in a crowded place like Jiang City, it could easily lead to large-scale chaos. He put on his black sunglasses to prevent the risk of infection, then assigned a task to Wimba. You go investigate the population quickly. I'll have the special department intervene in this case. He paused for a moment, then added. Oh, right. After the gender swap, pick out the most outstanding-looking male and female. I want to personally ask them a few questions. 3 hours later at the special investigation room, the door swung open. The two people inside, a man and a woman, both turned their heads to look. Yuan Jensen pushed a short-haired girl in, his eyes as cold as ice. The girl who was pushed stumbled and begged. Sister, be gentle. He snapped, his voice sharp.
Shut up.
Stepping into the room, he didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Earlier, my colleague said that during the interrogation, you were all very uncooperative, each with a different problem, all lying. The short-haired brown girl clutched her shoulder and complained.
That hurts like hell.
Yuan Jensen paid her no mind, his gaze sweeping over the three people in the room, the short-haired girl, a scantily clad woman with bright red lips and long blonde hair, and a young man. All three gave off the impression that they were trying to hide something. But facing Yuan Jensen's sharp, knife-like gaze, they knew it wouldn't be easy to fool him. Yuan Jensen's eyes were as cold as ice, his voice threatening. If any of you tell a single lie, I'll whip you once. His face was expressionless, exuding a sternness that made all three of them tremble. The blonde girl stood up abruptly, tossing her long hair back.
Trying to appear confident. Acceptable.
Beside her, the young man just sneered, puckering his lips and teasing, one kiss for one answer. The words had barely left his mouth when the blonde girl received a hard slap, her face snapping to the side. Before she could react, Yuan Jensen had tossed her into the air and thrown her straight out the door. He glanced at Wimba, who was standing nearby with her hands in her pockets, and ordered, "Drag this one out." Wimba quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Ghost." After dealing with the uncooperative one, Yuan Jensen turned back, his sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining two.
Now it was their turn.
After witnessing what just happened, both of them cowered and huddled in a corner, trembling. Yuan Jensen held the whip and took a step forward, his deep voice full of menace. I don't know what you two are trying to hide, but if you want to live to enjoy life, then think carefully before you open your mouths. The short-haired girl screamed in panic.
Don't you come over here.
Yuan Jansi stood in the middle of the room, his spiritual power erupting, materializing a blood-red skull floating behind him. He growled, still want to keep lying. When Ba, dragging the blonde girl out, witnessed the scene and marveled to himself. Lord Ghost is even more terrifying than the rumors say. At this point, the two people in the room were so terrified that they knelt down. The young man cried, I won't talk anymore. You ask? Seeing that both of them had learned their lesson, Yuan Jensen retracted the skull and red whip. Slowly, he walked to the sofa and sat down, his gaze still sharp after the gender swap.
Did you feel your own charm increase? Who have you been in contact with? What will happen? The young man hurriedly answered first, his voice trembling.
After I turned into a boy, although I became more handsome, I stayed at home out of fear. The next day, I couldn't stand it anymore and went out and I noticed people looking at me strangely, mostly girls. They were praising me.
Wow, is that guy a star? So handsome, so charming.
He paused, his face pale, and continued. It didn't stop there. Turning into a boy and attracting girls is one thing, but even boys a bunch of ugly men. You could tell they were gangsters just by looking at them. Yet, they tried to act friendly.
Hey bro, leave your contact info.
The young man, cowering in the corner of the bed, tears streaming down his face, continued.
Let's play games together tonight.
Shooting games are more fun with more people, he sobbed, his voice trembling with fear. I told my best friends about it, but they treated me like I was crazy. In the small room, traces of love-making were scattered on his body. Around him, a fat guy lay on his back, arms and legs spread wide, snoring loudly. One person wearing a dress, after looking in the mirror, exclaimed, I've turned into an old man. Another wearing a tank top and leather pants pulled down his pants and cried out in horror. This is the whole group had turned into boys. The young man crying continued his story. They originally wanted to do some outrageous things to me. But for some reason, they suddenly returned to normal, no longer crazy.
Yuan listened, his face expressionless.
The short-haired girl hearing this quickly chimed in.
Oh my god, me too.
Knowing she was a senior programmer for the gender swap pool, Yuan Jensen frowned, impressed.
That gender swap pool wasn't made by you, was it?
So you let the little sprite escape. The short-haired girl knelt before him, placing her hands on his knees. Her voice trembling as she pleaded her case.
My lord, I'm just a programmer. I don't know how any of this happened. It just disappeared.
She recalled the men in suits who seemed respectable, but whose faces revealed a perverted, leerous nature.
What had they done to her?
Tears streamed down her face, and she cried even harder. I was treated the same way by my colleagues. They harassed me with words. Come to the office after work.
Let's discuss a pay raise. I just bought a treadmill. Come over to my place this weekend to work out a bit. Senior, there's something I need to ask you about.
The most hateful thing is that after they turned into girls, they were no longer interested in me.
Yuan Jensen observed his sharp gaze assessing.
They're all telling the truth, not lying. He asked further, this happened a few days ago.
The young man, still kneeling, quickly replied, 9 days ago? And then after 2 days. Things went back to normal.
The short-haired girl added, for me, it was 6 days ago when things went back to normal after 3 days.
Yuan Jensen nodded slightly, having gathered the necessary information.
He stood up and said coldly, HMP.
So that's how it is. Both of them were bewildered, not understanding his meaning.
He waved his hand, his voice calm. You've worked hard.
You can go now.
They both said in unison, still stunned.
Ray, really?
The short-haired girl stammered, unable to believe it.
Thank you, my lord. We'll leave right away.
Suddenly, the young man froze, his gaze fixed on Yuan Jensen, his fingers fidgeting, stammering on. The short-haired girl, who had already stepped out, turned back curiously. Seeing his face flushed with embarrassment, he awkwardly held out his phone, his voice trembling.
Before I go, can I have your contact information to exchange with you?
The short-haired girl looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Frozen, glancing at him through her dark sunglasses, her eyes full of astonishment.
Yuan Jensen erupted in anger, roaring, "Get out!"
The girl, frightened for the guy, quickly grabbed his arm and dragged him out, muttering, "You've got some serious guts." The young man still tried to resist, shouting, "To die for a pie."
Even as a ghost is a romantic fate, the space returned to silence.
Yuan Jensen closed his eyes, summarizing what he had just investigated. He took off his black sunglasses, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile like a flower blooming in the dark.
Now I've figured it out.
All the previous hosts weren't discovered because it secretly moved on to someone else. His voice dropped.
So you're currently a parasite inside me, right?
Or rather in my eyes. He bit the tip of his glove with his teeth and pulled it off, revealing a hand with a bright red lip mark drawn on the back. Holding that hand close to his face, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Rest assured, you won't catch me that easily." He thought to himself, a new plan already formed. I should still put on a show for those people first in the special division in Qingxi's private office. She frowned, looking at Yuan Jensen, who was wearing a wide-brimmed black hat that covered half of his face, sitting opposite her.
She pressed. You mean the eye in the gap can deal with the gender swapper? You've thought of a solution? Yuan Jensen nodded confidently. Him.
His true form is probably in my eye, which is why whenever I look directly into someone's eyes, they get charmed and change gender, he continued, his voice firm. Find a death row inmate, then link my household registration to his. In the prison cell, Yuan Jensen swung his whip, beating a man with glasses.
Tianjiang's, a death row inmate, relentlessly.
He clutched his head, crying and screaming.
Wah!
Who?
Who are you? What gives you the right to hit me? Yuan Jensen didn't stop, replying coldly.
I'm your big brother. Chan argued, his voice trembling. But you're clearly a woman.
Yuan Jensen didn't care. Continuing to detail his plan.
I'll beat him up, then have him look at a picture of the eye in the gap to enter its rule. Previously, the Yellow Spring Maiden contained a demonic spirit monster like the eye in the gap.
Dealing with a gender swapper probably won't be a problem.
Qingxi pondered, a thoughtful glint in her eyes as she considered Yuan Jensen's bold plan. Qingxi was still worried, a hint of unease in her eyes.
But can you withstand it?
Once you're targeted by the eye in the gap, you'll fall into a hallucination and die in excruciating mental anguish. Yuani smirked, his voice teasing.
Qingxi, you've changed.
He tilted his head back,
slowly pulling down his black sunglasses to reveal his crimson eyes. What's wrong?
Could it be that you've also succumbed to my charm after my gender change? Qingxi blushed, showing a flash of anger, but quickly regained her composure and snapped.
Get lost.
You don't need to go through the procedure for the photo. I'll give it to you directly.
Just don't let anyone else see it.
Yuan Jensen rested his chin on his hand, a faint, meaningful smile on his face. You should be grateful. If it weren't for this mess, you guys would have been racking your brains for a while. He pulled the wide-brimmed black hat down to cover half his face and turned to walk out of the room. Back home, Yuan Jensen held the picture of the eye in the gap, his gaze sharp. Xia Yan beside him waved and called, "Mommy,"
as if wanting to see what he was holding.
He glanced at it, his voice low, "Little eye, this is your picture." Xia Yan took the picture, looked at it, and seemed displeased. Suddenly, it angrily slammed the picture down on the table.
At that moment, Yuan Jensen was wiping his whip.
Having just returned from beating the death row inmate, he sneered, "You're complaining."
It took me a lot of effort to get that.
Suddenly, he took off his black sunglasses and called, "Little eye."
He picked it up, looked straight into its eyes, and asked, "You see the thing in my eye?"
Shirine held up both hands and called, "Mommy," as if confirming it had seen.
Yuan Jensen gently asked again, "Can you handle it?"
Based on that, Shirayen sprouted thousands of eyes on its tentacles, climbing up to cover his head. In each of its pupils were the male and female gender symbols, glowing with a green light. Yuan Jensen placed all his hope in Shirayen, thinking, "Let's see whose rules are more powerful when they clash." He threatened it slightly, his voice half joking, half serious. "If you die, I won't resurrect you." Hundreds of Shirayen's red eyes gradually filled his face, staring intently into the eyes that held the gender swapper. In those eyes, the colors red and green clashed violently. The green symbol flared brightly. But just a second later, the gender swapper clutched its head and screamed in pain. Yuan Jensen sat motionless, his hands on his knees, his head covered by Xian.
Its tentacles spread throughout the room, writhing like ghosts.
Suddenly, he threw his head back, one hand covering his face as hundreds of tentacles shot into his eyes simultaneously. In his pupils, there were no longer just one, but dozens of Xiayan's blazing red pupils. The gender swapper, with its tiny feet, ran in panic within that space. Xiayan followed closely, looking back as it chased, causing the gender swapper to fall flat on its face. Xia stopped right in front of it, calling out, "Mom, Mom."
The gender swapper looked up its mouth again, stammering "Da." It couldn't believe it.
But at that moment, in Yuan Jensen's eyes, the gender symbol faded with a whoosh. A red light from the eye wrapped around the gender swapper and shot out of his eye.
One crying, one laughing.
A scene so bizarre it was chilling.
Yuan Jensen covered his face.
A flicker of pain crossing his features on the table in front of him. Xiaoyi cried out loudly, "Mommy, look at this." It showed off its victory, its eyes sparkling, begging for praise.
He looked down at his hand, still in an email form, and frowned unhappily.
It didn't change back immediately, but then he sighed in relief, his voice dropping.
The charm and infection abilities are probably gone now. He turned to Xian and nodded slightly. "Good job. Eat it." Given permission, Xian happily opened its mouth wide and swallowed the gender swapper whole. It struggled to swallow,
looking difficult because they were both similar in size. Finally, after swallowing it down, Shira Yang contentedly rubbed its round full belly.
Suddenly, the necklace on Yuan Jensen's person lit up.
The system announced coldly, "Acquired monster, the gender swapper. Points will be settled in 3 days." Looking at the floating pendant, Yuan Jensen raised an eyebrow slightly and muttered, 3 days. So, everyone who fell under the rule will recover after 3 days. A bit slow, he sighed, thinking to himself. The special vision is blaming the research site again, saying there was a virus leak. Such a clumsy tactic, yet so many people believe it. In the square on the large screen of the shopping center, the news was broadcasting.
John City Research Institute has leaked a virus. The virus is now under control. But many issues remain.
Below in the square, people were chattering.
Can't they research this gender swap medicine a bit faster?
Another voice rang out, half joking, half serious.
If I had that, I'd drink it every day. The person next to him laughed loudly and added, "Honey, if I changed gender, would you be excited?"
The other guy replied immediately, his voice full of excitement.
"Of course, I would."
Yuan Jensen sat pensively in the small room, his eyes scanning the public security disorder statistics sent by the Public Security Bureau. Although the gender-swapped individuals posed no threat to life, their influence was spreading. According to a secret report, the crime rate in Jiang City was soaring daily, nearly overwhelming the Public Security Bureau.
In every corner of the city, complex incidents were constantly occurring. On the streets, suggestive invitations echoed. Hey, handsome for the whole night. Discount. Another guy shouted, are you male or female? Then an argument over the phone. Hello, Mom.
The blind date you introduced last time was a gender-swapped person.
You bastard. You turn into a woman to trick me. Give me back my innocence.
Another voice chimed in full of sarcasm.
Aren't you a woman too, big bro? Spare me. I'm a man who was turned. A girl added her tone teasing.
Hey little sister, can I have your contact info? The guy replied aggressively.
I'm your damn father.
Hey beauty, want to learn a bit about swimming?
Get lost. Yuan Yanni had witnessed all these chaotic scenes.
Although he knew the public security's problem wasn't directly related to him, he just wanted to return to his original state as quickly as possible.
Only when these scumbags returned to normal could he accumulate legend points.
Suddenly, a frantic knocking came from the door.
He glanced over without needing to say anything. He could guess who it was. Silently getting up, he opened the door.
Outside was the viewback, now transformed into a man standing with his head bowed.
He stammered, Chairman, did you call me here? Seeing that he didn't dare to look up, Yuan Jensen sighed and said with resignation, what are you hiding for? It's not like I've never seen it before.
The viewback mumbled, Chairman, I'm not cutting him off. He ordered decisively, no more small talk. The branch chief has instructed that from today you will train with the wild supervisor team.
Follow them, exorcist spirits.
I haven't been pushing you these past few days, and you've gotten lazy again. The supervisor he mentioned was Wimba, a name he rarely remembered clearly, whether male or female.
Tian Viewback could only bow his head and accept the order.
Seeing his lack of seriousness, Yuan Jensen frowned, his presence erupting like a mountain pressing down.
Are you forcing me?
I want you to accumulate spiritual power and reach stage 3 in 3 days. Five Viewback clutched her head and cried out in alarm.
Stage 3.
Yuan Jensen sat pensively on the King of Hell chair in front of him.
The Book of Legends lay open with monster chess pieces shimmering in the dim light.
He thought to himself, this gender swapper bunch has wasted too much of my time. The records never valued them and the legend points logs are insignificant. Yuan Jensen tightly gripped the chaotic Zioite chest piece in his hand. And his sharp gaze sweeping over the Book of Legends, which still had many empty spaces. He thought to himself, it'll be difficult for Shioi to accumulate many legend points this time.
It's time to hunt for new monsters to deal with.
3 days later, in a bedroom flooded with morning light, Yuani refreshingly threw open the window, taking a deep breath of the fresh air.
Finally, back to normal.
He had returned to his true male form. Sitting by the window, he looked out at the radiant Zhang sitting under the early morning sun, a slight smile playing on his lips. Recalling the past 3 days, he remembered the gender swapper being subdued by Little Eye, and Little Eye itself acquiring a new skill. Then Viewback, now calling herself Shadow, had begun training with Wimba in the wilderness. When Ba enthusiastically guided her, teaching Shadow how to distinguish between ghosts and wraiths. Then Vuch burned with determination.
Yes. Ms. Wimba.
Yuan Jensini had high hopes for both of them, hoping Little Eye's new skill would be effective and Shadow would at least reach level 3.
What a cruel boss.
He propped his chin on the windowsill, smiling as he enjoyed the rare moment of peace. But the joy was short-lived as a sudden call interrupted.
He answered, hello.
On the other end, the class president's panicked voice rang out.
Yuan Jensi help, he said deeply.
This is the class president.
What's wrong?
The class president quickly replied, the principal told me to contact you.
Said you should come to the school.
There's a huge crowd gathered here. The wail of police sirens mixed with the buzz of the crowd. The petite class president stood amidst the chaotic police line, reporting something's happened at the school festival. Our class and the one next door were running an escape room together.
Yuan Zhensi frowned and asked, an escape room?
The president hurriedly recounted. Yesterday afternoon, students in charge of the escape room project went in to check the process and rehearsed their acting for the final preparations. But according to witnesses, none of them came out. Opposite the class president was a dark, eerie blue-green gate, like a curtain obscuring everything inside.
Outside in the yard, paper talismans fluttered. A teacher went in too.
For them, and they all disappeared, she added, her voice trembling. Standing by the window, Yuan Zhensi clenched his fist, his gaze turning sharp. He immediately switched into investigation mode, quickly leaving his house and heading straight for the school. Yuan Zhensi listened intently to every word from the class president, his sharp gaze not missing a single detail. The escape room attraction, the centerpiece of the school festival, was organized by 2 classes in 2 large classrooms on the 4th floor of the West Building. This building, originally for the 12th grade students, had been abandoned after the new classroom complex was completed. Now only used for storage or as a spare room from a distance.
The entire building was shrouded in an eerie black and purple hue enveloping the entrance.
Police had cordoned off the area prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering, but a crowd of students still gathered.
Whispering curiously. A police officer's megaphone blared continuously. Please do not stand around. Disperse quickly. Inside the building, thick darkness swallowed the light.
With only a few police officers quietly investigating the scene as he led Yuan Zhensi closer, the class president tremblingly provided more information.
After it happened, the West Building was immediately sealed off. The Public Security Bureau also got involved.
Her voice trailed off, filled with fear.
It's just scary. What on earth happened? Are they missing?
Lifting the barricade tape, Yuan Zhensi stepped in, his face cold and unresponsive. The class president nervously followed, whispering, I heard it's related to some kidnapping group. He glanced at her, a slight smirk on his lips, privately applauding the special division's speed in locking down the news. There's no kidnapping group. He waved his hand dismissively. His voice firm with one call, nearly all the kidnappers in the country are gone. Walking straight into the building containing the escape room, he turned to reassure the class president. Don't worry, the Public Security Bureau is on the case. You should go back first, the class president hesitated, not daring to go further, and called out after him.
Student, Yuan Zhensi?
She stood at a distance, hesitating.
Actually, are you?
He turned back, his eyes questioning.
Yes. But the class president shook her head and quickly said, it's nothing.
You have to be careful.
He nodded slightly. Mm. On either side of the escape room entrance stood the statues in ancient costumes.
Their cheeks painted bright red. The male statue held the sign inscribed with life.
A hero among men.
While the female statue signed death.
A hero among ghosts.
The robes on the statues fluttered in the cold wind.
Yuan Zhensi walked forward feeling as if the 2 statues were watching him with invisible eyes.
Before he could get far, a police officer stopped him, his voice stern.
Yuan Zhensi replied coolly, code name, Ghost.
Instantly, the police officer stepped back, respectfully clearing the way, this way, sir.
He walked up the cobweb-covered stairs, each footstep echoing in the silence.
Before reaching the 4th floor, a clear voice called out, hey, bro.
Been waiting for you.
A girl leaned against the wall, her school uniform disheveled and teased.
Was that girl just now your sweetheart?
Yuan Zhensi ignored her and walked past, his deep voice questioning, who are you? The girl smiled and pointed to her chest, Koden Mana, Special Envoy of the International Special Division. She raised an eyebrow, adding, I'm also a transfer student.
Pointing towards the room sealed with police tape, Yuan Zhensi.
The International Special Division doesn't dare to enter an escape room. With the spiritual pressure of a wraith, that's a bit lame.
Anna fumed with anger and snapped back. Hey, I only came here because I was ordered to.
Tearing the police tape, Yuan Jensi strode forward and turned to her, his voice sharp.
Let's get this straight. Whoever among us eliminates the wraith gets the spoils.
Anna crossed her arms, followed behind, and nodded. Yeah, I had the same idea, she added, her voice firm. Also, I must emphasize, I'm here to investigate the strange movements of God. The moment they set foot in the room, they both felt the space distort as if stepping into a black and white film.
Anna was startled, whispering, "We're trapped."
Her spiritual power was completely locked. Yuan Jensen frowned, checked himself, and found his spiritual power was also gone. Suddenly, the screen on the board flickered and turned on. A fake teacher, bald and wearing glasses, spoke slowly.
"Students, it's almost time for class."
He pointed down at the desks and chairs.
"Please return to your seats." Yuan Jensen and Anna immediately moved and sat down. He mentally calculated. This abnormal spiritual pressure isn't a wraith. It's at least at the level of a minor calamity-level evil spirit. This monster disguised its spiritual pressure, fooling all surveillance. Since I've entered its rule, I'll just break it and absorb it, he thought to himself, his eyes blazing. Like the fires of hell. Sitting up straight, he stared intently at the teacher on the screen. The fake teacher raised both hands and smiled. Next up. Before he could finish, the screen flickered, the image distorted. The teacher's eyes were half closed, his voice breaking up. The Nelp Yuan Jensen smirked, guessing immediately that the teacher wasn't dead. Anna glanced at him and asked urgently. The image of the fake teacher gradually faded, giving way to a line of blazing red text on the screen. Welcome to Impossible Academy. The Q&A round will now begin. Please listen to the question. Yuan Jensen and Anna both frowned, tensing up for what was to come. The screen changed, showing an image of a student lying in a pool of blood on the sports field. Accompanied by the question, Xiaoming died on the sports field. A bloody mess. Why? And it jumped up, shouting angrily. What do you mean why? I didn't kill him. What are you implying? A gloomy voice echoed, only responding with yes, no, or relevant. Hint has been used. 3 minutes remaining to answer. Yuani remained calm, his reasoning sharp. He continuously asked the evil spirit questions, each receiving a yes or no answer. Was Xiaoming killed by someone else? No. Did Xiaoming die by accident? Yes. Did Xiaoming fall to his death? Yes. Did Xiaoming fall to his death by jumping off a building? Yes. Anna glanced at him. Her eyes filled with astonishment. The gloomy voice reminded them. 2 minutes remaining to answer. Yuan Jensen continued. His voice as cold as ice. Was there something behind Xiaoming chasing him? Yes. Was Xiying being chased by a monster? Yes. Anna impatiently raised her hand and shouted. Xiying broke the rules. Was chased by a monster. And fell from the building. The sports field was right below. A moment of silence. Suddenly, a blazing red warning light flared up, illuminating the entire room. The gloomy voice roared in complete answer. Incomplete answer. Receive punishment. Receive punishment. The classroom ceiling cracked, the fracture spreading rapidly like a spider web. Anna's eyes widened as she stared upward. Suddenly, a female student fell straight down from the blazing red hole. Her mouth gaped, her eyes wide with terror. A heavy thud echoed as she hit the floor. Yuan Jensen and Anna quickly moved to the sides to avoid her. But immediately, the female student's body shot up, contorting bizarrely. Invisible strings from the ceiling jerked her violently, controlling her like a puppet of the evil spirit. Its eyes were wide open, its mouth agape, and it lunged at Anna as if to tear her apart. Anna was momentarily stunned, but as quick as lightning, she grabbed the side of a chair and leaped up.
Using the tabletop as a launchpad, she vaulted over the chair, flipping back over the lunging puppet. It looked up, its eyes vacant, and she swung the chair, landing a powerful blow that sent the puppet crashing to the floor with a loud thud. Her eyes blazed like golden fire, and she let out a cold, contemptuous snore. Glancing over at Yuan Jensen, he stood some distance away, his face expressionless, his sharp eyes observing everything from a safe distance, and glared. Her voice sharp.
"What's wrong? Aren't you scared? Aren't you angry? I just killed your classmate."
Yuan was calm, his eyes cold.
"Take another look. The thing you killed wasn't human at all."
Anna looked down, breaking into a sweat when she realized the thing she had impaled with the chair leg was not a student, but a paper effigy. Its large round eyes and a fake pink circles on its cheeks clearly showed it was just a scare.
"A prop from the escape room,"
Yuan Jensen affirmed, his voice calm.
"It's just a paper effigy made by the students."
Anna was speechless, unable to utter a word.
Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, revealing an airy blue-purple mist.
Anna gritted her teeth and huffily walked out, saying coldly, "Let's go check it out."
Yuan Jensen followed.
But as she passed through the door, she didn't step outside, but seemed to pass through a thin membrane into another space. Without hesitation, he followed, a look of surprise in his eyes. In front of them was a medical room filled with medical research equipment with skeletons and naked mannequins lined up everywhere. He observed carefully, seeing no reminders of the two rules, nor did he sense any danger. But the statue on the right suddenly moved. Its face was still, but its pupils glared at him. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and pinched with contorted hands. Yen Jensen leaned back slightly, seemingly nonchalant. But as the statue got closer, he delivered a powerful kick like a sledgehammer straight into its chest. The statue's body cracked and a part of its face broke off, revealing the real person inside. The force of the kick sent the entire broken mass flying into the side of a table. He approached, his gaze sharp. Realizing he's alive, but his bones are almost broken. Getting closer, he grabbed the boy's leg and pulled him out of the debris. Observing closely, he judged. His body parts are starting to fuse with the model.
It hasn't even been 24 hours.
Without a shred of pity, he slapped the boy hard across the face.
"Wake up!"
He slowly opened his eyes, then, as if remembering something terrifying, clutched his head and screamed, "Don't come over here.
Don't kill me. Don't come over here." Yuani squatted down, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "What did you see?"
The boy's face was pale.
He tremblingly lowered his hands and stammered.
"The plague doctor, it's the plague doctor." In another hallway filled with cobwebs, footsteps echoed on an unknown floor. Anna dashed through the hallway, her feet flying with no one behind her. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared. Its nose sharp as a bird's beak, gliding past the corner of the hallway she had just crossed, Anna summoned all her strength, speeding up to increase the distance, looking disheveled, her clothes dirty, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a sign of an injury from an unknown source.
Panting heavily, she cursed, "Behind me!"
The strange thing followed, emitting a dark green light, dragging the scythe of death, its blade scraping against the floor with a terrifying shriek.
Anna suddenly realized this was no ordinary NPC in an architectural monster.
It was lanky, its bony hands gripping the sharp scythe. His face not human, not ghost, but a bird's head with glowing green eyes and a long curved beak that glanced at her. Anna thought to herself, "This is not good." She braced her hands on the window frame and vaulted up, narrowly avoiding a slash from the giant scythe that was sharp enough to cut paper. She gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with determination.
"I can't die here." Somersaulting in the air. Anna was stunned as she looked through the window.
The moon, bright as if it were the 15th of the 8th lunar month, shone down on the head of a giant bird with dazzling neon green eyes. Below the bird's beak, a bandaged face appeared with green eyes and a mouth stretched wide.
Roaring in life, one must be a hero. A hero among men.
In the building, every window frame glowed with a green light revealing shadowy figures and all sorts of bizarre poses. They roared in unison and death. One must be a heroic ghost, a hero among the 7 ghosts. With the sound of shattering glass, the giant bird shot towards the moon, which was now tinted a ghastly green. One of its feathers fell, drifting into a room filled with microscopes and test tubes. In the corner of the room, behind a large cabinet, a sad huddled, clutching her severed arm. Blood pooling around her, panting heavily. She regained some of her strength and wearily scanned her surroundings. This laboratory was filled with horrifying signs with dried bloodstains on the tables, cabinets, doors, and floor. Anna observed the room and realized it was temporarily safe. She gritted her teeth and activated her healing ability on her severed arm. Pain flared up, but the bleeding gradually stopped and the arm slowly grew back. Suddenly, she noticed a sign with the monster's rules hanging on the wall. Laboratory equipment. Students are not allowed to use any equipment without permission from the managing teacher. But the words laboratory equipment were scribbled over. She muttered, "The monster's rules keep reminding me like this. So what? I have a feeling the crossed out words are bad news." Her intuition told her to leave, but when she pushed the door, it didn't budge. "How do I get out?" "Here. Besides, if I go out, I'll run into those mutated things." She was referring to the bird-headed monster she had just narrowly escaped. Turning back, I checked the room again. Her healing energy was still active, but a drop of it accidentally fell. In a panic, she turned her head, crying out internally, "This is bad, a real violation." She quickly looked around, but luckily the drop of energy didn't touch any equipment. She sighed in relief. God bless me. Her arm had completely regenerated. But then she noticed the drop of energy had landed on the edge of the table in the chair. Sweat broke out on her forehead and she muttered, "Let me wipe this damn thing off." Hurriedly using her hand to clean it, she worried, "If I leave anything behind, change the current state, then I'll be like that chipmunk." Suddenly, she remembered the bird-headed monster and screamed in her head. The chipmunk. Seeing it was being mentioned was not happy and yelled, "Nothing can trap me because of this tiny incident." Lost in thought, Anna accidentally brushed her elbow against a cylindrical test tube next to her. When her hand moved away, the tube cracked. She gritted her teeth in panic. "No, I didn't even touch it." She gritted her teeth in frustration and cursed. "What kind of stupid rule is this?" The figure of the plague doctor loomed behind Anna, causing her face to turn pale. Her eyes wide with terror as she felt a chilling, murderous aura. It spoke in a gloomy voice. "A student has touched the equipment without permission. The manager is judged. You are an onion." Anna froze, only daring to slowly turn her head. The bird's skull with its glowing green eyes was right in front of her. Now the laboratory will prepare to use the microscope to observe the epidermal cells of the onion. Suddenly, Anna's body shrank, becoming the size of an onion. A bony hand with long black claws grabbed her tightly, squeezing her like a balloon. Her face, shoulders, and chest bulged painfully under the pressure. The plague doctor stared intently, muttering the command. In its hand, the shape of an onion gradually formed. It declared, "We must slice the onion to make a specimen for observation." A sharp blade cut vertically, and red blood gushed out onto the table. It continued, its voice a monotone. "Then we must make a light incision on the surface of the onion to easily remove the epidermis." The tip of the knife made for cuts, creating a small square. The purple skin was peeled off and dipped into a diluted solution, then placed on a slide. The plague doctor placed the slide under the microscope and said, "Then the slide can be prepared." Looking through the eyepiece, it asked, "Have you all learned?" Through the microscope, besides the purple of the onion, a curly brown hair could be seen on. Wasn't that hair in his? In the medical room, Yuan Jensen sat next to the just rescued male student, his voice sharp. "What else do you know? Speak clearly."
The boy stammered, trembling. I don't want to die. A slap rang out.
Yuan Jensen grabbed his collar and roared, "Calm down." The male student clutched his face, gradually coming to his senses, and looked clearly at the person in front of him, trembling.
You hear, Yuan Jensen? Did you save me? The male student knelt down, grabbing Yuan Jensen's shirt, pleading, "Save Wawa. She's our classmate. Please, I'm begging you." Yuan Jensen narrowed his eyes, quickly processing the information.
His judgment sharp. This monster is violent, kills randomly, but doesn't seem to threaten me. The escape room's malice was much more heavily directed at Anna, towards him. It was just like a scare prop. He recalled the paper puppet in the classroom. Then the statue containing this male student. The medical room seemed safe, but if he hadn't come, the boy would have likely died. Could it be because I absorbed the monster's heart? He thought, his crimson eyes silently observing the desperate male student. He ordered, "Tell me everything from beginning to end. Why you guys came here?" The boy stood up, gesturing wildly as he recounted. "I really don't know anything. We just wanted to make sure there were no mistakes before we started. So, we went into the escape room to check." He paused, then continued. "There were 10 of us in total, but only Wawa and I were together." Recalling the moment he entered the room with Wawa, he said, "But specifically, I really don't know why. I don't remember anything at all, only that she told me to hide in the cabinet in the medical room." He stopped, his voice trembling. "She said she had to go and solve the escape room. In the cabinet full of mannequins." He continued, "The medical room has a rule similar to a monster's rule, saying the medical room is safe. On the cabinet door where he hid, a sign read, Rule 4. The medical room is safe." He recounted, "I don't know how long I waited. I secretly peeked out to look for Wolo. Suddenly, the room door burst open and a brilliant green light shone in from outside. I panicked. The person who came wasn't Wolo, as I had hoped. A plague doctor appeared. It's the green is staring intently at the cabinet door." He stammered, and then before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Jensen cut him off. "Mm. You guys only saw one part of the rule." He held up the rule board, flipped it over, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Yuan Jensen held up the rule board pointing to the front. Rule 4, the medical room is safe. Then he flipped to the back. His voice cold, but the back says, you could only stay inside for 1 hour at most. Remember, the medical room has no managing teacher. He looked at the male student and explained, the time you spent here exceeded 1 hour, so you triggered the rule. Without hesitation, he grabbed the boy's hand. If that's the case, let's go find the Wawa you mentioned. The plague doctor is the managing teacher in the rules. The male student panicked, struggling and shouting, we will die." Yuani let go of his hand, causing him to lose his balance and fall, his bottom hitting the floor hard and bumping into a cabinet. He narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp, "If you're so afraid of dying, why are you still here?" His eyes radiated a cold aura, reminding him, "Do you think it thinks you're already dead and won't come back?" That he was referring to was the plague doctor. The male student bit his lip, trembling as he considered the truth in his words. Suddenly, he jumped up and asked rapidly, "Eugenzi, we've all heard some rumors about you and the Ghost Club. Are you some kind of superpower user? Something like a break-in or a transformation-type incantation fruit or something?" He thought to himself, but didn't dare say at all. Yuan Jensen smirked. "What do you think?" He turned and a crimson spiritual energy flashed at his feet, transforming into a deep red flower. Each petal a vivid eye, he stood in the center of the flower. A thread of spiritual energy extended to wrap around the male student's leg. The boy, terrified, hurriedly ran after him. Boss, I'm coming," he thought to himself. "I have to stick close to him to survive." Opening the door of the medical room, Yuan Jensen suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, "Oh, right.
He waited for the boy to catch up before speaking. The Wawa you mentioned, what does she look like?
The male student's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to the size of a bean, frozen in place.
He never expected the great body Yuan Jensen to be completely clueless about Lolo. The male student looked at Yuan Jensen, his eyes full of doubt, and muttered, "Is he really reliable?" Then he blurted out, "Big boss, how come you don't remember Wolo?" Yuan Jensen stroked his chin, trying to recall his classmate.
Besides vaguely remembering the Wolwa was in charge of paperwork and often carried a notebook, he couldn't picture anything else. The male student sighed and had to describe her.
She's very interested in urban legends.
She submitted her application to your ghost club several times and even attached a self-written based novel.
Yuan Jensen nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Is that so?
The staircase was pitch black with mottled dried bloodstains on the steps and window frames. The space was silent with only the sound of footsteps. The moonlight shone through, casting the shadow of a person with disheveled hair on the staircase floor under Yuan's coat.
The male student trembled, clutching his arm tightly. Where are we going to find Wow? It's so dark here. I'm scared. Yuan Jensen frowned, annoyed. You're asking me? How should I know? He ordered. Let's continue down to the first floor first and see.
Suddenly, his crimson eyes widened as he sensed a murderous aura behind him. He shouted, "Go!" He pulled the male student and dashed down.
The male student looked back and screamed, "It's the plague doctor!" Yuan Jensen turned his head, his sharp eyes confirming it.
The plague doctor leaped forward, its death sight raised high, aiming to strike them both down. The male student was terrified, his eyes wide, screaming, "Look out!" Quick as a flash, Yuan Jensen grabbed him by the waist and jumped down the stairs, dodging the scythe that slashed through the spot where he had just been standing. He silently deduced as expected the target is him, putting the male student down. He looked at the plague doctor's bare feet. A curious glint in his cold red eyes.
"I can't help but complain about one thing."
The plague doctor set up as the managing teacher.
"Was that your escape room plan?"
The male student being dragged along while running pained, his words broken. "No, it wasn't.
We didn't have enough budget for that." Yuan Jensen nodded. "Mum. I guess you have some brains after all." He continued, "Unlike some monsters, the plague doctor is a disease doctor from the Black Death.
Later considered a representative of death, but patching unrelated things together is too obvious.
It actually reduces the sense of immersion."
Darkness enveloped them and the sound of the side scraping on the floor shrieked menacingly.
The male student panicked, his voice trembling, Who are you talking to?"
Yuan Jensen stopped in the middle of the staircase and replied nonchalantly, "The managing teacher, of course, slower than a turtle, doesn't speed up when attacking.
And doesn't provide any more clues."
He turned completely, his sharp gaze confronting the plague doctor hovering at the top of the stairs, and continued.
Timely feedback for the biology lesson. The male student hid behind him, stammering, "What? What are you going to do?"
Unable to bear the constant running, Yuan Jensen decided, leading it on a chase is pointless and delays us from finding our person. He raised his hand, took off his jacket, and threw it back to the male student.
"Try to kill it." The male student hurriedly caught the jacket, shouting, Don't even think about it." But Yuan Jensen had already given the task. "You catch it with both hands." The male student cried out, as if to ask what the boss was planning to do.
Suddenly, Yuan Jensen leaped, his entire body blazing with a crimson light. He shot straight up to the top of the plague doctor's head and shouted, "Let it catch!"
Landing on its shoulder. He wrapped his legs tightly around it, one arm around its jaw, the other choking its neck. At the bottom of the stairs, the male student, clutching the jacket and trembling, watched Yuan Jensen ride on the plague doctor's shoulder, trying to break its neck.
Seeing that the move wasn't working, he changed tactics. Holding its neck with one hand, he hooked his other hand straight into its eye. The plague doctor let out a piercing bird-like shriek and transformed into a mass of octopus tentacles, wrapping tightly around his arms and legs.
Yuan Jensen was surprised but unfazed, even muttering, "Not bad."
The tentacles spread, covering almost his entire body. The male student crouched down, terrified as he watched him being swallowed, with only his hand and foot still visible.
But then, the plague doctor's arm swelled abnormally, a faint red light glowing from within.
Suddenly, countless red spheres appeared under its skin, all over its body.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, the plague doctor's body disintegrated into fragments like a firecracker. The birdbeak mask and its green eyes flew off, rolling on the floor. From the puddle of green slime, a pair of legs stepped out cold and steady. Yuan Jensen, completely drenched in the green slime, placed a hand on his chest, his gaze thoughtful. In front of him, the pile of green slime bubbled and gradually reformed into the shape of the plague doctor as before. He muttered, "Can't kill it." A flash of light and he vanished from his spot, grabbing the male student and pulling him into a desperate run. Behind them, the plague doctor turned its head, its green eyes glaring after them. At a turn, he pulled the boy into a room and slammed the door shut. Turning back, he found a figure lying on the opposite table. 2 streaks of blood trailing down to the floor. The plague doctor stood beside it, holding a knife, and glanced at them both. The male student whispered, "What? What is it dissecting?" He squinted, wondering, "Is that a person?" Yuan Jensen snapped, "Shut up. It's the target. Don't make a sound." He recognized the person on the table as Anna and thought to himself, "Is she really dead?" Suddenly, the pendant on his necklace glowed. Notification: Unlock Rule 3. When the managing teacher is in class, discipline must be supervised. After class, the safety of the students must be ensured. Standing in the middle of the room, Yuan Jensen was briefly confused. In class or after class? It's probably in class and it triggered some in-class mechanism, so she was forced to be killed. But after class, these things must ensure our safety, he muttered. A bit ridiculous. After analyzing the rule, he assessed the room and decided he had to get out first. Go to the broadcasting room and try using the bell. He pointed at the table and ordered you lie on it. The male student panicked and backed away. Looking at the plague doctor choosing its dissection tools, he advised it starting to pick its props, preparing to dissect you. Seeing him hesitate, he patted his head, leaned in close, and threatened. "Anyway, it's not after me." The male student trembled, utterly terrified. Suddenly, the black screen in the room lit up, the sound of machinery starting. A line of red text appeared, providing a new clue to break the rule. The screen displayed a blazing red line of text. There is no way to leave the laboratory. Get the clue. Dig up Wei in classroom 304. After leaving the laboratory, then go to room 3004 to find her. After the next school bell rings, good luck. Yuani looked at the male student and explained, "If you lie on it, you won't be immediately hunted down because the microscope experiment requires a procedure." He emphasized reassuringly, "I can use the microscope to buy time and get you out." Sweat beaded on his forehead. The male student bit his lip, still hesitating. Seeing him not moving, Yuan Yani was about to make another suggestion. But before he could speak, the boy leaped onto the table, lay straight, his arms stiff just like Ha beside him, and hurriedly asked, "Then what? What do I do next?" Yuan Jensi moved, jumping onto the corner of the table right in front of the plague doctor, resting his arm on his knee, propping up his chin and said nonchalantly, "Hey teacher, you seem a bit busy. Need me to help you?" That jump had allowed him to test his spiritual power, which had been depleted during the fight on the stairs, but had now recovered a little. He calculated internally. "Luckily, I have just enough spiritual power." The plague doctor scrutinized him, then raised its long black claws and pointed at the blood-stained knives. Yuan Jensen feigned surprise. "Oh, you mean you want me to go observe the specimen?" Holding the blood-soaked knife. He deliberately tried to stall for time, but there's blood on the knife. It will contaminate the specimen preparation. The male student on the table bit his lip, trembling, imagining being cut into pieces. The plague doctor pointed to the sink. He said thanks and slowly turned on the tab. A stream of blackish water gushed out. The male student glanced at him, his eyes filled with panic as if asking what he was planning to do. Suddenly, he looked up at the microscope and discovered a bright red eye in the lens staring at him. He screamed, Yuan Jensen. There's one here, utterly terrified. He almost fainted. Yuan Jensen, having just washed the knife, placed it on the microscope table and whispered, "Spray it at the red eye." Brown tentacles extended from the microscope about to touch his face. Yuan Jensen whispered, "Don't move." Despite his extreme fear, the male student tried to hold back his cries, but his body still trembled uncontrollably. The tentacles from the red eye on the microscope wrapped tightly around his head and body, gradually tightening. Yuan Jensen gently raised his hand, touched the microscope, and a blazing red spiritual energy enveloped the entire device. A moment later, the male student and Anna beside him shrank, while he, surrounded by a blazing red aura, kept his hand on the microscope. The red eye was actually Shura Yen, now floating above the table, tightly coiling around the small, struggling male student. Suddenly, the room lit up with a green light, then returned to its original state. Only Yuan Jensen stood there, his gaze sharp. On the blackboard, a new notification appeared. Rule 7, the laboratory equipment is dangerous. Students are not allowed to use any equipment without permission from the managing teacher. The laboratory had returned to its original appearance. Yuan Jensen nodded, confirming his deduction not wrong and violated Rule 7. But the way to solve the laboratory contradicts this rule. Looking at the microscope covered in a green light, he thought to himself, I use Shia's ability on the microscope. Yet the monster didn't target me, nor did it pull me into its rule. He glanced at Xia Yan's side where the male student was propped up on his hands looking out. He muttered, so annoying. Is this guy crazy? The plague doctor still stood behind staring at him. Yuan Jensen continued to act, his voice nonchalant. Teacher, the microscope is a bit dirty. He moved aside, making way for the plague doctor to come and inspect it. Holding the microscope, he calculated internally, I can't kill it by fighting directly. It's a waste of time. So, I'll just quickly grab the microscope. Yuan Jensen dashed out, shouting as he ran, I'll take this first. The plague doctor stood there like a statue, only managing to grab an empty air. Into steps, he leaped out of the laboratory. The hallway behind him distorted in a ghastly green light. He deduced space distortion. The school speaker turned on, a red light flashing, and a shrill bell rang. Where the laboratory used to be, a black hole sucked the microscope from his hands, he exclaimed. A hallucination, or because broke the rule. The space was discarded. The laboratory door gradually returned to its original state. On the blackboard, a notice appeared. Congratulations on escaping the laboratory. You have broken the following rules. Rule 1, managing teachers and students must abide by school regulations. Rule 2, students are not allowed to skip class. Silence must be maintained in the classroom. Rule 3, when the managing teacher is in class, discipline must be supervised. After class, students' safety must be ensured. Rule 4, the medical room is safe with a maximum stay of 1 hour. Remember, the medical room has no managing teacher. Rule 5, no running or making noise in the hallways. Rule 7, laboratory equipment is dangerous. Students are not allowed to use it without permission from the managing teacher. Yuan Jensen frowned, silently amazed, broke 6 rules. So generous. At this moment, Shura Yan dropped the male student, who fell to the floor with a thud. A while later, on the 3rd floor of the school building, the two walked along the hallway, peeking into each classroom. The male student clutched his hand tightly, trembling. Yuan Jensen analyzed, in this place, what's the difference between in class and after class? The bell just now probably marked the end of class, a time for free move.
But we still haven't seen anyone.
Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Jensen and the male student arrived in front of classroom 3004. The male student shivered slightly, his voice stammering.
I don't know either. I was always hiding in the cabinet, watching from the door.
Yuan Jensen was startled, his gaze sweeping over the scene inside the classroom. Students were scattered around, each at a desk in various postures, some sitting perfectly still like statues. Some with their heads down, fast asleep, others slumped motionless on their desks. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a girl hunched over a familiar notebook. The male student suddenly shouted, his voice full of excitement.
Is this a wawa? Is everyone here?
But as the girl looked up, the face revealed was not Luo's. A shattered face with green eyes glowing with an eerie light and a set of perfectly even, sharp teeth appeared. Yuan Jensen immediately put his hand up to stop the male student, pulling him back, his voice low and cold.
That's not Dao Wawa.
Before he could finish, a brilliant pink monster emerged from behind the girl.
Its body twisted and grotesque.
The male student screamed in panic.
A ghost. Yuan Jensen narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized it as a wraith.
He was astonished, thinking,
there's a wraith inside a monster.
Before he could compose himself, the monster suddenly brandished its sharp claws, its jaw wide open, and lunged at the two of them with lightning speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Jensen delivered a powerful kick to its head, his spiritual power exploding. At the same time, he activated the physical super salvation skill.
The monster's head flew straight into the blackboard and vanished into thin air.
At the same time, a distorted voice came from
crackling speaker.
Yeah, it seems Du isn't in room 304.
Next, it's class time.
She probably went to the restroom.
Should we go check with that? A new line of text appeared on the blackboard as cold as ice. Rule 8.
There are no mirrors in the restroom.
If you see a mirror, leave immediately.
Rule 9. The broadcasting room will not broadcast anything other than the start and end of class bells. If you hear anything else, go to the broadcasting room immediately and turn it off. Yuan Jensen glanced at the male student, his gaze firm, and decided to head towards the restroom.
But the male student clutched his head, shaking it violently, refusing.
His face was now pale, his eyes wide and spiraling as if hypnotized. With snot and drool running down his face, he whispered weakly, his voice trembling.
I don't want to.
The room they were in suddenly grew cold all around.
Paper effigies lay scattered across the floor.
On his ceiling beam, a figure dangled, swaying from the ceiling fan, a hanged person covered in bloodstains. The male student struggled to speak, his voice lost.
Lowa told us to run.
In the restroom, the mirror in the middle of the room was oozing a grotesque green liquid. The liquid overflowed from the top of the mirror, ran down into the sink, and then spread across the floor, forming a sticky puddle. Heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. A dark shadow cast on the wall, getting closer.
Right in front of the sign for the women's restroom, blurry figures flickered. It was unclear if they were human or demon.
A girl in a blazing red dress and bright red shoes, her hands hanging limply, dragged her heavy steps towards the last stall. From inside the stall, a faint light shone out, illuminating a figure standing against the wall, breathing rapidly and shallowly. Outside, the dark shadows were cast on floor. Distorted and elongated, Anna hid in a bathroom stall, panting heavily, her eyes peeking through the crack in the door. A pair of red shoes appeared under the gap, as cold as blood. She looked up, her heart pounding. On top of the stall, two grotesque heads on a long, slender neck, growing from a single body, were looking down at her. They grinned sinisterly, their sharp teeth glinting with a demonic light, and let out a grotesque cry. Inside the stall, his injured arm was gradually recovering. A faint light enveloped him, healing at about 80%. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. The two-headed monster continued its sinister laughter, completely unaware of her intentions. Suddenly, in a burst, she shot out like an arrow, crashing straight through the door. The powerful impact sent the monster flying, its two heads wobbling and slamming against the wall until they were misshapen. She roared, her voice full of indignation, "A wraith dares to walk all over me." Anna's foot stomped hard on the monster's body, her hands gripping its two heads. She forcefully smashed them together repeatedly, each punch and kick landing with a loud thud like a fierce boxing match. On the tiled wall, cracks appeared, imprinting the two distorted faces of the monster. As she beat it, she laughed triumphantly, venting all her frustration. One of her eyes slowly turned red, and her fingers transformed into octopus tentacles, slithering into the eyes, nose, and mouth of the two heads. She smirked, pulling them closer, her voice cold. "You are truly a gift from God, baby." The monster's spiritual power was sucked out, forming a blazing golden vortex that swirled into Anna's palm. The monster's body disintegrated, leaving only a tie to fall limply to the floor. She tilted her head back, letting out a deep breath, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Yuan Jensen, carrying the male classmate on his shoulder, walked in. Seeing Anna readying her tie, he smirked slightly, his voice a warm, deep tone. "Hey, long time no see." Yuan Jensen observed silently, his gaze sharp. Anna's regeneration ability is almost on par with resurrection, and she can absorb a wraith's spiritual power to enhance her own strength. He thought to himself, this international special division is quite interesting. If they are all at this level, they are worth observing. Anna flashed a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. A gift delivered right to my door. It would be a waste not to take it. She said this while adjusting the black tie on her collar, her movements relaxed and confident. Then she nodded, her voice full of satisfaction. As expected, black suits my aura better." Hearing her self-satisfied tone, Yuan Jensen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, bullies the weak, fears the strong, a typical Western stereotype. Seeing that his business here was done, he said in a calm voice, "Let's go." "Keep up." Anna hurriedly followed, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. She spoke up excitedly. "What rules did you get?" "We need to exchange information now without waiting for his reply." She continued confidently, "I got rules 7 and 8. Rule 7, the equipment in the laboratory is dangerous. Students are not allowed to use any equipment without the supervising teacher's permission." Behind her, the mirrors in the bathroom slowly vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. Nguyen Chundel watched, a flash of surprise in his eyes, thinking, "Just as I thought, the mirrors are gone." He turned to Anna and said leisurely, "I got rules 7 and 8, same as you, as well as 1 through 5. And Anna cut him off, her eyes filled with doubt. "What? You've been to the bathroom and there are that many rules?" Pointing to the male student on his shoulder, Nguyen Shan replied calmly, "I haven't. The broadcast announcement told me to come here." This guy heard the broadcast and had a mental breakdown. He repeated in a low voice. "Rule 8, there are no mirrors in the bathroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately." Rule 9, the broadcast room, apart from the bells for the start and end of class, will not broadcast anything else. If you hear anything else, go to the broadcast room immediately and turn it off. Anna glanced at the male student with a look of contempt, her lips curling into a sneer. Just a useless mortal. If he dies, so be it. Are you Mother Mary or something? Nguyen Shandanda simply looked at her, a flicker of sadness in his eyes, but didn't respond. Suddenly, the broadcast crackled to life again. Next up is the mid-session exercise time. A cheerful melody began to play. Students up and down. Your smile is beautiful like a spring flower. At the same time, all the classroom doors burst open, and a swarm of paper students poured out like a broken beehive, swaying in the hallway and clinging to the walls. Paying no mind to the 3 people standing in their way. They flooded the schoolyard below, accompanied by strange distorted sounds. Sometimes like laughter, sometimes like chatter. Nguyen glanced down, his eyes sharp and cold. A paper student class president beckoned to the male student on his shoulder with a distorted voice. Next, Nu Yanshan tightened his grip on the student and used his other hand to stop Anna, who was about to make a move. He replied calmly, "Paper student, he's fainted. I'm taking him to the infirmary. I'll be right back." Watching the paper student run off. And I put a hand to her chin, her voice thoughtful. "No, it's not that simple. This mid-session exercise, I feel like the spiritual pressure is even more dangerous than the laboratory." Nu Yanshan set the student down against the wall, his gaze still fixed on the schoolyard. He replied coldly, "You're only just realizing that now." Under the blood-red sun, the paper students had gathered in full force. The eerie song continued to play. All the troubles, all the sorrows all fly away. Nu Yanshan spoke softly, reminding Anna in a low voice. "It's starting. Pay attention." From the main hall of the building, a group of figures silently carried an unmoving shape. Slowly descending the steps, a strange green spiritual energy radiated from them, swirling like an eerie mist. Suddenly, the broadcast announced in a monotone voice, "The flag-raising ceremony will now begin. Play the music." Only then did Anna realize what the group was doing. She gasped in horror. "That's a corpse." Carried by 4 figures with bird beak masks, a female student's motionless body was brought out. Looking down from above, she trembled, her heart tightening. "Oh my God, good thing I escaped. Otherwise, would I have been publicly executed like this?" Muan Shan replied calmly, his eyes sharp. "An execution. Or you could call it killing the chicken to scare the monkeys." He observed silently, his mind racing. Someone's already dead. No matter who it is, they're being used to mentally poison the remaining students. The anomaly's sick preference is to torture them slowly. Both of them, along with another male student, were trapped in a cold iron cage surrounded by a swirling green aura like ghostly shadows. Behind them, the male student began to wake up, shaking his head groggily. Down in the courtyard at the flagpole, the flag rope had been replaced with a noose. One of the beak-masked figures placed it around the neck of the female student they had just carried out. The broadcast voice rang out again. "As cold as the wind, the river is cold. The warrior leaves, never to return." As soon as the words were spoken, the female student was hoisted high into the air. The beak-masked figures at the base of the flagpole looked up with soulless eyes. The male student behind Nu Yanshan and Anna suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah!" The cry startled both of them. Yanshan quickly covered the boy's panicked eyes while Anna gritted her teeth, muttering in frustration, "This deadweight, why did he have to wake up now?" The female student was now hanging level with the sun. She turned her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, but still managed a bright smile. The broadcast continued in a monotone, curse-like voice. "Jinx. Jinx, jinx, jink." The moment the words ended, her head was severed. A necklace with a blood-stained gold pendant fell to the ground, glinting in the sunlight. Suddenly, the male student violently pushed Nanshan his hand away. His tear-filled eyes peering through the gap. His face was pale and drained of color. He screamed, "Wah-wah!" Then he charged forward, tears streaming down his face. In an instant, he plummeted to the ground. The crowd below chanted in unison, "Look at the person falling from the building." Anna looked down, her voice trembling. "He's dead." Nu Yanshan shook his head, his expression thoughtful. "It's hard to say." Anna exclaimed in shock. "What?" Nu Yanshan slowly raised his hand in the center of his palm. A strange eye opened, shimmering with a cold light. "I don't sense the presence of any living thing. Actually, what I mean is there have never been any living things here?" Anna was stunned. Unable to see the eye, she muttered in confusion. "Wait a minute. You mean everything or all corpses, including the student who was with you?" Nu Yanshan focused his power, his sharp gaze piercing every corner of the eerily silent school. The suffocating silence was palpable, and he shook her head, her voice full of doubt.
That can't be right. I don't feel their anomalous presence. Nguyen Shan smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. Looks like we've been played.
He calmly declared, his voice low but firm.
It's an illusion. No need to go down there. Let's go to the broadcast room.
In the broadcast room, a dry announcement played from the speaker.
The mid-session exercise time has ended. Please return to your classrooms in an orderly fashion.
A cheerful melody rang out, as clear as blooming spring flowers.
Nguyen Shan and Anna pushed the door open, the music still lingering in the air like an enchanting invitation. Nguyen Shandel walked over to the control panel.
Without hesitation, he slammed his hand down on the equipment, shattering its hard casing. He gripped the power cord and ripped it out, muttering in annoyance. This escape room of yours is all jump scares and no puzzles.
Puzzles are the essence of a thrilling experience.
Suddenly, the computer screen next to him lit up, displaying a line of bright red text.
Death game.
Nguyen Shandel narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself.
Death game bomb disposal.
Oh, so if I fail to defuse the bomb, I'll die. He let out a soft HMP, his eyes turning cold as he realized the timer on the screen was counting down from 199. If he didn't complete the task in time, death would be the inevitable outcome.
Anna burst out laughing, her voice tinged with amusement. Oh well, it looks like this is your mission then. I'm going now to find other clues. Good luck. Don't die. Brother. Suddenly, the profile picture on the screen switched from Wanchana to Anna.
Her eyes widened in surprise.
No way. Wait, how can the profile picture change to me?
She immediately changed her tune, declaring firmly, I can't entrust my fate to you.
I want to do it myself. Nguyen Chan raised an eyebrow, his voice teasing. Weren't you just about to go for a stroll?
Before she could react, he activated his power, his eyes flashing with a cold light.
He scanned the entire room and pinpointed the bomb's location.
With a few decisive clicks, the computer screen lit up with dazzling text.
Congratulations, you have passed. Breaking the record by completing it in 20 seconds. Anna's jaw dropped in astonishment. Huh? The computer continued with its dry electronic voice.
Reward received.
Storage room key. A drawer below popped open, revealing a glittering key. Nguyen Shan picked it up. His gaze thoughtful.
The storage room.
I have a feeling there's something important in there. Anna frowned, looking around the broadcast room suspiciously. The top floor. Huh? Nguyen surveyed the room.
A sense of unease growing.
He said to Anna in a low voice. Let's go to the storage room. No matter what methods the anomalies use, they always use rules to push people to their deaths.
But the behavior of these anomalies, it seems to contradict the rules. The two cautiously moved forward, but a mysterious figure blocked their path. Wearing a pitch-black crow mask and tightly gripping a sharp scythe, Nguyen Shan narrowed his eyes, muttering suspiciously.
Could this be Devour?
Just in time, he raised his hand, the strange eye in his palm glowing. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, slicing the figure before him in two.
The mask shattered, revealing the true face of Devour. Anna was stunned, exclaiming, What the? Could she be the one?
She activated her power, her hands transforming into sharp man's blades, her eyes flashing with determination.
You must have realized it. This one is the core of the Impossible Academy. If we kill her, we can weaken this anomaly's power and then escape. Nguyen Shandanda shook his head.
His voice calm but firm.
We can't kill her. Anna was surprised, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Why not?
He explained, his eyes sharp but cautious.
Her subconscious is fighting against the anomalous entity.
If we kill her, it will only make the situation worse.
Anna frowned, her voice full of doubt. Are you sure? Then what do you plan to do?
Just then, Devour roared, swinging the scythe in her hand and charging straight at them.
Nguyen Shandanda quickly ordered, "You hold her off. I'm going to the storage room." Anna's eyes widened as she exclaimed in frustration. Why me?
Nguyen Shana smirked, his voice teasing because her primary target isn't me. Anna gritted her teeth and hissed a curse.
Without wasting any more time, Nguyen Shana turned and left, leaving Anna to face Dawawa.
He glanced back and said nonchalantly, "I'm sure your abilities have recovered quite a bit. Let me see the true power of the International Special Division." Anna shouted, her voice a mix of anger and defiance.
Hey, Nguyen Shanu, what's with the taunts? See you at the storage room. Don't die.
She raised her arms defensively, muttering a curse. You little brat, you just wait. Dawa suddenly opened her mouth, spitting out white spiderweb like silk in a relentless assault. On the top floor, in front of the storage room door, a terrifying, dark, and cold aura emanated. Nguyen Shan gripped the doorknob, his eyes sharp. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. His eyes widened in shock.
This door, why is it identical to the one at the human body hospital?
Before him was an endless, dark corridor filled with an unsettling presence.
Just then, it caught up, panting and calling out, "Hey, where are you? What's in the storage room after all?"
She suddenly stopped, exclaiming in horror, "Oh, God, I'm not going in there. I'd rather fight in the storage room 10 more times." Nguyen Chan glanced at her with a hint of amusement, then continued walking. He approached a larger gate. When he opened it, a giant skeleton was revealed inside, structured similarly to a human skeleton, but massive and deformed. He muttered thoughtfully, "The Impossible Academy, so it's a fragment of an anomaly, just like the human body hospital." He reached his hand forward, his eyes flashing with a cold light.
That Dewawa, what's really going on with her?
Nguyen Shandanda activated his power, his entire body glowing with
brilliant white light.
His clothes and hair turned platinum, exuding a dangerous aura. The explosive burst of power was so intense that he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his shirt.
The book in front of him vibrated, displaying bright red text and Possible Academy.
Catastrophe-level origin formed an architectural type anomaly by temporarily borrowing the escape room of Jiang City's Noto Academy and the notebook of student Dao lost anomaly fragment the lungs-dependent and enhanced attire.
Level, expanding the anomaly's range.
Specifically, it utilized the student's notebook, merging with school rules to form the unique anomalous rules of the tyrant-level Impossible Academy.
The book glowed.
Continuing the list, Impossible Academy Rules Architectural Type Anomaly.
Tyrant Level Rule 1. Supervising teachers and students must comply with school regulations. Rule 2. Students must not skip class. Remain silent in the classroom. Rule 3. While the supervising teacher is teaching, discipline must be enforced. After class, the safety of the students must be ensured. Rule 4. The infirmary is a safe place, but you can only stay for a maximum of 1 hour at a time. Remember, there is no supervising teacher in the infirmary.
Rule 5. Do not run or make noise in the hallways.
Rule 6. After school, students are not allowed to remain in the classroom. Rule 7. The equipment in the laboratory is dangerous. Students are not allowed to use any equipment without the supervising teacher's permission.
Rule 8. There are no mirrors in the bathroom.
If you see a mirror, leave immediately.
Rule 9. The broadcast room, apart from the bells for the start and end of class, will not broadcast anything. Rule 10. When in danger, you can hide in the office, but you must be polite to the teacher. Rule 11. Find the school gate key to leave the school. Nguyen Shan narrowed his eyes, the light from the book illuminating his blood-stained face. He muttered thoughtfully.
So that's how it is.
That's why I felt such a strong sense of contradiction.
The anomaly's rules depend on Dao Wolu's thoughts. Her willpower has a certain influence on the anomaly and can even resist it. Just then, the book vibrated again, displaying new text.
Your body is compatible with the lung anomaly fragment.
However, you already have lungs in your body. Replace. Nu Y pondered,
His sharp gaze sweeping over the book. As expected, since I've absorbed the anomaly's heart, my body is now also compatible with these anomaly lungs, but it's not life-threatening. He smirked with a hint of confidence.
Even so, unless absolutely necessary.
What's originally mine is always better, he declared decisively.
Do not absorb.
Then his voice lowered, laced with a bit of cunning.
But I want to use classmate Shia's pocket dimension to absorb it. The book vibrated, displaying glowing text. Absorption successful. Absorbing the Impossible Academy.
Reward the preacher.
Legend points 2880. Breaking to million. Benevolence. Malice. Point 7689. Breaking 70. Okay.
Spiritual power value 500, lifespan 100 days. Nguyen Shan muttered, his eyes glowing.
2 million legend points is enough to create the next anomaly. But first, I'll create the illusory fandom.
He picked up the school gate key from the storage room, his fingers tightening, creating a faint anomalous aura. The escape has yet to be absorbed. He whispered, his voice full of calculation.
Anna ran over, panicked, and anxiously asked, "What's the situation? Is it resolved?"
Nguyen Shandanda glanced at her, his voice calmed, but tinged with regret.
It's just a pity.
There were the rules that weren't unlocked, so it couldn't be fully absorbed. He inserted the key and opened the gate with a decisive movement and a frown, her voice urgent.
What? It escaped. What about the number of casualties? Nguyen Shandanda shook his head, his gaze thoughtful. It's unclear. We'll investigate the specifics after we get out. He pushed open the gate and walked out without looking back.
Anna hesitated, a look of doubt on her face. She quickly ran after him, her voice accusatory. You're very strange.
I'm going to report this anomaly to the International Special Division.
A day later, the escape room returned to normal. All the students and one teacher were found. Under the pretext of mass gas poisoning, they were taken to the hospital for treatment with the assistance of the Special Division.
Related news was suppressed and treated as a normal incident. This was also the only Tyrant-level anomaly event with 0 fatalities. The greatest credit went to Dewolo.
Although she remained in a hospital bed with a serious head injury, it wasn't until 3 days later that she regained consciousness. However, there were still some minor details that required her clarification.
At the hospital, Anna looked at Nguyen Shantu with suspicion. Think back.
I find it very strange.
Nan Shanu, are you hiding something?
Nguyen Shanu suddenly cornered her against the door, slamming his hand down with a loud bang.
He growled, his eyes sharp and cold. I'll say this one last time. Even if I am hiding something, I have the right not to tell you. If you want to go tell the International Special Division something, be my guest. No matter what you suspect, I've now seen what your organization is like.
He paused, his voice lowering with a hint of sarcasm.
If I hadn't arrived at the lab in time, would you have even had the chance to escape, to be revived? Anna was stunned, stammering, you actually.
Nguyen Shanu ignored her and strode towards Dao Wolu's hospital room.
He said coldly, all right, you can move aside now.
A nurse recognized him, a look of surprise in her eyes.
Director, I think that's the man who tore up the surgical gown last time.
The hospital director standing nearby muttered in annoyance but pretended not to notice.
HMPH, just pretend you don't see him. The hospital doesn't have many surgical gowns left.
Nguyen Shan entered the hospital room and closed the door, leaving Anna standing bewildered in the hallway.
Dao Wowo was lying on the hospital bed. spoke softly, her voice weak.
Hello, Nguyen Shan, who observed her thoughtfully. He thought to himself because she resisted the anomaly. She suffered a lot, leading to brain damage and amnesia.
She doesn't remember anything that happened at the Impossible Academy.
Even so, for an ordinary student like her, it's truly admirable.
Devour put on her glasses and looked at him for a moment.
Then her eyes widened.
Wait, you? You're Nguyen Shan?
He nodded, his voice calm.
Yes, that's me. I'm also the person in charge from the Public Security Department. He paused for a moment, then asked, Hey, can I see your notebook?
Devour nodded and replied immediately.
No problem. Please have a look.
She hesitated, then continued, can I ask a question? Nguyen Shan took the notebook, flipping through the pages, his voice calm.
HM. You can ask.
She frowned, her expression puzzled.
I feel like it's strange. What exactly happened in the escape room? Did we really get poisoned by gas?
Nguyen Shandanda continued flipping through the notebook, but all the pages were blank.
Devour looked at him, her voice even more bewildered.
Why is it my notebook was clearly filled with my ideas?
Why is there nothing in it now? She fell silent, quietly looking at a photograph.
Then she shook her head.
I don't know him. Our club really doesn't have this person. He's not in our class either. Nguyen Shannon, not answering immediately. He muttered doubtfully. No name. Who is he exactly? Or does this person not exist at all? Was he created from thin air by Devour Luo's consciousness?
Devour suddenly clutched her head, groaning softly.
My head hurts so much. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Where was it? I need to think. Nguyen Chan looked at her, his expression softening, and said reassuringly, It's okay. No rush. I'm not here to interrogate you.
Devour raised her hand, her voice trembling. That portrait, can I have a look?
Nguyen Shan silently handed her the picture.
Devour stared intently, her eyes fixed on every detail. Her body trembled slightly as she muttered, trying to jog her memory.
Where have I seen this? Where have I seen this? Whom? Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had an epiphany.
I remember, this is an illustration from a popular detective magazine. I used it as a reference for the escape room. So, I pasted it in my notebook. Hearing this, Nan Shan's eyes flashed with understanding and he muttered, So, that's how it is. So, it was a fake student created by the anomaly, originally a tool to lure players into a trap. Like Ba, everyone was brainwashed into thinking he was their friend. But because it originated from Dao Wu's hand, it instead became a guide-type NPC. He looked at her, his eyes deep and inscrutable. No wonder this character always felt out of place. He called out softly.
Devour.
She looked up dazed.
Ha?
Suddenly, Nan Shana tightened his grip on her neck, raising his other hand so that the strange eye in his palm was directly in front of her face. His voice was cold yet carried an oppressive force.
Devour. Forget everything we just talked about. You and your classmates were poisoned by gas from the escape room you were building and were taken to the hospital for treatment.
Before entering the escape room, you bought a new notebook to record materials.
It's normal for it to be empty. You've just woken up and have never met. Nguyen Shanu around Al Wulwa.
A series of eyes appeared, floating and staring intently at her. Their cold lights seeming to pierce her mind. She froze, her eyes vacant. When it was all over, Nguyen Shan left, leaving Dua sitting dazed on the hospital bed. A moment later, she returned to normal, but a look of bewilderment was clear on her face.
She muttered, Huh? Why am I here?
At the special committee headquarters, Fong Kai was speaking with Director Kong Bin. She asked, her voice full of doubt. You're saying that the international special operative who was on the mission with Ghost has filed a complaint with the International Special Division wanting to investigate Muan Shanu? Kongbin nodded, his voice calm. Yes, but they came to me first to understand the situation. He paused for a moment, then continued. Fortunately, after they learned about Ghost's abilities, they postponed the investigation. At this moment, some information about Nu Yanu appeared.
Named Nguyen Xiano, height 183 cm, age 19.
Gender, male, alias, Ghost.
Kongbin spoke with absolute confidence.
As long as they have half a brain, they'll know that the special division needs talent like this. He handed Tang Kai an authorization card. His eyes sharp. Then Kai took the card, exclaiming softly, "This is your authorization card." Kongbin nodded, his voice steady. The Special Division hopes he will continue to track the whereabouts of the Impossible Academy. Although there were no casualties this time, we have a precedent. We can't just let it escape and evolve. He paused, a faint smile on his face. It's just that someone like him won't easily follow orders from above. Then Kai sighed, her voice full of resignation. That's just how it is. The two of us thought we had found a useful talent. But who knew we'd end up with a notorious ancestor? Moody and unpredictable. She shook her head and continued. A bunch of people came out of nowhere wanting to get to know him but were afraid of angering him. One person asked, "Excuse me, are you Lord Ghost girlfriend?" I replied, we're just friends." Another begged, "Please, I want to meet Lord Ghost." Some even asked, "Do you have Lord Ghost contact information?" Our organization sincerely invites Lord Ghost to join. They just kept coming to me one after another. Then Kai sighed in frustration. Forget it. I'll hand this matter over to Ghost. But that Anagoro Kongbin interrupted, his voice calm. Well, we have to find some excuses, right? He let out a soft HMP in hand file though, right? There's a newcomer in the organization recently, a socialite with spiritual power that has reached level 3. I heard her wishes to not join the special division and not to go to the front line. Then Kai glanced at the file, humming softly. Isn't this the little girl who was with Ghost? She read on, name, T. Viewback. Height 165 cm, age 19, 11th grade student. Gender female. Spiritual power level 3. Self-introduction. I want to live a good life. She raised an eyebrow. Impressed. Wasn't her spiritual power almost 0? And yet, she's already reached level 3. A day later, somewhere else, Nguyen was walking up a flight of stairs with the viewback by his side. The Academy Festival was reorganized at the students' request, but all dangerous activities had been cancelled. Everything was slowly returning to normal. After training with Vimba, the viewback had successfully raised her spiritual power to level 3. At that moment, the viewback was standing in front of a doll stall, her eyes shining as she exclaimed happily, "Wow! So cute!" Nguyen Shandanda glanced at her thinking to himself. Her personality has become much more normal too. I heard she even became friends with Vimba. Suddenly a stranger approached, his voice full of excitement. Wow, it's Nguyen Chanu. The school rectifier. Great master. I've been looking for you for so long. You're never at school and I wanted to ask you for a divination. Nguyen Shandanda quickly fled, his steps as fast as the wind, but the crowd persistently followed. Their calls echoed relentlessly. Great Master, I want to join the Ghost Club. I swear to follow the Great Master to my death. I want to see a supernatural event. Do you really know magic? If I kneel down and become your disciple now, can you teach me? I want to resurrect my wife. I don't trust experts. I only trust Yen Shanu. Senior Dao, did you really not encounter a ghost in the escape room? Hey, don't go. I just want an autograph. The crowd chased Nu Yanshan too, forcing him to run straight behind the gymnasium.
When the crowd lost sight of him, they looked around in confusion, asking each other, "Hey, where did the great master go?"
By this time, Nihand had already climbed onto the roof where he stood sighing, a hint of frustration in his eyes.
"If I had known, I would have been better off not coming back. But it's not a big deal. Even the International Special Division can't do anything to me. The foreigners' mudslinging tactics are so outdated."
He suddenly remembered Then Kai's advice, her voice echoing in his head in short.
"Just keep an eye on Anna."
Nu Yanshana smirked, muttering, "I really do need to be wary of that foreign girl pulling tricks. She's been following me frequently these past 2 days." He closed his eyes and focused his mind. When he opened his eyes, the space around him was tinged with a strange deep red. After a moment of searching, he frowned, his voice filled with doubt.
She's not at the school. Could it be?
At the hospital, a cold, desolate atmosphere prevailed. A nurse lay unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out.
"Don't you people have a saying? Third time's the charm." It was Anna. Her body exuding a green aura, her hands tightly gripping Dewoolu's neck.
She growled threateningly.
"This is the third time I've come looking for you.
If you want to live, tell me everything you wrote about Nu Yen Shanu."
Dewoolu struggled to gasp. "Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. I already told you. I've never met Nan Shanu and I don't know him."
Just then, a calm voice came from the doorway.
"What do you think you're doing to classmate Dao?"
Anna was startled and turned around to see the door being pushed open forcefully.
A group of people rushed in. She panicked and let go, her voice trembling. "Who are you? What are you doing here?"
The viewback took a deep breath, her eyes blazing. She pointed straight at Anna and shouted, "We should be the ones asking you that.
Who are you?
Why did you come to our school to do such strange things?" The people behind viewback all raised their phones, filming and taking pictures of Anna. One person shouted, "I'm going to post her online." And Ken raised his phone, his voice like steel, accusing her, recording her to post online. Despite being caught, Anna tried to remain defiant, her eyes flashing with a careless look.
"What proof do you have?"
Dewowa, after catching her breath, spoke up tremblingly.
"She wanted to kill me all because of classmate Nu Yen Shanu."
Exposed by Dawowa, Anna gritted her teeth,
her face contorted with resentment.
Hearing this, the viewback immediately shouted in fury.
"You still won't admit it. You've been stalking Nu Yen Shanu, spotted by many students at different times.
You've been aggressively demanding information about him from other students, disrupting the school environment, lurking around the Ghost Club's activity room, and even broke the club's window. You've also been entering and leaving the campus without permission, harassing classmate Dao Hua. Right now, many of us are expressing our dissatisfaction and protesting against you.
So, what are you going to do to us now? Continue to use violence?"
The people standing behind her stepped forward in unison, chanting loudly, "Get out!
Get out! Protect our Nu Yen Shan too."
Dawowa didn't back down either, her eyes sharp as she threatened Anna. Jiang City is not a place where you can act so recklessly.
"I'm going to contact the Public Security Department."
Faced with the crowd's outrage, Anna grew furious and roared, "Get out of my way, all of you!
Move!
Oh my god, you all just wait." But as soon as she stepped forward and slammed into someone's solid chest, looking up, she saw Nuan Shan standing there smiling at her with cold eyes. "So, you really did lay a hand on an ordinary student. Don't worry, I've already sent an urgent request to the Special Division." He bent down, leaning close to her ear, his voice alone, threatening whisper. "You've been handed over to the International Special Division. Leave Jiang City immediately. Due to your poor performance, this time your resources will be cut."
Anna's face paled as she muttered in panic, "That's impossible." Just then, the phone in her pocket vibrated.
She quickly checked the notification, her expression growing even more horrified, unable to believe it. At the same time, Nu Yenshan's contemptuous voice cut through the air like a sharp knife.
Got the notification. Did you? Now, can you get lost?
And so, with no other choice and aborted a flight out of Jiang City, never to return. Later, at a meeting between the International Special Division and Director King Bin of the Jiang City Special Division, Kong Bin spoke in a steady voice.
Ghost, real name Chanu.
The International Special Division has authorized me to discuss with you an invitation to join the organization.
Nu Yenshan closed his eyes, thinking silently, his gaze as deep as if it held countless secrets.
The blonde-haired man continued, his voice calm but persuasive. The whole world needs supervisors with special abilities and outstanding strength like you. Naturally, the scope of your authority will also expand globally. Nu Yenshan rested his chin on his hand, his face emotionless, his eyes sharp.
I only have one question. Is this an invitation or a demand?
The blonde-haired man calmly raised his hand, his voice gentle.
An invitation, a preliminary one.
We don't wish to have any conflict with someone who has contributed to the world.
Besides, he glanced at King Bin, then continued.
Mr. Kong Bin has repeatedly warned us.
Opposing you is opposing this entire nation.
Of course, if you have any special requests, you can bring them up. Nu Yenshan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of suspicion in his glance towards Kongpin. He thought to himself, this Kongpin actually said that I'm actually a little surprised by this level of trust. He spoke, his voice calm, affirming.
I have no request for now. It's just that at the moment, I don't want to join any organization. Our cooperation will require a better time after all.
Not long ago, one of your people threatened the life of an innocent student and used special abilities directly in front of ordinary people. The blonde-haired man heard the refusal
and remained silent, not responding.
Kongban stood up, his voice steady, but with a hint of a smile.
See, I didn't drive you away.
Ghost has never been an official supervisor of the Jiang City Special Division. We only have a cooperative relationship with his supervision team. Hearing this, the corner of Nuyan's mouth lifted into a sarcastic smile as he thought, if I hadn't been through it, I might have actually believed him. This old fox's way with words is truly something else.
Cooperation, he says.
But how comedy test that I have to pass to get here, Director? He stood up and left the meeting room, muttering to himself, the International Special Division won't affect me for now.
The troubles have all been driven away now. The main goal is the Special Division's behavior.
What I need to do is write another urban legend, an anomaly that quietly collects legend points without causing fear or attracting major social
attention.
At the very least, this anomaly won't affect ordinary people, only targeting the wicked.
More evil than evil.
The Special Division scales will also tilt towards cooperation.
Nu Yenshan to press the elevator button.
His voice tamed with a playful tone. You've improved very quickly recently, and you've gotten much braver.
That's commendable.
5 Yuback, standing beside him, beamed at the praise.
President, it's nothing.
Nu Yenshan Danda glanced at her, his voice neutral, but probing. You've reached level 3 spiritual power.
I have a question and I'd like to ask for your opinion. Seeing Nu Yenshan's seriousness, the viewback hesitated. You can ask. He stood silently, his gaze sweeping over the city lights outside.
His voice was low and full of meaning.
If I wanted to establish a completely new order, what would be the best way? The viewback lowered her head, thinking for a moment.
Then she looked up straight into his eyes and answered concisely.
The Sunch was taken aback, softly exclaiming, "Huh?" The elevator doors slowly opened at that moment.
Then Vuch smiled, her eyes shining with belief, ending the fight in a situation no one knows about.
The next day is already a new sun. I believe in you, President.
She clasped her hands, her face full of admiration, looking at him as if he were a destined hero. Nu Yan silently told himself, his gaze deep.
The power of the goddess of fate is guiding me. Everything will be fine and I will be the one to change the world.
In a small room, a person busy with work was startled by a call.
Time to eat. He stood up and quickly replied, I'm coming, Mom. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed in the room. Who's there? Why are you calling me so affectionately today?
It turned out the voice was coming from a puppet placed on the table. At the 10th important family meeting, everyone sat properly around the table. Nu Yen Shan spoke, his deep voice full of authority, HMPH.
So my final decision is to write a new urban legend.
Hearing this, Shurao Shan froze as if turned to stone, her eyes filling with tears of pain. She burst into tears, staring at Nu Yen Shanu as killing intent flared in her eyes. Yumi, sitting next to her, gently patted her shoulder, her voice soft but firm. What the master says has its reasons.
You can't be. If you were allowed to recover, humanity would once again choose to pay the price to seal you away. Right now, you just can't speak. But what about next time?
Nu Yen Shan aside, pointing at Xiezin's forehead, his voice thoughtful. When writing about strange things, you have to achieve a balance with society, represented by special themes.
Just thinking about punishing the wicked isn't enough for an anomaly like you.
I didn't think it through carefully enough at the time. Unable to speak, Shurao Shan could only imagine herself lunging at Nu Yen Shanu to beat him up, he continued, his eyes sharp otherwise.
The created anomaly could easily turn into a large-scale social incident.
He thought to himself, his inner voice calm, this anomaly cannot attract the attention of ordinary people, cannot cause them to panic.
When the special department responds, the anomaly can only sacrifice ordinary people.
As an urban legend, Shurao Shan has a small range of influence due to regulatory restrictions. Shurai relies on the internet, making it difficult for people to believe in its real existence. But Shurao Zan's rules allow people to witness with their own eyes a power that far surpasses science. Enraged, Shurao Shan leaped up and bit down hard on Yuan Shan's head to vent her anger. He paid her no mind. His expression thought. As he continued to think.
The purpose of the Special Bureau is to maintain stability. As long as an anomaly causes social instability, they will use all their resources to deal with it.
He frowned, muttering, unless this anomaly has no solution, he sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face, seeing Shurao Shan still causing trouble.
Nu Yan Shan grimaced, little devil, you're really annoying. He commanded firmly, classmate Xia, you mean? I understood and immediately replied, I'm here.
She clapped her hands.
A cunning smile on her face opened the dimensional door. A gate appeared leading to a brightly lit amusement park.
Nu Yen Shan glanced at Shurao Shan, his voice calm.
Consider this compensation for you.
Play as you wish and take Shurao Yan with you. Shurao Shan cheered, her eyes sparkling with joy. Shurao Yan beside her was also excited, shouting.
Mommy, mommy, mommy. The two of them rushed into the amusement park, laughing and playing merrily.
Nu Yen Shan aside as if a weight had been lifted. Finally sent them off, he muttered, a hint of doubt in his eyes, but with so many urban legends.
How can I not find a suitable one?
Suddenly, the necklace around his neck lit up, emitting a strange stream of information. Nu Yen Shan frowned, his voice lowering.
Kisaragi Station. I think I've heard of this legend before.
Kisaragi Station, an urban legend about something to miss a non-existent fan station. He remembered, his eyes sharp and cold.
Right. 20 years ago, a girl took a late-night train.
He mumbled, his mind racing.
The primary mode of transportation for people now is the train.
The electric train and subway lines extend everywhere, meeting the travel needs of all social classes, covering the entire city's population flow. Before his eyes, a city map appeared.
Jiangdu North Station, Line 1, West Station, Line 8, West District. Jiangdu City Center Station, South District, Center Station, East High-Speed Station. He nodded, muttering. Therefore, the Special Bureau can't suspend all train lines. But perhaps it can be adjusted a little. Nanshan picked up a pen,
a cold light flashing in his eyes. He began to write with calculated strokes from now on. Using Xiangdu City as the starting point, the Kisaragi train appears between reality and illusion. As soon as one boards this train, something terrifying will happen. Departing from Chengdu, within 24 hours, the journey will pass through the most populous cities with the highest crime rates. Nguyen Shandanda continued to write, each stroke is sharp as if carving into reality. The Kisaragi train circles the globe, finally returning to its final station in Jiangdu City. If criminals use this mode of transport, they will be pulled onto the Kisaragi train and disappear into another dimension. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu, the only teacher who had ever entered the Impossible Academy was discharged from the hospital. He was dedicated to his profession, often working late into the night, which moved his colleagues and students. Despite protest from the school and his family, he immediately returned to teaching, even organizing extra classes. A student, exhausted at his desk, cried pitifully, "Teacher, this huge test of yours is really impossible to finish." In front of him was a massive exam paper for 150 multiple-choice questions, 260 equation-solving problems, and 120 trigonometric function questions. After recovering, the students gradually returned to school. Although no one clearly remembered what happened at the Impossible Academy, they would inadvertently mention secret rooms and urban legends. Some were restricted by their parents, but others enthusiastically studied or discovered new hobbies. In the schoolyard, students excitedly showed off their toys. "Look at this. It comes apart. Wow, it looks so real. That's nothing. Mine can even cut things." They were excited. But no one could explain why they were so passionate about these things. Dawa was sat quietly sighing in front of a sketch of Nguyen Chan's portrait. She murmured, "His dreamy Nan Shan, just like his name, he's truly amazing, such a mysterious person. What is his identity really? It feels like he's a god from another world. What a pity, I probably won't have a chance to see him again." At the same time, at the secret base of the International Special Division in America, snow covered the landscape. A helicopter landed on the cold ice. Anna stepped out, her face grim. A man was waiting, his voice stern. "This time, your mission failed. You've been brought back here and will have to face a warning or punishment." The blond man standing beside him reminded her. "Rein in your temper a bit." Anna exploded, her eyes blazing with anger. "Enough. What did I do wrong? I am the successor to the Dean of the International Special Division. Those people have no eyes. They have absolutely no respect for me." The blonde-haired man remained calm, but his voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "If you don't reflect on yourself," Anna grabbed his shirt, roaring threateningly. "Shut up. If you dare say one more word, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs." Anna stormed off angrily, her voice a low growl of frustration. "Just you wait. I'll remember you. If I can't settle this debt, it will be a disgrace to my family." Note the family. 3 generations, 70-year history. The blond man watched Anna's retreating back, his brow furrowed in doubt. He quietly took out a green bottle, a rule-based item from Eastern magic potions, which had sedative, hypnotic, and controlling effects. However, because it was diluted by spiritual power, it had side effects causing intense irritation, making the user cry for months, and even posing a risk of blindness if not treated promptly. He opened the lid and green smoke billowed out, wrapping around Anna like an eerie silk ribbon. Anna turned back, her eyes filled with panic. She stumbled. Her consciousness slowly faded as she whispered, "No, I still have so many things I want to do. All the anomalies in the world, I must." The blonde-haired man quickly leaped forward to catch her falling body. His voice was low. "Supervisor and status suspended. Debriefing time to be determined. Current situation unknown. Elsewhere, Nyen-chan is sat on a chair, eyes closed in relaxation, his expression calm.
Shirao-shan and Shirao-yan were playing happily beside him.
The book on his desk suddenly lit up, displaying a notification: by Mao, by Shu, Yu, Gang, and 74 others have boarded the Kisaragi train. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa. A white-haired man in a robe sighed in boredom. Women still not as fun to play with. He left a sum of money after a night of debauchery, then left and walked towards the train station.
The station's broadcast announced in a monotone voice. The last train of the day is about to depart.
All passengers, please board quickly to avoid missing your trip.
The man boarded the train, muttering, "It still has to be in here."
He was by Ma's supervisor.
Glancing around, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought, now for some bigger thrills.
Bai Ma locked onto his target, a young man standing ahead.
He used spirit gaze technique, immobilizing the young man, rendering him unable to move.
Outside, the train shook and lightning flashed violently.
The train sped through his strange space and then vanished from reality.
Bai Ma was still lost in his euphoric state. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, his expression changing.
Something's not right.
The passengers on the train fainted in unison, collapsing like puppets with their strings cut. Bai Ma fell to his knees, roaring, "Damn it, I've run into something strange.
My luck is just terrible."
He stumbled down the train corridor, covering his nose from the foul stench that rose up.
Suddenly, a man staggered to his feet, asking in confusion, "Where is this?"
My mouse smirked sarcastically.
"Heh, congratulations everyone. You've been transported to a movie world. You Gang."
An office worker clutched his head, muttering, "A movie world."
A few other people gradually came to. Atai and other men held their heads, dazed. Was I asleep?
Bai Ma was cold, his eyes sharp and carefully scanning. "What skills do you have?
Don't die too quickly."
Xiaoliang, a young woman who worked at a hotel, stood up, frightened.
"Why would we die?" "What do you mean?"
Bishu, a graduate student,
asked, trembling. "Uncle, is what you're saying true? We've transmigrated. We've transmigrated." The panicked crowd surrounded Bai Ma.
He smirked, his voice full of cunning.
"Yes, it's true.
You could call it a nightmare space.
Everyone is trapped in a dream. But this dreamscape is very dangerous. If you die in the dream, you'll die in reality, too."
Bai Ma thought to himself, a cunning glint in his eyes.
"First, I'll use a strange alias to scare these Americans. Make these fools trust and depend on me."
Suddenly, the train braked sharply, and everyone crashed into each other. A mouth frowned, his eyes sharp. The train door slowly opened and a long-haired vengeful spirit drifted in. Following behind was another vengeful spirit, a boy with a horrifying face and blank white eyes. The crowd screamed in terror. My mouse scratched his head, his voice nonchalant. The train stopped.
"Ha! Turns out it's just some vengeful spirit."
The long-haired vengeful spirit spoke in a cold voice, looking at the child spirit.
"Do you want to make a move?"
Then she turned to the crowd.
"Why aren't you sitting?" Bai Ma was stunned, muttering, "What's going on?" Conventionful spirits have such clear thoughts.
Baya grabbed Bai Mao's hand, his voice trembling.
"Big brother, what should we do now? Tell me, do you have a way to deal with them?"
Bai Mao narrowed his eyes, thinking, this kid seems useful. He huffed lightly, his voice calm.
"You said we're in a movie world now. Call Ghost Train." Bayu nodded excitedly. Then let me explain.
We're in the part of Ghost Train where a fire happened before." Bai Mao frowned, muttering, "I always feel like something's not quite right, but this guy really doesn't have any spiritual sense." The small vengeful spirit suddenly spoke in a high-pitched voice, "Mommy, I'm hungry."
The mother spirit replied in a gloomy tone. "You want to eat something?" Hearing this, everyone jumped in fright.
The small vengeful spirit pointed at a person and screamed, "I want to eat him."
The scene shifts to New Yanu.
He sat quietly, opened the book, and flipped through the pages, his expression thoughtful. "By Mao, by Xu Yang, only these few names are listed in full." He asked the book, his voice filled with doubt.
Why is there something special about them? Or did an anomaly appear on the train? The book vibrated, displaying a line of text.
Due to the rules of the Kisaragi train, you in the outside world cannot directly check the specific situation inside the train.
Do you want to check a small hint fragment?
Yes.
No. Nguyen Shanu immediately replied, his voice firm, "Yes, check."
Nguyen Shan looked at the hint fragment and saw a long line of people, each with a strange device around their neck.
He muttered.
His eyes sharp and cold.
What is the meaning of this?
The scene shifts back to the train.
An anomaly rushed forward, singing loudly as it screamed, "I want to eat him."
The crowd panicked, screaming in terror.
But Ma shouted, "What's in your bag?" The man,
his face drained of color, screamed as he threw his bag towards the anomaly.
"Here, take it."
The anomaly snatched it, laughing gleefully like a child with a gift, then greedily chewed on the back. A hand wearing a ring emerged from its mouth, the metal glinting by Mount Narrow. His eyes and asked the man in a cold voice, "You're a murderer." The man collapsed, trembling, holding his head in his hands, and stammered. It was all that woman's fault. From the day we got married, she kept humiliating me, trampling on my self-respect. I endured it for 10 years.
I couldn't take it anymore.
My mouth turned to the others, his eyes scanning them.
You guys, too. AI quickly denied it. No. Xiaoliang also shook her head. Not me. Bai Mao pondered, thinking, what exactly is the rule in the past?
The special division recorded an anomaly related to domestic violence.
This train is similar. If it's that simple, then it's an anomaly related to domestic violence.
Suddenly, the train came to a screeching halt. The entire car shaking violently, and everyone fell over.
Someone shouted, "It stopped."
The train has stopped.
Other vengeful spirits began to pee, attacking the passengers.
A man's leg was grabbed and he screamed in terror, "Help!
No! Don't! Don't take me! Help me!"
Bai Mao gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as the man was dragged away. A vengeful spirit appeared in front of Atai and Xiaoliang, its voice gloomy. "You two, come with us." Both of them jumped, their faces turning pale.
Bima was tense, thinking, I can't wait any longer. Other vengeful spirits continued to flood the train. He muttered, "Isn't it my turn yet?" Bao's fingers began to transform.
Sharp claws glinting with a cold light.
Leaving the train might mean death. Since I've been brought onto this train, I have to at least resist until the last station and then counterattack.
He swung his claws, attacking the vengeful spirit. The people on the train gasped in astonishment, shouting, "Super! Superpowers!" Bao held 2 green orbs, muttering, "What is the principle of the vengeful spirits when they take people? Why do they pull people off the train? Humans, vengeful spirits, they're all passengers. What are the rules?" He walked in thought, heading towards the front car, hoping to find a clue. Seeing this, AI quickly ran after him, panting.
"Master, where are you going?" "Wait for me. My legs aren't good."
"I'll go with you, too." In the next car, another vengeful spirit appeared in the form of an old man with a cane, dressed in a suit and a black hat. He wore a sinister smile. His cold gaze fixed on a male passenger, making the man tremble with fear. The mouse strode forward, growling, "Hey, explain the situation in this car now." The man, suppressing his fear, stammered. "There were 7 of us. One escaped to another car to run straight off the train and one was dragged away by Mount." He narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp after they went out the door.
What happened?
The man, pale-faced, shook his head.
I don't know. Once they were outside, I couldn't hear anything. I wanted to run, too. But this old man got on, and I didn't dare.
Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt again. Bai Mao gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, we're at another station."
The old vengeful spirit spoke in a gloomy voice, pointing at Eti. You come with me.
Adai was startled and fell to his knees in panic, begging. Bai Mao, Ma's master, help me.
Save me. I don't want to die. Please save me.
He glanced over at Shaoliang standing next to him. A wicked idea flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Adai screamed, "No, I don't want to die." Then he forcefully pushed Shaoliang towards the vengeful spirit, taking his place.
Shaoliang's leg was grabbed by the vengeful spirit, and she was dragged away amidst panic screams. Help me, help me.
She turned, her eyes burning with hatred, cursing at him.
I hate you. You rotten old man.
You cold-blooded piece of trash. Bai Mao gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening. Taking people away so randomly, without any pattern, he looked around, realizing there had been no announcements on the train. Suddenly, Bio grabbed his hand, his voice urgent, "Master, I've discovered something."
There's a very small mark on the back of everyone's neck. Bai Mao was shocked and immediately checked the back of Baya's neck, shouting, "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? How did you find it?"
You'd better tell the truth.
Vishu answered honestly a moment ago.
I saw the person being dragged away, but I didn't dare to confirm it. It was only when I looked closely that I noticed the mark on the back of everyone's neck. But Ma looked closely at the symbol, his eyes lighting up.
I get it. This is a special mark on a ticket. We are all tickets and the vengeful spirits are supplementary tickets.
Just then, a horrifying, cold, and eerie voice came from the train speakers.
Welcome everyone to the Kisaragi train. We have arrived at Caracas. On the train, countless vengeful spirits swarmed in, growing as they seized the humans.
The passengers panicked, their cries for help echoing, "Stop!
Don't take me! I'm not going! I don't want to die! Help! Help! Don't! I don't want to get off!" My mouth grew more and more confused, muttering, "What's going on?"
They broadcast the announcement when we arrive at the station, but there was nothing before. Suddenly, more vengeful spirits appeared. A tall figure stepped in, its neck empty, its head torn off at the shoulders.
It spoke in a gloomy voice. Hello. You know where my head is.
Yang was so scared his face turned green, his soul nearly leaving his body.
Bai Mao roared, "Run, everyone, run!" He took the lead, rushing in the opposite direction. Bai Shu, panting, called after him, "Sir, is something wrong?" Bai Mao, sweating profusely, thought to himself, "What's going on? That thing just now wasn't a vengeful spirit. It was an anomaly. If this Kisaragi train is an anomaly, why are other anomalies appearing by?"
She shouted, "Master, master."
At the same time, a line of text appeared in Yuan Shandanda's notebook by Mao. Eliminated the vengeful spirit, but encountered an anomaly. 287 people boarded, 190 deceased.
Nguyen Shanu, sitting comfortably, flipped through the notebook and chuckled, "I told you this Bai Mao is not an ordinary person.
He is a supervisor as expected." He crossed his arms, his gaze thoughtful. "I don't know what's happening on the train and it can't tell me the meaning of that mark. Why is no one responding?"
Shura Yayan, standing to the side, was engrossed in a game on her phone, paying no attention. Chanu muttered to himself while riding the Kisaragi train.
"I didn't set any rules. People who are pulled onto the train must wear a ticket around their neck. This Bai Mao probably won't survive, especially after encountering an anomaly."
He stretched and yawned, his voice calm. In my estimation, the special division probably won't quickly realize the existence of the Kisaragi train. He turned and grabbed Shia by the head, ordering, "Help me massage my back." Shia Yayan, playing reluctantly, put down her phone and muttered unwillingly. The book suddenly vibrated and spoke, "Are you trying to lead me onto the train? But if I board rashly and make the special division suspicious, what then?" Nguyen Shan pointed at the notebook, his voice full of sarcasm. "With so many legends and good and evil points, I still haven't reaped any benefits." Shura Yen behind him diligently massaged his back, though her eyes were still full of dissatisfaction. Nguyen Shan continued, stroking a page in the notebook, his voice lowering. "Actually, I'm very curious. Before, I never thought about it." He paused, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "If I tear myself apart, can I really die or will I disappear from this world?" The underling muttered as he walked, his voice full of anxiety. "This one is much stronger than the vengeful spirit I met before. There's no hope for the people in that train car. So, in this nightmare space, the headless monster is our main enemy." Bai Mao, walking ahead, nodded. "You're right. Call it an anomaly. More accurately, this is a nightmare space. You guys are in a dream. But this dream is extremely dangerous. If you die in the dream, you'll die in reality, too." He thought to himself, a tired look in his eyes. "I'm too lazy to explain. If we can get off this train, we'll talk later. That headless monster has probably started an indiscriminate master." The underling held up one finger, his voice urgent. "Sir, it's best we don't stay in the train car. We can hide in the passage between two cars. Earlier, passing through the cars, I noticed that the vengeful spirits only operate within the car they appear in. They don't move to other places. If the monster you mentioned is the same, the passage will be a safe zone." But Ma put an arm around his shoulder, his eyes lighting up as he laughed in praise. "You're right. I feel like you have a lot of potential. Once we get out, come with me. I like heart young men like you." He held up two fingers, his voice coaxing like he was teasing a child. "I'll give you this much salary." The underling's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 coins a month? Really? That's amazing. My mouth smirked, thinking, the fish has taken the bait. As long as I keep him around, it'll be enough if another monster appears. Suddenly, the train speaker blared. Its voice cold. "We have arrived at Gadabit." The source of the plague, a hulking monster appeared, covered in sores, looking like a homeless person. Bai Mao shivered, muttering, "A disaster-level monster, the plague, once contained in a rule-based maze in Debit USA." He knew its killing rule. Every 10 seconds, the monster would cough, releasing deadly bacteria within a 20 m radius. Inhaling it would torture the body with all sorts of diseases, leading to death after 3 days. But Mao quickly put on a special spirit power-enhanced mask and shouted at his underling, "Idiot! I don't have another mask for you. Cover your nose and mouth tightly. Hold your breath for 5 seconds." The underling, oblivious, pointed behind him. "Sir, that old man monster over there is also a monster, right?" Bai Mao turned around, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Before him, not just one, but a series of anomalies materialized. The tyrant-level monster, violent little girl. The old woman with hidden hands and several other disaster-level monsters slowly emerged. Bai Mao trembled like a leaf, muttering, 3 of them for anomalies. Even stranger, the underling standing next to him showed no fear. He called out, "Bai Mao." Bai Mao immediately jumped up, grabbed him by the collar, and yelled excitedly, "What's the way? Tell me quickly." After about 3 seconds of silence, the underling smiled, a cunning glint in his eyes. He replied, his voice calm but full of meaning. "I want to borrow your body. Is that okay?" Bai Mao was stunned, not believing his ears, and roared, "What did you say? Say that again." The underling calmly held up one finger and repeated, "I have a way, but I need to borrow your body.
Only then can we escape safely. Bai Mao listened again
and again, but still didn't understand his intention. He thought to himself, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, this guy isn't lying. Feeling like he had grasped his last straw of hope, he shouted, no problem.
Tell me, what do you need me to do?
The moment the words left his mouth, the underling's mouth stretched wide, his face slowly cracking open, revealing a horrifying, grotesque appearance. Bai Mao's spiritual body was ripped from his physical form, twisting violently before entering the underling, who then joined the dense crowd of anomalies.
Bai Mao's body slowly disintegrated, transforming into a completely different person.
He screamed in panic.
This can't be. How can you be an anomaly?
Before him, the underling was just a wooden puppet letting out a sinister laugh.
The scene shifts to Nguyen Xiana lying in bed answering his phone with a lazy voice. Hello. On the other end. Then Kai's voice came through. Ghost, it's me. Long time no see.
I was going to inform you after the meeting, but on second thought, it's better to tell you sooner. Nguyen Shandanda patted Shioi's head, humming an acknowledgement, his voice urgent.
Speak quickly.
Then Kai announced seriously. Last night, a supervisor boarded a monster called the Moonlit Forest train and escaped.
This anomalous train will travel through locations worldwide, attracting anomalies from all over to board it.
After hearing this, Nguyen Shan frowned, lightly muttering.
Is it that serious? What are you guys planning to do?
He thought to himself, his voice full of sarcasm. 5 kills, check. I thought that guy wouldn't last 24 hours, but turns out he made it to the last station and got off.
Next time I'll have to add a rule to patch this loophole.
Then Kai continued. We need to organize an international meeting to discuss this.
I'm hanging up now. I'll let you know if there's any new information.
Nguyen hung up the phone, his expression thoughtful as he muttered.
An international conference.
This proves that the special committee, surprisingly faster than I thought, already knows about the existence of the Moonlight Forest train.
But they still don't know how to contain the anomaly. Or rather, they don't dare to try.
From a practical standpoint, not just in Jiangdu City, but globally, public transportation systems have enormous passenger traffic. If for any reason this system is paralyzed, even for a single day, it will have severe consequences.
Not to mention, the paralysis could last indefinitely. Special agencies worldwide just arguing over paperwork would be enough to bog them down in endless discussions. From another perspective, everyone understands that the danger of the Kisaragi train is immeasurable. No side wants to handle this hot potato. Suddenly, Nguyen Shant was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, damn." He looked down at his phone where a news alert was displayed. Urban legend, the ghost train that travels through space. Insider reveals seeing it several months ago. He was stunned, not believing his eyes, muttering, "How is that possible?" His eyes turned cold as he thought. It seems I have to get on the train to confirm whether this anomaly is still within my control. Not being able to know this specific situation inside. Only getting vague hints is really troublesome. He recalled dozing off strangely last night. Was it because I provoked the Book of Life and Death yesterday? But it should know I wouldn't touch it. What does it want? Thinking of this, Nguyen Shan is summoned the Book of Life and Death. His voice cold as he questioned, "Last night I fell asleep. Was that your doing? Was it simple revenge or did it have another meaning?" The system was silent, not responding. He frowned and growled. "So, you know how to play dead now. I want to board the Kisaragi train directly. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" The book vibrated and finally spoke. "Not allowed. The host needs to go to the station, buy a ticket, and board the train. After that, you can enter the train directly." Nan Shaynard, calculating in his head. So, it's true. At least it's confirmed that the anomaly I created is now out of my control.
According to information from Supervisor White Cat, the first station will be at the International Conference Room. In the International Conference Room, the elite of Hajian Nation were fervently discussing the newly emerged anomaly, the Kisaragi train. After much debate, a preliminary conclusion was reached.
The anomaly originated from Jiang City. Some suggested that the Jiang City Special Committee should form an emergency investigation team to contain this ghost train in a timely manner.
An old man from the United Nations Committee spoke, his voice firm. I have received the report.
The source of the plague and debit has entered our territory.
I demand that debit retrieve the plague source and contain it soon. He continued, his eyes sharp.
Let's be clear.
It escaped because of the Kisaragi train. Wherever this train originates, that place must bear the primary responsibility. Jiang City is the place where it was rumored the Kisaragi train first appeared a few months ago. Other places only started detecting unusual phenomena last night. The director of the Weijian Nation Special Committee, Kongbin, replied slowly. Since a global meeting has been convened, the minister must believe this matter concerns everyone.
Why are you asking Jiang City to investigate independently? I'm sorry. I find this unreasonable and unfair to us.
The ball director frustrated cut and all right, let's not argue anymore. Based on the current situation, the anomalies on the Kisaragi train won't stay on the train forever.
They will get off randomly at any location in the world.
The bald old man interrupted, his voice harsh. Therefore, we must contain them as soon as possible. The blonde-haired man adjusted his glasses, his voice helpless.
I'm sorry, we don't want to really. I can't think of any rule item that can do that. Another supervisor in charge of a different region added, if Jiang City is responsible, please resolve it as soon as possible. We are still struggling with local anomalies. I don't want anomalies from other places showing up in my city anymore.
King Bin's voice was steady but firm.
Trains are the main and most common mode of transportation worldwide.
We can suspend them temporarily, but we can't stop them forever.
A blonde woman, with the air of a model, added sarcastically. Since the first station of the Kisaragi train is Jiang City, solving this problem is Jiang City's responsibility. Isn't that an international regulation? This online meeting is completely unnecessary.
The people in the meeting room nodded in agreement with his heated opinion.
One person spoke up. I also agree.
King Bin's voice was low, his eyes sharp.
The advisory group has come up with a method. Since none of you want to make an effort, we will solve it ourselves.
The crowd buzzed, clamoring.
What method?
King Bin's face darkened, his voice so grave it seemed to weigh down the entire room.
We will let God board the train. The entire group of elites in the meeting room was stunned by King Bin's declaration. We will let God board the train.
The blonde woman shot up, her voice sharp in protest.
Don't joke like that. How can God move? How? Are you going to get God on the train?
Not to mention, just getting within 100 meters of God means death.
And anomalies are no exception. Did the Jiang City Special Bureau think of this with their asses? It's completely unfeasible.
Kongbin smiled mysteriously, his voice calm.
Why not? We have already contained God.
Thanks to a rule item, the miniature flashlight, we can shrink God down.
Through a mock supervisor carrying in the flashlight, we will bring God onto the Kisaragi train.
Then Kai continued, her voice clear.
That's right.
According to the report from the mock supervisor by Nu, the anomalies on the Kisaragi train do not collide with each other, maintaining a state of peace.
Clearly, there are some rules on the train that restrain the anomalies. If God boards the train, we won't have to worry anymore. The blonde woman remained disdainful, shaking her head.
That's ridiculous.
Getting within 100 meters of God is certain death. Fine. Doesn't Jiang City have a rising mock supervisor recently? Why not let him go?
After the debate, Jiang City's proposal, represented by Director Kong Bin and Deputy Director Tang Kai, was approved by the United Nations. On the streets of Jiang City, a broadcast announcement played.
Its monotone voice intended to soothe public opinion.
Recently, videos of unknown origin circulating online are products of AI composite effects.
We ask everyone not to panic.
At the subway station, the crowd murmured, "AI is developing so fast.
I can't even find a job." So, it was AI.
Damn, that director is cutting cost again. Nguyen Shan calmly walked to the ticket counter and swiped his card, his eyes cold. The station speakers continuously broadcasted the news.
Django City, Line 1. A post-production film studio has had a leak.
Please remain calm, he spoke, his voice low but powerful, calling the system, "I want to board the train." The sky outside suddenly thundered and black lightning erupted everywhere, heralding a fierce confrontation about to unfold.
Nguyen Shanu, his eyes as deep as the universe itself, slowly boarded the train. Inside, a deathly silence hung in the air.
Corpses were strewn across the cars. The smell of blood thick and suffocating. Nguyen's gaze was suddenly drawn to something, but there seemed to be nothing of note. He quickly made a decision, his voice low, to the driver's cabin first. He thought to himself, his eyes sharp, "When I wrote this urban legend,
I intentionally set up a surveillance system for the entire train."
He reached up to the back of his neck and quickly erased the tracking mark with a decisive motion, pushing open the control room door.
He muttered. Accessing previous surveillance records is impossible.
The rules don't allow for loopholes. I'll just have to wait the full 24 hours.
In the meantime, I'll see if there are any issues with today's surveillance records.
Before him, a list of rules appeared cold and clear. The Kisaragi train. Those with a ticket mark on their neck are stripped of their human identity and become train tickets. Vengeful spirits are passengers. When a vengeful spirit gets off, it will randomly choose one person to get off with it.
The train randomly attracts anomalies at its stops.
They are service staff.
If killed by an anomaly, the soul belongs to that anomaly. Legend points and benevolence. Malice points belong to Nguyen Shanu. How to avoid death. Remove the mark on the neck.
Changing status from a ticket to a passenger to get off the train. The system suddenly announced in a monotone voice.
You are an entity outside the rules and can get off the train at any time. Trust in the anomaly you have created. Hearing this, Nguyen Shana couldn't help but feel annoyed, muttering, "Damn it.
So, this little punk still dared to put a mark on my neck."
3 hours later, Nguyen Shanu and Shurayan sat slumped in a corner, waiting outside. Screams echoed relentlessly. "Don't kill me. Help. Someone save me. I'll fight you to the death."
Shurayan, her face flushed, looked around confused, not understanding what was happening. She suddenly rushed over,
poking Nguyen Shan's face, calling, "Mommy, mommy."
Nguyen Shan is snapped out of his daze, his sharp gaze turning towards where Xiayan was pointing. Car number 7. There a female student appeared and she'd had a mark on her neck. He muttered, his voice full of doubt. "Boarded the train normally from the door. Is she an ordinary person?" "No, still not quite normal, but at least
for the next hours she'll be safe. Anomalies related to vengeful spirits or monsters won't easily take her away." He stood up,
a decisive glint in his eyes. "All right, I should still go check it out myself."
Nguyen Chan frowned, thinking worriedly. If I really drag an innocent person into trouble, I'm dead.
He pushed down on the handle, opened the door, and gave a firm order to Xian Ghost Train.
"Transport us immediately to the car she's in." Thump. A startling sound echoed. UI. An anomaly appeared. A tiny little angel holding a bow and arrow, its wings shimmering with an eerie light.
Nguyen Shan was stunned, muttering, "A greedy god."
The opposite image from mythology. The little angel saw him and laughed heartily, its voice gleeful. "Ah, you're really strong.
It knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed straight at him.
The ghost train immediately warned. Its voice urged it. You have attracted the attention of the fallen god.
The fallen god has decided to play a malicious prank on you.
The arrow shot forward. Nguyen Shan swung his arm, unleashing a blood mist.
He shot out a black flame as fast as lightning, creating a black screen to block the arrow's path. Two streams of black energy, one red and one green, collided violently, and the space trembled. But the fallen god's arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, shattering the black flame screen and flying straight towards him. The ghost announced in a cold voice, "The fallen god's arrow possesses the ability to control the emotions, infatuation, and disgust of the person shot. No one, not even a god, can escape it, regardless of status or ability.
You win some, you lose some." Nguyen Shan grated his teeth and activated Xian's ability.
His hand demonized, transforming into a giant version of Xian's hand. With a mouth stretching from ear to ear, he lunged forward and chomped down hard.
Asterisk whipped asterisk.
The fallen god's arrow was swallowed whole by Shioi's mouth. But immediately after, Nguyen Shan froze, his face turning pale green. His entire body was enveloped in an airy green light. The arrow unexpectedly passed straight through his body, leaving behind a trail of chilling energy.
He jumped in shock, terrified, muttering, "What the hell is this?" The demon known as the fallen god giggled, its voice full of mockery. Got him. Got him. Ha. Ha. No abnormalities. Its face was sinister, its smile grotesquely wide, and its eyes glinted with a venomous light.
Nguyen Shan, completely unfazed, checked his body and muttered, "I'm not dead, and my heart is normal, too.
I wonder if it's because my heart is an anomaly." He sighed in frustration and ordered decisively. Kisaragi train tracked the anomaly from just now. Report to me immediately. Which station it gets off at? The train replied in a monotone voice. Yes, roger that.
Nguyen Shandanda took out a box of red spirit pills. He thought to himself, according to the function of the fallen god's arrow, the person hit will fall in love with the first person they see. He popped a pill into his mouth, muttering, "This is a painless, peaceful death pill specially made by the Special Division." Immediately, he fell backward and passed out.
Muttering like a lost soul as he went, "Hey, isn't that the female student from before? Just in case, I'll die once. As long as it's not an anomaly like the evil neighbor Shiraosong or the human hospital from before, there won't be a death loop." The system suddenly announced in a cold voice, "Post Nguyen Shan to lifespan minus some days. Remaining days to live. 99. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, Nguyen Shandanda's eyes flew open and he clutched his head in pain. Alright, the fallen god was just a side plot. I'll put it aside for now. The important thing now is to investigate the reason why the Kisaragi train was exposed and why rumors about it appeared even before I created it." He glanced towards the female student in car number 7 and gazed deep. "Let's start with her first." Inside the train car ahead, a female student sat trembling like a leaf, her face pale, listening to the ghostly old woman next to her ramble in a gloomy voice. "When I was seriously ill, my son came back to take care of me. I felt very happy. Really, I just didn't expect that after only a few short days, he couldn't handle the pressure I brought." The old woman narrowed her eyes, her withered face revealing a grotesque expression as she growled. "He used a pillow to smother me to death in my bed. Little sister." Hearing this, the female student was so scared she almost wet herself, silently praying to all the gods. "Why is this train ride so long? Hurry up and get to a station." Just then, Nguyen Shan walked over. The girl quickly waved her hand, her voice trembling. "Hey, who are you? Go away. Don't come over. It's dangerous." Nguyen Shanu, his eyes as deep as the ocean, placed a finger on his lips, signaling for silence. He sat down next to her, his voice low and tinged with doubt. "Aren't you scared, beautiful? You're not 18 yet, are you?" The girl looked dazed and whispered. Are you asking me who else? You're not asking the vengeful spirit next to me, are you? Nu Yen Shan smirked. How did you get on the train? The girl answered innocently, her voice naive. Well, I just got on at Crystal Park. Nu Yen Shan nodded, his eyes sharp. I just observed. Many people, including me, appeared suddenly on the train. Only you, like these vengeful spirits, are here normally. The girl jumped, her voice trembling. So that means only I got on the train. Could it be that I'm already dead?
She whispered, her eyes filled with panic.
I've seen urban legends.
There are stories about people who have died but don't know it themselves. Seeing the girl's day state, Nanshan chuckled softly, stopped talking. You're still alive, but your experience is indeed very special.
He spoke seriously. Now think back carefully. Before you got on the train or throughout today, did you encounter anything strange? The girl looked up, scratching her cheek. Let's see. First, I woke up 8, then slept again. 8 again, school ended. Blah blah blah, and Chan to cut her off decisively. Alright, take the things out of your school bag and see if there are any strange items. The girl fumbled in her bag and unexpectedly pulled out a train ticket, exclaiming, Huh? This is just a one-way ticket. Nu Yen Shan looked at the ticket, his eyes darkening as he muttered, an anomaly or the product of an anomaly.
The girl looked confused, her voice trembling.
But I clearly bought a ticket from Yen City to Ling.
The female student, her voice trembling, threw the ticket away, but then exclaimed in horror, even when I throw it away, it still comes back to my hand, she screamed, her eyes filled with panic.
Oh, so what do I do now? Nu Yen Shan, with a calm expression, replied, there is one way.
Tear it up, but you have to do it yourself.
I can't help you. I should also warn you. Directly destroying this unlucky thing is a gamble.
Something bad could very well happen. Whether you do it or not is your decision.
Hearing this, the girl trembled, muttering incessantly, Don't take me away. I beg you.
On the other side of the car, a guy was being dragged under the train by a hulking anomaly.
Screaming pitifully, Help! Help! I don't want to get off the train.
The female student bit her lip, trembling, her voice weak, I can't do it. She suddenly turned to Nu Yen Shiana, her eyes pleading.
I want to ask, is it because of this ticket that I haven't been in danger yet? I think as long as I sit until the final station, I can get off safely, right?
Nu Yen Shan closed his eyes deep in thought.
That's how an ordinary person thinks.
Instead of taking risks, they naively hope for a bright outcome.
But that's normal after all.
The stranger and the killing rules weren't my idea.
He opened his eyes, his voice calm. You have a point after all. This ticket seems to be your protective charm for now.
Good luck, he thought to himself, his eyes sharp and cold. This ticket must have come from a ticket machine in the station connected to the global ticketing system.
Each one-way ticket is no different from a regular ticket. Only when boarding the train does the destination become unknown. This method of concealment is so sophisticated that even the Special Bureau would have a hard time investigating.
He glanced at the girl, muttering, she certainly isn't the first innocent person to be caught up in the rules. And now whether she is still innocent is also clear. In his hand was a snippet from an online news report. Urban legend, the ghost train that travels through space. Insider reveals seeing it several months ago.
Nu Yen Shana nodded, his eyes darkening.
It's confirmed two anomalies coexisting, tolerating each other.
The Kisaragi train provides convenience and concealment for that group of anomalies.
Therefore, its killing rules or weaknesses are unpredictable. Pondering if it's related to the ticketing system, then from the moment she gets off the train, leaves the Kisaragi train until she swipes her ticket to exit the station. Is there still a chance to escape?
Nu Yen Chant was lost in thought.
not noticing that the female student had rested her head on his shoulder and fallen fast asleep. With the cold demeanor of a bad boy, he gently pushed her head away, his voice low as he turned to the ghostly old woman beside them. "You seem very scared.
Do you want to get off the train? If you want, I can help you catch another person."
The old woman, her face withered, replied in a gloomy voice, "No, that's not necessary. I want to stay on this train forever."
"Is that okay?" Nien Chan raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. "I'm afraid not. Don't you want to avenge your son?"
The old woman closed her eyes, a rare, gentle expression on her face.
"Actually, I don't blame him.
With a long illness by the bedside, no filial child can endure it.
I understand.
My son was provoked by reality.
Unleashing the hidden evil in human nature. Borrowing money for a house, raising children, real estate, speculation, living expenses.
Even though this old woman holds a grudge, I am still his mother."
Hearing this, Nanshan smirked sarcastically. "Is that so?
Then I guess even if you were killed, you wouldn't forgive so easily, would you?" Just then, the post train announced in a monotone voice, "We have arrived at the final station. The world tour has ended.
Passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion."
The female student, the beautiful girl not yet 18, jumped in surprise and exclaimed, We've arrived." She quickly grabbed her bag, turned to Nguyen Xiana, and said urgently, Thank you for being with me.
"Let's get off."
Nguyen Xiana nodded and followed her, his voice calm.
"Yeah, I'll go after you." The female student stepped off the train, passing through the ghost train's barrier with ease. Nguyen Xiana followed, a look of doubt in his eyes. He stepped outside as if nothing was wrong.
He muttered in complete surprise, so all my previous speculations were wrong. At Jiang City Central Station, Nguyen Shan had just stepped off the train and let out a soft "oh," muttering, "Too many people to prevent risks.
It's better to add a layer of protection."
He immediately activated his eye power. The ability of the transgender, after being swallowed by the gap gaze, can transform into an ice-shielding object, effectively blocking the rules of this type of monster. He frowned, noticing something unusual, and muttered, "The problem is with the train ticket.
I need to go check the ticket office right now."
But as soon as the thought crossed his mind,
he immediately dismissed it, calculating in his head. "No. Then Kai said to pay attention to this train recently. All eyes from the special bureau are on this. Buying a ticket at the ticket office means exposing myself to them.
If I force my way onto the ghost train, it will clearly seem illogical to them. I'll definitely be suspected," he told himself in a low voice.
The special bureau is still useful for now. There's no need to turn against them.
Stepping out of the station, he exclaimed with a flash of excitement in his eyes.
How interesting. Since the central station was replaced by the anomaly's heart. This is the first time I've had to deal with a monster using only my wits.
An idea suddenly struck him and his lips curled into a smile. Speaking of which, I can use disguise and transgender again.
Disguising my hairstyle and face like the Bubak or then Kai seems feasible, huh? That's interesting.
He took out his phone, typed something, and nodded in approval.
Good. I've decided to give it a try.
On the other side of the street, a yellow taxi sped by.
An old man standing by the road called out, "Master, which way Taksanso?"
The old man's voice was hoarse. The driver replied, "Take Changhu Road, Hada Avenue." It turned out Nien Shantu had called a car through the booking app. The app notification chimed, "Welcome to Chen Xiaowang mobile car booking to protect the safety of your loved ones. You must know this feature." 2 minutes later, the yellow taxi pulled over. A girl with a voice as sweet as sugar spoke.
"It's all right, driver. I'm almost there, too."
The driver, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, smiled.
"Thanks. It's no big deal."
The girl who got out of the car was the viewback, her eyes sparkling.
As soon as she looked ahead, she was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my god. It's you, President."
Then Vubu blushed and smiled shyly.
Well, what a coincidence. Nguyen Shanu exclaimed in surprise. Ha? The viewback, curious, tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong, President? Aren't you getting in?"
Nguyen Shana turned and walked away nonchalantly, his voice calm, "No."
But he suddenly clutched his chest, exclaiming in pain, "What's going on? I'm clearly wearing sunglasses. Why am I feeling this way?"
Beside him, the sweet girl theme viewback asked curiously, her voice full of concern.
"President, what's wrong with you?"
Nguyen Shan's heart tightened with each beat, and he frowned in confusion, muttering,
"Could it be?"
He immediately slammed the taxi door shut and turned to the driver.
"I'm not going anymore."
The driver, having his ride cancelled, frowned in annoyance, stuck his head out the window and shouted, "Hey!
Are you messing with me? Am I hallucinating? The president proactively wanted to go with me and even held my hand. What does it all mean?"
Inside the Vutch's mind, two streams of thought collided. An angelic Bach pointed a finger at her, her voice stern for someone of the president's status.
"That concern is just a passing remark. Think carefully. Aren't you panicking? If he were really interested in you, that would be the real cause for concern."
A devilish Boch immediately retorted sarcastically.
"Why is that? Nguyen Shanu is a man too. It's normal for him to be interested in you. Besides, isn't this what you wanted to fulfill your original wish?"
The viewback bit her lip, lost in thought. She adjusted her glasses, her voice hesitant.
"I'm just going for an interview."
"In that case, I'll have to trouble the president to accompany me." Though she said this, her heart was in turmoil. Mesmerized by the sweet taste of love, she thought to herself, her eyes dreaming.
"All right, this happy dream. I want to make it last a little longer." Nguyen Shan too exclaimed in surprise. "An interview, Shioi, I thought you were a member of my club."
The viewback quickly explained, her voice clear.
"Oh no, it's a normal exorcism contract. But the client insisted on talking in person." "President, didn't you say you wanted me to get more training?"
Hearing this, Nguyen Shan to let go of her hand, then unexpectedly put his arm around her. Her shoulder in a light hug, his voice warm and low.
"I understand."
Being hugged, the viewback was overjoyed, thinking to herself as she blushed.
"I so close. I'm so happy."
The sweet couple, the young lady and the handsome gentleman, walked hand in hand to an abandoned architectural area. They stopped in front of a faded shrine.
Fiend Viewback was startled and exclaimed, her voice trembling, "Is it this way?"
"This alley is strange, but it doesn't seem dangerous." Nguyen Shanu, his eyes sharp and cold, looked inside the shrine. After observing for a while, he nodded in approval.
Shioi, well done. It's just a bit remote and narrow. There's nothing strange or any vengeful spirits."
The two of them walked up to the small shrine and stopped at the door. The viewback stepped forward, knocked on the door, and called out,
Excuse me, is Mrs. Zhu here?"
The moment she finished speaking, a bony hand with long sharp claws appeared from the crack in the door. The door was flung open and an equally bony foot stepped out.
A demon of unclear gender spoke in a booming voice. 7-digit fortune telling. Curse removal charged separately.
Lowest price starts at 8 digits.
Which one do you want?
The viewback with a polite demeanor presented a letter of introduction. Her voice soft.
"Ma'am, I'm sure I Yen, the person Mr. Shuang recommended."
Mr. Shuang said that before confirming the commission, I needed to come here for you to read my bosi to see if it's compatible.
The demon, unclear if it was human or not, wearing a kasea, let out a sound of understanding. "No." "Then come on in." As it walked, it spoke in a booming voice. No charge for Mr. Shuang's guest. Pointing to the chair in front of her, the demoness instructed, "You sit here. This old lady can read you young people's fortunes without needing to ask for your bosi. You don't know your own bosi either, do you?" The viewback, a little scared, whispered in reply, I don't remember it very clearly." Nguyen Shanu, his eyes sharp and cold, glanced at a corner of the room, thinking, the magical artifacts in this house do have some spiritual power, but this medium herself has none. "A medium, huh?" The medium began to draw a talisman on her arm, her mouth giving a perfunctory reply. "Oh, is that so?" Then, as if going mad, she began to dance, her mouth muttering an incantation. Nguyen was bored and muttered, "Damn, she doesn't even qualify to be a janitor for the special division, yet she dares to dance in front of me like she's the real deal." After dancing for a while, the medium lowered her center of gravity, muttering, "Yuli, wealth god to the southwest, fortune god to the west, blessing god to the east. Zhang Shandu month would roost fate compatible." Compatible. Suddenly, she grabbed the VU box hand, a sinister smile on her face. "Your fate has a killing aura. Your whole life will be unfortunate. Want to change your fate? It will only cost you and your little boyfriend a small price." Nguyen Chan's eyes glowed red as he appeared behind her, lifting her up, his voice low and cold. "Fortune-telling and changing fate. Ha! Don't play God here." Caught in the act, the medium shrieked. You people." Nguyen Shan paid her no mind, treating her words like a dog's bark, and turned to the viewback. "Shioi, can you see which item has rules?" The viewback pointed to a corner of the room, her voice firm. "I see that this vase and that one over there both have spiritual power. The most important thing is actually the mat under our feet, right?" Hearing this, Nan Shan directly crushed the magical artifact in the medium's hand. A sarcastic smile on his face, using rule-based props on a supervisor who accepted a commission. "Next time, remember to eat more iodized salt, old hack." Under the dim moonlight, the medium's tears streamed down her face as she knelt on the cold ground, her voice trembling as she wailed. I was wrong, sir. Please spare this old woman's life. This old woman is just trying to earn money to support her family. My unfil son won't even support his old mother." Shan stood there, his eyes as sharp as a blade, slowly releasing her. His low voice full of authority. "You know what you've done. Seeing as you haven't killed or committed arson, I'll spare you this once. But if I see you again, don't expect any mercy from me. I don't have much sympathy for the old or the young. Understand?" With that, Chan put his arm around Shirabai and turned to leave, his posture decisive and without hesitation. Behind him, the medium Kodo repeatedly. The sound of her head hitting the ground like chopping wood, her mouth repeating. This old woman knows her mistake. This old woman knows her mistake. I won't dare to do it again. Chan, to his steps, still even, tilted his head slightly to speak to Shioi. Let's go. Don't pay any mind to what she said. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance behind him as if wanting to pierce through her very soul. If you dare to touch Xiao Bai's birthdate, the medium remained prostrate on the ground, her whole body trembling as she hurriedly stammered. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Please believe me, sir. Chan lips curled slightly into a smile as cold as the blood-red moon. Remember the words you've spoken. With that, he put on his glasses, put his arm around Shirao's shoulder, and walked out with a nonchalant air. But as soon as Chan's figure disappeared, the medium suddenly raised her head. A sinister cackle echoing nearly. He, that was just pretending. Before she could finish her sentence, the magical artifact on the table suddenly exploded and a blazing red fire erupted like fresh blood engulfing her. The medium's eyes widened in horror as she screamed in panic, How can this be? How can this be? In 5 Yubaka's quiet home, under the soft yellow light, the young woman lay sprawled on her bed. Her cheeks flushed, she shyly mumbled, It was so hard for me to refuse the president's request to take me upstairs.
Recalling that moment when Shant offered to take her home, his eyes were so deep they seemed to want to suck in her soul. The viewback, though her heart was racing, managed to hold back, her voice soft but firm.
Thank you, President, but it's really too late.
Chan, who at that moment just smiled faintly, a playful glint in his eyes.
Then viewback, you've improved.
Those words were like a gust of wind throwing her heart into turmoil. The viewback covered her face, her hair standing on end, blushing furiously as she exclaimed, "No, I can't get carried away anymore."
Sure, by the viewback, you have to wake up.
With that, she hurriedly sat up, opened her bookshelf, and pulled out a notebook, her trembling hands beginning to write as if to pour out all the emotions swirling inside her. The viewback mumbled, her voice full of doubt. "The president once said, if you encounter something strange, or someone next to you falls into a rule without knowing it, then don't alert the snake by hitting the grass." Before, his topics were always about anomalies, vengeful spirits, and training.
He wasn't interested in anything else. But when did this change begin?
She clutched the notebook to her chest, her heart pounding. The viewbox sighed, dialing a number on her phone, muttering, "Maybe I should ask someone else." The screen showed the last 3 digits as 920. Immediately, a sweet-looking girl, Vanimba, appeared, smiling brightly.
"Wow, Shioi, it's rare for you to call me."
Phi Viewback stammered, her voice hesitant.
I wanted to ask.
I suspect the president is trapped in some strange rule."
Hearing the shocking news, Vimba exclaimed excitedly, "Hug him." "Did you notice something unusual about him?"
The viewback blushed and whispered, "Well, it's just that he confessed to me."
Vimba's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly, "What? What happened? Did you agree? How far have you gone? Tongue, you didn't kiss, did you? How's his technique?"
Bombarded with questions, the viewback was at a loss for words. Suddenly, on top of her head, a series of eyes bulged out, shining and blinking with an eerie light. Below, Vimba's enthusiastic voice continued, I'm so curious." The viewbox face was grim, not saying a word. Nguyen Shanu, holding Shirayen, smiled morbidly, his voice low, "Shioi, why waste time on such trash?" In the dimly lit room, Phi Vuch clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling with determination, and turned to Vimba, her voice pleading, "So, I want to ask, do you have the contact information for any special investigators?"
Vimba smirked and laughed.
"Ha," her voice teasing.
"Ha, I don't have their contact information. How could I be worthy?
Besides, if you're not sure, it's best not to contact them."
But I have to say, you're overthinking it."
Viewback the Vobaka's face turned beet red as she stammered shyly.
"No, I'm not seeing this."
Vimba became even more enthusiastic, her eyes mischievous, and continued to tease. "I think that guy suddenly changed like an old house suddenly catching fire." As she spoke, she quickly tapped on her phone, finding the private number of Lord Ghost, who was Chantu, and then said, Well, if you don't believe me, let me ask him at home." Chant was sitting, his expression thoughtful, when his phone suddenly rang. He answered, his voice steady. "Hello." On the other end, Vimba's teasing voice came through.
"Ghost."
Shadow said, "You haven't been well lately.
Got caught up in some strange business. Isn't your way of chasing girls a bit scary?"
Chant raised an eyebrow slightly. His voice nonchalant, but his eyes flashing with a deep understanding. "It seems her pressure lately is similar to mine, overthinking things.
Being alone can sometimes be really tiring.
And Shadow is the one who understands me the most.
Seems I've been putting pressure on her."
On this side, Phi Viewback heard Vimba's report. Her face flushing red, her hand covering her mouth, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Chan, who on the other end of the line, his face turning a sickly green, made a sudden U-turn. He chuckled. "Actually, I wanted to say if I could live a little longer, I would propose to her." Vimba, on the other end, was momentarily stunned, her voice full of surprise.
"Ha? Shadow knows you think that way."
"Actually, I should still advise you to take it slow."
Girls can easily become suspicious of your intentions. Hearing Vimba's report, Phi Vuback hugged her pillow. Her face as red as a ripe piman. Stammering, she said, marriage. I understand. Vimba continued to relay Chan's words. At that moment, he asked me, is there anything else? You low ability idiot. Vimba smiled slightly and quickly slipped away. No, nothing. But you heard him, right? He has feelings for you. Don't overthink it. Men are always like that.
Fanvu, though her heart was racing and she was practically drooling, tried to remain calm, her voice trembling.
All right, fine.
You only dare to tease the president now. Why don't you say it to his face?
Vimba raised an eyebrow, putting on an insufferably playful act.
Her voice was sweet as sugar.
Bye-bye. Why are you so cute?
I helped you so much and you still say that.
It makes me so sad. How are you going to make it up to me?
Hearing this, the Vuback blushed, her heart pounding, and she quickly backed away, stammering.
I have to prepare for my mission. I can't talk to you anymore.
After the naive phone call, the girl named by collapsed onto her bed, sighing heavily and muttering, sigh.
I should get ready quickly. Although I'm used to these normal exorcism missions, there probably won't be any problems.
Then she paused, her eyes dreamy.
President, do you really like me?
In the dark of the night, as the clock struck 11:45. The Vuback held a flashlight, its weak beam cutting through the hazy darkness. Before her was an ancient villa hidden deep in the silent forest, exuding an indescribable eeriness. She stopped before the gate covered in ivy, her face cold as she whispered, I've arrived.
Without a moment's hesitation, the Vuback stepped forward and rang the doorbell.
The sound echoed in the deserted space with not a soul in sight, sending a slight shiver down her spine. The camera screen at the gate flickered with a blurry image. She took a deep breath and spoke calmly.
Boss, I am the Vuback, here for the exorcism. Please open the gate. It's time for our appointment.
Suddenly, a cold draft swept past, startling her and making her heart pound. She spun around, her weary gaze sweeping towards the darkness behind her. In the black night, her body emitted a brilliant golden light like a flame illuminating in the darkness. Just then, the villa's gate creaked open, and an old man with four-eyed glasses stuck his head out, his voice low.
Are you the Vuback?
The middle-aged man holding a flashlight smiled friendly.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I just put my little one to sleep. My apologies. Please come in.
Stepping into the quiet courtyard, the Vuback frowned slightly, inking result.
Oh no, I should have tossed a coin first.
The boss closed the door and quickly ran over. His face was bright, his voice full of apology. Miss Thien, my apologies for the slow reception.
My apologies for the slow reception. The butler has gone home to his village right now. I'm the only one here. It's late.
The Vuback smiled politely, her voice gentle.
Oh, it's all right.
The boss respectfully extended his hand, his voice low. This way, please. The Vuback stepped inside, her sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. He closed the door, but as soon as it was shut, his face suddenly turned a sickly green, grotesque and unsettling.
Inside the villa, a luxurious space appeared before the Vuback's eyes.
The interior was splendid and expensive, with a golden money frog statue holding a fortune ring in its mouth as the centerpiece, its golden light glittering. The master of the house smiled. With his voice polite. Master the understand Vuback, lips curled slightly as she thought, trying to testify.
I have real talent, are we? Good thing the president and everyone else taught me how to deal with this type of person.
The young woman, not yet 18, spoke with a calm but sharp voice. I am not a professional feng shui master, so I can't tell if your house's feng shui is good or not.
My duty is only to exorcist evil spirits.
Hearing this, he was momentarily flustered and quickly waved his hand.
Oh, I didn't mean to doubt, are you?
Since your bosi is compatible, we can start the exorcism when the time comes.
The time is almost here.
With that, he sighed, acting like an artist, his voice full of sorrow.
Finally, I've managed to invite you.
Our house has been disturbed by this demon, and it only appears at.
Before he could finish, he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Where did she go?"
At the same time, the golden money frog statues in front of the viewback began to show strange signs. The coins in their mouths levitated, glowing with a brilliant golden light as if signaling an impending disaster. From the second floor of the villa, a bright red figure suddenly appeared, floating in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, the viewback immediately gathered her energy, then launched a brilliant golden lotus orb straight at the red figure. But at that very moment, the Furig boss suddenly vanished, then abruptly reappeared behind her, holding a wooden chair, a malicious glint in his eyes. As if sensing the cold aura, Fiend Viewback spun around, her eyes sharp, and shouted, "Not good." In a flash, the boss revealed his true form, a disgusting monster with a mouth that stretched from ear to ear, and a morbid smile that would send chills down anyone's spine. The Viewbacka's eyes widened, her heart pounding. As she cursed inwardly.
"Damn, that's so scary. You scared the hell out of me."
Blood splattered everywhere, even onto the wall clock, as if a tragedy had befallen Fiend Viewback. But no, the young woman was now panicked, her eyes glued to what was behind her. The boss who was about to harm her was now covered in blood, his body motionless as he collapsed on the spot. Behind him, Nan Shandanda sat calmly, his eyes as red as blood, his twin swords gleaming with a cold light. Then Vucha's eyes widened, her mouth gaped, as she uttered two shy words. President Shan's lips curled slightly, his voice steady.
"Not too fast, not too slow. Quick, look behind you." The girl quickly turned her head and was immediately horrified.
3 souls, a woman and 2 children, floated in the air, their eyes dark.
Fiend Viewback was startled, her voice trembling. "Ha? Why is there another little girl?"
Shan stood up, his eyes sharp and slowly explained, "This talented Mr. Zhang has long used the pretext of an accident to kill his eldest daughter. He divided the body into, placing one half in a special location and mixing the other half in to create a golden corner to attract wealth. After that, he continued to harm his wife and son. His wife was already dead, but his son was still breathing. He then covered the boy's nose until he died and hid the body in the attic. He set up a formation, redrawing a set of incantations, on the bodies every day to maintain his financial luck. This was a formation his mother taught him. It was this Mr. Zhang along with his mother who killed his wife and children." The Viewback shivered upon hearing this, unable to believe it, and asked repeatedly,
"But didn't he go bankrupt?" Shan nodded, his eyes deep.
"Therefore, he needed to find an exorcist with a compatible fate, which are freelance supervisors like us. A compatible fate means someone with innate spiritual power. Unlike his wife, his purpose wasn't to exorcise spirits, but to use your fate to weaken the vengeful souls, allowing him to continue using them to attract wealth. The person behind it all is his mother." The Viewback broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Is it that witch USH?" She smiled faintly, "That's right." He suddenly moved closer, lifted the girl's chin, his voice low and full of meaning.
"So, do this mother and son deserve to die?" The Viewback lowered her head, stammering without an answer.
Chan said no more, stood up straight and turned to the 3 vengeful souls. His voice cold.
"All right, now it's your turn.
I'll release you to kill him and the witch to fulfill your wishes.
It's best to be obedient. You might even get a chance to be reincarnated."
Just when it seemed everything was over unexpectedly, the little boy's soul lunged at the Viewback, muttering incomprehensible words like Gigi. As his hand was about to touch her, Chanda suddenly unleashed a tyrannical black aura, freezing the vengeful soul in its track. Before the Viewback could react, he swung his arm, dispersing the soul's essence in an instant. One of his palms blew away half the villa, sending dust flying everywhere.
Chana turned back, his eyes softening as he asked the girl, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry. I won't let anyone lay a single hair on you." "Fine."
Viewback,
protected by the handsome man, felt her heart pound.
But she still acted coy, stammering, "I am fine."
The viewback with an innocent sparkle in her eyes asked in a trembling voice, "So, have they been liberated?" Chant glanced at the motionless body of the boss, Mr. Jang.
On the floor, a smirk on his lips, his low voice full of meaning.
"What are you trying to ask? You don't trust me. Are you asking if I killed them or something? But they've been dead for a long time, haven't they?"
His face flashed a grotesque green and a sinister smile, and a chill through the air, he muttered to himself. His voice a whisper to the darkness.
"Mere ordinary vengeful souls. However, this love, this feeling that fills my whole body, it's truly wonderful."
Watching Sean slowly walk out, the viewback couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, her heart pounding. She thought to herself before his cold-bloodedness. The president wasn't such an extreme and morbid person. A small, non-threatening vengeful soul shouldn't have provoked his killing intent, and I shouldn't be able to evoke such a strong sense of possessiveness unless in him. Thinking this, she quickly ran after him, her voice soft.
"President, it's very late. Can you take me home?" Chanda turned back, his eyes softening as he smiled indulgently.
"Of course, but I have one more thing to do."
The viewback immediately nodded eagerly.
"Yes, I'll wait for you." In her mind, a clear thought emerged. It's definitely not that this Chano has developed feelings from me, but in the current situation, I absolutely cannot provoke him.
I can only take it one step at a time and find a chance to contact the special committee.
As soon as the two of them left, the villa behind them burst into brilliant red flames.
The intense heat consumed everything, turning it all to ash.
Shan draped his coat over the girl and walked down the steps, his voice suddenly lowering.
"Oh, right, shall we? You and Vimba have been getting along very well lately. Haven't you?"
The viewback broke out in a sweat and quickly stammered.
"Actually, it's nothing.
I mainly get some missions through her." Chana smirked, his eyes seeming to see right through her.
"But I see you two chat together frequently." "Shioi, you're hanging out with Vimba again," he said to himself, his voice full of obsession. "The only person who can be close to her is me."
Then suddenly his face hardened, his voice cold.
"As friends, why would she let you take on such dangerous missions? Vimba is not a good person. Cut ties with her. If you want to continue taking on exorcism missions, you just need to connect with me, right?" Faced with such insane possessiveness, the viewback could only nod, her voice soft.
"Yes."
"All right," she thought to herself. "And you're it? I can't let it show. For now, I have to listen to him.
Otherwise, the current president might very well have Vimba disposed of." Seeing her obedience, Chan's expression relaxed and his smile returned.
"Then I'm relieved. I'll take you home."
Okay. The viewback nodded, and as she walked, she thought to herself, her heart pounding.
Did the president's eyes just now really mean he wanted to kill Vimba? Also, how does he know that Vimba and I met frequently and have become friends?
The viewback returned home, her heart in turmoil, signed to herself, "What do I do now?
Tell Vimba to have her contact the special department? I'm afraid that won't work.
The president already knows that Vimba and I are in close contact.
Come to think of it, he has a way of monitoring me. Could it be that my room is also?"
The girl huddled under the covers, her hands trembling as she searched, her worried eyes scanning the room. Suddenly, from the ceiling, a series of bright Xian eyes lit up, intently watching her every move, as silent as grotesque ghosts.
Tien Vobu shivered, telling herself, "Buying clothes, is he monitoring my room at all times? I hope not. Even if I've fallen into the president's rule, I still have things I need to do."
Just then, her phone lit up, displaying an unknown number, reminding her of her previous impression. Bubak's eyes lit up, her heart pounding.
"Hello, I'm right in the room next door. If you need anything, just find me," she thought to herself. Ha! What's this? Is this guy waiting for me or something?
The door to the room opened, and Shantu appeared, his voice warm and low.
Shioi, you're here. Five Butch immediately put on an act, smiling brightly. President, I brought you a homemade lunchbox. Shanda seemed to relax, a smile on his face. Oh, it's for me. And I also have my homemade cookies.
But as the girl happily continued, one bag for the director, and another small bag because I made too much, Chan's face immediately darkened, his eyes as sharp as a knife.
What? Another bag? Who are you planning to give it to? His gaze was like he wanted to eat alive whoever dared to receive her cookies.
The viewback froze and quickly summoned all her courage to force a smile.
Teacher Zuli next door. She helped us a lot before.
I thought since we're neighbors, we should show some affection. Sean sighed, his voice softening but still full of meaning.
All right, but next time you're only allowed to give them to me. The viewback breathed a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. Yes. Yes, sir. She quickly went next door and knocked under Chan's watchful eye. Missily, are you home? It's the viewback. Chanu, standing to the side, suddenly had a thought and told himself, how could I have forgotten? Turns out there's someone with connections to the special department living next door.
He immediately deployed Shura Yayan's ability, ordering, go follow them.
Ashura Yani immediately shot down from the ceiling, following viewback. Zuli opened the door with a radiant smile. Ha! Why is it you? Long time no see. Xiaoi smiled back in green. I made cookies for the director.
I made too many, so I thought I'd give you some.
Thanks for your help before. Zuli enthusiastically invited her in. I should be the one thanking you. Sit down and have some tea. Viewback waved her hand and forced a smile. No need. The president and I still have things to do. With that, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. Zuli closed the door, opened the gift bag, and exclaimed in delight, this looks so exquisite.
Inside the cloth bag were delicious-looking cookies.
Zuli kept exclaiming in admiration and took a big bite.
Suddenly, the Vu's time-stopping ability activated, causing the girl to jump in fright, thinking to herself, did something happen to Nyan Shanu? Meanwhile, the Shura Yani continued to observe silently, whispering, everything is normal. At the King, campus of Jiang City University. The lively voices of students rang out, good morning, Teacher Zuli. Teacher Zuli, as friendly as the morning sun, waved back, good morning, everyone. The two boys who were greeted by the beautiful teacher were as happy as new fathers, whispering to each other, see, look how happy Teacher Zuli is to see me. But the smile on Zuli's lips suddenly froze. Her face turning pale. She told herself, her heart heavy. This is bad. Lord Ghost's problem is probably very serious. Otherwise, Shadow wouldn't have used that method to pass me a message. Even so, we're all being monitored by Lord Ghost. I have to report the situation. She quickly entered a secret room at the Special Committee's main headquarters. Inside, Chairman King Bin spoke in a low voice. Everyone has seen the news. Supervisor Ghost is suspected of having fallen into a rule. This change was as sudden, abnormal, with no warning signs. A mental collapse doesn't fit the pattern of a supervisor's darkening. He paused, his eyes sharp. According to the citywide surveillance extraction from the Public Security Bureau, Ghost has committed several violent crimes. Through gathering clues, we discovered that these cases are all related to one person, the Shadow. The Shadow standing in the corner spoke up. Ghost's attitude towards me has changed very strangely. He has suddenly developed a morbid possessiveness, control, and surveillance. He has an impulse to kill anyone related to me if he feels it's necessary. The old man with a square face exclaimed in shock, how can this be? Ghost has always been someone you paid special attention to. Has he really fallen into a strange rule?
King Bin, his face emotionless, replied, perhaps. He turned to thank Kisaragi. You asked that. Then Kai nodded, her voice calm. Ghost-specific abnormal behavior is the sudden appearance of a desire for control and destruction, but he himself still has a weak sense of control. A person sitting opposite asked doubtfully, you mean Ghost still has his own consciousness and is fighting against the monster? Then Kai confirmed, that's right. This is the conclusion after our thorough analysis. If he had been completely consumed by the monster, the Shadow's reckless behavior would not have allowed her to live. Those violent incidents would have long become murder cases. She paused for a moment, her gaze serious. We are still investigating what kind of monster it is. I believe this monster is at least disaster level. A tyrant-level monster, regardless of good or evil, would kill anyone it encounters in a chaotic rampage. But a disaster-level monster spreads extremely fast and the affected area suffers immense unpredictable losses. A calamity-level monster is more limited, but anyone involved will always have bad luck. She continued, we estimate the Shadow's spiritual power has reached level 3. A level 2 cultivator cannot detect her spiritual power. It is currently unknown if she possesses her own rule item. If she does, we must upgrade the investigation level of this monster. A monster that is put to level 3 supervisors in a difficult situation must be contained. As soon as possible, King Bin, his gaze deep, offered a different perspective. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Ghost proactively intervened with the ghost train, which is why he fell into the rule. Hearing this, the whole group's eyes widened and their jaws dropped, exclaiming in unison, what? That's not logical. A ghost that day? Why? Kangben spoke slowly, his eyes sharp, as he continued to explain. According to the report from the SNI psychology team, Ghost has previously resisted the evil neighbor Xiaoang and was trapped in an endless loop. Although the treatment was successful, his subconscious still retains a suicidal psychology. The old man, Mr. Zhang, stroked his beard thoughtfully. You're right. When they learned the hospital was an anomaly, high-level supervisors would usually give up. And at most report it to the special department with Ghost's constitution if he hadn't intentionally intervened. He couldn't have possibly fallen into the hospital's rules. Kangbin nodded, his voice firm. Ghost's current conflicting psychology is very complex. He both hates anomalies and harbors a death wish, but at the same time, his will to survive is strong, and he has never given up the struggle. I believe the special department should not punish or abandon him for his actions. What do you all think? Old Zhang spoke first, his voice persuasive. Choosing to become a supervisor, he clearly wants to keep a low profile to avoid too much attention. But Ghost's abilities and contributions are clear for all to see. Truly admirable in this desperate world. A powerful supervisor like him is a treasure. Even if he does something excessive, we should turn a blind eye. Kangbin agreed. That's right. In a short period, he has investigated many anomaly cases, even borrowing the power of other anomalies to contain them. Such an ability is irreplaceable, enough to succeed to the position of department head of the special division. Most importantly, he possesses a rare ability in the entire world, death substitution. For this point alone, Ghost must be saved at all cost. Suddenly, a young man sitting opposite objected, his voice full of doubt. But don't you all find it too coincidental? I mean, before Ghost became a supervisor, Yuan investigated his contact with its U-turn, but the special committee didn't find anything strange related to it. Don't you think his luck is sometimes too bad and sometimes too good? Kangbin's face grew stern, his voice firm. Your suspicion is not without reason, but don't use malice to doubt a supervisor who has contributed to humanity. Then Kai added, her analytical voice sharp. Ghost has fallen into a state of cognitive thought and emotional chaos. Our decision is to wait until tonight when Ghost is home alone to HZY to use the rule tool, the death file. King Ben nodded in agreement. The death file will send someone to chat with Ghost so the psychology team can eavesdrop. If Ghost returns to normal, we'll hold a video conference to understand the situation. If he doesn't respond, I will convene another meeting. During this time, no one should be lax. Think of a way to resolve this. If the worst-case scenario happens after giving his orders, his face is grave. He stood up and left.
Back in Nguyen Shan's gloomy house, the main character stood before the bathroom mirror, coughed twice, and spat out sickly green blood that covered his hand.
He was bewildered, touching his ear and muttering, "Damn it! What the hell is happening?"
With that, he slammed his fist, shattering the mirror. But immediately, something eerie happened. From the broken shards, countless sharp green eyes flashed, reflecting his own grotesque face, cold and terrifying. The broken mirror caused Chan's blood to splatter. But what was even more grotesque was that his once bright red blood had now turned to dark, eerie blue-black. The main character, with a crazed look in his eyes, picked up a sharp piece of the mirror and cut his own face, his features contorting in morbid enjoyment. He muttered, his voice a lone, haunting whisper, I feel like Xiaoyi is very scared when she sees my face." In his mind, the image of the viewback with her sweet face and alluring figure constantly appeared, plunging him into a state of mental masturbation. He told himself, his voice like a whisper to the darkness, "If that's the case, then let's destroy it." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him as if tearing his brain apart, pulling Chanta into a bottomless abyss. He collapsed onto the floor, his body trembling as if a piece of his soul had been lost. A minute later, Chan slowly regained consciousness, clutching his aching head and muttering,
"What's going on?"
The system coldly announced.
Lifespan -1. 99 days left to live.
He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with confusion.
I can feel it. I didn't die because of that angel god's rule. There's clearly someone else or another anomaly behind this. Just then, the phone rang. Chan Tu immediately answered, his voice low. "Hello."
On the other end, Tang Kai's calm voice came through. "Ghost, it's the Kai Special Division. According to the surveillance report from Jiang City, you have fallen into an anomalous rule." Chan's lips curled, his eyes sharp and cold.
Did the special division use a rule tool to kill me?
Then Kai confirmed, "Yes, this was also to bring you back to your senses so you could talk."
To us. We used the latest rule tool. Perhaps I should apologize. Shans let out a hoarse laugh. It's fine. I should even thank you otherwise. I would have really killed someone.
Then Kai continued.
The director and the advisory board want to hold a meeting with you. Shannon nodded immediately. All right.
A blue screen appeared starting the video call. The members of the special committee all stood up and bowed.
Lord Ghost. Shan had just let out a sound of acknowledgement, not responding. Kang adjusted his gloves. His voice stern based on our judgment.
Ghost, you are currently trapped in one of three rules: cognitive, thought, or emotional. Now that you are conscious, please tell us specifically which one it is. Chantered for a moment, then replied, "It's emotional." The feeling of love for Shadow in my head was infinitely magnified, indeed quite distorted and morbid. It pushed away all other thoughts. All my actions and thoughts revolved around Shadow.
Shadow is the Vubu's nickname.
You guys, I didn't care about anything else. I was fully aware that I have fallen into a strange rule.
But I only felt happy and excited.
In short, I was controlled by love, driven mad by love.
He paused, his eyes sharp. You must have investigated some other cases, right? Why does the rule only take effect when I see Shadow? Is there some pattern?
King nodded, his voice low.
Yes, your guess is not wrong.
The old man, Mr. Jiang, interjected.
Perhaps you didn't notice.
Your birthday and Shadow's birthday are the same.
Both on September 29th.
It's exact to the day, not related to the specific time of birth or Bosi.
Hearing this, Chana fell into deep thought, a spark in his eyes. So, that's how it is. That's why after I saw her on the train, I didn't fall into the rule. The fallen angel's rule isn't that overpowered. He frowned, his voice low. So, as long as I see the Bu back again, I'll fall into the rule again. Is that right?
Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and continued slowly.
Lord Ghost, there's one more point we haven't confirmed. Besides the opposite gender with the same birthday as you, is it possible for someone of the same gender to trigger this rule? Hearing this, Shauna's face went completely blank.
He was speechless. He was startled, thinking to himself, wait a minute.
If they've investigated my whereabouts through surveillance, then do they know I've been on the Kisaragi train?
Thinking of that, he began to ask, his voice probing, right, you guys? Before he could finish, old Zhang cut him off, his eyes sharp. Lord Ghost, the special department has investigated and found that you accidentally fell into the rules of the Kisaragi train. Therefore, we hope you can tell us what form of monster you encountered on the train. We can look up monster data, rule out monsters related to emotions, and quickly find more rules. If it's a monster that has never been recorded globally, inferring based on its appearance and behavior is also a common method of ours.
Hearing this, Chan is silently calculated. This attitude, does the special department not know I boarded the Kisaragi train on purpose?
I didn't expect their goodwill towards me to have reached this level. They haven't even warned me about the trouble I've caused these past few days.
He took a deep breath and confessed honestly, the anomaly that attacked me was a fallen angel. The square-faced supervisor immediately asked urgently, can you describe it? He quickly picked up a pen and said, I studied drawing before. Based on Chan's description, the man sketched the anomaly's appearance.
It looks quite similar to the fallen angel in mythology. The difference is that its pupils and the color of its bow and arrow are all jet black and there are many cracks on its body. Shanda continued, after being hit by the bow and arrow, I fell into the rule. My feelings of love were distorted and infinitely magnified, but it wasn't fatal. However, I've started coughing up black cloudy blood if I don't find a way to avoid death. It's very likely I'll die again in a few days. The entire special committee was stunned. A master-class entity like Shantu was too important. Humanity in this world worth paying any price to save. He continued, his voice low. Furthermore, even though I'm back to normal now, free from the Kisaragi train's rule, I still haven't escaped the fallen angel's rule. The people in the meeting room, all sharp-minded individuals, fell silent once again. Unable to find a solution, Shanda continued, his eyes full of worry.
The effect of the fallen angel's arrow hasn't disappeared. I'm only temporarily lucid. Please think of a countermeasure quickly. Otherwise, I will continue to cough up blood and die. This is disadvantageous for me and for everyone.
King Bin, who had been silent from the beginning, for the first time, showed a rare look of concern. He spoke gravely, each word sharp.
Is it because the problem is with the heart?
Shandin nodded, his voice firm.
That's right.
He pointed to his chest, his eyes sharp and cold. His voice low. Although this is a top secret of the special committee, everyone here should know that my heart is an anomaly from the Human Body Hospital Private Hospital No. 3. After absorbing this anomaly, I reported it clearly to the special committee. I didn't hide the fact that I used it to replace my original heart to avoid death.
Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room picked up the report on the Human Body Hospital anomaly by chance and started reading.
The atmosphere tense, he continued, his voice firm.
But I didn't report that the Human Body Hospital might be a fragment of another anomaly. By this point, everything is clear. The Human Body Hospital is the third anomaly.
The heart that was devoured by me, he told himself, a wary glint in his eyes, according to the hints from the notebook. And this heart most likely belongs to that person, the one everyone knows, the one the Global Special Committee fears the most. Therefore, no one is allowed to know the secret.
King Bin for the first time looked stunned by Chana's audacity.
He had been killed by anomalies multiple times, but in the shortest time, he found the anomaly's core, the heart, and then boldly replaced his original organ to function. A bizarre act that only someone with special recovery abilities like Chantu would dare to perform. Previously, when Shanna reported this incident, then Kai had taken him for an in-depth examination. She held the report, her voice serious. Including a comprehensive body check at the examination room, but you need to pass the special committee screening to leave. After all, using an anomaly as a hardened one's body is unprecedented. After that, Sean underwent a psychological test with the committee's mythical microphone. The result, he calmly declared, I will never betray humanity. The mythical microphone confirmed the subject was completely normal. The human body hospital case was thus closed. Hong and another member waved goodbye as he left. Ghost, come visit when you're free. Shanta thought to himself, the special division's regard for me has truly taken a qualitative leap. Kongbin spoke up at this moment. That's right. Your heart is very strange, immortal. If that's the case, the fallen angel's arrow will not lose its effect. Because you were on the Kisaragi train, the human body hospital and the fallen angel did not have a rule collision. Old Zhang continued, his voice analytical. There's another possibility. The fallen angel's arrow mainly affects emotions. Even if it hits the heart, it acts on the brain, not causing direct damage to the heart, so there's no rule collision. Shant was slightly disappointed, his voice lowering. Doesn't that mean it doesn't explain why I can't escape the rule? As if guessing his question, old Zhang pointed to his head, about to say something. But he suddenly bowed his head, his voice apologetic. I'm truly sorry, Lord Ghost. Shanta was helpless, his eyes pleading. Do you have any suggestions on how to deal with this? Old Zhang opened a file, his voice firm. We can coordinate with the technical department to find a suitable supervisor and swap their normal heart with the anomalous heart in your body. The plan is a heart removal and replacement surgery. If you kill yourself one more time, you might return to a normal state. Shana went thinking to himself, this depends on whether the special department makes it mandatory. He shook his head, his voice firm, telling me to replace my heart is impossible. Shana frowned, his voice low, pointing to his chest after I collected the lungs. I felt that they both belonged to the day that Shia mentioned. Taking it away is no different from handing over great power to someone else. He turned to ask, have you found a suitable person? Kong replied, his eyes sharp. If you agree, the first person we choose is Tang Kai with an estimated success rate of 80%. But she is not my preferred solution because she lacks the death substitution skill. If we switch to Hong, his ability can only withstand 60% of the anomalous power. She had to breathe a sigh of relief, his voice lighter. In that case, you're not 100% certain either. There's another point. If the heart is in a detached state within a certain range, just a few seconds of heart resonance can lead to the death of others. In other words, if you're off by even a fraction of a second, everyone involved in the surgery will die. Therefore, I don't recommend you do this. It's better to gather opinions to avoid the fallen angel's killing rule. He thought to himself, worried, I wonder if this reason will convince them. If not, then unexpectedly, Kong nodded immediately, his voice firm. All right, since that's the idea. We'll do as you wish. Mr. Zhang, please propose another plan. Sharant was stunned, telling himself. He agreed so quickly without a shred of doubt. It seems they were hoping I wouldn't choose the heart replacement plan. The special committee pondered, then stood up in unison and bowed, Lord Ghost, please allow us to express our gratitude on behalf of the advisory group. Not every supervisor has the courage to use their body as a cage. To coexist with an anomaly. Hearing this, Chant almost choked on his own spit, thinking, this is the father of anomalies. Eating them is a matter of course. Why make a fuss? You guys are overreacting to the obvious. Old Zhang held up a report. His voice serious. Based on your abnormal behavior over the past few days, we believe the method to avoid death lies in 3 stages: confession, romantic relationship, and marriage.
Whether this is correct or not will require your cooperation to test. Shant was bewildered, touching his ear and cursing internally. Damn it, are they going to marry Viewback and then do something beastly to her?
Old Jean explained, first, we need to rule out the possibility of whether signs of death will appear and when they will appear if you don't meet any subjects who fit the rules criteria.
Second, during the testing phase, we will search nationwide for young women who match your birthday.
They have all signed contracts with the special department or our supervisors.
You will choose.
Jan, his eyes lit up.
And he nodded.
Oh, so that's how it is.
It doesn't have to be the Viewback. Doesn't that mean this guy came with many girls? Ah, it's really like picking a concubine. Yun Xiang switched to someone else.
He chuckled to himself, then said, seriously, since they are all people with contracts with you, I have no problem.
Let's do it. He closed his eyes, thinking, then spoke.
Starting from now is the first day of the rule, who will contact me? Then Kai adjusted her glasses and replied immediately, you can just contact me. Chan snapped his fingers, his voice triumphant.
All right. The meeting ended, and he told himself, he's a true CEO, manipulating the world's strongest organization without them even knowing they're being manipulated.
He glanced behind him at the ticking clock. The first round of testing has officially begun. Shanda can find himself in his dark bedroom. His eyes do like an autistic person's muttering.
The first day is just irritability and physical discomfort. The first cough only appeared at night, spitting up a little black cloudy blood. He grimaced, clutching his chest.
On the second day, the situation worsened.
I coughed up blood every hour.
My chest ached as if it were being torn apart, and my strength and life force felt like they were being drained away. By the third day, he was nearly exhausted, coughing up blood every 10 minutes, his voice.
Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. This is so annoying. My body won't listen to me.
His strength depleted, Chan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes.
It's time.
He tremblingly dialed the number, calling Tang Kai, his mouth still smeared with blue-black blood.
Hello.
Then Kai, who was waiting, answered urgently.
Ghost. You finally called.
Shu, his face gaunt like someone who had been doing drugs for a long time.
Quickly summarized the situation over the past 72 hours.
Over time, just 24 hours without meeting a girl who fits the conditions.
I started coughing up blood.
On the second day, I coughed once every hour. On the third day, every 10 minutes with excruciating pain in my chest.
And now I'm about to die.
Then Kai nodded, her voice calm.
I understand.
So, do you want to proceed with the second phase of the experiment?
Now, Chanu, as if he couldn't wait another second, nodded, his voice broken by coughs. Yes, cough, cough. The first phase of the experiment is about to end.
After I revive, we'll proceed directly to the second phase. Then Kai indicated her understanding and replied immediately, all right, I will send you the personnel list and a photo album.
You can choose yourself. With that, Chana fell back onto the sofa. Damn it! And went to meet his ancestors.
Then Kai watched through the screen, and even though she knew he was immortal, she couldn't help but shiver. She quickly started the stopwatch.
Chan lay dying, yawning as he welcomed death.
His eyes slowly closed and the number of lives on his neck glowed, announcing coldly.
Unlocking the rule of the fallen angel. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. 3 days apart, the heart breaks.
The soul returns.
Remaining lifespan 99 days.
The withered corpse on the sofa suddenly moved.
Chanda's body quickly recovered. His consciousness returned and his eyes flew open.
Then Kai stopped the watch and announced, 1 minute, you're alive. Chanda groaned, stood up straight, stretched his muscles, his voice clear.
Let's start the next phase. Then Kai sent the image file saying, this is the list the advisory group has chosen. Currently, these 4 are quite suitable.
On the projector screen, images of 4 beautiful, radiant young women appeared.
Then Kai smiled lightly.
Don't worry, the advisory group wants to please you, so they've all chosen people with good conditions.
They're not criminals. If you're interested in someone, click on their profile picture. It contains their personal information.
Shanu, experiencing for the first time what it was like to choose a wife from a list, looked a bit dazed and muttered, "Strange.
Why do I feel like these 4 look the same?"
No, to be more precise, they all look a bit like one person. He frowned, his voice lowering. I don't want to casually decide someone else's life or death. You guys choose, but these people had better be able to protect themselves.
Once the love in my heart is twisted and magnified, the violence will be uncontrollable. Last time, if my subconscious hadn't resisted, Shadow and even her family and friends would have been killed by me.
Then Kai broke into a cold sweat and nodded eagerly.
All right, I respect your opinion. Then I'll choose randomly. She'll be here in about half an hour.
Shauna held up his hand, his voice serious.
Wait.
Tell her to bring a personal surveillance camera when she comes.
You can see my situation and hers.
If I want to kill her, there's still a glimmer of hope for her survival. Half an hour later, a gentle voice came from outside the door.
Excuse me. Is anyone home?
Shantu, who was busy giving a sex lesson to his little troublemakers, paused at the sound and quickly put them away, telling himself, that was fast. I almost thought the viewback had come looking for me again for some reason. He frowned, realizing the voice outside sounded a bit like Xiaoi. The doorbell rang repeatedly.
Is anyone home? Chand quickly opened the door and looked up.
Immediately, his face turned a sickly green, his eyes glowing with a grotesque light as he fell straight into the room. The high hit him, causing him to clench his fist and punch the wall with a loud thump, sending plaster flying like a hungry tiger eye in its prey. He stared at the girl in front of him. His gaze so intense it was as if he wanted to devour her. The girl was shy. Her cheeks flushed red as she stammered.
Hello, Mr. Nguyen. I'm Linu. You can call me Liu or Xiao Yuyu.
Seeing the handsome man so close to her face, the girl's soul was electrified and she thought to herself, Mr. Nguyen is even more charming than in his contract photo.
Signing this contract was so worth it.
Shanu, with the cool demeanor of a hot guy, lightly bit his fingertip and struck an alarming pose.
Yeah, hello, show.
In the special committee surveillance room,
Kingbin spoke in a low voice. How is it?
Then Kai replied, her eyes glued to the screen according to the surveillance. As soon as he met Liu, the entity fell into the rule. Linu's behavior and attitude show a great difference from normal. In addition, Nan Shandanda discovered the hidden camera he himself requested and destroyed it, but he didn't touch the street or other public surveillance equipment.
It's unclear if this is a phenomenon of logical and intellectual disorder. Kingbin nodded in understanding. All right, I'll leave this to you.
Also, after the surveillance cycle ends, you will accompany me to monitor the Kisaragi train. The U.S. Secret Service has discovered a real item that can contain the Kisaragi train. After the international conference, they decided to transfer this item to Zhang City in a few days.
This is a collaboration between Zhang City and the GIT.
So, besides dealing with the fallen angel, we have to speed up the prog. And then focus our energy on the Kisaragi train. Hearing this, then Kai's eyes showed a hint of doubt.
Has the origin of the Kisaragi train been confirmed to be in Zhang City?
Kongbin shook his head, his voice low.
I just hope everything goes smoothly without any mishaps.
Then Kai shivered, sighing to herself. With these strange events, the probability of containing it smoothly is only about 10%. For the next days, I'll continue to observe Ghost's condition, then hand it over to the advisory group but they also can't guarantee speeding up the process to help Ghost escape the rule of the fallen angel, a calamity-level anomaly of unknown level.
The Kisaragi train is even more uncertain.
Kingbin reassured her, yes, as the test progress, Ghost will understand more about the fallen angel.
Let's keep in regular contact.
Meanwhile, Chan, who was taking the new girl,
Liu out to eat. And to a hotel, as someone might have thought.
At the restaurant, the receptionist bowed and greeted them.
Welcome. Please proceed to the second floor.
Observing through the camera screen, Thank Kai sighed in admiration.
Perhaps he'll find a way on his own.
King Bin, however, was worried, his voice low.
I just feel that the test subject you chose might not be experienced enough.
Then Kai frowned, a little confused.
Oh, is that so? But she has level 3 spiritual power, just like the viewback.
On the second day of the second round of testing at Nu Yen Chan's house, the sweet girl Linu was happily sweeping the floor and humming. The little bird is chirping, chirping. Just then, the little troublemakers Xiao and Xia poked their heads in and said in unison,
Time's almost up. New mommy and daddy. Lenny was startled and being pinched on the head. Ran off crying, wailing. You said you'd ruin my face, ruined my looks. Boo-hoo.
Xiaoan, the little girl in the group, after running around for a while, fell to the floor and wouldn't stop crying. At the monitoring room, Director K approached Then Tri, who was intently checking the camera.
He asked, how's it going?
Without taking her eyes off the screen, Then Tri continued to observe and spoke up. According to the surveillance camera, Ghost fell into the rule trap as soon as he met Liu for the first time.
Liu's reaction to his actions and attitude shows a great difference from normal.
She continued her analysis. In addition, Nu Yen Shandanda discovered the hidden surveillance system that he himself had initially requested and destroyed it. In fact, Nu Yen Shandanda pretended to hug Lin Yu while reaching up to destroy the device on her neck. Then Kai switched the surveillance screen, her voice filled with questions.
Mr. Nu Yen at Hong Street, Area 6.
He didn't destroy the surveillance systems on the street or other public surveillance equipment.
I don't know if this is a phenomenon of intellectual and logical disorder.
Director Kong turned his head slightly and said thoughtfully, all right, I'll leave this place to you. Also, after the surveillance cycle ends, you will monitor Kisaragi with me. He explained further, the U.S. Secret Service has discovered a real item that may be able to contain Kisaragi. They just held an international meeting and decided to move it to Zhongshan in a few days. So on the Ulink side, Qubit must speed up the progress, and then we still have to focus our energy on Kisaragi.
Hearing those words, then Kai immediately turned to the director and asked repeatedly, has the origin of Kisaragi been confirmed to be in Zhongchang? Director Kong replied slowly, yes. I just hope everything goes smoothly. And there are no accidents.
A worried look flashed across the entry's eyes. She looked straight at the screen and continued. It's just that with strange events like this, the probability of not being able to contain it smoothly is also 9 out of 10. She continued to give her assessment in the next few days. I will continue to observe Yulin's situation. Then I will hand it over to the intellectual group or Hong, but they also can't guarantee that speeding up the progress will help Yulin escape Pitt's rule.
Director Kong remained calm.
Yes, as the testing process continues, Yulin will understand more about QPIT.
Let's stay in touch at all times.
At this time, Nan Shanu and Linu had arrived at the commercial street area 4. The doorbell rang with a greeting, welcome.
Please proceed to the second floor.
While the two were eating together, Director Kong watched through the surveillance monitor. Still skeptical, he muttered.
Maybe he'll find a way to solve it himself. I just feel that the test subject you chose might not be experienced enough.
Then Kai adjusted her glasses, looking confused.
Is that so?
Director Kong replied, but she is the closest match among the most powerful spiritualists. In the second round of testing, day 2, Lenny was happily cleaning the house. Her mouth hummed La Shia watch quietly, muttering, it's almost time. Suddenly, the little demon softly called out, Mom, new dad. Immediately, Shirai slapped it, causing the little demon to cry out, ouch, ouch, ouch.
Her face ruined. The little demon hurriedly fled, crying. Shirao I watched calmly.
Then the little girl held up a sign with a scrolled message. He and that not-so-good girl are about to die.
When do we make our move?
Xiaoi raised her hand to signal and calmly replied, in 1 minute. Then she observed Nu Yenshantu for a long time. Finally, she said, if you want to try, then tomorrow then. At this moment, Nu Yenshanta was sitting on the sofa looking tired. He held his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. Show is clearly very good.
I'm very satisfied. But why do I feel so anxious?
He called out softly.
Show?
Seeing this, she quickly ran over.
Chenu, what's wrong?
He walked over, gently lifted her chin, and asked, tomorrow, I'll go with you to buy the things you like.
Okay?
Lin was surprised, her face flushing red with joy.
Really? You're so good.
He chuckled softly and moved closer to her.
You're happy just from that. You're so easy to please. He continued to whisper for you. I can do anything.
Hearing those words, Liu's eyes softened, filled with happiness. She slowly moved closer, pressing her face against his chest.
Thinking to herself, Lord Ghost isn't scary at all.
He's gentle, considerate, and cares for me in every little way.
He also has the air of a domineering CEO.
His face and figure are so perfect.
I can't believe something so good could happen to me.
As long as I can help Lord Ghost survive, I can be with him forever. She had no idea that Nyan Shanta was hugging her with a grotesque smile and strange blue eyes.
Moving on to the second round of testing, day 3.
When they arrived at the clothing store, Liu happily came out in a cute slit dress, a radiant smile on her face. She excitedly showed it off.
Chanu, I like this one.
However, Nyan Shanta had just replied coldly, no. Then he handed her another dress and said, Sho, I feel this one suits you better, so let's just buy this black and white one.
Seeing the employee take out the black and white striped dress,
Liu frowned, looking displeased.
This one, I don't want it. This color is too old for me. I don't like it.
The two employees glanced at each other, and Nu Yenshan's expression suddenly twisted. He repeated every word of Linux sentence, his voice distorted and cold.
I don't like it. What did you say? You're rejecting me. You don't like me.
He slowly stood up, and a terrifying blazing red energy began to pour out, spreading throughout the space. Lin noticed the abnormality, and her body began to tremble with anxiety. She hurriedly explained, no, it's not that.
I like you.
Shantu listened to my explanation.
Immediately, the two other employees quickly took off their uniforms.
They grabbed Lin Yu and pulled her away. One shouted, if you don't want to die, run. At this moment, Yuan Shan's body began to emit a strange green light. His face darkened.
And killing intent filled the air. He growled, you betrayed me. If you don't like me, then let's destroy everything.
His eyes seemed to burst into flames, burning all three of them. The three of them only had time to let out a painful scream.
Aha!
Just at this moment, a crack in space suddenly appeared.
Nu Yenshanu immediately noticed the anomaly.
Just as a fist shot through the crack, heading straight for him. He calmly blocked the blow while Thin Tri shouted from inside, Ghost, Hong, let's go. Hong emerged from the crack, using a large roll of cloth to protect Ling Yu's group from the flames. At the same time, Muan Shan had already moved behind Thin Tri. She quickly bent down and flipped over, delivering a powerful kick. The two looked at each other, their eyes sharp and cold. Nu Yenshan blocked the kick and asked coldly, who are you? Then Kai quickly backed away. She stood up straight and answered.
I'm the one who came to stop you. Nu Yenshan Danda gave a contemptuous smile. 3 demonic eyes filled with dread appeared from his body.
He said, in your dreams. Nu Yenshan Danda charged straight at her then tried. She widened her eyes to observe. Then she used her fist to block him. She raised the microphone and said decisively, "The second test is over.
Ghost cannot be awakened.
Initiating forced death protocol."
But before she could press the button, Nuan Shan's eyes glared as if he wanted to eat her alive,
causing her body to freeze.
She dropped the device.
She brought her own hand up to her neck. Then Kai stared in shock at the ghostly image of Nguyen Chanu.
And thought to herself, "Has your power surpassed mine?"
She began to cough up blood in pain. HMPH, she mumbled, trying to calm herself.
Calm down. There's another way.
At this moment, Nguyen Shan had advanced in front of her, raised his hand, and coldly lifted her into the air.
If that's the case, then you die in their place.
But suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He collapsed to the ground. Then Tri was thus released. She sat down, unable to help, but let out a sigh of relief.
Phew.
Then Kai raised the microphone and spoke to Director Kong.
"Director, I'm very sorry.
I underestimated Ghost's power when he lost control and nearly caused a disaster."
Mr. Kang's voice came from the other end of the line. "I've troubled you to use the roll tool again." Then Kai calmly replied, "I'm fine.
The experiment plan with Ghost requires a lot of preparation. This time it was due to the negligence of the test subject, Lenyu, that the incident occurred. Fortunately, the prison promptly sent a group of death row inmates." Director King in the surveillance room replied, "If it had been someone else today,
the chances of survival would have been slim."
Then Kai wordly speculated, "I understand Ghost's power has grown stronger again. Therefore, I'm worried if we hand QPIT over to Hangan and the intellectual group later when Ghost awakens.
We will continue to adjust the plan."
This was also an unexpected incident. Director Kong reminded her, "According to the original plan, you should have led the people to leave quickly, letting Ghost naturally enter Cupid's death cycle and restart.
But Ghost state still exceeds our predictions.
When Ghost revives, we will inform him of the data from the past few days."
But just then, Nan Chan's arm twitched slightly and then he sat up.
He walked up to the two of them and said decisively, "No need to wait.
I'm awake. I've also heard some of what you said."
Then Kai pushed up her glasses, looked straight at Nguyen Shanu, and said, "All right, then let's start summarizing."
Director Kang's voice connected, echoing from the device.
"We have contacted special agencies abroad and combined with your behavior over the past period.
Have found some relevant documentary clues," he continued.
When you interacted with the test subject, although your behavior was somewhat proactive, you did not proactively execute the contract language. Which also means that the 3 stages we speculated about before, including confession, dating, and marriage." Director Kong concluded, "Although during the experiment, you always maintain an attitude of pursuit and communication with the test subject.
You never confess your feelings.
Therefore, we speculate that the contract language must be initiated by the other party to be effective." Nguyen Shan put his hand to his chin, thinking for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
"Yes, you're right. It seems I didn't think it through completely."
He continued, "No wonder I felt uneasy throughout the experiment.
And as time went on, I felt more and more anxious and insecure."
The bracelet on his wrist lit up. A line of text appeared.
"Cupid represents love, and love is not a one-sided sacrifice.
If it cannot be acknowledged that it is just futile and sorrowful." Seeing the words, Nan Shan understood everything.
"So that's how it is." Then Shri turned and confirmed his thoughts. "That's right.
That's also why during the process of pursuing the test subject, he still experienced symptoms of coughing up blood. Compared to the first time you accidentally fell into the rule, your physical and emotional state has become much more unstable now."
Nguyen Shandanda quickly changed the subject, asking, "Is there anything else?"
"If there are no other problems, we can proceed to the next stage of testing." He expressed his dissatisfaction. This time, the test subject was too unprofessional.
She actually rejected my request. Director Khan reminded him. That's right. But you might have to wait a little. Nu Yen-chan was puzzled. Why? He explained. The U.S. Secret Service will soon transport a rule item to test the limits of the Kisaragi train. Then Tri and I will go to the scene.
So the next stage of testing will be handled by Hong Yen and the intellectual group who will coordinate with you to be able to deal with new situations that may arise in the test.
We need a little more time to prepare. Nu Yen-shanu was silent for a moment.
Then he smiled. Smiled faintly.
Really?
That's great, he continued.
The Kisaragi train is a major issue, so of course it will be prioritized.
I also have a clue about Cupid's rule, so it probably won't be long before I can avoid the death rule.
Director Kang's voice was full of gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. 6:50 a.m. the next morning. Then Kai and Director Khan went to the appointed location.
Then Kai explained, based on the global surveillance system, this fog only appears in Zhangzhen between 7 and 8:00 a.m.
After this period, it will disappear.
However, it will then appear on the routes of random cities in other countries among the global cities that the Kisaragi train passes through.
The higher the crime rate, the greater the chance of it appearing.
And Zhongshan is the city with the lowest crime rate, which is extremely conspicuous. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Greetings, Director K immediately recognized him.
Hello, Simon.
It was the Deputy Director of the U.S. Mystic Bureau, Simon. Simon spoke as he signaled his staff to start moving the items out. He continued, Director Kong, this rule item has the ability to stop moving objects like people, animals, cars, and high-speed trains. He said confidently, I think it can perfectly restrict the operation of the Kisaragi train. King only replied briefly, I hope so.
He couldn't help but feel a little worried. To get it from the Mystic Bureau, the Special Institute had to trade rule items. This was the result of many rounds of intellectual struggle if it failed.
2 staff members opened the box, and a dazzling light appeared. It was the rule tool creature barrier. They placed it directly on the tracks. At exactly 7:00 a.m., the 3 of them stood and watched.
Suddenly, a blazing red train moved towards them, its power radiating clearly. Director Kong narrowed his eyes and muttered, It's here. Will it succeed?
At the same time, Zhang Zimei and Nu Yen-shanu were on a date at the zoo. An elephant trumpeted with excitement, delighting everyone.
Wow, huh? Zhang Zimei was startled and fell backward.
Nu Yen-shandanda quickly caught her in his arms.
Are you okay?
She was uncomfortable and pushed him away.
I'm fine, Nien. Nien.
He also sensed something strange. So he moved closer to her. Yeah, but what's with your expression?
Are you scared?
He leaned close to her ear, his whisper like a curse. What are you scared of? Zhang Zimei shivered, backed away, and explained.
No, nothing just now.
The elephant suddenly made a loud noise and startled me. Hearing that, he calmed down and looked away.
I see. Then let's not look at it anymore.
What should we see next? She quickly chased after him and grabbed his hand.
Wait.
Around them, a crowd of people were watching because this was the process of the test subjects Jiangzim and Ghost approaching the confession stage. Before the confession, Ghost's condition was getting worse, with symptoms like coughing up blood and early-stage anxiety appearing.
The test subjects could still control this condition.
A person disguised as a bear took off their costume and spoke.
Big Bear reported.
Shift change monitoring received.
Please respond. Over. The girl hiding near the tree also received the information. Nightingale has received. Roger. Over.
Everyone continued to monitor the situation, but the forecast was not optimistic.
Ghost.
Death curve was still rising. Suddenly, Jiang Zimei grabbed his hand and said, "I like you.
Can I be your girlfriend?"
Hearing this, Nu Yenchant was silent for a moment, then hugged her tightly.
Of course. I'm very happy. B. She forced a smile, thinking about the money she would receive. Just persevere. I've come this far. The contract is signed. I have to abide by it.
Suddenly, Nan Chan's voice was full of suspicion.
But why are your hands so cold? Your body is also very cold.
She shyly raised her hands, blowing warm air on them and explaining, "It's just a little.
Nothing to worry about."
He moved his face closer to hers.
You're lying. We're lovers now. Why are you lying to me?
Realizing the terrifying atmosphere spreading, she immediately backed away and explained, "I'm sorry. I know it's too soon, but I don't want to give you the wrong idea just now.
I was thinking, when can we get married?"
Hearing this, his voice calmed down.
Marriage? Nu Yenshan's face flushed red as he turned away in embarrassment. Isn't it a bit fast?
Jiang Maya laughed, put her arm around Nu Yenshan's shoulder, and they walked away.
She said, "How could it be?
Although I just confessed to you, we've actually known each other for a few days."
She continued, "I really like you. I really want to be with you. How could I not think about getting married?"
The intellectual group observing this scene also immediately made a speculation.
This is great. This can also be considered a new development.
It seems that marriage could also be a way to escape death.
The current effect is very clear.
Lord, Ghost has undergone a great transformation.
But Hong was skeptical, muttering, "Really?
I feel like with how troublesome this guy is.
Isn't this a bit too simple?"
He shook his head, "I just hope it's my illusion."
The next day at the marriage registration office, everyone around couldn't help but admire the couple, Nan Shanu and Jiangzim.
One person exclaimed, "Wow, that man is so handsome."
Another added, "That girl is also very beautiful. They look so good together."
A young man even bragged to his wife, "That guy looks like me when I was young." In another corner, two young men were hugging as they came out.
"Finally, we don't have to hide anymore, darling."
Just then, an employee came out to greet them.
"Next, please come take a picture first." Jiang Zimei observed Nan Shanu from behind.
Her smile was still a bit forced. This person is very handsome, but if things don't go his way, he becomes ugly.
Right now, he is on the verge of killing someone.
After that, the two stood in the wedding photo area.
The photographer counted down 1, 2, 3.
Just as the picture was taken, a large spurt of blood shot out from Wan Chan's side. The entire photo crew panicked and screamed, "He is dead." Suddenly, Hong appeared out of nowhere, holding a megaphone and shouting, "All right, everyone.
Please stop for a moment. Don't panic. I'm very sorry. We are filming a prank show and the person just now is our special actor." Everyone was stunned, not believing their ears. "Well, what? He's not dead." Hong continued to explain the acting just now. It wasn't real.
Team 1, clean up the props and restore the scene.
Team 2, touch up the actor's makeup.
Suddenly, he approached and took the hand of a girl from the crew. "This beautiful young lady.
Would you like to be on camera?
The effects of the scenes we shoot are very good.
You can be on TV and get paid for acting too." Meanwhile, the others were moving Zhang Mei away.
The girl was shy and stammered.
I is Han and was still trying to explain. "Oh, you don't believe me."
He was still counting down in his head.
59:60.
As soon as he reached 60, he pointed behind him.
"You don't believe me? Then turn around and look."
The group turned their heads and were once again amazed.
"Ha? What?"
It was Nguyen Shanu who had gotten up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and calmly put his coat back on and exchanged glances with Hong.
After returning to the room, Nanshan continued to talk with the intellectual group. It failed again. Do you know the reason? The professor replied, giving his judgment. The marriage method is an innocent way to escape death. But we might still be missing some prerequisites. Hong couldn't help but complain. Oof. This is so annoying.
Nguyen Shan put his hand to his mouth and voiced his suspicion.
Not enough affection. Hearing this, Hong immediately turned and sneered. Ha! After all this time, neither of them likes you. He continued to tease. This won't do, little brother ghost. Nguyen Shan shyly turned away while the professor continued to speak. That's right. The god of love himself is related to love.
That means if you want to get married, but there's no emotional foundation between the two of you, then just getting married will cause Lord Yuden to die. Nguyen Shan added, but in such a short time to truly love someone is impossible. He pondered, unless I use some tricks. Hearing this, Hong suddenly remembered Nguyen Shan's transgender version. And exclaimed, oh, that Nguyen Shan realized but immediately denied it.
You mean the transgender version, right?
Although this might make people fall in love with me, but as soon as I change back, that possibility will disappear. He continued to analyze, unless I have to live my whole life in a transgender form.
But I think using the transgender form will make my personality more unstable.
Suddenly, his eyes drooped for a moment. Then he put his hand on Hong's shoulder and gave a sunny smile.
If you want to try, Hong and immediately got goosebumps and turned away. Ah, your birthday and mine are not on the same day.
Nguyen Shana had turned back to the professor and continued, but I think it's not necessarily love. As long as it's a pure feeling of liking, it should still work.
Even if it's just a vague feeling.
As soon as Nguyen Shan withdrew his hand, Hong and quickly moved 8 away.
In fact, looking back now, I can feel that through these tests,
there have been short-term improvements in my physical condition. Hong continued to analyze, and the emotions can still control the onset of the state. I guess that at that time the test subject really had feelings or love from me, but because it's an experiment, their feelings will change.
Nguyen Shanu continued to give his assessment.
Lai was momentarily complacent and forgot the rule, rejecting me, and most of her interest was superficial, like my appearance and strength, which wasn't acknowledged by the god of love. As for Zhang Zime, she tried to fight her instinctive fear to complete the mission.
Hong suddenly realized something. Oh, in that case, do we still have to ask that little shadow to come? Nguyen Shana turned in confusion. Shadow, why? Hong continued. The first time you triggered the rule, the subject was her, right? He thought for a moment. That's right. Hong continued. Don't you think that the first time you followed the rule, you were more emotionally stable than in the next test? Nguyen Shan still didn't understand. Was that the case? I don't think there was anything special. Hong explained, if the director hadn't used a special tool, you could have indeed survived for a week. Therefore, we feel that the vague feeling Shadow has for you is at least genuine. Before, she was the one who tried to pass information to us. She must care about you, right? But Nguyen Shan immediately denied it coldly. Isn't that for her own life? Besides, Shadow is my subordinate. Although we have a good relationship, it's also because of each other's needs. Then he dumped a pile of logic on Hong's head and turned like Fanri. You have Fanri. So, do you like Kong Bin? Hearing this, Hong couldn't help but suspect that Nguyen Shandanda had an abnormal CPU in his brain. Is this guy crazy? Suddenly, he remembered and called out, this all right. Do you know if the containment of the Kisaragi train was successful yet? Hearing this, he let out a soft "do." He then adjusted his collar. He put his hand on Hong's shoulder. Then that's a good thing. Seeing this, Hong shivered and wanted to run. That's right, because to block the road. We also sold a lot of blood. Although he was smiling, Nguyen Shana couldn't help but feel worried.
This period has been chaotic. I didn't even notice the big news about the Kisaragi train being contained. There are still 3 anomalies in the house, and the matter of the god of love still needs to be resolved as soon as possible.
Nguyen Chan stood up.
He picked up his phone and left, turning back to remind them, sigh. But I still have to endure the troubles of that god of love.
How about this? I'll contact Shadow to see if she agrees.
If she doesn't want to cooperate, please help me find a lover with a brain. At the same time, in the bathroom, the viewback was taking a shower when she received a call from Nan Shanu. She quickly shot up, answered the phone, and asked wordly, "Hello, President.
Are you okay?"
She is the viewback, female, 19 years old, 165 cm tall. Currently a member of the Ghost Society with the alias Shadow.
She possesses the royal item Coin of Faith.
Her personality is timid, afraid of trouble, lacking in self-confidence, and afraid of causing trouble for others. The only thing that makes her brave is her desire to survive. But after joining the Ghost Society, the flaws in her personality gradually began to change.
The Shadow asked wordly again, "Is the president okay?"
Nguyen Shan's voice was still cold.
He leaned against the wall. "I'm fine.
I'm calling because I need a favor from you," he continued.
"It's about the anomaly I encountered last time. I've fallen under the binding of the Cupid rule before.
My birthday and yours were the same, so I was drawn into those strange rules.
After testing with the special department, I still need your help."
Hearing this, Shadow immediately replied firmly, "No problem.
I'll do whatever you say." He quickly explained, "The special department has conducted 2 experiments.
As long as you do what I say, your life won't be in danger." Although his tone was calm, his heart was full of worry.
"I definitely can't tell the viewback about Cupid's method of avoiding death.
She has to have genuine feelings. Otherwise, if I pressure her and her mentality collapses, it's easy for an accident to happen." On the other end of the line, Shadow's confused voice asked,
"All right. What do you need me to do?" But he only gave a vague answer. "It's the same as last time.
When you see me, I'll be like, you saw me last time. After that, you have to proactively confess to me.
Start a relationship. And finally propose to me." Hearing this, UNS turned fierce. "Ha?"
His voice full of indifference continued, "Of course, this is not a mandatory request.
You can refuse." Her face darkened.
Biting her red lips, she thought to herself. A proposal proposing to her voice flustered. She shouted in reply, Chairman, I will take responsibility."
"No, I will do my best." Nguyen Tran quickly pulled the phone away from his ear.
Then he calmly said, "All right, someone from the special department will contact you."
After that, he hung up and walked away, thinking to himself, "It seems the viewback really has some vague feelings for me.
If so, I can speed up the experiment and spare some energy to restore the Kisaragi ship to its normal state. Although, I don't know if this marriage step counts as the end.
Or if an immediate divorce will cause other consequences.
But as long as I can unlock all its rules, imprison the fallen Cupid, and break through the ranks, I can surely resolve the marriage smoothly. It's just that if the viewback is ineffective, it will be troublesome." The next day, at the headquarters of Nguyen Shaminho Kangingu, and had arrived at Nguyen Tran's doorstep.
She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Come on, then viewback."
The instructions were very clear.
"I can't do this."
Just as she knocked on the door, he opened it and stepped out, smiling gently.
"Two back."
She blushed shyly, looking away.
Chairman. I'm here to see you."
She didn't notice that a blue light flashed in Nguyen Tran's eyes.
The following evening, he and she went to an amusement park together. Hong observed from a distance, excited and satisfied.
Oh. Ooh, your team of advisors is truly melanin.
this girl really cares about Yulin, huh? It's having a miraculous effect. Her state is completely different.
The professor beside him confirmed with satisfaction.
Indeed.
And in this experiment, Lord Yin's condition, along with the coughing up blood situation, has clearly improved compared to the previous 2 times.
Han Gam impatiently reminded him, don't let any more incidents happen. You two get married quickly. All right.
The professor nodded in confirmation.
We've already reminded N2 to propose quickly to speed up the process. We've scheduled their marriage registration for tomorrow morning. Han Gam just nodded repeatedly.
His eyes glanced at the gift and was clutching tightly.
It's almost time. He waved his hand and turned away saying, then you can just keep waiting and see.
I'm really not interested in these modern idol dramas.
I'm going to prepare the registration place first. The professor quick nodded. All right, leave it to me here.
But Han Gam suddenly stopped. He shot the professor a threatening look, reminding him, don't you dare report my laziness to Tang Kai.
Understand?
After a stroll and as shyly spoke up, Chairman, I have something to tell you.
Nguyen put his arm around her shoulder, asking curiously, what is it?
Suddenly, she bit her lip. She knelt down, opening the gift box, and her hand revealed a ring.
She shouted, marry me.
Even Zoro and Sanji, who had gotten lost rushing to see what was happening, stopped in their tracks.
Nguyen Tran smiled, his voice gentle, you say that again? And, full of sincerity, she shouted loudly, I said, let's get married. We'll go register tomorrow morning. At the same time, fireworks began to go off.
The people around them cheered continuously, filming and taking pictures.
One brave girl charging forward for love.
Nguyen Tran gently bent down to help her up.
Don't you need to tell your father? She was still shy, not daring to look him in the eye. No need. They already know.
And they agreed to our marriage.
So, Chairman, can you agree to my proposal? The surrounding crowd chanted, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Nguyen Tran nodded slightly. All right.
He took the red heart-shaped ring and put it on his finger. Afterwards, he turned away, a blue light flashing again.
Death evasion progress 80%. Acquisition progress 10%. Han Gam observing this was satisfied. Good. The process is normal. How are the preparations on your end? There won't be any problems, right?
The assistant standing beside him quickly reported, yes, we have completed all the procedures and finished constructing the temporary special registration point.
The special item, the temporary contract, is also ready. The assistant continued to explain the item.
The temporary contract rule item, just as its name suggests, can establish a contract under any relationship condition, but it only has a limited duration.
The marriage certificate and seal created by the temporary contract will automatically have the effect of a marriage contract. The assistant continued to take notes but couldn't hide his curiosity, asking, the marriage is for 1 week, right, when Lord Yulin enters a death cycle after Cupid's rule? But why must Lord Yin do something so redundant?
And Tu is clearly a very good assistant and loves him so much. For Lord Yulin, getting married has benefits and no drawbacks, besides, Tu is also very cute. Han Gam turned to look at her and complained, these are all Lord Yulin's ideas from when he was lucid.
Why are you so nosy? It's already done. Why ask for reasons? Do you know why Xiaoming has such a long life?
Her face turned slightly red as she looked away. At this moment, Han Gam still remembered the time Nan Tran flirted with him, giving him goosebumps.
Ah, this Yulin guy is either extremely narcissistic or a total playboy. He doesn't look gay at all. It's better to stay a little further away from him. Early the next morning, Untu and Nguyen Tran went to the temporary special marriage registration office. As soon as they entered, the staff member's voice rang out. Aya, welcome newlyweds. Welcome this way, please.
And to immediately recognize the two as Hangam and Tang Kai. Nguyen Tran Du's eyes also gradually turned red as he recognized that these two looked somewhat familiar.
Hangam went to the reception desk and took out some papers. Please wait a moment. You two, please sign your names here. Then I will give you the registration certificate right here. Sign.
After they signed, he led them both to a camera-like machine. Please stand in front of the machine for a scan and a photo. But Nu Yan's eyes were still full of suspicion.
What's this machine for? Do you need this to register a marriage?
Then Kai stepped forward to explain.
Yes, this is a rapid registration machine.
Have just developed. After taking the photo, it can quickly produce a marriage certificate with no harm whatsoever. As soon as the machine confirmed both of their faces along with a series of processing operations, a marriage certificate dropped out of the machine.
Death evasion progress 99%. Acquisition progress 40%. Right after the confirmation paper was issued, Nguyen Tran's eyes suddenly turned pure red.
He said, "Thank you all so much for saving me one round of trial and error."
The three of them immediately realized and instantly became excited. Director, you've recovered.
He walked over coldly, picking up the marriage certificate to examine it. He said, "I haven't fully recovered yet."
How many days is this toy limited to?
Then Kai replied, 7 days. He continued to explain, "If I tear up the contract now, I'll die instantly.
Moreover, the meaning of this thing is that it helps me extend my life by 7 days. And to eagerly wanted to help, understood.
I still have some coins I can use if the director needs them." But he immediately cut her off.
No need if my life isn't in immediate danger. There's no need to use them.
She froze, flustered.
Yes.
And to look down, her heart filled with disappointment. The director can solve this in less than 7 days. The viewback, you're so useless. Why did you even look forward to this fake marriage?
Nguyen Tran noticed her expression. He let out a soft sigh.
He then walked out with her but noticed Hong Amam hiding behind a wall, eavesdropping. He turned back and said sarcastically, "I'm leaving.
If you want to keep listening, you can follow."
But he just got embarrassed, chuckled, and turned away.
No need. Ha ha. After they went outside,
his voice turned cold.
"Sorry, but I've only now fully confirmed that you have romantic feelings for me."
She looked down at the ground, embarrassed.
Then she bit her lip.
She said loudly, "So, if I really confess to the director, would you accept?" His eyes were cold as he looked at her. Then he closed his eyes slightly.
"I won't. This is the first and last time I'll advise you.
As long as you still want to live a normal life, get rid of that thought. Don't indulge in these super-full feelings." After that, he turned on his heel and walked away while she remained standing there, her hand on her chest. Suddenly, Nguyen Tran glanced at her and continued, "If you don't understand or care a lot about this, you can choose to leave the society."
"I have no objections."
Her voice was soft as she replied, "I understand." Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Nguyen Tran. "Respected Lord.
There is a matter concerning the Kisaragi ship's announcement. Wish to investigate." He immediately recognized it.
That Kisaragi ship.
Weren't you restricted by the Special Bureau's rule item? Nguyen ordered. Let's see. A letter appeared. It slowly opened.
A piece of paper with red text appeared. Due to the Kisaragi ship's abilities being restricted by an unknown object, the contract of this trip and all its passengers will become invalid.
The service staff are about to disappear.
Due to the Nuyet ship's abilities being restricted by an unknown temperature.
The contract is about to expire. The attendant is about to lose control. Nguyen curiously asked, "When will you completely lose control?"
But he received no answer, only seeing the letter gradually fade away while he seemed to be standing in an endless circle at the restricted area of the Kisaragi ship. Everyone around was discussing. Suddenly, in the temporary observation room, someone noticed an anomaly and shouted, "There's a problem with the Kisaragi ship." Quickly switched to emergency combat mode, but outside remained quiet without any response. He nervously picked up a baseball bat. He slowly stepped out, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a man. He realized that everyone outside was already dead. Suddenly, a stream of blood flowed down from his head. A large shadow blocked his small figure. Trembling, he slowly turned to look. His eyes widened in shock as blood began to spray everywhere. At the same time, at an anime convention, Conan was being carried by Detective Mori, humming the mischievous frog song while constantly touching his belly. Ryak recorded it, laughing. "Oh yeah, baby." The people around them also couldn't stop teasing. "Wow, someone's cosplaying Conan. Looks like someone's going to. Bad luck soon, huh?" Suddenly, Iz and Takura were surprised to see a headless cosplayer with a head on his waist. Amazing. I was almost scared to death. It's so realistic. The special effects costume. But what series is this from? Obito, the AA youth, and others gathered around. It's probably an original character. It has a bit of a teacher Yuji Dori style. I want to meet the master to collect a stamp, but I'm a bit shy. He looks so cold. My back is getting cold, too. Let's go. Let's go. Aren't you a social butterfly? Suddenly, that person approached the IA youth with a terrifying face and asked, "Have you seen my head anywhere?" Although startled, he tried to act calm. "Aha, I figured it out. Your head is right here on your waist." The other guy laughed strangely. "So my head is here, huh? Thank you." The other person still thought it was normal and smiled casually. "It's nothing. I was just playing along with you." But suddenly, he grabbed the boy's head. He pulled it out forcefully. "To thank you, I'll give you this head." The people around, Naruto, Vega, and Zoro couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's so cool." The beautiful woman next to them was stunned and surprised. "Shirashia, you guys rehearsed this beforehand, right? Is it a prank? Why didn't I hear you say anything? Doing this at a comic convention is too weird." The guy attached his head to the youth's head. Then he took the boy's head and blew it up like a balloon. It flew up into the sky and the man was exerting himself. The morning was suddenly obscured by that giant balloon. The people around finally realized something was wrong. Something's not right. Run. It's a murder. But a fearless youth stayed behind. What's all the panic about? This is a crowded street. I've seen plenty of pranks like this. They're so unoriginal, but this balloon is actually real. At the same time, Hong Amam had just walked out of a beautiful girl figure store. Looking forward to his next visit. He suddenly heard a little girl next to him call out, "What a big balloon! It's flying so high." Hong looked up, feeling suspicious. A balloon. He immediately realized they were floating human heads. Damn, what the hell is this? What is this monster? Suddenly, he felt the monster's gaze and was terrified. He dropped the figures in his hands. Then he ran away. The little girl next to him couldn't help but comment, "Mommy, that uncle is so weird." But her mother quickly hugged her tight. "Don't say such things, sweetie." Suddenly, a girl with a monochrome 90s graphic appearance spoke up. "Is this yours?" The little girl quickly denied it, eagerly pointing the way. "It's not mine." And uncle dropped it. He went that way. As the girl walked away without a word, the little girl spoke again. "Mommy, her dress is so pretty."
Hearing this, the mother felt a chill down her spine and asked, "Sweetie, who were you just talking to? There's no big sister here." Meanwhile, Director Kong was listening to a report from Lin Kai. According to the system's display, this strange black and white girl has appeared in the Far East Island area before. Initially, she only killed supervisors, or in other words those with spiritual power in their bodies. He continued, based on the autopsy reports, some of the supervisors who died at the temporary observation station on the Kisaragi ship all died because the spiritual energy in their bodies became chaotic. Then Kai also confirmed remembering the surveillance camera in monitoring area for the black and white girl on the Kisaragi ship killed the people around her. That's right. All the dead were looking at that strange girl. Suddenly, he remembered and asked worriedly, "How is Han En?" But she quickly reported, "That guy is quite agile. He managed to escape. If not, he also has the ability to use a substitute to die in his place." Director King put his hand on his vest. He took it off. "Then Kai, you and I will split up and organize teams to conduct real-time surveillance while avoiding the black and white strange girl. We will try to restrict the monster's movements," he continued. "Although it's extremely difficult, we still have to isolate the crowds and prioritize restricting certain monsters." Then Kai quickly nodded, but then remembered, "Do we need to dispatch Yulin? Right? Ein has always been well informed. His primary target must be Cupid, right?" At this moment, Nguyen Tran was on the move, leaping between buildings. Then he stood up and looked straight at the sky. "This direction is Ganji University. Ah, this is indeed one of the ideal places for it to maximize its abilities." He decided, if that's the case, then I'll combine the abilities of Tan and Tuid. He held out the hand with the eye. Suddenly, a great power surged around him, forming a circle. Let's test the effectiveness of the five senses' spiritual power surveillance. A large beam of light shot up into the sky. The image of a giant girl appeared with an eye in the center. They are observing everything. He took the book next to him. The necklace around his neck also trembled. Nguyen Trander raised his hand to his eye, smiling faintly. "Focus. Gianni University, HMM. Found it." His vision zoomed in. Gradually, it focused on a young man in a hallway who was shot by the strange Cupid and fell. The young man mumbled, "Hey, what just happened? I have low blood sugar. Whatever. I'm going to be late for evening self-study." Just as he stepped out, a new female student happened to walk by. "Mom, look. That's my dorm over there." He accidentally bumped into the girl. Ouch. Sorry, but as soon as he looked up, he saw the girl's mother's face and fell in love at first sight. He immediately lunged at them, causing them to panic. "Hey, you. What are you doing, Mom?" "Security." "Where's security?" Nguyen Tranto, observing the scene from above, couldn't help but exclaim enough. He continued to observe Cupid's other targets. "Also, I need to contact Kingpin." He turned away as he called Director King. But suddenly, a worried voice came from the other side. It seemed they were also in a discussion. "Director, the headless man has been restricted by the pastor's supervisors. But there are only 3 days left." After 3 days, suddenly the necklace around his neck glowed again. Information appeared on the Kisaragi ship. 19 monsters have left the vessel. The number of deaths they caused is 212. Among them, the headless man has been restricted by the pastor's supervisor. For 3 days, the black statue has been restricted by the blind supervisor. Nguyen Tran was slightly surprised, but not too concerned. "So quickly, it's beyond my data." Kong Bin on the other side. Director Kang's voice came through. "Yulin, are you currently tracking Cupid? If you encounter a girl with a strange black and white appearance, remember to stay away." He nodded. I must restrict Cupid and find out all its rules. What's your current plan?
Director Kang's voice was calm, but held a hint of concern. Right now, we can only take priority measures to restrict some monsters.
We've started collecting all information on the scattered monsters. Suddenly, Nyan spoke seriously. I've thought of another problem. What is it? If they are monsters brought by the Kisaragi ship, is it possible? Is it possible to return them all to the Kisaragi ship?
Suddenly, Director Kang fell unusually silent.
Then he continued. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I currently need access to all student information at Jianji University. Cupid is there. He quickly turned to the control assistant next to him. No problem. I'll send you an internal access address.
You can use this directly, Nu Yenran replied straightforwardly.
Thanks.
Suddenly, Director Kang spoke up again about what he had just said, also about what you just said.
But by this time, he had already hung up.
Nu Yentran held his phone, looking at the information he had just received.
Highest authority of the security department.
Janshur City Police Department, Janshur City Armed Forces Department, Janshur City Education Department, Janshur City Chemical Industry.
He softly called Tunan.
He put the phone with the information into the eye on his hand during real-time surveillance.
Connect the documents to the characters.
Then he closed his eyes.
He suddenly opened them wide, his eyes filled with a series of red pupils. He looked around as he was surrounded by the information of the students at Jianji University. Everything became clear. Currently, the number of people hit by Cupid's arrow is 10, 5 males and 5 females.
4 of them were effective to males and to females regardless of age.
The targets of these 4 were all of the opposite sex.
The fallen Cupid also has personal preferences and only pairs heterosexual couples.
It seems the rules of Cupid can really only be effective between different genders. He clicked on a random person's file to check the details.
Famking Kwang from Thaiha District, Jinjin City, 22 years old.
Second year graphic design class. Works in the comics department. Parents divorced. Nu Yentran aside at how convenient this ability was.
Famking Kwang's memories appeared before his eyes.
Scared. Scared in a group of people. I messed up again. I'm so useless. Why doesn't anyone like me notice me? Why is it like this? No. No. I don't want to be lonely.
He stepped forward as he began to speculate. Poor social relationships and a lack of love. People on the fringes of society who receive little attention, having no or having lost relatives, friends, lovers. He approached the person kneeling on the ground in whom my life is like a joke. No one reads it and no one laughs. Even if I die, no one will notice. Am I any different from a grain of sand? He was silent for a moment. Then he thought again. These are truly cries of both loneliness and desolation. However, in this world, any trace a person leaves behind can be found. Even your personality, your thoughts, all your secrets. Someone or some anomaly will know about them. He looked at the moon in the sky, which seemed like an eye watching everything in the world. Knowing doesn't mean caring. Once you care, it's not necessarily a good thing. What's the point of thinking so much? He turned back, watching the rows of people walking by. He wondered, but is this really the condition to be chosen by Cupid? It can't be. Does the anomaly feel that I also have this kind of aura? He continued to reason. Moreover, Cupid has been found to be related to love. Suddenly, a person collapsed, shouting, "I will never believe in love again." A flicker of realization appeared in his eyes. Could it be a lack of desire for love? Suddenly, his body began to transform. Nu Yentran had chuckled, realizing, guessed it right. On this point, I strongly agree. In this world, rather than longing for love, it's better to hope for survival.
A notification appeared again. Unlock Falling Cupid's Love Rule 90%. This difficulty level still feels quite high. At that moment, as Cupid was loitering around the university, Nguyen's voice suddenly rang out. Cupid quickly looked around on guard. He saw him sitting on the edge of a wall smiling faintly. Yo, long time no see. Don't you recognize me anymore? For better or worse, I'm one of your victims. As soon as Cupid saw him, its face twisted in anger and it raised its arrow, pointing it at Nguyen Tran. But he smugly took out the marriage certificate. Don't be hasty. Look at this. Your arrow has no effect on me now. Seeing this, Cupid's face looked like it was about to crack. Then it lunged at him. Nguyen Tran quickly jumped up to dodge. He threw the marriage certificate. Then he landed on the ground, picked up the certificate, and stuffed it into his shirt. I've already escaped death. You can't kill me. Destroying this marriage certificate is also useless. After all, its legal effect still stands. This is your rule. I find it very strange. At that time, when I was on the Kisaragi ship, the surveillance camera and the control room could see that there were no anomalies in that area. Why did you suddenly appear at the door of the nearest operating cabin? Suddenly, from the smoke, Cupid emerged. No longer with angel wings, but now with what looked like the sharp thorny tail of a devil ready to strike him. What is this? Suddenly, a blue streak appeared on his heart. Wait, is it trying to retract my relationship with the Vub? You have this ability to Cupid laughs smugly when Cupid feels that you and your marriage partner are unsuitable. It can exercise a one-time veto. Unlock Cupid Rule 100%. Your rule with Cupid is being cancelled. It wants to retract my rule with the viewback and then shoot me with a new arrow. He coughed up blood but still hid a smile. Cough. Cough. Doesn't this suit me perfectly? Nguyen Tran cried out in pain again, started coughing up blood and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a triumphant Cupid aimed its arrow of love at him just as it was about to shoot him. The arrow suddenly stopped. Cupid seemed to realize something as Nguyen Tran activated the transgender ability. The arrow gradually vanished. Judgment invalid. Judgment error. Male. Female. Male. Female. Female. Male. Female. Male. Then the arrow exploded as Nguyen Tran stood up in a female form looking triumphant. As the smoke around them gradually cleared, Cupid stood there, jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Never seen a transgender person before, but Cupid was still stubborn and aimed its arrow at Nguyen Tran again. It shot a powerful blast at her face. She turned away, smiling. Then she looked back, stunning Cupid as she held the arrow in her mouth with a sarcastic tone. Sigh. Look at you. This is the consequence of not having a progressive mindset. You've walked into a narrow path, haven't you? Notifications rang out continuously. Judgment invalid. Cannot distinguish gender. Faced with this situation, Cupid burst into tears and flew away. Nguyen Tran to turn away exasperated, but his sharp eyes still flashed with a cold light. He rushed in front of Cupid in a flash, calling out, "Don't run. Shoot me again." With that, he raised the arrow and stabbed it straight into Cupid. His other hand pulled back to build momentum. A tunin appeared. It enveloped Cupid's face, then slammed it to the ground. It screamed in pain as it was covered in black slime and a series of bright red eyes. As that agonizing scream rang out, Nguyen noticed the blue streaks on his body becoming denser. The notification rang again. Acquired Fallen Cupid of Love. No anomalous fragments detected. Total rewards. Legend points break through 3 mil.
Million good evil points 1,419,681 breakthrough 1 point for million spirit power value 999 tier 5 remaining lifespan 100 days.
He sighed in relief, then he burst out into a hearty laugh. A brilliant red light surged through his body and the blue streaks instantly disappeared. With this surge of power, I feel like I'm about to level up.
Suddenly, the spirit power value of 999 tier 5 turned into 1000 tier 6.
A new notification appeared. You have advanced to tier 6. Your spiritual power observation and perception abilities have increased. You can feel the third private hospital. He closed his eyes. Then he opened them wide. His pupils glowing red like a snake's. His body also transforming. Medusa's eye. The eye of the slick combined with the power of the transgender. And Cupid, affecting the emotions and feelings of others. His long hair gradually shortened, returning to his original male appearance. He called then Kai. His low voice came through. Hello, it's finally over. Cupid is finished. Is that paper of yours still legally valid? I want to file for divorce from two. On the other end of the line, she quickly replied. Oh, that paper. You can just tear it up. However, both of you need to destroy it. Have you told ENI yet? He replied coldly, not yet. Then Kai couldn't help but say sarcastically, and will be heartbroken when she finds out. Are all men so unromantic these days? But Nguyen Tran retorted sarcastically, what is someone who doesn't care about the life and death of her colleague saying, you should worry about Hongum's group first before you talk about me. Hearing this, she fell silent. Suddenly, a medical staff member entered and said, Lady Then Kai, please don't move around too much. Nguyen Tran heard this and didn't forget to mock her. How impressive. It seems Lady Then Kai was almost killed by an anomaly. She chuckled and denied it. Aha, it wasn't that bad. I just lost a leg. I'm fine. The research institute is making a new one for me. It won't affect my mobility. This time the Kisaragi ship lost control. The losses were enormous. Suddenly, Nguyen Tran brought the phone closer, lowering his voice. I've been on the Kisaragi ship. I have an idea, but I'll only tell you first. You can think it over, then decide if you want to report it. Then Kai was silent, waiting. I feel this method is a bit risky. Is it possible that because we restricted the Kisaragi ship, it led to it losing certain functions, which is why the anomalies escaped the image of the monsters breaking down the doors on the ship? Flashes of her mind raced through her thoughts. She realized cold sweat began to form. Her eyes narrowed and she asked, what do you mean? Nguyen Tran continued walking as he explained, initially, I felt that the Kisaragi train had to be restricted. But now we've all seen the current situation in Gianni City. It's much more dangerous than when the Kisaragi train was moving. So what do you think? Should we try removing the restrictions on the Kisaragi ship? After ending the call, Juan Tranda continued to think as he walked down the street. Although I've told Then Kai, my speculation guiding the Special Division to lift the restrictions on the Kisaragi ship, but whether the Special Division will accept this plan is very hard to determine. Besides, the abnormalities on the Kisaragi ship haven't been resolved yet. But I've done what I needed to do as long as they agree to this temporary plan. Next, they'll have to find a real item that can create a delicate balance with the Kisaragi ship so that the Kisaragi ship doesn't lose its function of restraining anomalies and can continue to operate but at the same time must remain within the control of the Special Division. In that case, it would actually help me solve the urgent situation. I'll deal with her first. While the Special Division hasn't acted yet, I must quickly subdue the anomalies that are still scattered outside. He held the marriage certificate in his hand. He watched it slowly burn to ashes. And this he turned around coldly and decisively threw it into the water. Elsewhere, Andrew had been skipping meals for days. She sat on the sofa hugging a teddy bear tightly.
Her parents couldn't help but worry, but she quickly reassured them, "Don't worry about me.
I've just been a little tired lately, and there have been a lot of troubles."
Suddenly, she felt something strange.
She quickly stood up. "I am going back to my room for a bit."
She ran quickly into her room. She took out the marriage certificate from the drawer. The words on the paper were slowly disappearing.
"It's gone."
She hugged it tightly to her chest.
Memories flooding back. It's really the director.
He dealt with Cupid so quickly.
He doesn't need my help anymore.
It's a good thing I've used up so much spiritual power these past few days.
I can finally rest a bit. Just then, her phone vibrated.
It was a call from Man Tranu.
"Nu, I'm downstairs." She was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It's the director. He's looking for me."
She immediately ran downstairs.
Nguyen Tran was standing under a lamppost, waiting for her. "Director, you're here." He waved his hand slightly, signaling for her to come closer. "Come here. I have something for you. It'll just take a moment."
As she approached, he held out to you.
On Medusa's eye. Erased this person's feelings of love for me.
Immediately after, her eyes changed to flowers with thorns grew from them, enveloping her body.
Having finished his task, Nguyen Tran coldly turned and walked away.
And his parents were watching from a distance.
Her father said angrily, "Our daughter got rejected, right?
I knew it was because of him that she's been so down all day."
"You think so too, right?"
Her mother was still gentle.
"It's for the best. A short pain is better than a long one."
Even though he's Tubok's savior, in my heart, I still feel they're not a good match. People with special abilities like them are already different from ordinary people, especially him. Even compared to Tubok's new friends, he still doesn't seem like someone from the same world at this moment.
And I woke up not yet realizing anything. What did the director just have me do? She happily turned to go back. It's probably nothing serious. I'll remember if I think about it for a bit."
She had no idea that in her room, her diaries had clearly recorded.
November 11th.
She used a coin to predict that the director would erase her memories. Remember, you like the director very much.
At the same time, outside Nguyen Tran's hallway, a slender body approached. It rang the doorbell. The door creaked open, unaware that the two-way society was waiting inside with glowing red eyes.
In the conference room of the Department of Mysteries, Director Khan angrily slammed the table.
He tried to speak again.
"Director Khan, the director of Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, and I are good friends.
If you have a problem with your brain, I can introduce you to the director. Mentioning my name will get you a 50% discount."
He angrily wanted to lunge forward, but then Kai quickly put out a hand to stop him.
"Is there anyone here you can actually touch for the person in charge of the anomaly department?"
"Everyone has more pressure than you, and of course their mouths will be fouler than yours." In her heart, contempt arose.
Ha ha. Dealing with these savage beasts in human skin.
There's no need for courtesy before force.
Do they even understand? Just deal with them directly and get it over with. Hearing this,
Hong Amam smiled awkwardly when he saw her expression.
I think I heard your inner thoughts." Kungbin still replied coldly.
The documents for the Kisaragi ship are in everyone's hands. In short, as long as the United States does not agree to take out the Mobius strip rule item, we will immediately lift the restrictions on the Kisaragi ship.
This is a notification, not a suggestion. Hearing this, Simon angrily shouted. "We've already lent you the biological barrier. The Mobius strip is currently restricting to country Een." Omi's Kongbin immediately cut him off his voice. Even if the anomalies from the Kisaragi ship exceed double digits, they can continuously maintain an operational state in a certain location, never stopping the train.
They could also bring these anomalies to other countries again. Simon was furious but couldn't argue, only able to roar.
Director King, this is absurd. Unreasonable. Kong Bin's voice remained calm. I have a button in my hand.
As soon as I press it, the Special Science Division will release the biological barrier and restore the train's transport. As all the council members fell silent with worry. Holt, the director of the U.S. Department of Mysteries, spoke up.
Wait, is Director Kong unaware that one of the anomalies is restricted by the Mobius strip? Is the Noble Assassin? The Noble Assassin appeared in the United States 8 years ago.
The reason for this nickname is because it only kills the rich and powerful.
Therefore, this is also a common problem for all of us.
The United States, as a pioneer in protecting world safety, has used the Mobius strip to restrict it in its capital. Just then, Coton, the minister of the Special National Science Department, spoke up.
All right. Countries need to work together to deal with anomalies.
I don't think Kong meant to criticize the Department of Mystery.
But Ho remained firm.
If there's no way to completely restrict the Noble Assassin, the Department of Mysteries will definitely reject Director Kang's threat. You can go ahead and release the Kisaragi ship.
Destroy the whole world.
Holt's eyes were golden, sharp, and cold.
Director King really wants to be the one to take the lead on this, huh?
Suddenly, Coton sighed and interjected.
I have a way.
The International Anomaly Department has a consumable type rule item called the replica stamp. It will replicate another rule item, and it has a 100% ability to reproduce the other rule item as a consumable item.
Once it's used, it's gone.
More importantly, if you use a rule item that the replica stamp has replicated, you need to consume 100 human lives.
The price is very high.
Therefore, the way to minimize the damage is to use the replica stamp to create biological barriers.
For a passive rule item like the biological barrier, the cost is relatively small.
The user only gets injured. Even with the influence of the replica stamp with current medical capabilities, it can be cured. Using the Mobius strip costs the lives of 5 supervisors, and this cannot be changed. King Bin was silent for a long time. Then he stood up, his voice calm.
I have no objections.
As they were about to turn and leave, the ground suddenly shook.
Hey, what's happening? King Bin took out his phone. A new notification appeared. Jinyuan's location has changed. Location, Shin Mountain. At the same time, Nan Trana walking on the street also felt the tremor. Was that an earthquake? No, that's them coming up.
He suddenly stopped. He realized a girl was standing in front of his house.
Who are you?
The girl happily turned to look at him.
Try to. What's wrong? You don't recognize me?
He stared at her.
Memories gradually came flooding back.
A year ago, the original owner's father married a stepmother. It's just that the two of them were in a plane crash during their honeymoon. So, they both passed away. The new family, not even a week old, had disbanded, and the original owner also began to fall into despair.
Not long after, I took over this body.
The girl in front of him was probably the stepmother's daughter, with absolutely no blood relation to the original owner. The family was broken, so naturally, the original owner no longer contacted her. At most, he could only call her stepsister.
Nguyen Tran is stepsister, Lunaki.
Noticing his suspicious gaze, the girl became curious. What is she here for?
I remember now. Stepsister.
He walked over, opening the door coldly.
What's the matter?
She stepped inside, closing the door, and teased.
I'm on break, so I came to visit you first. What? Not happy to see me? He glanced at her. He noticed the bruise on Lunaki's forehead. What's this? An injury? Aren't you hurt? But she quickly denied it. No, I just tripped on the road.
She shyly covered her blushing face with her hand and chuckled.
Alright, I'll be honest with you. Mom and Dad told me to come visit you. I already agreed with him. This is a happy surprise I had to keep from you.
His eyes sharpened again, his voice deepening.
Who did you say, Mom and Dad? He turned back, facing Lunaki, and asked again, Who did you say, Mom and Dad? She still looked clueless, wondering, yes, what's wrong? Nguyen Tran seemed to realize something.
I remember that among the anomalies that escaped from the Kisaragi ship, there seemed to be one that eats.
What was its name? There's probably an ordinary person here now.
It's not convenient to investigate directly. Suddenly, she came closer and whispered in his ear.
Actually, there's something I'm also very concerned about. Do you know about the recent ghost disturbance? Actually, I was worried something might happen to you, so I suggested coming to visit.
Ghost disturbance?
He glanced at the ghost sitting on his couch. He pretended everything was normal and sat down.
It hasn't been very peaceful lately, but don't worry.
I'm fine. Have a seat.
You said that.
Did something happen to you?
She also sat down and began to explain. That day, Akayat and I were eating at a place not far from where it happened.
Nguyen Tran looked up curiously, asking Akayat. She quickly explained, Akayat and Goke Hong is my boyfriend.
I guess I never told. At that time, I wasn't feeling well, so I went home earlier than planned.
A kayak came back with me.
Sitting in the car, I saw a message in the group chat. When I turned my head, I saw a human head fly past the car window. Perhaps because I was so scared, I felt something was wrong.
Akai asked me what was wrong.
But I felt there was something wrong with him and the driver, too. So, I didn't dare say anything. Looking at Lunaki holding her head in front of him, Nan didn't dare to act rash.
Lunaki's mental state is problematic. It seems her brain has been affected by the anomaly.
The original Nguyen Tranu and Lunaki were practically strangers, but she was able to find Nguyen's address, came unannounced, and even brought luggage. If she stays here, it will be troublesome to verify a few things. Suddenly, he stood up.
Sister! You've made a special trip here. You must be tired. You look terrible. Go to your room and rest for a bit. Your old room hasn't been fully cleared out yet.
She looked flustered and was about to stand up.
All right. Nguyen Tran snapped his fingers, causing her to faint on the sofa.
His eyes glowed red. He approached her.
He placed his hand on her necklace. Let's check the anomaly first. She won't wake up until I call her.
He opened his notebook to observe. In the list of anomalies controlled by the Kisaragi train, the one she met is called Unlocking File.
Anomaly name Vong, then type cognitive anomaly rules.
When a human falls into the rule, those who have a close relationship with them will also be affected by Vong, then acknowledging its existence. Rules 1, 3, 4, and 5 are still unknown.
Nguyen Tran has started thinking. I wonder if I can tell Lunaki the truth.
If I tell her, will it trigger a death rule? There's also something very strange.
Can Van then simultaneously transform into deceased people? Just then, Tang Kai called. He quickly answered the phone. What's wrong? What's so important that the special division can't answer the phone? Suddenly, the phone was cut off. He was a little surprised as he called back. Hello, then Kai.
Before he could say anything, a voice came from outside the door.
Hello, son. Your phone isn't being answered. Mom and Dad didn't bring keys. Quick, open the door for us. Dad bought a lot of things today. Can't carry it all. Hurry up.
He froze. A smirk appeared on his face.
Interesting.
They've already brought themselves to my doorstep.
He walked towards the door, responding, "Yes, Dad." The show begins.
As soon as he opened the door, his parents were happily holding a bunch of
things tonight. We're having a feast. Io, why is Kiki lying on the sofa? He went over to Lunaki.
Let me wake her up.
Wake up. Mom and Dad are home.
As soon as he finished speaking, the words on her eyes disappeared. She rubbed her eyes and sat up.
Where did Mom and Dad go? Why are you only home now? Nguyen Tran looked at her, realizing Vongthan's influence is very deep.
It has affected Lunaki's perception and reset the settings again.
But it doesn't matter. This place, my house, is my territory. Around them, thousands of Tunan's small eyes were watching. A moment later, his parents went into the kitchen to cook. Behind their backs, Tunan was still watching.
His mother was cutting seaweed when she suddenly stopped.
Hey, Tranu, did you install this? Since when did our house have cameras? She looked straight into Tunan's eye, smiling faintly. Did you install this? She casually reached out to take Tunan. Nguyen calmly looked at them.
Oh, before when you all weren't here, there was a burglar. I wanted to catch the person quickly. So, I installed surveillance cameras everywhere. She still pretended to smile, holding the crying Nan in her hand, and returned it to Nguyen Tranu.
That's dangerous. Still pretending, I've taken this down.
You can install it again yourself. He took it without a change in expression. He returned to his room. I'll just put it back in my room. As soon as he got back to his room, he saw Little Eye and the blonde girl hiding and crying. The level of anxiety of these two anomalies is also a bit unusual, especially Little Eye. After acquiring so many anomalies and leveling up, yet it's this afraid of Vong. Then the vision from the slit was now looking at the mother with a tranquil level. Already upgraded, while the father was a disaster level Vong. Then he quickly returned the eye. The little one was still crying.
Mommy, mommy. Nguyen looked around complaining. It doesn't even dare to watch TV anymore.
Then he glanced at the blonde girl.
Sigh. And you too. When I was under Cupid's influence, what did you want to do? Forget it. Just be decisive.
He opened his notebook, observing the girl's information.
She is the phantom call. Those who commit acts of kidnapping or robbery. After answering the phone, the listener will hear their own terrifying screams before death. A new bell will also start ringing inside their body.
The bell cannot be stopped or turned off. After the bell ends, the listener will be killed by the phantom call if the target does not answer. He didn't care, quickly, wanting to tear the girl out of the notebook. After all, keeping you is useless. Seeing the girl with tears in her eyes, she ran towards him in fear. At the same time, Tui appeared, reminding him, "My lord, spare her this once.
She hasn't actually done anything." Nguyen Tran turned around. He quickly put away the notebook. Tai, I feel like this Vong then isn't quite right.
She also seemed not to know much, just shaking her head slightly.
Perhaps you can ask Cupid.
I speculate that its origin or function might allow it to know some things that could help you.
Hearing this, he understood. You mean it might be related to that?
She confirmed and continued, I believe that although your parents have no consciousness, they are proactive. He also voiced his judgment.
That's right.
Initially, I thought I was implicated in Vong then because of Lunaki, but now that I think about it, it and Cupid both actively sought me out. She glanced at the sulking Little Eye. So, we have to make this guy throw up.
Cupid first. However, Nguyen Tran didn't have time to bother with them. It's fine. No rush.
Suddenly, from outside the door, the voices of the other two rang out again.
Tranu, time to eat. He quickly turned to leave. Coming to you. I didn't forget to remind him. I hope you'll be careful for now. My rules cannot directly conflict with theirs.
Nguyen Tran paused as he realized the meaning in her words.
Theirs, she explained.
Perhaps it is theirs.
I seem to have sensed two auras just now. I don't know if my judgment is wrong.
After going out, the surrounding scene was warm like a normal family, but Nguyen Tran remained vigilant.
The colors of the food are flawless, but I don't know what they cooked.
He remained silent while Lunaki continuously exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good."
He glanced at her, a little suspicious if she eats the food made by the anomaly.
I wonder if this cousin Lunaki can be saved. His mother proactively served him food.
Tranu, your aunt remembers that you really like to eat beans. Try some. In response, Lunaki also started to take food. Ali too. Suddenly, Nguyen Tran cleared his throat.
All eyes immediately turned to him.
What's wrong? He calmly continued to act. It's nothing. I already ate at school. I can't eat anymore now.
The other two were silent for a moment. Then his father spoke up, "Trant.
Do you have some problem with your aunt? Dad has already talked to you before."
The mother also pretended to be gentle.
"Oh, if you're already full, don't force yourself."
Nguyen, to witness the scene, seemingly displeased, playing good cop, bad cop.
Are they acting schizophrenic or are there to separate anomalies? I need to try another way to probe the most important thing now. He turned to Lunaki and asked, "Sister, I bought some things. Can you come downstairs and get them with me?"
She immediately complained. Now, I haven't even had a bite yet, but receiving a slight nod from him, she reluctantly agreed.
Well, all right then. I'm so hungry.
After they left, the other two remained silent, continuing their act.
Go quickly and come back quickly. He didn't reply, just walked away, not activating the anomaly's death rule. If that's the case, after reaching the stairs, Lunaki hurried ahead. Hurry up.
The food will get cold later.
But suddenly he said loudly, "Lunaki." She looked back, startled. What is it? Why are you calling me by my full name?
His body was like a demon's as he commanded, "Wake up."
A series of memories flooded Lunaki's mind.
The plane crashed.
I'm very sorry, Miss Lu. Please accept my condolences. Injured. Let us carry the sorrow. Goodbye to them.
She immediately collapsed to the ground while he remained cold. Lunaki from now on.
If you want to stay alive, you must follow my instructions. Learn to deal with those two things in the house. She let out a small cry.
Tears were still streaming down her face.
He coldly walked away. You're in trouble. If you want to try to live, then I'll give you a mission. Treat them like normal parents. Send them a message.
Make up a reasonable excuse to prolong your time outside.
I'm taking you somewhere.
Back in the house, the two received her message, but their faces remained cold and lifeless. Afterwards, he took her to the security department. Lunaki stood there stunned.
The security department.
Just then, a girl ran out and called to him, "My lord, you're here."
He calmly walked in. The person, have you brought them? She quickly pointed the way. They're waiting for you. Thank you.
As he followed her and Lunaki's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Akayat, she immediately ran over to talk to him.
Why are you here?
At this moment, he observed from a distance.
While the female employee next to him couldn't help but be impressed by his appearance.
My lord truly lives up to his reputation, Nguyen Shran had judged.
Although I've checked Lunaki's spiritual power and confirmed she's just an ordinary person, I always have a gut feeling that she's abnormal.
Suddenly, he turned to look at her.
Call someone from the special department to back me up. The girl quickly accepted the order.
She showed him a video of Lunaki.
What is this? Our information department found it.
Lunaki's police report record from last month. She reported to the police that her boyfriend abused her.
Abuse?
He quickly remembered the wound on Lunaki's forehead that she had denied. It seems that besides Lunaki's perception being affected by Vong Nan, her memories of non-family factors are also extremely confused. Her gestures are rigid and formulaic, and at times she can suddenly become a bit exaggerated.
There's even a possibility that she's no longer alive. Afterwards, they went into the interrogation room.
Lunaki curiously asked, "You brought me and my boyfriend here because of my parents' situation?" He noticed her attention and quickly reassured her.
Something like that. No need to be nervous. Just follow the usual procedure. Akayat became agitated and shouted, "What on earth is going on that you had to call me to the security department acting so mysterious? You're Naki's younger brother, right? I remember you're still a student, aren't you? What is this?"
"You're interrogating me," but he quickly exposed him.
Lunaki is in trouble.
It seems you don't care about her safety at all. Hearing this, he froze, flusteredly, explaining when he realized she looked sad.
"Well, it's not like that," Nguyen trying to calmly explained.
"Lunaki's mother has come back to life."
Hearing this, Akayat froze in disbelief. What?
"I was with her mother before." Then he suddenly sat down, holding his head and muttering, "No, she's dead."
"She's alive. She's alive. She's dead." Nguyen Tran continued to analyze as he observed the sphere of influence of Vong Then is limited.
It will affect the network of close relationships. If it can even affect an unmarried partner, then direct relatives and extended family are even more susceptible. He had also unlocked the kinship rule of Vong.
Vong will change the perception of humans within the relationship network.
The stronger the kinship, the deeper the influence, the deeper the influence.
Nguyen Tran only read halfway before frowning. What is this?
Only half of it is unlocked. As for why it can't affect my perception like Cupid did, and only Lunaki and Ingo Kayat Hung were affected.
Perhaps my spiritual power level is too high.
Then there's another problem.
If Vonthan's level isn't high, why is Tunan so afraid of it? Is it a rule that considers Tunan as family? Or does another stronger anomaly with a close relationship to it really exist?
Perhaps both are true. Fly Lunaki's voice called out to him.
Tranto, and now I will cooperate with you. Can you make a case sober up?
The young man was still mumbling like some rapper.
Dead alive, he nonchalantly replied, "All right."
She still lost a piece of her memory. Still maintains a caring and close attitude towards him. Gokai hung right after he snapped his fingers.
Akayat immediately froze. Then he said fearfully, "I remember now.
So ghosts really exist in this world." Lunaki explained from the side. Tranda said it's similar to the giant balloon monster we almost encountered last time. Nguyen Tran saw that the two of them had calmed down and reached into his shirt.
He took out his information card. "If you have recovered your memories, then let's begin. I am one of the people in charge of handling the anomaly incident in Jangi City, Nguyen Tranu. You can call me supervisor."
He placed the information sheet on the table and continued, "Originally, I called you here to cooperate with the investigation of the Vongan anomaly, but based on your reactions, I already have a rough understanding.
Now, there's one more thing. Lunaki's police report states that Ango Kai once hit you, but it seems you two have made up, huh?" Hearing this, both Lunaki and Akaya were shocked. And denied it. What? How could that be? There must be a problem somewhere. Could it be that we were also affected by some ghost or anomaly?
We've never even argued, let alone him hitting me.
It's possible. Please save us. Everything is so strange. Nan ran aside in frustration. Understood. If that's the case, then I will arrange accommodation for you, too.
It's a good thing Lunaki can be isolated from the Vongan anomaly.
What a hassle.
It's just for the safety of your lives and to solve the case in time.
Time. Your accommodation will be monitored by the security department.
But Lunaki and Akaya quickly shook their heads.
It's okay. Me, too. Nguyen couldn't help but mock them. I think you're right. Privacy isn't as important as your lives, right? Then sign the consent form. So easy to fool.
He quickly took out the consent form for the special case investigation. 2 minutes later, as the two were filling out the form, Lunaki glanced up at him and she suddenly froze, her jaw dropping.
Supervisor, why? Why are you?
He suddenly shrunk. Nguyen Tran looked down at his own mini hand.
Strange. When did this start?
I didn't even notice such a big change in my body.
I've shrunk.
He looked at his body again. Now he had become a baby Nguyen Tranu. He quickly jumped off the chair.
He ran out the door. He called out loudly.
The mutations affect him too much.
Could someone please get me a set of clothes? The young man's jaw dropped when he saw Ejigawa Tran too.
Lord Yulin Walter Rayton's eyes lit up when she saw him.
Wow, so cute. Seeing this, Baby Tran shot her a sharp look, warning, what are you looking at? Get going. The two quickly left. Despite being threatened, she was still extremely happy. Yes. Yes. Officer Tin, are you okay? Baby Tran turned his head, his cold eyes looking at Lunaki and Akayat and you too.
His voice was chilling.
Go where you're supposed to go. After returning home, Tranu immediately called Tang Kai. It's me. What's the progress on your end?
He was holding a lollipop given to him by Officer Dutton with 2 cute teddy bears from a security subdivision next to him.
There were also a few books, some fruit, and an Ultraman figure sent by Officer Bo. Hi.
Immediately, Tang Kai noticed something strange in his voice.
Yulin, your voice, however, Trana saw through her intentions. Stop pretending. I know the work efficiency of the security district. Hearing this, then Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Oh, I was being thoughtless.
I won't laugh at you anymore. Let's get down to business. She became serious again.
That bunch of despicable dogs from the Department of Mysteries agreed to exchange the Mobius strip.
Trana heard this and let out an amused laugh. So they must have put in a lot of effort, huh? When will they be able to make up for that loss?
Then Kai continued as she walked.
What's the point of asking a hired hand like me? My principle is as long as I have enough money to spend.
In short, we made them give it up.
As expected, Tranda continued, the Mobius strip involves too many things.
It's still going through a troublesome process now. So I can only continue to deal with Vong then and wait for you guys to reopen the Kisaragi ship.
Right? Then Kai confirmed. That's right.
Through multiple tests, operations, and calculations by both the US and us, we agreed to this plan only after confirming that your plan's success rate reached 99%.
Once it starts in theory, it won't fail.
Trying to unwrap the lollipop. While nibbling on it, he said, I can continue to stall them.
If I can figure out all the rules, it would be a meritorious deed. However, you guys still have to help me with one thing.
Then Kai closed her eyes slightly, listening attentively. Go ahead. He playfully twirled the lollipop in his hand as he replied, through contact, I can basically confirm that Vong then is not a solitary anomaly.
Hearing this, then Kai asked suspiciously, are you sure? But Trust still appeared very confident. There's another anomaly with it. So I need rules to deal with 2 anomalies. She sighed wearily.
I Hong and Old Kong have all been busy lately and can't participate in other matters.
How about this? I'll have Tetla and the other special science personnel, monitor the situation with the beast. It's more convenient to cooperate with people.
At the same time, Tetla was teaching a class when she suddenly sneezed loudly. She chuckled and said to her students, "Sorry, everyone.
I might be a little sensitive lately." Aya, is Lord Yulin in trouble? Hearing this, Tranta looked satisfied and hung up.
Alright, then I'll handle the Vong Lin side myself. He took a bite of the lollipop. Then he suddenly froze.
He threw it away.
This artificial sugar flavor is really hard to eat. Afterwards, he walked back home, cracked open the door, and saw the entire room was dark. Only a father was sitting in contemplation.
"Dad, I'm home."
He looked towards the sofa where he was sitting with his hand on his chin and thought. He said coldly, "Turn on the lights."
"It's so dark in the room. The lighting is bad."
Suddenly, the father shot up and roared like a demon slowly approaching him.
"What time is it? Why are you home so late? Your teacher told me you didn't go to school all day today. Were you skipping class?"
He stumbled back in shock. He felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him.
After my body shrunk, Vonthan's influence on me became even greater. At sister's place, I didn't feel my spiritual power weaken at all.
Perhaps it's because of the self-suppressing rule that Vong then carries.
Is it that much of a cheat?
Even when I already have 2 anomaly fragments, it can still be like this. The father approached, his face still fierce, as if he wanted to eat him alive.
So young and already learning bad things, baby Tranta complained in his heart. Can you only act?
He put his hand on his chest, tears welling up in his eyes, blaming his father.
Why don't you care about me? Why don't you ask why I didn't go to school?
Hearing this, the father suddenly froze. His footsteps also came to a halt.
He turned on the light.
He approached and placed his hand on his shoulder, his voice softening.
What happened? Tell me, so I can solve it.
He tilted his head again, his face returning to a strange threatening expression.
But the premise is that children are not allowed to lie. The space suddenly fell silent.
Tran spoke softly. I was threatened by my sister's boyfriend.
The father was silent for a moment. I understand.
Although I don't know when Naki got a boyfriend.
Next time she comes home, I'll ask her properly. Then he turned and walked away. But this very action made him even more suspicious. Strange. He didn't pursue. Why Lunaki didn't come home? Because I'm mentioning Gokai Hong.
I tricked it into not threatening me with death.
After I shrunk, Vonthan's death restriction on me should have been greater, right?
Even if I know they are different fragments on one person, I would still suspect that they have their own consciousness.
Could it be that they also have their own thoughts on how to enforce the rules? Baby Tran brought a hand to his chin, chuckling with amusement. This seems interesting. Where should I start my suicidal quest?
He curled his lip, deciding from now on. No more beating around the bush or agreeing to the request.
It's time for direct resistance.
But then he remembered the meal from before.
That's not right. Before, I didn't want to eat the anomaly's food.
And refused outright, but it didn't trigger the death rule. Just then, his mother walked out with a demonic, sinister smile.
Tranu, could you do your aunt a favor and buy a bottle of soy sauce?
He slightly adjusted his glasses. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips again.
I've got it. Agreed to Vonthan's request, but don't carry it out.
He took the money, obediently, replying, okay, any.
15 minutes later, he quietly opened the door and entered, I'm home.
The mother looked at him, her eyes glaring menacingly as she asked, where's the stuff?
He pretended to be innocent, and stepped back, looking apologetic. Oh, sorry, Annie. I forgot.
He chuckled to himself.
He placed the money back on the table. Here's your money back.
The mother was silent for a moment, then she turned her back and walked away. Then I'll go buy it myself tomorrow. Consider this money your allowance.
He pretended to be obedient and replied, Yes, thank you, Annie.
After that, Tran returned to his room. He immediately started coughing up blood violently.
Cough, cough. The Vongthen anomaly represents kinship if you agree to Vongthen's request, but don't do it.
It will make them sad. He collapsed to the ground, bursting into hearty laughter.
Ha, as expected, it triggered the rule. But after activating the killing rule, I didn't die at all. Is it because I've collected more anomaly fragments or is it because of another one of his whims? Just then, Tieta called. He quickly answered the phone. Hello.
On the other end of the line, she was checking the surveillance camera. Her voice full of surprise.
Lord Yulin, this is Tietla.
You should check the camera quickly.
The Vongnan anomaly is chatting normally with others online.
Baby Tran asked doubtfully.
Chatting? Both of them quickly looked at the computer screen where the father was ing social media.
From what I've observed, he's not just simulating a human character.
He's actually having a real conversation. In your opinion, could it have really evolved its own consciousness?
Tieta asked doubtfully. Previously, the way anomalies disguised themselves as humans was very clumsy. They needed to guide humans into their rules to be able to bewitch them. But according to the chat history of the Vongthen anomaly, they have mastered all of humans' conversational abilities. Lord Yulin, I have already reported this to the advisory group. We hope you can interact more with the Vongthen anomaly. Trana wiped the blood from his lips, his voice annoyed as he reminded her, no problem.
But you guys should calm down a bit. Don't overreact every time you discover something.
His words were like salt in a wound, making Tata feel hurt. Besides borrowing props, we can't come up with any other solutions.
I'm sorry.
Afterwards, he opened the door and stepped out.
All right. I was just complaining a little. 2. The Atlas team continued to observe. Tranu, having just walked out to the living room, also began to think and analyze. Thinking about it carefully. It's normal for them to evolve individual consciousness. After all, kinship is a type of emotion. With emotion, thought will naturally rise. Come to think of it, the anomalies I encountered after entering the hospital were all related to him.
They are similar to Vongthen, which proves that an anomaly with consciousness is not scary.
As long as I collect them, I can unveil his secrets. With that thought, he opened the door and went straight into his father's room. Dad, I have something I want to discuss with you. He was silent for a moment.
Then he slowly turned around, his face cold as he looked at Tranu.
What is it?
He slightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp and defiant as he replied, I want to move out. Hearing this, he jumped to his feet in shock.
He continued. There's a stranger in the house that I'm not familiar with.
He seemed flustered, approaching him.
Did something happen? Why are you suddenly saying this? TR started to look sad as he explained. Because I don't want to put up with it anymore. I've thought it over. Dad remarried without consulting me, so I'm just informing you. Just as he was about to leave, he quickly followed, you're not an adult yet. How will you live outside without money?
But he still replied coldly.
You don't have to worry about that.
Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, wait, Dad can divorce her. He looked up in surprise. As he began to explain in a flustered manner, but not right now. Actually, your aunt and I got married for a difficult reason.
Tran, you believe me?
He placed a hand on his chest, his face sad as he approached him, but he just narrowed his eyes in disbelief and turned away.
A difficult reason.
His smile began to turn sinister as he tried to convince Tran to, but he himself was well aware.
This anomaly can improvise.
If I didn't already know it was an anomaly, I would have almost believed it.
But what does this mean? Is it preparing to separate from another anomaly? No.
It's leading me to say the death command it wants to hear. His smile became even more bizarre as he said so.
Do you believe me?
He gently placed his hand on his chest.
He laughed, wanting to risk it.
At the same time, Tata's team, who was observing, was also surprised.
My God, you can't even tell this is an anomaly. It's just like a human. Lord Yulin, is he really okay to yet turn to remind them anomalies are deep and unfathomable, but that is Lord Yulin?
He uses infinite death as his strength.
What we can do now is to trust him.
At this moment, baby Tran, who on the other side of the screen boldly said, I believe you, Dad. This caused the entire group to freeze and look at him.
Suddenly, Trana felt a tremor in his body. He looked up and noticed his father was gradually getting bigger. Am I shrinking again? No, I can't move.
And the anomaly's heart has fallen out of my body. To yet look quickly and excitedly reminded, quickly contact the highest level of authority in the special division directly use the emergency plan. I've already called. Now, Tranta was just a doll lying on the ground. Connecting the memories of the past, he now realized so the second anomaly is a doll. After escaping my capture, that guy evolved more complex rules, making it difficult for the supervisor to track down. It seems it has harmed quite a few ordinary people. As for them complementing each other's rules, it's highly likely one of the rules created by that person. So, the anomaly that activated the rule in front of me is the role-playing doll and the other is Vong. Then the anomaly's face was filled with craving as it approached and grabbed his heart. It swallowed Tranda whole, but its body quickly reacted violently, shaking. However, it's not that easy to restrain me. The notification at this moment displayed lifespan -1 day, 99 days remaining. The doll containing Tran's body also gradually cracked. It shattered and exploded. Based on the recording of the surveillance process, the thing that caused your timely death was the Special Division's prop, the death record. He laughed in satisfaction as his body suddenly regenerated and rose up once more. This caused the anomaly's jaw to drop. His cold voice rang out. Hey, that's enough of a performance. He pointed his hand straight at the anomaly. Give me back my stuff. Tan stared straight at it. This caused it to start to distort as the anomaly's heart tried to escape, but the anomaly's stubbornness caused it to be twisted. This caused its body to be torn apart and the heart to fall straight into Tran's hand. Anomalies acquired by me will completely belong to me. He took that heart and returned it to his own. Afterwards, he coldly advanced towards it while coughing up blood. Now answer my question. My father has been dead for a long time. Your true identity is actually the role-playing doll anomaly. Isn't it? But before he could finish his sentence, he realized something. Wait. Then he collapsed, starting to cough up blood. Hey, are you trying to stop me from talking? Just as he collapsed, the man ran over worriedly. Tranu, what's wrong with you? Trana looked up full of suspicion. What is this? He used the celestial eye again, pointing it at him, but before he could do anything, he collapsed again, coughing up blood continuously. Cough, cough, cough. The people in the monitoring room couldn't help but be surprised. Why is Lord Yulin vomiting blood? Kongbin, who was observing, made his judgment. Vonthan's rules are too complex, and at the same time, it has been supplementing and perfecting them. Now it's even more capable of dealing with Yulin exposing its identity. The people from the special department also became wary upon hearing this. How terrifying. Kongbin quickly proposed a method. Yulin is not dead. Vong then will continue to play the role of the father. Immediately contact the emergency department to intervene.
Understood.
Before the Kisaragi train restarts, everyone must ensure his safety.
Tran was still conscious and alert. Is this a new rule that evolved after it merged with Vong then?
It's possible. I only know the rules of the doll, but the known rules about Vong then are not enough. Coupled with avoiding the role-playing doll's death rule, vomiting a lot of blood is a side effect of avoiding death. It also reminds me that exposing its identity now is useless. Just now I tried to use my ability to kill it, but I was hit by blood. Indeed, I hadn't thought of this just now after I transformed into my appearance.
The monster father quickly stood up and picked up the phone. I'll call for an ambulance right away. Meanwhile,
he calmly observed right now other than separating these two anomalies.
There's no other way.
He called 119 plus 1. Then he wiped the blood from his mouth. The doctors also quickly arrived to check on him and took him to the hospital.
Patient's family, there's limited space in the ambulance.
Please make your own way to the hospital.
He watched as his figure was taken away.
At this moment, the members of the special investigation team also began to remove their disguises. Lord Yulin, if you're okay, we'll have a video conference at the hospital. A little later, Tranda also realized and quickly sat up.
Special division, I'm fine. Just lost a bit too much blood. Can you handle the anomaly side?
A girl gently removed her mask as she continued.
No problem. Oh, right. There's one more thing. Lady Tang Kai asked me to inform you.
He turned to her curiously. She quickly recounted in the case files of the neighboring city's police team. There was a case of an unidentified body in the back mountain of Dong City University of Arts. At that time it was in the back mountain of some university. When the special team and the police dogs started digging, suddenly a person with a disgusting face realized this. This is the people around also started to gather. It's a mutilated body, or you could say human flesh. The dog with them also started to get agitated. It approached and sniffed. Then it ran back to report. A young man who understood dog language quickly recorded the information. The service dog confirms the smell of a residual anomaly. Prepare to transfer the body to the special division.
We have conducted a DNA data check.
Suddenly, a sense of unease flashed in his heart.
Dong City University of Arts is Lunaki School. Could it be?
He turned to ask. Lunaki is locked up. My sister and her boyfriend.
Did anything sudden happen, or did they try to escape but she immediately denied it? No, they've been very normal.
It's just the others also glanced at each other as she shyly said that Gokai Hungai seems too relaxed. He knows we're monitoring him, but he's still.
Tran is still asked curiously what she was furious about as she recounted.
But when Lunaki went to eat, he was with another girl. She clenched her fist. He pinned her to the wall flirtatiously.
Tonight, you want to HMP. Come back, she continued angrily. The police station only monitored. They didn't intervene.
But other than the cheating behavior, the two of them didn't show any other strange changes.
Tran thought for a moment. I understand. As for the unidentified body you mentioned, investigate Lunaki.
The group was surprised and questioned.
Lunaki?
Yes.
Suddenly, he turned as he remembered.
Oh, and one more thing. Afterwards, at Jangi Central Hospital in a private restroom, Tran arrested while on a call with King Bin.
I heard you ran into some trouble.
He replied calmly, yes, right now the rules of the two anomalies. Vong Nan and the role-playing doll have merged.
I want to find the key to separate them.
As he fell silent, he continued, so, I want to know when my father and plane crashed.
Was there a doll on the plane at that time?
At this moment, He also began to voice his own doubts. Role-playing doll, I remember its soul was originally a very low-level strange anomaly.
He also asked with doubt, "Does the special division have any records?" He quickly remembered inside. At that time, Hangam killed the student impersonated by the doll, but that student had been dead for a long time. The doll is skilled at transformation and hiding. Afterwards, the special division still couldn't find any trace of its soul. The family of that student still resents Hong Amam to this day. He also suddenly remembered, that's right, Finn Vuback was also almost harmed by this anomaly. Getting a person's trust, once you verbal agree, you will be replaced by the doll. Both your body and mind will be seized by the anomaly, silently killing and replacing. This makes it difficult for supervisors to investigate. Now, it's even more dangerous. I'll have the support staff investigate thoroughly. After Vong then arrived at the hospital, there were no dolls present. If that's the case, it's quite difficult to solve. At this point, Kong Bin began to voice his thoughts. Actually, the advisory team has a plan, but they don't dare to propose it to you. Let me tell you, this plan is quite direct, but I think you might not be able to accept it. We're also worried. He calmly turned up. Go ahead and tell me. He lowered his gaze and began to explain whether it's Vong then or the role-playing doll. They both came for the heart you formed from the human hospital. He continued to listen in silence. Then the special division can help you restrict your heart somewhere else. He didn't hesitate and replied directly, I refuse. King Bin didn't seem surprised either. If we are in a cooperative relationship, it's best to maintain mutual trust. But Trickley replied, I can tell you I can actually use the demon heart, which is also a rule of the human hospital to resist, which means it's not just one ability, but I hope as few people as possible know about this. He calmly replied, this is normal, only core members will know about your abilities. But under the table, he had clenched his fist full of speculation. As expected, Yuling can use the abilities of anomalous rules. Results that humans have been unable to verify for years have been achieved by him. Then in the near future, the position of department head, no, even the position of global supervisor will be held by someone with power. He is indeed the right person. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Dinga entered. Director, he turned slightly. Ding approached him and began to report, greetings, Lord Yulin. There were no dolls on your father and mother's plane. None were ever found on the plane. Speaking of which, I remembered a similar incident related to the death of a relative. But before he could finish, Tranda directly interrupted him. But that's not important. I remember that Mr. Dingja wasn't one to hesitate before, was he? Hearing this, Dingja shyly scratched his hair. Ah, Lord Yulin, you're flattering me too much. It's like this. White Cat was the first supervisor to successfully escape the train after the Kisaragi ship appeared. At that time, he said he met his deceased mother on the train. I think that was the Vong then anomaly phenomenon. Hearing this, Trana seemed to understand. You mean that the Vong then at that time was likely still just Vong then without evolution and without rules combined with the role-playing doll? Hearing this, Dingja also realized, yes, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, his expression fell and he looked troubled. But we can't ask this White Cat. They say that White Cat boarded the train once before the Kisaragi train was restricted and then he completely disappeared. Now Tran has suddenly realized the name seemed familiar. White Cat. That's right. The notebook once mentioned such a person. White Cat led the extermination of the but encountered someone on the train. There were 287 people. 190 to ghost. The train continued to the next station. But he had been in the car for the first 24 hours. I couldn't see his full face and right under my nose and the special task forces. He got on the train again and disappeared. Strange. Really strange. I have a bold idea. Suddenly, he laughed and looked up. I have a humble request.
I want to receive the authority to board the Moonlight train to conduct an investigation. The other two were suddenly silent, then replied straightforwardly, no problem. Please be careful. Afterwards, he was immediately transferred to the Kisaragi ship. The ship's announcement quickly appeared. Welcome back to the train, sir. He was satisfied. Good. The special agency didn't install surveillance cameras inside. He went forward and asked, among the service staff you have a contract with, is there a strange person named Role-Playing Doll? The announcement quickly displayed. No, sir. He walked forward. Full of doubt. There isn't. If I don't have the authority to view the camera footage from the day White Cat boarded, then I will shred all the records of the Kisaragi ship. Hearing this, the announcement on the train was silent for a moment. Then it began to display. I'm sorry, sir. This is not actually in my rules, but perhaps I can take you back to that scene. A portal quickly appeared behind him. Hearing this, he asked with doubt, oh, since when did you have this kind of ability? The Kisaragi ship just made a sound. A series of notifications continuously appeared. The Kisaragi ship has mutual rules. The Kisaragi ship has mutual rules. At this moment, he held the notebook in his hand, looking at the repentant train. Sir, I really don't know anything about these two anomalies. I don't know when proactively, he was now beginning to realize. So, that's how it is. One of the anomalies and there is a one-way ticket. There's still this door, right? The special department will temporarily release you for a period of time soon. At that time, you must seize the opportunity. Then he stepped into the portal and left. Either break the rules or level up and use them as supplementary rules for the purpose of using anomalies. Understood, sir. He stepped through. His eyes saw a white cat rushing forward, grabbing the role-playing doll. What is that method? Tell me now. He squinted, continuing to observe as the doll began to crumble. I want to borrow your body. Is that okay? Afterwards, his body gradually dissolved, shriveling up, contorting, and then screaming loudly. Tranda couldn't help but be surprised. The role-playing doll hid so well on the Kisaragi ship, directly replacing an inspector and silently dealing with him. At this moment, the young man was quickly restored by the fragments of the role-playing doll. At the same time, Tran realized it was a familiar figure. It was a kite. Wait and go. Kay is here too. He was cowering in a corner as the monster slowly approached. Murder. Just then the necklace round his neck lit up. Found it. Found a target for role-playing the role-playing doll. Suddenly he looked down as his phone vibrated, displaying the word security department. He quickly answered the phone, his voice clear. Hello. On the other side, a voice immediately rang out. Lord Yulin. The identity of the unidentified body has been confirmed. The results match Lunaki. Name Lunaki. Gender female. Identity record match 99.99%. He maintained his calm demeanor and replied, I understand. Bring them to the interrogation room. I'll be there shortly. At this moment, Akayat's head was being gripped by a hand. Just as he was about to pull it off, the role-playing doll reached out to stop him. In the interrogation room, Akayat still naively asked, Excuse me, is there any new situation? Naki's parents. At this moment, Tranda coldly and decisively replied, Not Naki's parents, it's you. He began to stand up slowly, approaching Akayat on the night of the 4th of last month. Then he placed his hands on his shoulders. What were you doing? His whispers sounded like it came from hell. Akayat began to tremble, stammering, I was at home. His voice grew sharper. Oh, at home? Be specific. Seeing Akayat continue to stammer, Tan's eyes began to envelop him.
A voice devoid of emotion rang out. Confess truthfully, you can't lie now. Akayat's form became clearer. Quite the actor, aren't you? This role-playing doll is definitely him.
Him according to the rules of a normal person's identity.
Akayat's body began to crumble as he tremblingly confessed. That night I was at home.
But when Naki wasn't there, I looked for someone else. A purple smoke emanated from his head as he continued his confession.
But I didn't expect her to still find out.
As soon as the mistress ran away, the two of them had a conflict and he accidentally killed Lunaki with a wine bottle.
But I only killed her by accident. I still have so much to do. I can't be affected by her. Suddenly, Lunaki's voice rang out.
She stared at him.
What are you two talking about? I don't understand. He was now holding his head and crying. Looking at Inokai at Hong's current form. Tranda also stepped back. After the rule fusion, Vong then has indeed collapsed.
If that's the case, he began to raise his hand, asking, after that, you boarded the Kisaragi ship.
Right. The role-playing doll. The appeal of this human skin is even stronger than the supervisor's white cat. He said, then pointed Tunin towards Akayat's head. You're not picky, are you?
Tunin's eyes began to cover the entire room. A large eye stared directly at Akayat like a final judgment. It was silent for a moment.
Then it turned back with a shattered body, its voice full of mockery. I've been found out.
Next, it began to shatter into pieces. Its tiny legs ran away, but Tranda quickly spotted it. He turned towards it.
Tunin immediately blocked the room's door, causing it to retreat in fear. Tran reached out his hand to acquire it.
A red circle appeared, heading towards the role-playing doll.
But before it could touch, something suddenly blocked it.
This surprised him.
It's not working.
It turned back with a sinister smile. He clicked his tongue in annoyance.
The same old trick.
The role-playing doll quickly broke through the door and disappeared outside. The people around were surprised as he calmly walked out.
The aura before was disaster level and now there's no aura at all in that case, even if a barrier is set up. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Lord Yulin, the role-playing doll has escaped. We will immediately dispatch people to pursue it.
He could feel that the role-playing doll had broken the glass window and jumped down.
But he calmly replied. No need. It can hide its power just like a normal doll. And its power or rule item won't work.
You don't need to pursue it either. If you find it, don't touch it rashly. Although the fusion between it and Vongden has been eliminated, the doll has evolved. Now it will be even easier for it to replace someone's identity. Hearing this, she became even more worried and asked,
Then what should we do next?
He just turned back to look at Lunaki's figure. Her reminding her if you find any trace of it.
Fine, thank Kai and Hong Amam to report to me.
Next, we should still deal with the solitary Vongden first. The other person also spoke up. My lord, we just have to wait for the Kisaragi train to operate again, but he quickly cut her off.
What if your plan fails? And Vong then isn't attracted to the train?
Hearing this, she became flustered. This he continued, the anomaly came looking for us.
I still want to personally acquire the role.
The role-playing has separated from Vong.
Then there is no longer a fusion rule. I can feel that Vongthan's suppression of me has been reduced by half. He quickly raised his hand and Tunin also began to retract.
Lunaki immediately turned towards Tranu. He smiled smugly.
Sister, let's go home.
Just then on the road, a flashy green car zipped past some girls,
startling them. Wow, what a delinquent! They couldn't help but exclaim.
But in reality, inside was just Hong Amam, who didn't even pay attention to them because Hong Amam had specially come with his newly bought car.
Surprise!
Wow, you've gotten younger by a few years, so fresh-faced.
I want to transform, too.
He approached, observing intently, his face slightly fleshed.
Is this the power of Vong, man? Your skin is even better than Tankai's. So smooth, Tranda calmly explained something like that. However, after the rules of the role-playing doll and it separated, its power has weakened significantly. The time I started to shrink for the second time was clearly longer than the first time. I fell into Vongthan's rule.
My age has also changed from an elementary school student to a junior high school student. Afterwards, the two sat down on the steps and started talking.
So, what did you come to find me for?
I came to inform you that the plan to use the Kisaragi train to attract Vong then will have to be postponed.
He replied without a hint of surprise, I figured. Hong Amam continued to explain. Using the Mobius strip requires sacrificing the lives of 5 Tier 3 supervisors. You have to know, Tier 3 supervisors are the pinnacle of a supervisor's ability. The countries with the most registered Tier 3 supervisors are only the US and the United States, with only about 100 people. Neither the countries nor the supervisors themselves would agree to it lightly. Our plan is for us and the United States to each send one person, and the remaining countries will draw lots to decide. Who exactly will be this unlucky person will also be decided by drawing lots. The United States didn't agree, requesting to shuffle everyone and draw randomly. Except for their lackey, no other representatives agreed. Tran replied straightforwardly. Then you should agree to their plan. If they play tricks, then take advantage of it. But Han Gam denied it dejectedly. You know, if it's not the result they expected, then they won't agree. Everyone will just continue to drag it out. Trani started to complain. They're all going to be dragged to their deaths by the Kisaragi train. Anyway, we can't die. Hearing this, Hungan burst out laughing because we both have the ability to resurrect and have substitutes die for us. Ha ha. You're right. He laid down on the ground unable to help but grumble TSK who knows they might even want to send me what if I can't use the shadow to die in my place suddenly he sat up at the start as he remembered I almost forgot the main thing didn't you say you wanted to continue the trial and error method TR had remembered but didn't mention it now he said sarcastically oh I thought you had amnesia. Hurry up and say it. Hangam explained awkwardly. Didn't we use a marriage certificate to deal with the fallen Cupid before? It's a similar idea to sever the blood relationship between you and Vong than in terms of law and social meaning. Trad was silent for a moment, then immediately denied it, but their plane crash didn't happen during this period. Their deaths were registered and their identities were removed long ago. Only Lunaki Hangam immediately took out his phone to show him. No, look at this. He was slightly surprised when he realized the records have been restored. Hangam continued, that's right. Your parents and your sister are all on here. Oh, right. Your biological mother is on it, too. We haven't been able to find out if she's still alive yet. Let's just sever all ties at once. He hesitated as he started to recall the original body's biological mother. I have no memories related to her at all. In that case, let's just get rid of them all. One Vong then can play multiple relatives to prevent any surprises. Hong replied with satisfaction, then leave it to me. Afterwards, Tran returned home. He could see a distinct gloomy color over his apartment complex and his room. Vongthan's aura has become very irritable. Looks like I guessed right. This time, death will surely bring new progress. He went to open the door. With a satisfied smile, he said, I'm home. But inside, it wasn't just one, but 3 people waiting for him. He was stunned. When did Lunaki sneak back here? But this time, they weren't acting anymore. Directly turning into frenzied monsters and lunging at him. It immediately took a bite out of his neck. Then it continued to tear his body into 100 pieces, causing his head to roll off. His eyes fluttered open slightly. Why am I not dead yet? His head rolled away,
watching them tear apart his body.
A notification appeared. Unlock the rule.
You must treat Vong then his family. He let out a sarcastic remark. You only unlock the rule after eating all my flesh.
Is this the punishment for an unfil son?
How cliché. After they left, he slowly closed his eyes. Inside the room at this time, the blonde girl was panicking and crying.
Translator. Think of a way. That guy is doing trial and error again. I want to crawl back into the notebook. But the notebook is on that guy. Can you bear to watch us die and be resurrected again? Boo-hoo. 2A calmly replied.
I can take him to seek refuge. You can stay and try to wait for the master to resurrect, then use his ability to revive him. Who knows, by then your speech prohibition effect might disappear.
Little I continued to add, hey, h.
UH. That is, if it were you guys, he would definitely resurrect you.
But would he resurrect me? I don't want to bet on it.
Just then, the door opened, causing them to panic.
The 3 demons entered.
They stared intently at the little ghost, with a look of craving on their faces. But by this time, the little ghost had already escaped in time.
They went around and started searching.
Then, suddenly, from their demonic forms, they returned to their human shapes.
Outside, TR's phone started ringing with a call from Hong Am.
His dismembered body began to slowly float up, but it was only like a spirit. His lifespan was reduced by 1 day with 99 days remaining. After fully recovering, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair.
I almost passed out in my own pool of blood. I still overestimated my own limits.
Although I now possess a body with Tier 6 spiritual power and won't truly die. And the unnecessary sensation of pain has degenerated.
Witnessing the process of being eaten alive is truly not a pleasant experience.
He brought the phones of his ear to answer.
Hello.
On the other side, Hong's group was still observing him to prevent him from falling into a death loop. We have restored all of your original blood relationships.
Trana simply replied, thanks. But Hong Amam still couldn't help but frown, feeling guilty. Sorry, Yulin.
I didn't expect it to be such a brutal way to die. However, his voice on the other end still replied nonchalantly.
I didn't expect it either. What's the big deal? Han Gam quickly reminded him. They've gone to your room. He immediately lowered the phone. Then I'm hanging up. We can discuss it if there are any new developments. Seeing his casual attitude, Hong Amam couldn't help but be suspicious. Hey, have you thought of a new way again? But before he could finish, he had hung up.
A small smile appeared on his lips again.
Indeed, I have a new idea. I still have to thank them for it. He looked inside.
He continued to play the role of a filial son.
I'm home. What is everyone doing in my room?
At this moment, the 3 demons continued their act as the mother cleaned the room. The father sat on the computer and Lunaki sat on the bed. The mother said, Annie is helping you clean. Lunaki said, oh, I thought this was my room. He approached his father.
Dad's working, but this is my computer.
The father was silent for a moment, then said softly, on my mistake. Tranta looked at the chaotic messages on the computer screen with contempt.
Without the role-playing doll, Vongthan's performance has suddenly become clumsy.
But he still played along and left the room.
Everyone's worked hard. I'll cook today. He immediately lit the fire. He put on an apron and rolled up his sleeves.
In ancient myths, the legends of Journey to the West and the investiture of the gods. Nza flayed his bones for his father and flayed his flesh for his mother.
He swung the knife. He made a cut.
Blood dripped from his own hand.
From then on, alone, he became a god. Understanding the human condition.
After a while, he quickly finished cooking and brought the food out.
Here, try some.
The arm where Tunen was continued to wriggle. The three demons observed for a moment, then breathed heavily. He narrowed his eyes as he saw them start to rush in like zombies. They tore at the piece of meat. They even chewed on the plate. After swallowing it, the three of them immediately returned to their normal state. Then they suddenly vanished.
The notification also displayed, "Rule unlocked."
The death of Vong, then cutting blood and flesh, can sever the relationship with Vong.
Friendly reminder.
The amount of blood and flesh required will vary depending on one's own spiritual power. You look back at the bracelet on his hand thinking, so that's how it is. The stronger the spiritual power, the more spiritual components contained in the body. For a tier 1 or just supervisor without the ability to substitute death, this method is useless. After all, if you let Vong then eat all of your flesh, yourself will suffocate.
In the monitoring room at this moment, they couldn't help but celebrate success. Lord Yulin is so strong.
He really found a way to avoid death. So, we just need to update the new data on Vongan. But he looked towards the door as he realized something was wrong.
No, it's not over yet. As long as I haven't completely absorbed it, the anomaly's heart is still inside my body.
The door outside suddenly knocked continuously.
Hong Yamam asked suspiciously, "What's going on?"
He also began to be vigilant as the door creaked open. A girl's figure appeared.
"Tranu, I'm home." Everyone's jaws dropped. Damn, Lord Yulin's mother, could it be that she already passed away?
He just glanced at her coldly, then turned away.
"Do you want to eat?"
She quickly refused and went back to her room.
"No need. I just got back from a trip. So, I am a little tired." He couldn't help but feel annoyed.
"I just recovered."
Yet, I was immediately attracted by that demon heart. It came looking for me from somewhere else and wants to rest. I can't give it a chance.
Afterwards, he returned to his room and called Hong M's team.
"You guys have any new methods? Tell me. I don't want to delay any longer."
On the other side, Hong Amam was also feeling flustered.
"Wait a minute. I think there's something I suddenly can't remember."
Suddenly, his voice became excited.
"That's right.
The psychologist." At this moment, Tranda was changing clothes and asked curiously, "Oh," Hungam quickly explained further to Yet move because your rumored ex-girlfriend predicted something that would benefit you.
Trana heard this and couldn't help but feel suspicious. When did this happen?
Hong couldn't help but want to gossip and excitedly added, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but she said it very mysteriously. You should contact them yourself." At this point, he had finished changing.
He was silent for a moment, thinking, isn't this a bit too overpowered? Actually, it's not hard to predict.
The viewback predicted that Tila moving out would be more beneficial to me because that's an empty room a guy can move in. He held up the necklace as he called my dear classmate.
2A also flew out from it. "I'm here." Trano immediately stepped forward and asked, 2A, "How is Tutong doing at your place now?" She quickly reported the situation, still the same. Gave a gift and then wanted to absorb the spirit. He very friendly approached and said, "Hello, I'm the new neighbor but in the underworld." He couldn't achieve his goal and was cursed out by several ghosts. "My lord, you want to use it to deal with Vong then?"
Tren said softly.
I feel it's completely worth a try." Feel any pressure?
But her attitude was as reckless as her master's. Not at all, according to my in-depth analysis.
Vong has been significantly weakened after the battle with Tutong. The possibility of you losing legend points is almost zero.
But he quickly saw through her.
"You're making that up, aren't you?"
Seeing this, she became shy.
Just kidding with you. There's a new software that just came out recently that's very interesting. Afterwards, Trana took out his phone and called Hong M's group. Hello. I've removed all the surveillance cameras. Vong then has a solution. The remaining task for everyone is to gradually move some residents out of this building. Everyone is responsible for the evacuation. I need to evacuate this residential area. Complete it within an hour. Sorry to trouble you all. Hongam understood as soon as he heard. No. Wait. Could it be that you're planning to? But before he could finish, the call was cut off. All the camera equipment also went static. The doctor approached from behind. The Special Task Force's order is to maintain secrecy both outside and inside. As long as the condition is Yulin, he can complete the subjugation of the anomaly without having to follow any principles. Hongam just said softly. In that case, his face was full of excitement as he turned back and said, "You asked the Yellow Spring Girl to restrain the evil neighbor Tutin. And now he can let that evil neighbor come back without any problem." The others still answered firmly, "Yes, Lord Hongam. Lord Yulin has the demon heart. So it's natural that he can grasp some real energy. Lord Yulin is our hope. He will not betray our interests. So he can act in any way without waiting for our approval." Seeing the attitude of Lord Yulin's loyal followers, Hongam could only sigh in exasperation. On Trana's side, he walked as he ordered 2A to prepare to release the person. Understood. As the clock ticked, tick-tock. It started moving towards exactly 12:00. Suddenly, in the hallway, a familiar tall figure emerged. Tutong walked towards the Miho apartment rental office. Then he stopped and paused with a smile that was gentle yet utterly savage. Tran happily handed him the contract. "This is your house contract from today onwards. You are a resident here. From now on, we will be neighbors, so let's live in harmony." Tuon also happily accepted it. "Of course, I'll come visit you tomorrow and bring you a gift." At this moment, Trant was playing the role of the apartment owner. While Tutu was the real estate agent, he chuckled softly. "Then that would be great." True to his word, the next day, Tuong brought a bag of gifts for Tran's sister. "I'm Tuong, the one who just moved in next door. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Tuong quickly knocked. Just like before, on the first day, the Vongnen demon accepted the gift, but still seemed wary and warned Trana that Tuong was not a good person. On the second day, Tutong borrowed something. Although Vongnen lent it, its anger was clearly growing until one day when Tutong kept knocking on the door so hard it almost broke. "Miss, I'm Tutong. I want to borrow your bathroom for a bit." Tu was playing games while trying to observe from the side. This time, Vong then directly refused Tutong. "I refuse. Please leave." But as soon as she finished speaking, he had already walked in completely natural. Noticing the anger from Vong, then Tranda couldn't help but feel satisfied. "It's starting." Tuong stepped in and splashed water on his head. Then he casually walked out as if nothing had happened. "Thanks. I'll be going now." But this time, Vong then stepped out with him. He even returned to the apartment. The two anomalies were silent for a moment, then suddenly revealed their true nature. The rules clashed, and both immediately rushed towards each other, becoming two immense sources of power, but they suddenly froze. Then they gradually vanished. Before Tutong completely disappeared, Tue suddenly appeared from above. She used red threads to bind him. She took him. Then she threw him completely into the river. She pulled herself towards the corner where the spirit was rushing. Tranda also received information at this time. Vong then kinship anomaly type acquaintance. When a relative passes away, countless intertwined thoughts will arise and one may meet Vong then with their own eyes. But this fleeting glimpse requires one to trade their life for it. He quickly realized, is this a liver? He grabbed it. Acquired Vong then anomaly kinship.
Received anomaly fragment liver.
Received 500 legend points. Received 5,500,000 breakthrough points. Received 500,000 good evil points.
Received 1,700,000 defense break points.
Do you want to replace the liver?
Looking at the choice before him, he narrowed his eyes slightly again. His numbers change continuously. You have received legend points, good and evil points, and immense spiritual power.
You can directly advance to the 7th stage. Do you want to replace it? He looked at the open notebook.
You gain the ability to kill anomalies without having to investigate the anomaly rules and temperature of all legend and evil points.
Do you want to replace it?
The words rang in his eyes. Right now, he was no different from a demon. Tunin's eyes seemed to encompass the entire space as he resolutely answered, "No, you're getting too excited.
You're like a multi-level marketing scammer." The notebook remained silent as it continued to display information. Legend points 5,567,967. Good evil points 177,632. Power 1000 plus tier 6. Lifespan 100 days.
TRA continued to think, if I don't absorb the fragment to advance to the 7th stage, my spiritual power points need to break through the 1 million mark, and I need to million good evil points. In reality, replacing the organ fragments is not impossible, but I still need to be wary of the possibility that the notebook and the anomaly fragments will be manipulated in a way I can't control.
This is the first time this notebook has acted so crazily, but maybe I'm just overthinking it.
Grasping supernatural abilities and increasing my strength is the way to eliminate all the power of the forces that are watching me.
He went to the window. He opened it and said softly, "After all, this heart fuses very well with me, just like Tunin, Tue, and the others. So, do these fragments also belong to the anomaly rule that I created?" He held the gem around his neck.
He chuckled softly. "I must have misjudged you.
If you chose me, then I think you're the rule item that wants me to not die the most. In a way, we're born and die together."
Right.
Right. Scene changed to Detroit, USA.
A group of people surrounded a desk slowly lining up to sign their names. After signing the agreement, Kongbin, Mr. Holt, and another person pressed a button at the same time. The bound Tier 3 supervisors were in constant agony. They collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. As soon as the ritual ended, the door opened.
Others came in to clean up. "Hurry up. Be careful."
After moving the person away, the blue-haired young man approached Tang Kai and complained. "It took half a day, but the Mobius chain has finally started." She also turned to him, her tone heavy. "The price of 5 Tier 3 supervisors."
"I hope the Mobius chain is." Ivy followed, teasing slightly. "You're not feeling regretful, are you? These people aren't ours anyway."
This miserable lottery draw, a fair, reasonable, and public process to be the hunting dogs of the Department of Mysteries.
Even if supervisors are scarce, we could only accept it. She calmly replied, "That's right.
Our supervisor bodies are resources themselves. It doesn't matter if we're killed by anomalies or die from using rule items. One day, we will all have to face such a meaningless death." After hearing this, the young man burst out laughing.
"It's been a while." "You've changed, then Kai." Then Kai immediately turned away. "Really? Maybe. But that's not important.
But I still have to thank you for your connections and methods in the capital city that helped us gain the upper hand in the negotiations with the Department of Mysteries."
Lamdu. He is the supervisor of the capital city. Lamdu.
He chuckled softly, adjusted his glasses.
"Ha ha. All right.
After all, this concerns the future of the special departments." Suddenly, at this moment, a panicked voice came from behind them.
"Big trouble." Something happened. The two of them quickly turned around. "What happened?" Is it the Mobius chain? Let's go check it out.
At this moment, the Kisaragi train with a blue light under its wheels. A small footstep approached.
It was the black and white girl holding a corpse walking through a door. That scene was clearly recorded on the Detroit camera. Wildline area 63.5. She immediately looked straight at the surveillance camera.
In the United States, in the city of Detroit at this time, the surveillance camera pans to area A, an empty building. A dead body lies sprawled in front of the door as the black and white girl steps out with a bizarre smile.
She immediately kicked the head, sending it flying.
It landed on the roof and then bounced off, but the head hit the surveillance camera and fell right at her feet.
She slowly bent down to pick it up.
Then she brought it up to her eyes. In the monitoring room at this moment, they were investigating the situation.
What does the image look like? It's pitch black. Oh my God, are we going to be okay?
But as soon as he finished speaking, his neck suddenly elongated with his blood vessels constantly pulsating. The other person saw the situation and quickly took out his walkie-talkie to report.
Abnormality detected. Is anyone there? Lowly dead. The Mobius chain isn't working. Hello.
But before he could finish, a gentle hand suddenly touched his shoulder.
Ha!
It lunged and bit his shoulder as his body trembled.
Help! Help me! The Mobius chain absolutely cannot fail. On Holstein's side.
They were checking the situation.
It's probably not that the Mobius chain has failed.
Simon heard this and spoke up angrily.
Minister, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that Deathlow has completed the Kisaragi ship and can therefore freely control the Kisaragi ship?
Just then, someone suddenly announced, "Report, Deathlow has appeared in the East Tower.
Number of supervisor deaths is 5. Death Lowly has appeared in Thailand. Number of supervisor deaths is 3. Death Lowly has appeared."
A series of announcements rang out, making it impossible for them to deny it any longer.
Kingbin spoke softly.
It's the Kisaragi ship. Something has happened to the Kisaragi ship. Hearing this, everyone fell silent as a flicker of realization appeared in their eyes.
Director, do you mean the Kisaragi ship has a mind of its own? Deputy, the Kisaragi ship has indeed stopped moving. Suddenly, Holt spoke up. Sir, this anomaly is the nemesis of supervisors.
So I think the most important issue now is to focus all our efforts on containing Death Lowly.
Coton also agreed. That's right. If Death Lowly appears in major cities and slaughters citizens, it proves that it has merged its rules. If we don't contain it, all supervisors worldwide will be in danger.
Any supervisor who sees it will die. There are no other precise rules or exceptions.
This threat is spreading globally, which can help but make people think. King Bing glanced at Than Kai. It's time for Yuan to make his appearance.
At this moment, Lamdu was observing from a distance. He stared intently at them, but his eyes flashed a hint of green.
At the same time, Trana had moved to the Kisaragi ship.
"Sir, why are you here?
Have you found a way to get me out?" But he quickly reminded, "Don't be hasty. There's still some time. First, I ask you, why did you stop the train? The things from the Department of Mysteries shouldn't have let you stop moving, right?"
But the train retorted sinisterly.
"I didn't. Didn't you say I'm stuck in the Mobius chain? If there's no way out, then I have to stop."
Hearing this, Tranu was speechless while the train was triumphant. Tranu immediately remembered Hong's worried call. So the reason was that simple. The special division was too worried, so they asked me to step in. Besides Deathly, which other anomalies got off the train first?
If we restore its movement, can we make them return to the train? A notification immediately appeared.
According to the surveillance camera records, besides Deathly, 3 other staff members also got off the train.
As for returning to the train, Death Lowly is not under my jurisdiction. I no longer have a contract with it. Tranda was a little surprised, but remained calm. So quickly. Then what rule has it merged with? Afterwards, he gradually faded away again. Then his spirit appeared in the train's control room. Looking at the information on the notifications above, he asked further, "Have you collected information about that Death Lowly?" The train hesitated a bit before answering. Very little. Although recruiting train service personnel requires anomalies, it's impossible to get to the bottom of things. Hearing this, Tranda became a little annoyed. Who did you learn that from? According to the internal search tool urgently provided by the research team. It can be known that although there are records of Death Lowly, it is something that appeared half a month before the birth of the Kisaragi ship. The current rule is that anyone with spiritual power, if discovered by Death Lowly and looks into her eyes, will die. According to the ancient records of this world, supervisors are not like ordinary people. Besides the life force commonly known as chi and death energy being balanced in the body, there is still the extremely powerful spiritual energy. The various faces of Death Lowly represent life force, death, yin, and yang. And the spiritual energy in the supervisor's body breaks the balance between life and death. This will be extremely attractive to Death Lowly. But what I don't understand is that Hangam managed to escape successfully even though he was very close to Death Lowly. Why is that? Suddenly he'd startled realizing. Could it be? I think I figured it out. Suddenly, a notification from the train appeared. What do you need, sir? You need my help. But he chuckled softly and turned away. No need. I think I need to deal with this supervisor killer myself. He snapped his fingers. A rural collision occurred once. A few days later, a flight was quickly arranged for Tranta to travel. He sat on the plane thinking. As expected, it wasn't long before the Special Division contacted me and arranged an experiment between me and Death Low. Actually, it's not like I wasn't prepared for this experiment. The International Special Division is quite interesting. They don't dare to probe too much. Their attitude is very humble. They even said that if I can't solve it, they'll think of a way themselves and won't dare to bother me. As the international governing body among the anti-anomaly departments of various countries around the world, the mission of the International Special Division is to maintain and protect the balance, safety, and cooperation between countries when humanity faces the greatest threat from anomalies. To resolve problems or disputes between countries, to mitigate or prevent conflicts between spiritual power users, for the International Special Division to value my abilities so much and adopt such an attitude is also quite dissatisfying for the Department of Mysteries. I don't know what King Bin and then Kai discussed. It's about time to change the cycle of constantly collecting legend points and writing these urban legends. Behind these people, there are even bigger secrets. Secrets bigger than God. As soon as he stepped down, a foreign girl greeted him. Lord Yulin has arrived. He stepped down. Looking around this place, as she continued to explain. Let me introduce you. This place is the large-scale experimental base of the Internet. National Special Division. New rule items can all be tested and used here. According to our predictions, the intensity of your spiritual power can preferentially attract Death Lowly. She reached into her clothes. She took her head out to prevent any accidents when you unleash your spiritual power. Please channel it into the stone. It will ensure that Death Lowly is attracted to this place. Looking at the stone, he hesitated slightly but then said, then you can go first. She pointed towards the sky and reminded him, the Special Division will directly monitor this experiment, including high-level leaders and important personnel from the International Special Division and the anti-anomaly departments of other countries. He remained silent as she began to bow politely. She turned away, then, Lord, I won't disturb you any longer. As soon as she left, he let out a soft laugh. He threw the stone into the air and started walking. Everyone above was watching.
As he clenched his fist around the stone, a great power seemed to want to shatter the stone. Everyone was startled, but he remained cold.
Death slowly appeared, towering before him.
His anomaly heart suddenly changed. Thousands of small rays, as if wanting to tear his body apart, appeared. He collapsed as he realized his body was starting to show Tunan's eyes.
Seemingly no longer fused as before.
Looking straight into death, Lee's eyes caused his body to be slashed by thousands of threads. Suddenly, Little Eye started crying and calling out, "Mommy, Mommy!
Mommy!" T also felt the tremor as she looked at the cracks on his body. "My lord, so you've already made your choice."
In the monitoring room, the camera suddenly started to get static.
Everyone became worried. What's wrong? Why is the camera broken? Is it you, Lin, or Death Lully King?
Lin quickly denied it.
It's not you, Lin.
If he agreed with us, he wouldn't deliberately destroy it. As for Death Lully, everyone suddenly fell silent when Corin spoke up.
It's fine. Switched directly to the military satellite for observation.
Lam Deep from a distance also whispered, "It seems now that Lord Yuling can't beat Deathly.
After he revives. He probably won't agree to cooperate with us, will he?"
Outside at this moment, a long streak was created.
The smoke gradually thinning out as Death Lai's tiny feet approached Tranto.
She grabbed his neck with a strange smile. She sniffed him like a delicious prey. Then she laughed loudly. She raised her hand to touch his eye. The rule of vision and the slit and the rule of the demon heart complement each other, automatically absorbing. Suddenly, Death Lai's arm was sucked into his eye. He remained calm while one eye gradually turned yellow and the other was slowly being invaded by Tunan. He stepped back, mumbling strange sounds.
A golden light appeared, enveloping Death Lai's arm, which he had just separated with Tunan.
Immediately after, he gradually regained consciousness.
As Death Loli also vanished, an explosion occurred.
He stood tall in the smoke. He looked at himself.
What's wrong with me? The notebook's notification rang again.
You have acquired Death Loli. He slowly walked towards the crater. I've acquired Death Loli, but the current situation is. His golden eyes flashed. They needed to return to his usual red eyes, and the black marks of Tunan also gradually shrank as he covered his own face.
The conflict with Death Loli caused the rules of Tunan and 2A to automatically supplement each other with two anomaly fragments.
This has led to me now being able to use a rule ability where whatever my eyes see all things are destroyed, but the rules of an anomaly shouldn't affect architecture, the environment, and all non-human existence. But this area turned out like this.
It seems I can't control the rule anymore.
He put his hand on his chest.
The necklace seemed to have a connection to him. Now there's only one way. Lifespan -1 day. 99 days remaining. At this moment,
the military satellite from above had observed everything. Everyone in the room was as silent as a grave, stunned and surprised. As for King Bin, having lived with Trana for so long and experienced so many surprises, he calmly spoke up. Initially, we weren't sure if you could use anomaly rules without relying on rule items. Now, according to the scene replayed by the military satellite, there's no doubt anymore. He is the first person who can freely use anomaly rules. Kirin was silent for a moment, then hesitantly spoke up. This is a big deal, Kong Bin. You have to know that if he can't control this power. But then Kai directly interrupted them, he can control it. This experiment happened to let us observe that he likely discovered he couldn't freely control the anomaly rule, so he chose to commit suicide to restore his sanity. Yulin used his body to acquire the demon heart, which the special division has already registered in his file, never hiding it. All documents are under the high-level authority of the special division. Besides, although Yulin possesses the demon heart, he has never used the true power of the heart in a metropolitan area. I can provide evidence to prove that the special division, the general staff, and even Yulin himself do not know the true capabilities of the team.
Yulin hasn't had the power of the heart for long.
So, he himself is also in the process of researching it before when acquiring anomaly cases. He even proposed wanting to test the power of the hardened room. After the special division and the general staff discussed it, they agreed. The contents of the meeting were fully recorded.
Kongbin added to supplement the proof.
The true power of the heart was likely activated after Yulin confronted Death Loli. The demon heart merged with Death Loli's rule. Of course, it's also possible that he has already mastered a lost rule item. There are even many possibilities we can't rule out that he holds other rules. Seeing Kongbin's casual removal of his glasses, Holt angrily slammed the table and shot up.
Then you can't escape responsibility either. This is a monster. An aberration.
But Kongbin calmly wiped his glasses.
An aberration. Are you kidding, Mr. Holt? Forgive me for being blunt.
You as the only human who can use rules, can kill deathly, and simultaneously change the environment to make all things disappear. And he can control this power well. He is the sole successor to power in my special division. Afterwards, he stood up, put on his glasses, and still laughed nullantly at Holt's anger.
We will not accept any unreasonable criticism from your side.
If you want to incite a civil war among humanity, we will indulge you to the end.
What do you think, Mr. Cotton? KTON was silent for a long time.
Then he spoke softly.
Mr. Kong is right. The appearance of Yulin is both a great opportunity and a great warning for the struggle. Between supervisors and anomalies, Kongbin was satisfied.
Indeed, I think in the future, Yulin will become the leader of all anti-anomaly departments globally, leading humanity to victory against anomalies.
All right, call Yulin.
At this moment, Tranu, who was being transported in a car, also picked up the phone.
Hello.
On the other side, Kongbin's voice was still calm.
Yulin, you're in the car right now, right? After you return, come to the special division for a visit. Trana didn't forget to tease. What's wrong? Are you blaming me?
Sorry. It seems the special division's experimental base really needs to be rebuilt. But on the other side, he just chuckled softly.
No.
We will raise your special division authority to the highest level.
So you can go receive a rule item. No, not receive, but be gifted.
A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes.
But he still calmly thought, giving it to me unconditionally.
It seems there's no precedent.
The special division's rule items are neither many nor few. Each rule item has a miraculous effect at some point.
It can't be given to an individual, let alone me, who is not a supervisor trained by the special division and did not actively join the special division. He quickly replied punctually, just take me back to the place.
I'll choose from the rule items and you can have someone deliver it.
Cotton turned to look, a little confused by the silence of Kongbin and Tankai, who were staring at the screen.
It seems it's not what you thought.
They didn't know that Lam Deep was watching from behind with a look of annoyance.
On what ground? This position should clearly belong to me. He was no longer calm. As he slowly walked away, this Yulin person must be eliminated. Right. Find that guy. Find that guy.
His body began to show clear signs of hatred and resentment at Lamdo's temporary residence. At this moment, the suitcase in his room slowly opened. Then the role player crawled out with a sinister laugh.
He found you.
At the same time, Tranta was still sitting in the car, deep in thought. A single glance can make all things vanish.
Is this the power of death? Lowly or the power of a god? Moreover, if this power isn't invincible among all anomalies, then everything is in vain. What's the point of being invincible among humans and supervisors?
Although I don't need to hesitate too much when acting, it still happens. There are waves of unknown anomaly rules, or I could fall into the power of a rule item. I must continue to level up and escape the constraints of the rules. Along with those thoughts, the car sped through the wind. The flying pebbles also slowly vanished due to some strange power.